Chapter 1: The False Aristocrat and the True Heiress. 1. A sleek black Land Rover glided into the villa's parking garage. The man who emerged from the vehicle possessed long, powerful legs, his polished, smooth shoes rhythmically striking the ground with a cold, steady sound that carried a hint of menace. Has she been obedient today? He squinted slightly. Has she not eaten all day? Why, wise, Mr. Goo, came the stammering reply from the assistant, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. The word "do" was evidently laced with a harsh tone, forced out between clenched lips. Mr. Goo was typically inscrutable, his emotions rarely surfacing, but the one person who could easily sway his thoughts was none other than his wife. The assistant silently lit a candle for the woman upstairs. He paused at the doorway, watching as the man, enveloped in an aura of impending storm, strode purposefully toward the bedroom on the second floor. Before long, voices of contention erupted from the room. He witnessed a particularly exquisite woman, clad in a white shirt, barefoot and frantically dashing toward the door, her collar in disarray, and her legs marked with ambiguous bruises. "Help me, Danta!" Before she could finish her plea, the pursuing man seized her waist, hoisting her over his shoulder. Mr. Goo shot a warning glance at the slightly dazed assistant, one hand firmly restraining the woman's every struggle, his voice low and threatening. "Are you planning on remaining in bed tomorrow? You bastard! I haven't eaten yet." Tears of frustration glistened in Luan Jiang's eyes, her red lips trembling gently. Mr. Gus's thin lips curled into a brief, wicked smile. "Didn't you say you weren't hungry? Then feed me first." Luan Jiang immediately retorted, "I am hungry. I'm so hungry." The man kicked open the bedroom door, clicking his tongue in disdain. Too late. Luan Jiang regretted her choices deeply. Had she known this man would only torment her in bed, she wouldn't have provoked him. "Useless, Jiang," the system chirped cheerily. "In 2 years, once my energy is sufficient, it'll leave. Just endure a little longer." Luan Jiang, it's easy for you to say it's not you who suffers from back pain every day. Several years ago, a city, night, the villa on the mountainside was ablaze with light. Crossing the artificial lake and golf course, one arrived at a vast front yard. The shrubs on either side were trimmed into various artistic shapes, with a large angel fountain at the center, the gentle strains of a piano wafting through the air. A young girl stood on the 3rd floor, her skin as smooth as cream, the soft moonlight cascading upon her face, bathing it in a delicate glow. She wore a light pink floral dress, the one-shoulder design perfectly showcasing her graceful shoulder and necklines, while the delicate lace edging added a youthful exuberance, her suddenly cinched waist captivatingly alluring. Born with a silver spoon, she had been swapped with a scheming countrywoman, causing her to grow up in the mountains, never completing even middle school before entering the workforce. Meanwhile, the daughter of the countrywoman had been indulged for 23 years in the Luan household, graduating from a prestigious university last year and preparing to take over the Luan company. If not for a fateful discovery revealing that Luan Ying bore no blood relation to the Luan family, the Luan group would have changed hands without anyone being the wiser. This banquet was merely to announce the addition of a daughter to the Luan family. Naturally, the Luan family favored Luan Ying, who had been raised beside them and embodied the elegance of a true heiress, over Luan Jiang, whose crude behavior belied her pretty face. All of Luan Jiang's petty schemes were seen through by Luan Ying, and even when Luan Ying ultimately secured the Luan family's fortune, Luan Jiang received not a single penny. Truly, it was a case of the true heiress and the false aristocrat, a futile endeavor that ended in vain. In the end, she found herself deeply in debt, willingly succumbing to a life of debauchery, ultimately becoming a renowned courtesan in a red-light district. Luan Ying was the protagonist, while Luan Jiang was the expendable character. However, the current Luan Jiang was not the same expendable character from the original storyline. She had once been the supreme deity of the Temporal Management Bureau, possessing a complete divine essence. Later, she was stripped of her divinity by an ungrateful wretch and confined in a golden cage, languishing in despair, but that was a tale for another time. In short, amidst the chaos, Luan Jiang had bound herself to a monetization system, tasked with finding a target in each realm to spend the system's funds on the more, the better. The target is located at your 6 o'clock position. The system reminded her. Luan Jiang delicately held a half-filled glass of crimson liquid, her slender high heels clicking rhythmically against the floor as she approached Luan Ying with a charming yet feigned smile. In stark contrast to Luan Jiang, often relegated to a corner at gatherings, Luan Ying was perpetually surrounded by wealthy heirs and accomplished young talents. Even the girls joking with her were refined ladies of noble birth. Luan Jiang unapologetically shoved a woman clad in a dark evening gown aside, leaning closer to Luan Ying and, rather rudely, nudged her with her elbow, batting her eyelashes in a contrived manner. "Sister, do you know who that man over there is? He seems to be watching you." Following her finger, one could see a man seated in a wheelchair. Gu Yi, the eldest son of the Gu family. Having suffered a misfortune in childhood that left him with a disability, his temperament was erratic, rarely venturing out. In the original plot, he harbored deep feelings for Luan Ying, though, regrettably, he was merely a minor character without prospects. The Gu family, a vast clan with a legacy spanning centuries, possessed profound depth. Gu Yi, as the legitimate heir, was naturally strikingly handsome and extraordinarily charismatic. Were it not for his legs, the line of women pursuing him would stretch from here to the foot of the mountain. "Stop staring at her. Look at me instead." Luan Jiang leaned in to obstruct Gu Yi's view, casually resting her hand on the armrest of his wheelchair, mere inches separating their hands. Gu Yi frowned, leaning back slightly, a flicker of hostility crossing his gaze. His voice, tinged with annoyance, demanded, "Get away from me. I know all of sister's preferences. Why not make me an offer? I could sell her to you." Luan Jiang feigned innocence, her laughter light. "Or I could supervise her for you, ensuring she keeps her distance from any man. If anything happens, he'll report to you, or even directly intervene. What do you think?" Gu Yi hesitated, seemingly uninterested in how Luan Jiang knew his preferences. He turned his head slightly, avoiding the fragrance emanating from her as she spoke, and scoffed. "Are you really that desperate for money?" Indeed, Luan Jiang replied nonchalantly, her grip on his wheelchair unwavering as she leaned in closer, her waist curving enticingly. "If I could earn money from the eldest son of the Gu family, I could boast about it for half a lifetime." Gu Yi's half-smile appeared unsettling. Most would have retreated, suppressing all thoughts in the face of such a man, yet this seemingly naive heiress displayed a boldness that was both audacious and fearless. Pressing her face closer to his, unflinchingly meeting his icy, penetrating gaze. The true heiress posture suggested an intimacy with the eldest son of the Gu family, their faces angled in the same direction, creating an appearance of closeness from afar. The passing guests wore expressions of sheer astonishment, unable to fathom how anyone would dare provoke the esteemed heir of the Gu family, nor could they comprehend how Luan Jiang had become entangled with Gu Yi. Yet Gu Yi found himself incapable of pondering such matters. This woman possessed an extraordinary talent for entanglement, effortlessly monopolizing his vision, his thoughts, his very world, leaving no room for anyone else. He heard her almost whispering, "Silence must mean agreement, right?" Luan Jiang was a woman who relished laughter. Her tone was always deliberately drawn out, exuding a sticky, languid quality, utterly irreverent. However, Gu Yi did not feel the aversion he had anticipated. Perhaps it was due to the fact that Luan Jiang was the first person to regard him without a hint of disdain. The man's Adam's apple bobbed as he abruptly maneuvered his wheelchair backward. Luan Jiang recognized his intent to distance himself, yet she was determined not to grant him that satisfaction. The more he sought to escape, the more she clung to him. In a stunning turn of events, the woman who should have collapsed to the ground instead twisted her ankle and fell onto the heir of the Gu family. Gu Yi. Onlookers. Such antics only served to diminish the man's regard for Luan Jiang. The young master of the Gu family was rendered utterly rigid. He had not anticipated that this woman could be so brazen. Luan Jiang, seemingly oblivious to the icy aura radiating from him, wrapped her arms around his waist and laughed heartily. "Are you courting death?" Gu Yi could no longer contain his irritation, pressing a button on the earphone dangling from his left ear. Moments later, a dozen or so men in black entered the hall, exuding an air of menace. No. Luan Jiang maintained her grip on his waist, raising her beaming face to him as she sweetly declared, "I was wrong. I apologize. But I would do it again next time." The waist she held was slim and powerful, a testament to the fact that despite his disability, the young master of the Gu family had not neglected his physical training. The system face-bombed. What are you worrying about at a time like this? Gu is truly going to fill your grave. Luan Jiang. To die beneath the peony is to be a spirited ghost. System. Just indulge yourself. Gu narrowed his eyes, raising his hand toward the men in black, waiting for the signal to unleash them upon Luan Jiang, dragging her away to face dire consequences. The guests were primarily acquainted with Luan Ying, the eldest daughter of the Luan family, and few were inclined to befriend Luan Jiang. So they remained silent, merely gathering with drinks in hand to point and mock her for her lack of education and decorum. Luan Jiang remained unperturbed. You intended to knock me down with your wheelchair, so I leaped forward. You value your pride, and I value mine. There's not a single person here who doesn't cherish their dignity, so I don't believe I was in the wrong. The man said nothing, his eagle-like gaze fixated on her. Unlike Luan Ying, Luan Jiang did not possess that aloof, distant politeness that repels others. She was vibrant and full of life, exuberantly expressing the vitality appropriate for her age. Such a person was ill-suited for this gathering, yet she was present and enjoying herself immensely. Gu Yi's hand hovered in the air, never descending. The men in black stood silently, awaiting their master's command, perfectly trained and motionless. The surrounding crowd held their breath, while Luan Jiang, seemingly oblivious, stood up after patting non-existent dust from her knees and shuffled behind Gu Yi's wheelchair. Onlookers grimaced. What good is your fear now? Just moments ago, you were all over the young master of the Gu family without a care, and now you expect no repercussions? A hint of warmth thawed the ice in Gu Yi's gaze, though his expression remained inscrutable. Engaging in a serious debate with Luan Jiang would only make him appear foolish. Just as he was prepared to lower his hand, Luan Ying arrived, and he let the gesture fall as if it were in deference to her presence. The audience exchanged knowing glances. For the first time, Gu Yi felt that Luan Ying's appearance was not entirely a blessing. Luan Jiang, seemingly unaware, grinned at Luan Ying and sweetly called out, "Sister." Luan Ying ignored her, instead nodding slightly in acknowledgement to Gu Yi, saying, "I hope you can overlook Luan Jiang's behavior on my account. She hasn't had much formal education, you see." At her words, laughter erupted among the crowd. "Haha, I heard they don't even teach foreign languages in the mountains. Does she not even know how to pronounce fool? She's killing me. Can you believe there are still people who haven't learned English?" Uneducated, indeed. The guests awaited Luan Jiang's reaction, anticipating an amusing display of her displeasure, eager for even louder laughter and banter. Alas, they were destined for disappointment. Luan Jiang's skin was not so thin, she held no regard for the so-called dignity of high society. With a mock-serious expression, Luan Jiang nodded earnestly, gingerly poking Gu Yi's shoulder with her finger, and leaned in to whisper, "My sister can speak English. She sings English songs beautifully. How about this? 1,000 yuan per song. I can record it for you, guaranteed high quality." Gu Yi, for the first time, he felt the urge to facepalm. Chapter 3. The false aristocrat and the true heiress. 3. Luan Ying forcefully pushed Luan Jiang into a corner. Caught off guard, Luan Jiang stumbled and fell to the ground, rather than expressing anger. She sat cross-legged on the floor, smiling at Luan Ying in an uncouth manner. Her demeanor starkly contrasted with the surrounding opulence, and no matter how exquisite her gown or how beautifully styled her hair. It was all in vain. I warn you, if you wish to catch the big fish that is Gu Yi, do not tarnish the Luan family's reputation. Luan Ying crossed her arms, looking down at her from a superior position. If you dare to act in such a disgusting manner in public again, I will inform grandfather and have you expelled from the Luan family. If it were the original person, nothing would frighten her more than the thought of being cast out of the Luan family, especially in the presence of the stern old man. Luan Ying was acutely aware of the original's vulnerabilities. She exploited them mercilessly, knowing the original had no sense of belonging to the Luan family and constantly feared being driven away, which naturally led to her disdain for Luan Ying. Luan Jiang tilted her head, propping her chin on her hand, her smile sweet, but her words decidedly less so. "Please understand, Miss Luan Ying, if there is to be a representative of the Luan family's dignity, it shall undoubtedly be me, not you. What does a counterfeit have to do with anything?" Luan Jiang spoke slowly yet precisely, leaving no room for Luan Ying to interject. "You always say such things to me out of fear that the one to be expelled will be you, not me. What good is your performance?" Do you truly believe that the Luan family would entrust a conglomerate built over generations to an outsider? Luan Ying's complexion paled instantly. Luan Jiang chuckled softly. If you do not provoke me, I shall not retaliate, but should you choose to antagonize me, do not blame me. What threat could a country bumpkin like you pose to me? Luan Ying stepped forward, grasping Luan Jiang's neck, her fingers trembling. Grandfather thinks this way now, but in the future, who knows? She continued to reassure herself, her gaze growing increasingly resolute. If the old man truly lost his senses and refused to accept her by this point, she would have to take matters into her own hands. The Luan group was hers for the taking. She would not allow all her hard work to go to waste. Luan Jiang looked at her with pity, as if observing a child who did not understand. Luan Ying was once again provoked, and she finally raised her other hand. 2 minutes later, Luan Jiang emerged from the corner, casually discarding her bloodied earring into the trash. She hummed a tune as she entered the bathroom, washing away the grime from her hands. She understood the principle of striking without marking the face. However, it was permissible to grab an earring. Was it not? Luan Ying claimed she did not care about the beauty of her gown, yet she had spent a considerable amount of time and effort merely selecting her earrings, and the money had flowed out like water. Upon seeing Luan Ying attempt to strike her, Luan Jiang deftly dodged the slap and retaliated by yanking Luan Ying's earring down hard. It was evident how painful it was, as even someone as strong-willed as Luan Ying burst into tears. Luan Jiang sighed while complaining to the system. I told you not to provoke me, yet this child refuses to listen. Now look what you've done. You won't be able to wear beautiful earrings for days. Luan Jiang's account still held over 5 million, and considering the original's previous expenditures, the total was no less than 80 million that this card had been given to her by Luan Ying in the original plot. This card was neither a gesture of goodwill from the Luan family to compensate the original nor a means to lend her money, but rather a premeditated scheme by Luan Ying, who had borrowed a substantial sum in the original's name. Once the original spent all the money, Luan Ying would no longer provide her with any debt. In other words, the economic power was entirely in Luan Ying's hands. While the original was completely oblivious, spending money without questioning its source. Thus, when the Luan family went bankrupt, the original ultimately lacked the means to repay the loan. Even if she were to sell herself in the red light district for a lifetime or 10 lifetimes, it would still not suffice. Coincidentally, the system Luan Jiang was bound to was called the money-grabbing system, which possessed no other abilities but abundant funds. The only issue was that the money from the system could only be used for targeting objectives, and Luan Jiang needed to devise a way to transfer these funds to herself, the Luan family. Luan Ying clutched her bleeding ear and rushed upstairs. Upon seeing the old man, tears welled up in her eyes. He had been engrossed in his book, but upon witnessing Luan Ying's condition, he was instantly taken aback. Luan Ying straightened her back, choking back tears. Grandfather, Luan Jiang was pulling at Gu Yi during the banquet. When I reminded her, she grabbed my earring, blood dripped on her fair skin, a sight so jarring that the old man felt a pang of pain and urgency in his heart. This was his most cherished granddaughter. How could this be allowed? How could this be tolerated? The old man had a favorable impression of Gu Yi, but the thought of him entangled with the mischievous Luan Jiang instantly soured that sentiment. Luan Ying responded softly, appearing quite dejected, as if she did not believe him. The old man hurriedly offered many reassurances and even called for his personal doctor. He was a young man, and seeing Luan Ying's ear injured like this, he couldn't help but harbor resentment towards Luan Jiang. Before the old man could speak, he interjected, no matter the circumstances, one must not resort to violence. Miss Luan Jiang, your actions are so vicious. How can you be considered a proper young lady? Luan Ying then said softly, Grandfather, please do not say such things. She has the means to drive me away. While I am here, who dares to touch you? The old man glared at Luan Jiang, the meaning quite evident. Luan Jiang observed the trio's back and forth with a sense of amusement, wishing she could sit on the carpet with a bowl of seeds and applaud. She couldn't be bothered to respond to Luan Ying's initial aggression. Prejudice was akin to an insurmountable mountain. To label her as unreasonable was simply that, unreasonable without justification. The old man slammed his hand on the table. Are you rebelling? As the saying goes, truthful words are often unpalatable. Luan Jiang shrugged. ignoring the gazes of the three before her, leisurely peeling an orange. Sister does not fancy Gu, yet I do. Sister looks down on the Gu family. But I hold them in esteem. Be able to associate with the Gu family's young master is indeed an honor. I do not understand how it is perceived as so lowly in your eyes. How laughable! Why would you choose to pursue someone with a disability? Is it not simply for his wealth? Luan Ying scoffed coldly. Luan Jiang replied unabashedly, if you are not greedy for money, why do you cling to the Luan family? Moreover, mind your words. Chapter 4. The False Aristocrat and the True Heiress 4. Dr. Chen paused, gazing intently at Luan Jiang before refraining from further comment. Luan Ying found herself at a loss for words. She had never lost in verbal sparring before, yet she was consistently bested by an illiterate. If word got out, who would believe it? Luan Ying took a deep breath. Your words are sharp, filled with nonsense that I shall not engage with you. Luan Jiang rolled her eyes, popping a segment of orange in her mouth. Yes, please do refrain from speaking with me. It would only lower your status. Dr. Chun chuckled softly. Realizing he had laughed too abruptly, he could only stifle it. Get out. I do not wish to see you, the old man finally declared. If you like that Gu, go seek him out. Do not walk around my house and obstruct my view. You disgraceful thing. Do you think anyone would regard you after leaving the Luan family? Luan Jiang popped another segment of orange into her mouth. She replied slowly, you will surely regard me. Then go. Luan Ying could not hold back another cold laugh. Luan Jiang truly went to the Gu family. She told the gatekeeper, I have brought Mr. Gu what he desires. Should he be delayed, even for a second, he will surely be displeased. You best hurry and inform him, he had just concluded a business deal and was in good spirits. From the second floor, he glanced down and spotted the figure at the entrance, bouncing with impatience. His thin lips involuntarily curled upwards. Yet he quickly resumed his impassive demeanor, raising his hand to signal for her entry. Would she genuinely bring news about Luan Ying? He had his doubts. Perhaps it was merely an opportunity to observe her latest antics on his turf. Luan Jiang played the recording within the Luan family. The conversation among the four was reproduced verbatim. Gu Yi's previously pleasant mood darkened instantly. He fixed his gaze on Luan Jiang's phone resting on the wooden table, as though it were a long-deserved death sentence. Luan Jiang was not one to pursue the matter. She pouted slightly, feigning a hint of grievance. I am about to be homeless, the old butler, hidden in the kitchen on the first floor, had been watching for a while. The longer he observed, the more he found this girl to be quite delightful, a refreshing change from the solemn atmosphere. After all, their esteemed Gu master was notoriously taciturn. He could go an entire day without uttering a word and not feel stifled, often wearing a cold expression that repelled strangers. It was a pity that the Gu master, at such an advanced age, had finally developed a fondness for the Luan family's young lady, only to have his affections squandered repeatedly. It was admirable that he remained steadfast despite his pride. The old butler had served the Gu family for many years, and his relationship with Gu was more akin to that of father and son than master and servant. The more he observed Luan Jiang, the more he found her agreeable, appreciating her straightforwardness as she recounted the words of Miss Luan Ying from the recording. How lacking in conscience! During the years when the Luan family faced a grave crisis, it was their Gu master who intervened, allowing the Luan family to breathe again. Truly, the tides had turned, even old man Luan. Alas, the old butler resolutely decided to keep Luan Jiang around. Young lady, please do not leave. The old butler sprinted over and grabbed Luan Jiang's sleeve, startling her with wide eyes, resembling a frightened little cat with its fur ruffled. The elderly steward, filled with affection, gently patted her head and remarked, Indeed, we are in need of someone to share our meals. The kitchen staff worked with trepidation, always anxious about whether they prepared too much or too little. The discerning palate of Mr. Gu was notorious, and a disappointing meal could provoke his ire. As this thought crossed his mind, a glimmer sparked in the steward's eyes, and with a smile he inquired, My dear child, how do you fare at the dining table? Do you eat heartily? Luan Jiang nodded and then shook her head, seemingly reluctant to lie. Eventually, her shyness compelled her to admit with a slight nod that she could manage a bit more than the average meal. Perhaps 3 bowls in one sitting. Splendid. The steward's eyes twinkled with delight, The atmosphere of a meal shared with someone who relishes their food is truly a wonderful thing. We have a position available. It's not too demanding. The pay is decent, and meals and lodging are included. Would you be interested? He gestured towards the little garden outside, suggesting, you could trim the flowers. If you're unsure how, the gardener can teach you. But there's already a gardener, so what would be my purpose? To serve as a mascot? Luan Jiang blinked in confusion. Yet it seems our GU is quite reluctant to have me stay. The steward waved his hand dismissively. His opinion holds no weight. How imposing. How authoritative. Luan Jiang nodded obediently. All right then. Unbeknownst to Mr. Gu, Luan Jiang secured a position as the gardener for the Gu family, along with a room and a small chamber. The system inquired, did you already know the steward would disregard the target's objections to keep you here? Luan Jiang replied, I assure you, I am not so calculating. The system retorted, your cunning exceeds that of an entire hive of bees. Upon witnessing the steward's thoughtful arrangement of her quarters, Luan Jiang realized the depth of his intentions. Her room was conveniently located next to Gu Yi's, allowing for serendipitous encounters, with the timing and circumstances in her favor. How could Luan Jiang resist orchestrating a little mischief in the evening? She had inquired and learned that you had a light workload today, with only one meeting left in the afternoon before he could rest. The system observed Luan Jiang asking the steward to prepare some ingredients and curiously questioned, are you planning to cook? The main deity cooks too? Luan Jiang, familiarizing herself with the kitchen utensils, replied without pause. As the saying goes, to accept a meal is to be indebted. Mr. Gu cannot dine on my cooking and remain hungry. If he enjoys my meal, he cannot dismiss me. Though the steward had taken the initiative to keep her around. The final decision rested with the head honcho, Mr. Gu, and this role of a mascot, or rather, gardener, still felt precarious. The system suggested, can we not order takeout? Luan Jiang replied, for someone like Mr. Gu, the concept of takeout does not exist in his world. The system remarked, humanity is indeed a peculiar species. An hour later, he descended the stairs with an icy demeanor. The architecture of the Gu villa was meticulously tailored to his needs, with elevators and pathways accommodating a wheelchair. The overall design leaned towards European aesthetics, blending simplicity with exquisite luxury. He maneuvered his wheelchair slowly towards the dining table, but did not take a seat immediately. As he glanced at the array of dishes before him, he shot a sidelong glance at the steward. The steward, ever cheerful, replied, I noticed you ate little last time. I feared the chef's offerings did not suit your taste. Hence the change. If this does not please you, we can continue to alter the menu until you are satisfied. He furrowed his brow, but remained silent as he positioned himself at his usual spot and picked up his chopsticks. He had a distaste for animal entrails and undercooked fare, and due to his delicate constitution, he could not indulge in hard-to-digest foods such as corn, glutinous rice, potatoes, or milk that he abstained from smoking, enjoyed wine, but never to excess, maintained a rigorous exercise regimen, dedicated 2 hours to reading physical books, and took afternoon naps. He was, in short, a disciplined yet demanding individual. The dishes before him bore similarities, and it was evident that the chef favored sweet and sour flavors. Albeit the seasoning was rather mild, he sampled a few bites, remarkably refraining from flipping the table in frustration. The steward stifled a laugh, discreetly signaling an okay gesture towards the kitchen in the next moment. Luan Jiang burst forth from the kitchen, exuding a cheerful dinner is served. Chapter 5. The Faux Aristocrat. True heiress Gu watched, incredulous, as the persistent individual boldly approached and seated herself directly across from him. Before taking her seat, she called out with gusto, Hello, boss. You've worked hard. Gu muttered. Where did she come from? The steward wore an expression of delight, as if they had stumbled upon a great fortune. Gu replied, I do not require her services. Having uttered this, he realized the implications of his words, his lips pressing together in contemplation. Before him lay a half-eaten bowl of rice, and in front of him sat a woman with cheeks puffed up as she chewed. Her bright eyes sparkling as they met his gaze. Gu, who had rarely encountered situations that rendered him awkward, found this moment particularly uncomfortable, having never allowed himself to indulge in temper tantrums. He noted that the meal was indeed to his liking. Dismissing the chef out of personal grievance would be petty. The steward stepped forward, patting Gu Yi's shoulder, and offered a lifeline. It's perfectly fine. Do eat a bit more. Look at this young lady, delicate in frame. She claims she can consume 5 bowls. Luan Jiang, unable to respond with her mouth full, extended 3 fingers in correction. The steward, feigning reverence, exclaimed, "Behold! She claims 5 bowls, plus 3 more." Luan Jiang interjected, "Mr. Li, are you trying to kill me?" He caught a glimpse of Luan Jiang's astonishment, and for a fleeting moment, he felt a modicum of satisfaction. With a huff, he elegantly scooped a bowl of soup, and, following the steward's lead, quipped, "If she cannot finish, let her be dismissed." The steward's smile faltered. "Mr. Gu, when did you become so humorous?" Luan Jiang, wearing a knowing expression, continued eating and suddenly produced a smaller porcelain bowl from beneath the table with a flourish. Clang, clang, clang. The steward felt reassured. "Ah, well, now 10 bowls seem manageable." Luan Jiang interrupted, "Mr. Li, please go enjoy your meal. I can handle this." Having spent a trivial sum on groceries for her target, she was far from reaching her goal of gathering enough energy for her next adventure. Once the steward departed, only Luan Jiang and Gu Yi remained in the dining room. Gu Yi lowered his gaze to his soup, treating the table as if it were devoid of another presence. Some individuals possess an undeniable aura of authority, merely by virtue of their existence. The formidable presence of Gu Yi stemmed from his fierce battles in the business world, coupled with an education of the highest caliber in his homeland, and his cultivated demeanor and decision-making prowess were unmatched. He despised the pity others expressed for his disability and loathed the attention focused on his legs. Such individuals create their own worlds, fortified by towering walls, and allow no one to trespass. Both individuals set down their utensils almost simultaneously. One had genuinely consumed 8 bowls, 7 small, 1 large, while the other had managed half a bowl of rice and a bowl of soup, which was quite impressive. As Gu Yi finished wiping his mouth, he found himself meeting Luan Jiang's sparkling gaze, his reaction delayed by a second. Luan Jiang asked, "Do you want rice rolls for breakfast tomorrow? I can make them." Gu Yi was tempted to clarify that she would not be here by then. Yet Luan Jiang continued, "Do you enjoy durian? I could prepare a durian mille-feuille for you. I can also bring you some crispy pork for lunch at the office." "How does that sound?" Gu Yi responded. He did enjoy durian, but previous chefs had always refrained from purchasing such strongly flavored items for fear of provoking his temper, let alone crafting intricate dishes. He could never bring himself to mention it. Since this woman was eager to showcase her prowess, he decided to wait for her misstep before dismissing her. Luan Jiang, sensing his seemingly calm demeanor, recognized that his furrowed brow had finally relaxed, indicating his satisfaction. She refrained from expressing her delight and continued to regard Gu Yi with a sincere gaze. He recalled her words from the recording, where she expressed that being associated with the eldest son of the Gu family was a privilege, and felt a slight warmth in his earlobes. This woman was utterly unrestrained. It was one thing to declare her intentions in front of so many, but her intense gaze was something else entirely. "Good night, Mr. Gu Yi," maintaining his stoic expression, maneuvered his wheelchair to turn away, silent, as he entered the elevator under the watchful gaze of the steward's teasing eyes. In the following days, Luan Jiang took charge of all 3 meals. She seized the opportunity to spend on her target without hesitation, vowing not to let it slip away. Instead of shopping at the supermarket, where haggling was impossible, she drove to the local market, insisting on negotiating a price of 300 for items worth 100, and stretched a half-hour journey into a 3-hour excursion, calculating her fuel expenses at triple the rate. Luan Jiang queried, "Is this against the rules?" The system replied, "No violations detected." After a week of diligent effort, the security personnel, receptionists, assistants, and secretaries within the Gu building had all come to recognize her. They even added her to a group chat titled, "Is M.R.Gu in a good mood today?" To keep her informed about his well-being, they affectionately referred to Luan Jiang as the mascot. Notably, since Luan Jiang began preparing meals, Mr. Gu's outbursts had substantially diminished. Had they known that culinary delights could save the world, would they have toiled so hard? Such was the jest. Regardless, each time Luan Jiang visited the office, she was met with enthusiastic welcomes from all quarters. The microtransaction system lacks the capabilities of the divine physician system. However, as a former deity overseeing numerous realms, she possesses the means to forcibly elevate the microtransaction system to the level of the primary system. The so-called primary system is, of course, the supreme authority among all systems, capable of mastering the data of every system and maximizing their skills that facilitate an upgrade of the system. A significant feat must be accomplished. For instance, shattering the protagonist's halo in this world and transforming the remnants of that halo into system experience points. System. Is it really possible to play like this? If you shatter the protagonist's halo, won't the world collapse as well? Luan Jiang. The realms are not as fragile as you think. They rely on more than just the protagonist for support. They are upheld by many excellent supporting characters. System. I see now. With the system reassured, Luan Jiang added with a mischievous grin. And if it does collapse, I have ways to create another one. System. So there's still a risk. Is there? Every day, Luan Ying receives text message reminders. She is acutely aware of the increasingly frequent and substantial expenditures of that fool, Luan Jiang. Yet, Luan Ying remains unsatisfied. She yearns for Luan Jiang to fall into the depths of despair swiftly. It is I, Luan Ying. Are you attending a gathering soon? Be sure to invite Luan Jiang. Find a way to make her foot the bill this time. After hanging up, Luan Ying still felt uneasy. She arranged for several wealthy youths to be by Luan Jiang's side, determined to tarnish Luan Jiang's reputation while ensuring she exhausts the funds on that card. Chapter 6. The faux aristocrat and the true heiress 6. A few hours later, the 5 million on Luan Jiang's card was but a trifling matter to the wealthy second-generation youngsters. Today, in order to set the stage, they indulged in the finest and most extravagant of entertainment, an array of exquisite foreign liquors, various dancers, and a kaleidoscope of lights. This colossal cruise ship drifted gracefully upon the sea, its dazzling light show illuminating much of the water's surface. Far surpassing the distant starry sky in brilliance that on the deck, clusters of young men and women danced energetically, clad in light attire that revealed their long, graceful legs that a few performers energized the atmosphere, twisting and turning on poles, inciting cheers and raucous applause from the crowd. Inside the cabin, Luan Jiang's petite figure was encircled by a group of youths with unusually colored hair. You finally came out to have some fun with us, yet you refused to drink even a few glasses? Drink up. You can't leave until the glasses are empty. Your sister specifically asked us to take good care of you. If you won't drink, that means we're not being hospitable. A youth whose face was so gaunt it appeared skeletal joked while pointing at the array of drinks on the table, his tattooed arm draped over Luan Jiang's shoulder. Come on. Drink. Once you do, we're all brothers. Any trouble, we've got your back. The potent scent of smoke and alcohol mingled with a hint of perfume, barely masking the scent of sweat wafted from him. Luan Jiang exhibited no signs of distaste. Her cheeks flushed, seemingly unaccustomed to being the center of attention. With a slight curve of her red lips and her eyelashes fluttering downwards, she appeared both helpless and persuaded by them. She offered a sweet, demure smile that left the men entranced. All right, but my tolerance isn't great. If I get drunk and make a scene, please don't hold it against me. The youth thought to himself, I'm just waiting for you to get drunk so I can carry you to bed. He laughed heartily, waving his hand with a hint of flirtation as he leaned in closer, inhaling her fresh, sweet fragrance, his gaze clouded with desire. Drink up. Let loose. There are no outsiders here. Luan Jiang shyly accepted the cocktail he offered, speaking softly. So shall I down it? Yes. Down it quickly. Now, this is more like a night out. Ha 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 ha. Splendid. The Luan family truly has no weaklings. This group of wealthy youths knew how to create a lively atmosphere. After just one drink, they erupted into cheers as if they had conquered a territory. Luan Jiang's demeanor, while drinking, was both obedient and beautiful, her elegant neck resembling that of a graceful swan. A light blush gracing her fair skin from the alcohol. She delicately held a glass, a sight that typically would belong to someone unaccustomed to drinking, yet she exuded a youthful allure. The onlookers were captivated. The leading youth swallowed hard multiple times, his hands wandering inappropriately to her waist. Upon the slightest touch of her soft, slender form, he could not restrain himself any longer. His fingers roamed freely, his gaze growing ever more fervent. After a drink, the little beauty was already tipsy. She paid no mind to leaning against the youth's embrace, giggling dreamily, reaching for the glass. Yet, the scene before her swayed, rendering her unable to locate the glass's position. As she fumbled, her hand instead brushed against another. That hand was sticky and small. Upon realizing her presence, it immediately clasped hers, attempting to pull her into its embrace for unwarranted liberties. The system looked on in pity at the group of men teetering on the brink of madness. Gu Family 1's seat was vacant at the dining table. The man maneuvered his wheelchair past the empty chair, his gaze resting on the sumptuous dishes before him. The old steward had informed him that she never claimed reimbursement for groceries, becoming ever more delighted the more she spent. Each day, she concocted new dishes for him, never repeating a recipe, her thoughtfulness far exceeding the monetary value. He could not believe anyone could be so foolish as to leap into a fire pit. Undeterred, he certainly would not come to harbor affection for her, and keeping her around was merely due to her decent culinary skills. A wise individual would seize the opportunity while he remained intrigued, collecting a fair sum before departing, rather than foolishly squandering her money on him. The more Gui pondered, the more he felt that the Luan family was utterly foolish, to such a degree that he could not ignore it. After consuming a few bites of food, he found it tasteless. Unable to recapture the excellent appetite he had just days prior, he set down his chopsticks, closing his eyes, his brow furrowed, as if confronted with an insurmountable dilemma. The old steward stood beside him with a smile, refraining from mentioning Luan Jiang's whereabouts or inquiring about Gu's mood. After a prolonged silence, the man's deep voice reluctantly broke the stillness. "Where is she?" This fool had claimed to like him, routinely utilizing their mealtime to fervently boost his favorability. The old steward, unable to contain himself, replied, "Little Jiang was supposed to dine with you, but her sister from the Luan family called her away, saying something about a gathering. You know, sir, little Jiang has a poor relationship with her sister. Once she was called away, who knows what might happen?" The old steward sighed. A flicker of concern crossed the man's brow. Indeed, she was a fool. How could she not see such an obvious trap? Where had all her cleverness, which was used to curry favor with him, gone? Old steward. "Sir, should we go take a look? Such a wonderful girl like little Jiang must not be mistreated." Having witnessed the sordidness of such circles, the old steward, like the man himself, could easily envision the troubles Luan Jiang would encounter. Leave her be." The old steward frowned, his face etched with concern. "Leave her be? Who would believe that?" Luan Ying watched the video streaming from the cruise ship and laughed aloud. "I in the footage." Luan Jiang was so intoxicated she was oblivious to her surroundings, accepting drinks from anyone who approached her. By the video's end, several men dragged Luan Jiang into a room, and then the door closed. It was unnecessary to see inside to know what would transpire there that night. It was equally clear that by dawn, Luan Jiang would be in utter despair. Luan Ying felt vindicated. The thought of that day, when Luan Jiang had rendered them speechless, still filled her with resentment. A memory etched in her mind. Luan Ying did not want them to see Luan Jiang. She merely wished for them to acknowledge her as their sole daughter. Otherwise, it would be terribly unfair. She had worked tirelessly to earn her place as the Luan family's eldest daughter since she could remember. Once assured that the room was devoid of surveillance, the target will require at least 10 minutes to arrive. "Are you certain you do not wish to struggle?" Luan Jiang. "Do I seem like someone delivering warmth to them?" System. Not at all." No sooner had the words left its mouth than the two youths who had been atop Luan Jiang, tearing at her clothes, were suddenly overturned by a tremendous force. Chapter 7. The faux aristocrat and the true heiress. 7 others had gone to the restroom for a smoke, the door ajar, intending to eavesdrop on the happenings inside the room, only to hear the two youths wailing in agony. They exchanged bewildered glances, hastily emerging with cigarettes still in their mouths. They were dumbfounded. Who could explain the sight of a woman with a foot planted on one youth's chest? She was not supposed to be pinned down, was she? Luan Jiang, disheveled, her once neat hair now cascading down, her makeup smeared, had just knocked the two youths unconscious with a few slaps, and now she turned slowly, a charming smile gracing her face as she met the astonished gazes of the two men behind her. The cigarette they had been holding fell to the ground, upon learning that the cruise ship had drifted far from the port. Gui decisively instructed 6 capable bodyguards to take a speedboat and intercept it. Their mission was to rescue the girl, leaving everything else aside. Half of Gui's face was shrouded in darkness. His jawline remarkably stern, he parted his thin lips, curling a finger as he tapped rhythmically on the armrest of his wheelchair. "Whoever stands in our way will break their legs." The seemingly light words were laced with overwhelming fury and lethal intent. Even the bodyguards who had accompanied him for many years could not help but shudder. Half an hour later, the bodyguards emerged, carrying someone wrapped in a blanket. He had been waiting by the shore. And upon noticing that the person wrapped in the blanket was clearly not wearing any clothes, his pupils constricted slightly. Immediately, the hand he had resting on the armrest clenched into a fist. The old butler's expression was grave, with a glint of murderous intent in his eyes. The behavior of that member of the Luan family was utterly outrageous. Even if she resented Luan Jiang's presence or feared that Luan Jiang might take something from her, she could have easily gained everyone's respect through her genuine abilities. Although Gu Yi might not harbor any fondness for Xiao Jiang at present, she was at least half a member of the Gu family. Everyone in the Gu Corporation recognized her, including Gu Yi's trusted aides. Gu Yi would never allow anyone to brazenly slap his face in front of him. He would not permit his own people to be mistreated on his territory. Under the icy gaze of his boss, the bodyguard awkwardly carried the person in his arms to Gu Yi. With a stoic expression, he reported, "When I arrived, they were pursuing Xiao Jiang, Miss Luan. She ran too fast and accidentally fell into the sea. Fortunately, we managed to rescue her in time. She inhaled some water and lost consciousness, but she is not seriously harmed and has not been touched by that group." Jiu remained silent, the cold aura around him unwavering. He fixated on the legs protruding from the blanket. They should have been as fair and delicate as the stems of daffodils, seemingly capable of oozing juice with a little pressure. Instead, they were bruised and battered, with the exquisitely beautiful ankles marred by broken skin, dried blood crusted upon them, that a perfect work of art had suddenly fallen into the muck. Stained in filthy colors, the man slowly raised his large hand and gently touched her leg. The leg flinched slightly. The person had awakened. With great effort, a head emerged from the blanket, revealing bright red eyes. She met the man's dark gaze, neither crying nor making a fuss, merely pouting her lips and in a somewhat hoarse voice, plaintively remarked, "You arrived too quickly. If you had come a bit later, I would have been fine. If his people had arrived a moment later, she would have drowned." The Jiu Yi's gaze darkened. What a little liar. She came to work in his territory, asking for nothing in return, solely intent on being good to him. Her words sounded flippant and insincere, yet her heart burned with sincerity and warmth more than anyone else's. When she said she liked him, it was genuine affection. Even in such a dire situation, she was making an effort to joke and dispel the darkness and chill. Luan Jiang continued to chatter. "Are you going to say something? Are you worried that I'm distressed and unable to eat?" "Be quiet." The man, unable to contain himself, seized one of her ankles, his palm pressing down firmly. "If you dare deceive me again, I will skin you alive." Luan Jiang winced in pain, but she bit her lip to stifle her cries. A mist of tears began to form in her eyes as she wriggled her two fair and slender hands out from the blanket to poke at his wheelchair. "I'll just deceive you." "I will, bodyguard." Oh my, old butler. "Oh dear." He tightened his grip further. "You might as well skin me and hang my skin as a specimen in your room." Luan Jiang finally lost her composure, crying out, "I want to scare you to death every night. Woo woo woo." The man paused momentarily. Luan Jiang's tears were filled with such grievance. While she mumbled about wanting him to skin her quickly, she rubbed her tears onto the blanket and pushed his wheelchair away with her fingers. Like a silly child who couldn't quite hit the mark, he felt that it was foolish of him to argue with her. He pressed his lips together and released his grip, only to be kicked twice by her foot the next moment. "Bodyguard." "Goodness, old butler." Oh no, the strength was not heavy, or rather, it was hardly a force at all. Far weaker than the grip he had on her. The coldness that had finally begun to dissipate surged back into him. Yet upon seeing the circle of red around her ankle, his anger inexplicably faded. Forget it. Knowing she was a fool, what was the point of reasoning with her? He shot one last glare at the blanket before maneuvering his wheelchair to turn away. Only then did the old butler dare to step forward and express concern. The old butler addressed the girl on the sofa, who was cuddling a pillow while watching a movie. "President Gu is worried that you might have sustained other injuries, so he has arranged for Dr. Chen to come over. Please take your medicine before sleeping. Dr. Chun. System. You guessed correctly. It is indeed that Dr. Chun. He comes from a family of doctors, not inferior to the former Luan family, and his medical skills are commendable. He often treats some prominent figures. Luan Jiang. All right. Luan Jiang scratched her face. She had been fished out of the water by the bodyguard immediately after falling in. Her fainting was feigned, and her fear was an act, so they had secretly called the doctor. I'm fine. Thank you. Luan Jiang burst into laughter, her smile radiant and devoid of any gloom, more vibrant than a scarlet rose basking in golden sunlight. The old butler chuckled. It's mainly because President Gu is truly worried about you that he went out to look for you after eating just a few bites, and now that it's past midnight. He had much to eat. He kept saying it was no concern, yet in the end he still took care of everything. Didn't you notice? Humph. Luan Jiang softly hummed to herself, thinking how fierce and terrifying he was. The old butler sighed and kindly said, President Gu lived alone in the large mansion during his youth. After experiencing an accident in his childhood, it made his already reclusive nature even more pronounced. He never entrusted his matters to anyone, not even his biological parents. The old butler reminisced about that stubborn and lonely little figure from his memories, feeling a pang of sorrow. Luan Jiang straightened her posture and fell silent for a moment as well. She pouted, Oh, I understand. I don't blame him. I just say it for the sake of saying it. And no matter how fierce or terrifying he seems, he did save me. A 1T failed to comprehend that. Luan Jiang paused, biting her lip, and raised her beautiful eyes to look at the butler. I was just wondering, if it were my sister who encountered these situations today, would President Gu's reaction be more intense? More significant? The old butler was taken aback. Yet Luan Jiang forced a smile. I know that President Gu has liked my sister for many years. Chapter 8. The False Aristocrat and the True Heiress 8. The old butler was rendered speechless. He had previously thought that Miss Luan Ying was both beautiful and capable, a perfect match for President Gu. However, later on, when the Luan family weathered their crisis, they seemed to be in a hurry to distance themselves from President Gu. It was truly disheartening. After all, Miss Luan Ying shared a bond with President Gu from their childhood. Why must they avoid him so eagerly? Little Jiang, who I like, has nothing to do with you. The man had appeared at the top of the staircase unannounced. Overhearing Luan Jiang's nearly plaintive words, he curled his lips coldly, his eyes devoid of humor. The only reason you were able to come here was because of your sister. Don't you think it's too pretentious to hold this against me now? The old butler silently stepped aside. The girl on the sofa stiffened. She gazed blankly into the man's unperturbed dark eyes, her pink lips trembling without producing a sound. I didn't mean it like that. I was complaining. I was just, and why is it said to be because of Luan Ying? Isn't it because she cooks well that she was allowed to stay? If you don't wish to stay, then leave. The door was slammed shut with a forceful thud. The once lively and spirited mascot now slumped languidly on the sofa, loosely hugging a square pillow, her eyes empty and blank, completely immersed in her own world. The old butler wished to say something, but found himself at a loss for words. Were President Gu's words truly devoid of any lingering affection for Xiaojiang? Did he have to favor that Luan Ying? The old butler watched her for a few minutes with concern, preparing to turn and leave when that delicate, gentle voice rang out behind him. I'm fine. I am just pursuing President Gu. It's quite normal for him not to like me. Libo. You should get some rest. President Gu hasn't eaten anything tonight, right? I'll cook some porridge and bring it up. So he wants to go to bed hungry. I'll also take good care of Dr. Chun. Tonight has truly been such a bother for you and President Gu. Luan Jiang stood up from the sofa, smiling as she wiped her eyes, revealing the dimples on her cheeks. Good night, Li Bo. When Dr. Chun arrived, Luan Jiang was just in the midst of serving porridge. As she turned around, she came face to face with a tall and handsome man, leaving her momentarily stunned. You. Dr. Chun chuckled softly. He placed his medical kit on the dining table and smiled at her. I thought you were so sharp-tongued that you would poke me a few times upon our first meeting. Turns out you're just a little silly. What's the matter? Have I made you tongue-tied with my good looks? Dr. Chin Yoji, having shed his white coat, knew how to dress well. His appearance fit the type favored by many young girls today, gentle contours and a warm demeanor. Last time, he had been preoccupied with competing against Luan Ying and others, so he hadn't taken a good look at him. Indeed, he was quite the handsome man. Chun Yoji watched her as she tidied up in the kitchen, resting one hand on the counter, teasingly asking, "Has President Gu been looking out for you? Yet I heard you fell into the sea and suffered so pitifully." Luan Jiang, with her back to him, puffed out her cheeks in annoyance. From Chun Yoji's angle, he could see her cheeks puffed up, resembling a little hamster hiding a stash of snacks. That day at the Luan family, Luan Jiang had faced the old man and Luan Ying with an air of calmness that left a deep impression on Chun Yoji. He had seen Luan Jiang before and found her unremarkable, the timid country girl not to his taste. Had it not been for his inexplicable feelings for Luan Ying, he had lost interest in Luan Jiang thereafter. Luan Jiang has grown rapidly and adapted swiftly. Although she may lack the imposing presence of Luan Ying, she is certainly not to be trifled with. Chun Yoji remarked, "All right, enough with the jokes. Set down what you have in your hands. And let me take a look at your injury. That a girl's body is delicate. Not a trace of a mark can be left. Wait for me to bring up the porridge." Luan Jiang's voice lowered as she noted that Gu Zong hadn't had enough to eat that evening. Chun Yoji glanced at the second floor and then at Luan Jiang, who was enveloped in an air of despondency, and clicked his tongue. "You truly are quite the diligent one, aren't you?" Gu did not accept her porridge and did not even open the door. Luan Jiang ascended and descended the stairs with the porridge, yet the atmosphere around her had shifted, no longer steeped in gloom. She glared at the porridge for a moment, then rose to fetch a spoon, eating it in large mouthfuls, leaving Chun Yoji astonished. "Hey, are you turning anger into appetite?" "Huh." Chun Yoji rested his chin on his hand, observing her as she ate. Suddenly struck with an idea, he suggested, "Since you seem unhappy here, how about you come with me? I could use a cook at my place." Chun Yoji chuckled heartily. Afterward, their conversation dwindled. Chun Yoji appeared somewhat frivolous, but his medical skills remained serious. Before leaving, he reiterated, "Come with me." Luan Jiang, eager to push him out, exclaimed, "Even if I were to beg on the streets, I wouldn't go to your house to be a cook." Chun Yoji laughed as he departed. System. Host truly does not care about Gu Yi's attitude towards you. Do you? Luan Jiang. He's merely a task target. I haven't taken him to heart. Gu Yi displayed a moment of discomfort, though it passed swiftly. He surveyed the empty dining table and asked in a low voice, "Where's the porridge?" Gu Yi twitched his lips, his gaze icy and silent. Luan Jiang scratched her head and walked into the kitchen. After a few minutes, she heard the man inquire, "Are you wearing that to meet Chun Yoji?" Luan Jiang was clad in a bathrobe, a loose and comfortable design that exposed most of her collarbone, falling to just above her calves. The creamy white fabric was interspersed with hints of pale pink. Cinched at the waist with a ribbon fashioned into a cute bunny head, exuding playfulness, she had planned to sleep after a bath in a movie, unaware that a doctor, especially a familiar one, would be visiting. Thus, she had not paid attention to her attire. Well, she hadn't changed clothes intentionally to avoid washing an extra set. The man fell silent again. Luan Jiang, unfazed, ladled the porridge into a bowl. She had prepared a vegetable porridge, seasoned with a bit of salt, requiring no additional side dishes. That it was primarily to avoid overeating at night. A warm meal was sufficient. When the porridge was served and its appearance was revealed, Gu Yi instinctively adjusted his wheelchair to distance himself from the table. Luan Jiang remarked, "It's not unpalatable. I enjoy it very much. Should I feign horror at the sight? You, of all people, should know the level of my culinary skills." Gu Yi shot her a sideways glance. "Aren't you going to eat?" Luan Jiang replied, "I've already had a bowl." Gu Yi countered, "Your appetite exceeds one bowl." Their gazes locked. Luan Jiang thought, "All right, so he insists on having me accompany him for a meal then." Chapter 9. The faux aristocrat and the true heiress Luan Jiang retrieved a small bowl and served herself some porridge, perching herself across from Gu. The meal was consumed in silence. Luan Jiang did not speak, and Gu Yi was equally taciturn. After the man left the table, Luan Jiang asked the system, "Is the male lead also quite wealthy?" The system inquired, "Why is the target so capricious? Just moments ago, he wished you gone, and now he devours the porridge you made with relish. Quite strange." Luan Jiang chuckled. "Yes, a classic case of being harsh with words yet honest in actions. You'll encounter more individuals like him, so prepare yourself." The system responded with an understanding. Oh. Just as she exited the highway, Luan Jiang's car was abruptly surrounded by several sports cars, forcing her to a halt. The car doors slammed shut in unison, and a group of young men with ear piercings, dyed hair, and sullen expressions gathered in front of her vehicle, forming a semicircle. The leader, whom Luan Jiang recognized as the gaunt youth from the previous night who had attempted to force alcohol upon her and dragged her into a room, bore bandages and a patch on his face, with deep dark circles under his eyes, suggesting he had not slept well for several nights or perhaps indulged in substances he should not have. He leaned forward, smirking maliciously, and slammed his hand against the hood of her car, commanding, "Get out." Others joined in, banging on her car windows. Two particularly unruly ones even approached with a bucket of paint, ready to douse her vehicle. Luan Jiang remained composed in the driver's seat, her fingers rhythmically tapping on the steering wheel, gradually merging with the music playing inside the car. The system expressed indignation. Are these ruffians acting like this in broad daylight? There are cameras above, Luan Jiang retorted. I fear they might not come at all. The system was left in awe. Song Qing, the inept younger brother of the male lead, Song Chuan, had been deliberately targeted by Luan Jiang the previous night, leading to a severe beating that likely left his nose in need of reconstruction. You won't come down, huh? Song Qing grinned menacingly. The car door swung open. The first thing to come into view was a foot clad in pristine white shoes. The shapely calves were devoid of any excess flesh, impeccably maintained and smooth, glowing gently under the sunlight. She wore a knee-length checkered skirt that showcased her legs, with a white shirt tucked neatly into the skirt, the loose pleats subtly outlining her waist. The collar was buttoned all the way to the top, complemented by a bow tie of the same color as her dress. Her hair was tied into energetic twin ponytails, each adorned with a dark bow. Loose strands danced in the breeze as she stood upright, her eyes sparkling with mirth. And oh, need to be so rude. This is the Gu family S car, and you can't afford the damages. What kind of wrecked Benz is there to worry about? Song Qing slung a baseball bat over his shoulder with a swagger. Did you think I wouldn't come looking for you? Huh. You didn't appreciate my kindness last night, and now it's too late for anyone to come to your aid. He gestured to his companions, who swiftly advanced, seizing Luan Jiang and binding her with rope. Two of them, having previously suffered at her hands, were the first to restrain her arms and legs, fearful she might escape. Naturally, they indulged in some inappropriate behavior during the process. Luan Jiang did not struggle. In fact, she obediently allowed them to tie her up. That you've tarnished my reputation, and now you bring a whole gang to corner me. Young Master Song, you truly are pathetic. Your reputation? Song Qing scoffed, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke. After last night, do you think anyone would believe you weren't with us? The woman, now held captive, turned pale, her eyes filled with contempt. Despicable. The words slipped from her lips, accompanied by tears. Song Qing and his group erupted into laughter, forcefully shoving Luan Jiang into their car and driving off in another direction. 3 hours later, young Master Song lay in a hospital bed, informed that he would never again lead a normal life. His companions, some with facial injuries, others hospitalized, had several who remained unconscious. The instigator of it all had not only evaded consequences, but also had the audacity to call for an ambulance and report the incident, accompanying them to the hospital. Luan Jiang awaited the arrival of the male lead. Song Chuan. Despite his brother's failings, the chaos stirred by him necessitated Song Chuan's presence. Otherwise, Luan Jiang, known for her ruthlessness and decisiveness, would escalate the situation, bringing shame upon the Song family. Luan Jiang. I swear I'll make you pay for this. I will never let you go. Seated on a bench in the hospital corridor, Luan Jiang listened to young Master Song's furious roars and lamentations, smiling in delight. Unbothered, she wiped the blood from her face and gestured a peace sign towards the ward, snapping a picture to send to Gu E with the caption, "Can't buy groceries now. Poor Gu Zone will have to manage on his own." After sending it, she felt a shadow loom overhead. Looking up, she found a strikingly handsome man, Song Chuan, the male lead who would eventually marry Luan Ying. Luan Jiang? You again. Song Chuan averted his gaze in disgust upon seeing Luan Jiang's tattered dress and pulled out a small notebook from his pocket. Name your price. Luan Jiang stared at his hand for a moment before bursting into laughter. Huh. You must be joking, Song Chuan. Are you insane? Huh. Song Chuan. Luan Jiang quipped. Someone wrote a check for me to leave. System, record this moment. It's my first time. The system, unsure of why the host was so excited yet complying, replied. Song Chuan's temper flared as a vein throbbed on his forehead. Once Luan Jiang had laughed enough, she rubbed her eyes and said, "All right, I want 25 million. Song Chuan found her audacity utterly ridiculous. Who do you think you are to demand 25 million? He intended to offer her 2 million to dismiss her. Luan Jiang smiled, leaning on the bench as she looked up at him. Your brother tried to gather a group to assault me last night, and Gu Yi was present. He tricked me into paying the bill, leaving me with a debt of 25 million that upon hearing Gu Yi's name, Song Chuan froze momentarily. Today, under the surveillance of the cameras, they vandalized Gu Zong's car and attempted to abduct me. Young Master Song, while I may be an uneducated fool, I cannot allow you to treat me with such disdain repeatedly. Song Chuan. The 3 words little fool sound so much like a playful tease. Don't they? I admit, I am quite handsome, evoking an urge to sleep beside me. Luan Jiang smiled widely, but if forced, I must go in for reformation, asked the law-abiding young master. What do you think? Song Chuan took a deep breath. Casting a few restrained glances towards the ward, he closed his eyes and said, Since it belongs to Gu Yi, I will discuss the amount with him. Luan Jiang chuckled playfully. My relationship with Mr. Gu is indeed quite indistinguishable. Talking to him or .gu is the same as talking to me, and vice versa. You think you have the final say? Song Chuan could hardly believe that such a trivial thing could catch Gu Yi's attention. Furthermore, Gu Yi was disabled. How could he possibly have a little lover? Chapter 10. Faux aristocrat. True heiress, I have no say in this matter. Luan Jiang shrugged. Song Chuan's expression darkened. Then why are you wasting your breath here? He was dealing with millions in mere moments. Ordinarily, this woman wouldn't even qualify to speak to him. Luan Jiang blinked innocently. One must utter many trivialities in life, and with whom one speaks matters little. Since I'm so attractive, why shouldn't I indulge myself? Song Chuan. How can you be so presumptuous and shameless? He turned to leave, but she remained unfazed, giggling. Actually, whether I have the final say depends entirely on you. Young master. Song Chuan. What does this little brat take him for? A mere trinket in his hand. Repeating the same few words without sincerity. Nevertheless, Song De Guzi's footsteps halted. To my knowledge, you have recently been negotiating a collaboration with Mr. Gu, correct? If M or .gu truly takes this to heart, your bargaining chip may be halved to that point. It won't just be millions, but potentially billions. Young master, you may leave, or you may choose to disregard me, and I understand the need for monetary appeasement. The Song Group is currently on the rise. It must avoid legal troubles at all costs. However, as the decision-maker of the Song family, he must keep his brother in check, lest he be deemed negligent. And the board members would not let him off easily. Given this, he must approach business with Gu Yi with utmost seriousness, not to mention the prospect of apologizing, which would be akin to delivering a handle to Gu Yi. 25 million is excessive, Song Chuan said defiantly, his neck stiff. Luan Jiang extended a long, slender finger and waved it. Your younger brother's expenses that night amounted to 25 million, and regarding this car and my injuries, I have not charged you, as I wish to befriend you, any less, and I would be left with nothing. Song Chuan. Befriend? You wish to befriend me, having always been the type that outshined others. He had never experienced the taste of inferiority. Throughout his life, he had sailed smoothly, and he could hardly fathom that a matter he thought would only cost 2 million could leave him stumped for several minutes. Being bested by a woman so crass, so obsessed with money, was undoubtedly the greatest and darkest blemish of his life. Luan Jiang, ever understanding, asked, Does young Master Song not wish to befriend me? Song Chuan. At least you have some self-awareness. Fine, I won't give you a discount. Luan Jiang's expression changed rapidly. She immediately pulled out her phone and began tapping on the calculator, finally showing him a number. 444,444,444. Song Chuan. The man's face turned ashen, and after a long silence, he gritted his teeth and said, I am very willing to become your friend. Luan Jiang's eyes lit up. She immediately extended her hand, grinning. Then let us formally introduce ourselves. I'm your good friend, Luan Jiang. Song Chuan almost extended his hand inch by inch, slowly spreading his fingers and gradually grasped her small hand. This stubborn girl had a surprisingly soft hand that he turned his head, not wanting to look at that strikingly attractive face. You swear, Gu Yi will never know about today's events, and no matter what, it is best to bring this matter to a close as soon as possible. 25 million will be deducted from Song Qing's living expenses for the second half of the year. Luan Jiang shrugged again. I cannot guarantee that. Song Chuan's patience, already thin, was now thoroughly ignited. He immediately shook off Luan Jiang's hand, stepping forward to place his shoe between her small white shoes, one hand pressed against the wall next to her cheek, and the other clenched into a fist. Making a cracking sound, clearly at the brink of fury, Song Deguzi was on the verge of losing his inherent elegance, growling in anger. You think I can't do anything to you, don't you? How infuriating, time and again, this woman had him spinning in circles. The pair of peach blossom eyes before him sparkled with enchanting waves, and it was hard not to be ensnared by the autumn waters within her gaze, drawing him into a deep current. Her light and melodious voice, like jade striking against jade, carried a playful lilt as she said, just teasing the young master, 25 million is too much. You should keep it for yourself. However, I genuinely wish to befriend you, and I hope that next time we meet, you will treat me to a meal. Song Chuan, breathing heavily, leaned down close enough to her to almost touch I in this cramped and slightly ambiguous atmosphere. His voice, laced with suspicion, broke the silence. You truly don't want it? Luan Jiang tilted her head, her red lips curling slightly. I do not, Song Chuan. He hadn't felt this roller coaster-like acceleration of his heartbeat in many years. This stubborn girl, with just a few words, made it seem not so difficult to be noticed by Gu Yi. Seeing the friendly smile in her eyes, Song Chuan's demeanor softened. He finally realized that he was too close to her. His face paled, and he immediately pulled away. The sudden distance cooled the air around them, and Luan Jiang adjusted her clothing, looking at him with a sweet and soft smile. Do you mean what you say? Song Chuan asked, still unconvinced. Luan Jiang nodded. Yes, I do not wish for Gu to think I am a troublemaker. The competition in this industry of little lovers is fierce. I must perform well to ensure Mr. Gu keeps me around longer. The numerous points in her words left Song Chuan too exhausted to be angry or to find fault. This time, there was no hint of arrogance or disdain. The man's tone lowered, his words less cold. Next time I see you, I will treat you to a meal. Wonderful. Thank you, young master. Luan Jiang chirped. The location is entirely up to you. I am fine with anything. Song Chuan's lips moved as if he wanted to say something more, but ultimately, he said nothing. The hospital corridor was cold and dreary, making it commendable that she could wear so little yet smile so warmly. After this encounter, Song Chuan's impression of her deepened significantly. He would not forget their promise of a meal. Even the thought of Gu Yi, the cripple, having such a bright and intriguing soul, made a twinge of jealousy stir within him. Luan Ying could never be like her. The women surrounding him could not be like her either. The system observed in astonishment as the male lead's favorability rating suddenly soared. Could it be that he has a taste for this? No, the male lead preferred someone like Luan Ying, who was fierce and spoke little. The system was puzzled and had to humbly ask for guidance. Luan Jiang, because there is no one around him as shameless as I am. Everyone else is from the upper echelons, where reputation matters. How could they be like me, constantly talking about money? How vulgar. System. Humans truly are creatures of contradiction. Luan Jiang. Unfortunately, the joy of being vulgar is the easiest to satisfy. The system felt the host's words were double-edged, but regrettably lacked the literary knowledge to fully comprehend. The car was sent for repairs, and it was the butler, Li Bo, who had the driver. Xiao Lu. Pick her up. Chapter 11. Faux aristocrat, true heiress Luan Jiang. Please remind me when Song Chuan goes to the Luan family. System. Understood. The old butler waited for Luan Jiang in the living room. Upon seeing the coat draped over her shoulders, he inwardly lamented the impending trouble but could not directly ask her to take it off. The old butler's face tightened. Gu is waiting for you in the study. Sweeten your words a bit. Luan Jiang inquired curiously. Doesn't you have to work today? The old butler shook his head gravely. Study outside. The sun shone brightly, illuminating the day, but the curtains on the left side of the study were drawn, casting half the room into shadow. Behind a large desk sat a figure, the cold light from the screen illuminating the man's face, rendering it even more frightening. Yes, soon as Luan Jiang stepped in, it felt as though she had been targeted by a lurking beast in the darkness. Those eyes fixated on her face, on the coat draped over her shoulders, fierce enough as if wanting to toss her and the coat out to be ground to dust. Mr. Dagu, the woman clad in another's coat, smiled brightly, oblivious to the danger. Did you see the photo I sent? It wasn't me who was admitted to the hospital. It was, next time we meet, I will treat you to a meal. The location is entirely up to you. I am fine with anything. The familiar voice emanating from the computer left Luan Jiang momentarily speechless, her mouth slightly agape, revealing a glimpse of her tongue. She gazed blankly at the computer, her body frozen in place. Explanation? The man's voice was hoarse, as if he had suppressed his emotions for far too long, and with just a hint of provocation. He could explode into chaos. The woman before him was petite, yet her limbs were slender and graceful. Her attire was disheveled and tattered, the hem of her skirt marred by numerous creases, while her delicate white legs bore unsightly bruises of varying shades, with even a contusion evident around her ankle, as if someone had forcefully gripped her. It was not hard to imagine the perpetrator exerting their strength to restrain her legs and feet, attempting to tear her clothing as they assaulted her. Gu's hand, gripping the mouse, was visibly tense with bulging veins. I will check if the video has been tampered with. Luan Jiang instinctively shrank her neck, adopting a slightly fearful expression. Yet, her legs showed no hesitation as they circumvented the table and approached the man. After a moment's contemplation, she removed her coat and placed it on the table. Luan Jiang. That's quite expensive. Gu cast her a cold glance. The screen displayed a clear image of her conversing with Song Chuan in the hospital corridor, so sharp that even the reflection in her eyes was discernible. This, Luan Jiang was taken aback for a second, before regaining her playful demeanor, exclaiming, "Oh my face looks quite photogenic." Gu narrowed his eyes, he let out a cold huff. "Indeed, you are a perfect match for President Song." Luan Jiang, undeterred, chimed in, "Handsome men and beautiful women, surely they are a match." The study was filled with an ominous chill. Luan Jiang lowered her gaze to the expressionless man, her hand unceremoniously trailing along the armrest of the wheelchair until it reached his shoulder. She felt the sturdy physique beneath his black shirt, and her smile widened. Is President Gu feeling jealous? The man remained silent for a long moment, offering a derisive snort in response, as if to say she was deluding herself. Gu did not push her wandering hands away, remaining steadfast in his seat. Upon seeing the video where Song Chuan was nearly kissing her, his jaw tightened. Meanwhile, outside the video, the woman leaned closer, whispering into his ear, "I like President Gu very much. In fact, I think of you countless times before I sleep every night." Such mortifying words could only be uttered by her silver tongue. Gu tilted his head, his lips almost brushing against her face. "Do you dare swear?" Luan Jiang instantly faltered. "I dare not. Gu. Are you able to bear the cost of deceiving me?" Luan Jiang's eyes darted mischievously. Though her hands remained on the wheelchair, she deftly squeezed between President Gu and the desk. In the icy gaze of Gu, she effortlessly settled onto his lap, cheerfully wrapping her arms around his neck. "If I can heal President Gu's legs, will you overlook all this?" Another deception. She was neither a doctor, nor did she possess any medical knowledge. How could she possibly heal him? By sheer will. By words. Gu grasped her wrists and held them together, his other hand slowly brushing against her waist. It was indeed possible. The little trickster continued to speak, claiming not only could she heal President Gu's legs, but she could also help him earn money and elevate the corporation. "I am yours. Who do you belong to now?" Gu's thoughts drifted back to the earlier scene, his gaze darkening and his grip tightening slightly. Song Chuan? If that man had never been in his embrace, it mattered little whether it was warm or cold. Yet once he had been there, warming it, and then left, it felt so desolate and empty, leaving only the need for a charming little deceiver to fill the void. Gu frowned as he noticed her exposed leg, stating, "You're not allowed to wear skirts when going out." Why? Luan Jiang innocently tugged at her skirt. Is it not pretty? Of course, he would never admit that it was too beautiful for her to wear such things. He coldly replied. Meals may be skipped, but they must be eaten in the dining room. This meant she must accompany him for dinner. President Gu was evidently not suited for sentimental declarations. His method of expressing possessiveness was rather subtle. Luan Jiang pouted, ultimately succumbing to the man's overpowering gaze, reluctantly nodding to Jiu. He was slightly satisfied. Discard Song Chuan's coat, change out of that skirt, and accompany me to the company later. Luan Jiang blinked her large eyes, playfully adding, President Gu, may I ask a rather bold question? Gu-e. Luan Jiang grinned. Do you mean to say that without me, you cannot work? Gu-e. Gu-e. Get out. Luan Jiang. All right. Today, an unexpected visitor arrived at the Gu Corporation. The secretary informed that he had explained Gu Yi's absence from the office that morning, yet Miss Luan Ying insisted on waiting in the pantry. Within those 2 hours, Miss Luan Ying made a series of troublesome requests, such as wanting milk tea that wasn't tea delivered and breakfast that needed to be freshly made. The secretary reported with a hint of resentment, having dealt with numerous complicated clients, but Miss Luan Ying was the first of her kind and certainly would not become a client. She had no right to put on airs in the Gu building. Gu nodded slightly. Secretary, President Gu, there's a video conference scheduled in half an hour, and after listing several items, he summarized, you may not have time to meet Miss Luan Ying. Jiu signed off without glancing at the secretary. Have her come by in the afternoon. The secretary pursed his lips. Understood, President Gu. Exiting with the secretary, Luan Jiang sympathetically offered him a cup of milk tea she had purchased along the way. Have a sip to calm your nerves. The secretary wore an expression of exhaustion as he accepted the milk tea with thanks, continuing to vent. You and Luan Ying share the same surname. How can you be so different? She, on the other hand, comes to Gu Corporation to enjoy free food. Ridiculous. Luan Jiang shrugged. She isn't a member of the Luan family. What could be done? The secretary nodded in agreement, after exchanging a few casual remarks. Luan Jiang seemingly innocently said, She's in room B, right? I'd like to meet her. Is that all right? The secretary poked the straw into the milk tea, rolling his eyes. What is the problem? Go ahead, just be sure to lock her in and give her a good beating. Luan Jiang. Luan Jiang. You've suffered, my friend. Chapter 12. The Faux Aristocrat and the True Heiress. 12. The upper floors where Gu Yi worked had 2 pantries. Pantry A near the elevators with a glass wall overlooking the corridor, and Pantry B, which was originally an office, but had since been converted into a pantry, still housing some unrelocated bookshelves and desks. The secretary clearly did not want Luan Ying to meet Gu Yi, hence he directly assigned her to the relatively distant Pantry B system. You have nothing to discuss with Luan Ying. Are you not afraid of confrontation? Luan Jiang. I actually hope she makes a move. Preferably right in front of Gu Yi. Knock, knock. The door was rapped upon. Luan Ying was seated in the office chair. Engrossed in her phone, annoyed, she glanced at the door, thinking it must be that reluctant secretary, and resolved to let him knock a while longer. Luan Ying silently scoffed. The door was knocked on twice more before it ceased. Luan Ying locked the door, unperturbed, convinced it wouldn't open unless it was kicked down or someone sought a spare key. If that secretary was so unwilling to work, she was determined to make him do a bit more. With such an atrocious attitude towards his job, she couldn't fathom how Gu Yi allowed such a person to serve as his secretary. Bang! A loud crash startled Luan Ying, causing her phone to slip from her grasp. The culprit stood at the door, feigning innocence as she lowered her legs. She was not dressed in a skirt, but rather in a chiffon blouse and black trousers, personally selected by President Gu. The loose, airy top added an ethereal quality to her movements, while the collar was adorned with a bow that Gu Yi had tied himself, with 2 short ribbons cascading down. The trousers were wide-legged, creating ripples as she walked, further accentuating her slender legs, and the high heels she wore were a limited edition from a renowned brand, procured through a mere phone call from President Gu to the manager for personal service. Undoubtedly of great value. Luan Jiang, it's Luan Jiang. How could she possibly be here? Witnessing the woman who bore no trace of her rural roots, Luan Ying felt her teeth grind. Is the office door something you could just kick down? Luan Ying's chest rose and fell with fury as she glared at Luan Jiang, barking. Do you think this is a poor mountain village? This is Gu Corporation. Gu Corporation. The very thought of Luan Jiang, who spent her days in the presence of Gu Yi, was enough to make Luan Ying blush in embarrassment. Luan Jiang shrugged nonchalantly, striding over to her side, her eyes crinkling with mirth. Perhaps President Gu simply prefers me this way? Is he out his mind? He likes you. Luan Ying's eyes nearly bulged. You know full well who Gu Yi favors. Are you not weary of deceiving yourself and subjecting yourself to humiliation? Gu Yi's taste is not so low. I'm not tired. Being with President Gu is never exhausting. Luan Jiang, in a good-natured manner, pointed to the sofa, filling Luan Ying's cup with water as if she were the host. Have a seat. I just came in President Gu's car, and he mentioned he has no time to meet you. If you don't wish to leave, I could take you out for a meal in the afternoon. I'll bring you to see President Gu. Surely he will have time then. Luan Jiang spoke half in jest, half in earnest. Gu indeed wouldn't be free until the afternoon, but she deliberately made it sound as if it were because of her that Gu Yi would meet Luan Ying. Luan Ying was, predictably, infuriated. Yet, she would not allow herself to show anger. She resolutely refused to appear inferior before country bumpkin. Taking several deep breaths, Luan Ying endeavored to keep her tone from sounding aggressive. You still have over 20 million in debts. You don't expect me to pay them off for you, do you? Gu Yi may have ample funds, but there is no way he would spend it on Luan Jiang. The Luan family's wealth is all in Luan Ying's hands. Even if Luan Jiang pleaded to the heavens, she would not receive a single cent. With this thought, the frustration in Luan Ying's heart began to dissipate somewhat. However, Luan Jiang's next words struck her like a thunderbolt. Has Song Chuan mentioned that he still owes me a meal? Song Chuan remained silent. He merely mentioned that while dealing with Song Qing's affairs, he encountered Luan Jiang. Luan Jiang, covering her mouth with a coy smile, remarked, How fortunate I am to indulge in food and drink by Brother Chuan's side. Sister, are you not going to get engaged to him soon? I wonder if I will have the privilege of attending your engagement ceremony. Do not provoke Song Chuan. Luan Ying abruptly stood up from her chair, her expression stormy. Song Chuan would never take a liking to you. Why are you so anxious, sister? Sit down, sit down. Luan Ying gritted her teeth, refusing to take a seat. Why should she listen to this nonsense? You vile creature, openly trying to compete with me without courage, merely seducing men. I warn you, the marriage between the Song and Luan families has long been arranged. Even if you bear his child, it is of no consequence, let alone just a meal. One stood. The other sat. Ordinarily, the one standing would possess the upper hand. Yet Luan Jiang lounged casually on the sofa, her high heel tapping rhythmically. She appeared utterly at ease, while Luan Ying, in her delusion of composure, clenched her fists tightly, her eyes brimming with fury. Only a fool would fail to see her on the brink of madness. All because of a few words from Luan Jiang. Tiske, the temperament of the Luan family's eldest daughter was rather poor. Was it not? Luan Jiang said cheerfully, You must remember, it is the Song and Luan families we are discussing. Ultimately, it is Brother Chuan's preference that matters, not the Luan family's wishes. Brother Chuan holds me in high regard. I still have the coat he gifted me. Sister, do you truly think you will be the one to get engaged to him in the end? Luan Ying and Song Chuan were merely in a business arrangement, their romantic connection to develop later. Currently, their meetings were exceedingly polite. How could they exchange such personal items as coats? Luan Jiang, you wretched creature who can only climb into men's beds. At last, Luan Ying lost her reason in the face of Luan Jiang's seemingly casual yet provocatively charged gaze. She advanced, pinning Luan Jiang's neck with her arm, applying pressure inch by inch. Luan Jiang slightly closed her eyes. When she opened them again, a mist had settled in them. Luan Ying paused for a moment. She witnessed the once insufferable smile on Luan Jiang's face swiftly transform into one of pitiful innocence, her crossed legs dropping as she flailed helplessly, her hands weakly attempting to push Luan Ying away. Sister, I was wrong. I dare not speak a single word to M.Gu anymore. Woo, please do not kill me. Do not let anyone treat me like that again. What are you pretending for? Luan Ying was almost amused to the point of laughter. It's just the two of us here. Let her go. Gu Yi, hindered by his legs, turned to the bodyguard beside him, exclaiming, Why aren't you going to rescue her already? The bodyguard subdued Luan Ying, as though she were a mere chick. effortlessly tossing her aside, while Luan Jiang, on the verge of tears, was cradled in his arms. He stood before the wheelchair, uncertain whether to place Luan Jiang on his LGU. He took the initiative and said, "Give her to me." Luan Jiang, sobbing, clung to his neck, her head nestling into his embrace. Her body trembling slightly. One of her high heels had fallen off, and she kicked the other one away, fully surrendering to Gu Yi's arms like a child. Luan Ying, audacity knows no bounds. Gu Yi held her tightly. He was no fool. He naturally understood Luan Jiang's intentions. First, she deliberately kicked the door to create a commotion to summon him. Then she provoked Luan Ying into action, forcing him to choose between the two. The man lowered his gaze. He should have been most averse to being manipulated, yet when he considered that the person in his arms was testing his feelings for Luan Ying in this manner, he could not bring himself to be overly critical. It was because of his affection for her, because he cared about who held his heart. Chapter 13. The faux aristocrat and the true heiress. Everyone was oblivious to the golden light that slowly rose from Luan Ying, illuminating Luan Jiang's body. System. Experience points. Host. It is experience points. Luan Jiang. Do you see if there is an additional main interface in front of you? Is there an extra shop on the far left? System. Yes. Oh my. There really is medicine inside. Luan Jiang. How much? System. 50 million. It states that after taking this medicine, your legs can recover completely within 49 days. It also enhances physical fitness. Luan Jiang. Use your funds to purchase it. I'll give it to Mr.Gu tonight. System. All right. It was utterly astonished, at a loss for words. So the protagonist's halo could indeed be shattered, and it could be converted into its experience points. The composition of the protagonist's halo was quite complex. Take Luan Ying, for instance. Gu Yi's deep affection was one of the key factors in her career. Should Gu Yi's feelings waver, a portion of the protagonist's halo could very well shatter. Likewise, Song Chuan, the male lead, was an indispensable energy source for the protagonist's halo. If Luan Jiang truly managed to conquer Song Chuan, that protagonist's halo would likely be entirely obliterated. Most astonishingly, the seemingly money-driven system possessed abundant points and funds. Once the shop function was activated, it could purchase all these items, while other hosts were troubled by points, prices, and items. Their host essentially created a wholesale market. Gu Yi, are you truly so foolish as to not see that Luan Jiang is merely acting? Luan Ying was ruthlessly restrained by the bodyguard, forced to kneel on the ground, her face a picture of humiliation, and she felt resentment towards Gu Yi as well. I initially sought you out today to mend the relationship between our families, but it seems there is no longer any need. In Luan Ying's mind, speaking another word to the crippled Gu Yi was an act of charity. She despised the way he looked at her with such a chilling yet yearning gaze. Gu Yi's expression remained unyielding as he listened to words that had once caused him great pain, but now he found it increasingly difficult to care. He had someone who liked him. He had chased after Luan Ying for far too long, nearly losing himself in the process. His voice was low and indifferent. You are well aware that you do not belong to the Luan family. Luan Ying, the relationship between our families does not require mending. Luan Jiang is with me, and I will not harm the Luan family. As for what benefits you wish to obtain from me, you should discuss that with Luan Jiang. Gu paused, pinching the waist of the person in his embrace, lying without a flicker of an eye. Luan Jiang is soft-hearted and easy to deal with. I am sure she will accommodate your requests. His hand did not cease its teasing. It continued to caress her waist. Luan Jiang, unwilling to be outdone, tightened her grip around the man's waist, her fingers mimicking piano-playing movements upon him. Gu Yi, little vixen. Luan Ying stared at Gu Yi in disbelief, as if encountering this man for the first time. Before Gu Yi had developed feelings for her, he had been this cold and businesslike. She had often wondered what it would be like for him to fall in love. That person would be incredibly fortunate. Yet Gu Yi had fallen for her. Had he not been crippled, the union would never have fallen to the Song family. You treat me this way. Do you truly like me? You have liked me for so long. How can you be swayed by mere words? Gu Yi, Gu Yi. Luan Ying's eyes reddened, proud as she was. It was her first time shedding tears in front of Gu Yi. The man paused, his teasing hand ceasing its movement. Luan Jiang, puzzled, raised her head to observe the sorrowful Luan Ying and the man with a shifting expression. She pouted slightly, cupping Gu Yi's face to make him look at her. You enjoy seeing her cry. I can cry even more beautifully than she can. Why can't you just keep your gaze on me? The little vixen in his arms squeezed out a couple of half-hearted tears, pouting and clinging to his face. You must not look at her. You must not look at her. Gu Yi's wavering heart was instantly captured by the little vixen. His gaze deepened, and just as Luan Jiang was about to press her lips against his cheek, he deliberately turned his face away, kissing her instead. Luan Jiang's eyes widened in surprise, her careless tears vanishing as if she were a ruffled cat. The man, pleased with his boldness, finally released her, not sparing a glance for the devastated Luan Ying, and wheeled himself away with Luan Jiang in his arms toward his office, not even bothering to leave a word for his former beloved. Luan Jiang stood in Gu Yi's bedroom with a medical kit. After finishing her shower in the guest room, she had changed into a soft, fluffy bathrobe, her fair face slightly flushed from steam. Framed by half-dried, damp ink-black hair, radiated a hint of moisture. With the cautious gaze of small animal, she peered at the man seated on the bed, reading, and whimpered, "Today, Mr. Gu kissed me. So you must take responsibility." "I still need medicine for my injuries." She elongated her tone, playfully approaching the M.Gue with a cold gaze. Watch her awkwardly approach, her adorable, expectant eyes prompting him to pull her closer, lifting her onto the bed with a single hand amid her surprised exclamation. System. This man's strength is terrifying. Luan Jiang. Indeed, rather handsome. Luan Jiang lay on Gu Yi's pillow, her nose twitching as she caught a hint of the refreshing scent of mint. Enveloped in Gu Yi's aura, she blushed. "Ah, this is lovely. Pass me the medical kit." His large hand did not withdraw, but instead lingered possessively on her waist. Luan Jiang smiled, revealing 2 dimples. "I will go make a cup of milk. I can also bring you some warm water." "I don't want any, Luan Jiang. Not now, but later I will need it." The man quietly accepted the medicine box, opening it with practiced ease, and retrieved the ointment, instructing Luan Jiang to lie down obediently. Her wrists and ankles bore the brunt of the injuries, while the rest of her various wounds were mostly scabbed over, a delicate layer of brown adhering to her snow-white skin. Striking in its contrast and evoking an unusual sensation, Gu Yiren appeared aloof, yet his movements as he applied the ointment were surprisingly gentle. He scooped a small amount of light green ointment onto his fingers, then warmed her hand in his palm before evenly spreading the salve, finally pressing down with both hands. Throughout this time, Luan Jiang's bright eyes were fixed on the man, who, instead of becoming irritated, would occasionally shoot her a glance, refusing to let her look away. Half an hour later, Luan Jiang's wrists were reddened from Gu Yi's gentle kneading. After washing his hands, he asked her, "Aren't you going to get some water?" Luan Jiang smiled, her eyes curving. "Oh, I wonder who said they wouldn't drink. Gu Yi. Get out." Luan Jiang. "All right." After finishing her breakfast, the system informed her that Song Chuan had gone to the Luan residence. "System, are you also going to the Luan house? How will you explain this to General Gu? He is supposed to take you to work today." Luan Jiang. "Men, one can simply placate them." The system noted this down for future reference, thinking it might be useful for the next host to make tea the dining table. The maid was clearing the dishes. Luan Jiang earnestly told General Gu, "I predict, with my calculations, that your leg will heal in 48 days. Gu, as long as General Gu allows me to go out today, could you not find a better excuse?" Luan Jiang giggled. "As long as General Gu believes me, any excuse will suffice." General Gu, he would eventually find a way to silence her sweet-talking lips. Chapter 14. The faux aristocrat and the true young Lady 14 Luan house, just as Song Chuan's car entered the Luan family's courtyard. Another familiar vehicle followed closely behind. The gatekeeper, mistaking them for a convoy, did not stop them. The assistant opened the car door for Song Chuan, who was dressed formally today, as he was to meet Luan's father and mother. "Luan Jiang? How could it be you?" Hadn't Luan Ying mentioned that Luan Jiang no longer resided at the Luan house? The girl in the pink floral dress, upon seeing Song Chuan, had her eyes crescent-shaped with glee. Like a bird returning home, she rushed towards Song Chuan. "Brother Chuan, today just then, her delicate ankle twisted, and she stumbled heavily. Song Chuan quickly stepped forward to catch her. The smooth sensation of her skin momentarily distracted him. "Are you all right?" She seemed determined to stand on her own, pushing him away several times, but ultimately, the pain in her foot was too much, and she couldn't straighten up. Sweat beaded on her forehead. Even 2 drops of crystal-clear moisture forming on her exquisitely shaped nose. "I'm fine," Luan Jiang pouted, biting her lip, and cast a playful glance at Song Chuan. "It's all Brother Chuan's fault. I'm just too happy to see you." Song Chuan couldn't help but suspect that Luan Jiang's joy upon seeing him was akin to a feast laid before her. "Let me help you to the car." Luan Jiang waved her hands repeatedly. No, I have something important to discuss with Grandpa and the others today. Then aren't you also going inside? I might need your assistance." While this was indeed true, Luan Ying did not favor Luan Jiang, and he wondered if helping Luan Jiang inside would create misunderstandings. Luan Jiang tilted her head, her seemingly reckless words striking straight to the heart. "Are you afraid sister will misunderstand us?" After speaking, her expression turned hurt. In that case, I want to put you in a difficult position. Let go. I can let the assistant." "No, that's not what I meant. To be honest, upon discovering that Luan Ying was not a biological member of the Luan family, Song's parents were reluctant about this marriage. They felt deceived by Luan Ying. However, Luan Jiang's behavior seemed so unrefined that they could only let the matter slide. Song Chuan held Luan Jiang with one hand while contemplating whether to place the other on her waist. Luan Jiang kept glancing at him, murmuring, "Brother Chuan, you either help me inside or hand me over to the assistant. Hesitating here doesn't suit a man." The latter part of her remark was whispered, but it was of no consequence. They were too close for Song Chuan to miss a word. The man scowled. "You should be quiet. I won't." Luan Jiang pouted, her tone soft, devoid of reproach. "I truly dislike those who hesitate. What a pity it is for now. You must rely on this hesitant man to help you inside." Anyway, you owe me a meal. What does that have to do with food?" "It has to for you. Young Master Song are quite forgetful." Song Chuan, who ought not to have engaged with her lively banter, found himself unable to resist her adorable expressions, feeling his ears grow warm as if caught in a childish quarrel. In the living room, Song Chuan, "You came." The elder's delighted voice abruptly ceased. He looked at Luan Jiang as if he had seen a monster, his murky eyes wide with astonishment. "Song Chuan? Who is this?" Seeing that his parents were bringing a girl to meet him, Song Chuan was equally perplexed. And no matter what, Luan Jiang was still a member of the Luan family. Why didn't Luan's father and mother recognize her? Just as he was about to introduce her, Luan Ying descended gracefully from the second floor. She appeared as though Luan Jiang did not exist, pushing her aside and taking hold of Song Chuan's arm. Her smile gentle. Was there no traffic on the way? Fortunately not. Song Chuan understood Luan Ying's intentions and fell silent. He glanced at Luan Jiang, who was in pain, nearly losing her balance as Luan Ying unceremoniously shoved her aside. Song Chuan contemplated rushing to support her. What if Luan Jiang had grown up in the Luan family? What if the intended bride from the Song family had always been Luan Jiang? Would they be so estranged? Would they need to feign familiarity before their elders? They wouldn't. "I am Luan Jiang." With no one to introduce her, Luan Jiang pouted, yet her eyes betrayed no sense of grievance, as if she had grown accustomed to it all. She limped over to Luan's father and mother, retrieving 2 small square boxes from her bag. One was presented to Luan's mother, and the other to Luan's father. "Inside are the jade pieces I selected after much deliberation. It's my first time meeting you. Mom, Dad. I hope you like them, and also come to like me." Luan Jiang's voice seemed naturally crafted for coaxing affection. When she wished, there was no one whose heart would not soften. Luan's mother gasped in surprise. The small velvet box in her hand was clearly designed for precious items, heavy with significance. She gently opened it to reveal a finely crafted jade guanine, its translucent quality striking. With a hint of deep green amidst the white, masterfully carved, you child." Luan's mother, who dealt in jade, could immediately discern its exceptional quality, priceless in the market. Instantly, her gaze towards Luan Jiang transformed. In Luan's father's hand was a diamond brooch, prominently featuring a large diamond surrounded by smaller ones, exquisitely cut. Luan's father was instantly enamored. He accepted the gift without a word, turning to Luan Ying. "Today, as a family, why didn't you inform me? Look, your sister has gone to great lengths to prepare gifts." Luan's parents were indeed business-minded, Upon seeing Song Chuan standing beside Luan Jiang, Luan Ying felt a surge of panic. Luan Jiang was relentless, pressing in from all sides. She was truly driving her mad. Luan Ying, not wishing to engage in pretense with Luan Jiang, utterly loathed the thought of her presence, and immediately exclaimed, Luan Jiang's money comes from high-interest loans. She has no ability to earn herself and relies entirely on that man from the Gu family. Mom and Dad, please don't be fooled by her. Song Chuan was taken aback by Luan Ying's sudden outburst, staring at her profile for a long time. The person he had once known now felt utterly unfamiliar. Dad, Luan Ying, lacking understanding, found herself scolded alongside her father, who slammed his hands on the table in frustration. Ultimately, it was difficult to chastise his own father. He took a breath and spoke sorrowfully. I investigated the matter, and if it weren't for that greedy woman wanting her daughter to enter our Luan family, how would Luan Jiang have ended up abandoned in the wilderness? That woman treated Luan Jiang poorly, either beating or humiliating her, even attempting to marry Luan Jiang off to a widower over 50. As he spoke, Luan's mother grasped Luan Jiang's delicate hand, her eyes glistening with warmth. Who is to blame for her lack of education? Who is to blame for her not having clothes to wear? Dad, she could have been even more outstanding than Luan Ying. The room fell silent. Had Luan Jiang not appeared today, these busy parents might have merely asked casually or not inquired at all. Now that their biological daughter stood before them with such meticulously prepared gifts, they had to show some semblance of acknowledgement. Luan Ying's face paled as she sensed Song Chuan's hand slowly pulling away from her embrace. Her gaze towards him carried a hint of hurt and pleading. At least put on a show of affection before their parents. This was what they had initially agreed upon. Yet, Song Chuan, seeing this, chose to ignore it, continuing to withdraw his hand in the suffocating silence. Luan Jiang spoke softly. I actually studied for several years, but later my mother threatened to break my hands to prevent me from continuing. I secretly went twice, but after being locked in the woodshed and beaten for several hours, I dared not touch a book again. Chapter 15. The faux aristocrat and the true heirs my teacher told me I was clever and surely could excel through my own efforts. Luan Jiang recalled the gentle face from her original memories, crying softly. But my mother wouldn't let me go to school. Whenever teachers visited, she would chase them away. Eventually, no one cared for me anymore. These possessions are not acquired through loan sharking. They're earned through my own capabilities that my relationship with Gu is not of that nature. He merely provides me with a meal. Luan Ying was taken aback by Luan Jiang's ability to twist the truth so effortlessly. She was infuriated to the point of nearly fainting. You're talking nonsense. The last time I saw him, he was holding you. That was because my sister was choking me, and Gu had no choice but to hold me for a moment. Luan Jiang met Luan Ying's gaze without flinching, a trace of mockery in her light eyes, while her red lips uttered sorrowful words. If my sister hadn't touched me, I would have needed to trouble Mr. Gu, nor would I have incurred countless debts to him. What do you mean by touching you? Luan Jiang intentionally revealed her adoptive mother-esque cruelty towards her original self, hoping the Luan family present would hold Luan Ying accountable. Upon hearing that Luan Ying was as ruthless as her mother, Luan mother-esque expression immediately changed. This was largely due to Luan father and Luan mother rarely being home. Their relationship with Luan Ying was superficial, lacking the depth of blood ties. I am not. You even scolded me as a bastard and told me to leave the Luan family. Luan Jiang calmly took out her phone. Did I have recordings? And Gu has video evidence. You openly assaulted me in the tea room of Gu Corporation and incited Brother Chuan's younger brother to ruin my reputation. You don't just want to drive me away. You want to kill me. The scene fell silent once more. Luan mother appeared shocked, stepping forward to slap Luan Ying, her voice shrill. Is she telling the truth? How did you become like this? Luan father also expressed great disappointment, sighing repeatedly about the misfortune of their family. They had thought Luan Jiang was the least likely to be so, but who knew it was Luan Ying with a heart of a beast? The old man opened his mouth, but could not utter a word in defense of Luan Ying. Faced with the gazes of everyone present, Luan Ying lowered her head. When Luan Ying raised her head again, only mockery and disdain remained in her eyes. You dare not drive me away. Mother, do you remember the car accident you asked me to handle before? I have kept evidence. and once I leave the Luan family, I will take you to court. They were in a rush for a flight and ended up killing a middle school student. This was entrusted to Luan Ying, who spent $500,000 to buy that life. Driving the victim's family out of the city, in a fit of rage, Luan mother attempted to slap Luan Ying again, but Luan Ying blocked her hand, nearly pushing Luan mother to the ground. Luan mother steadied herself against the sofa, tears streaming down her face. "You wretch, what nonsense are you spouting?" "When did I? You can certainly deny it, but I have evidence." Luan Ying raised her chin, still the proud young lady. "I have long wished to establish my own independence. Being with all of you is utterly disgusting." It seemed as if Luan Ying had silenced everyone, yet in truth, the golden glow of the protagonist's halo gradually seeped into Luan Jiang's being system. Level up again. Finding this host was indeed the right choice. However, this protagonist is ruthless, having left behind a handle on Luan father and Luan mother long ago. Luan Jiang. The protagonist's halo has shattered. I initially intended to disrupt the marriage between Song Chuan and the protagonist, but unexpectedly, the protagonist released herself, leading to her being forsaken by all. Now, even with glue, the halo cannot take shape. System. This is the first time I've seen a halo shatter before my eyes. Luan Jiang. It won't be the last time. Afterward, I thought there would be a battle of wits, but unexpectedly, the old man, distressed, suffered a heart attack and fainted. A few people hurriedly surrounded him and rushed him to the hospital. 3 hours later, the old man could not be saved. He died. Before passing, he summoned Luan father to his bedside to convey some matters, essentially instructing that the Luan family could not collapse under his watch and advising Luan father to comply with Luan Ying's wishes. Luan father shared this sentiment as he did not wish to go to prison. Upon learning this, Luan Ying let out a cold laugh while Luan Jiang feigned surprise. Song Chuan naturally embraced the latter, coldly addressing Luan Ying, who expressed delight. "I once believed your hard-heartedness could lead you to success in business, but do you feel no familial affection for the old man who raised you for so many years?" Luan Ying strained to maintain her proud facade. "If I soften my heart, it would be my doom. Can't you see? They all want me dead. They all wish to cast me out. This was never yours to begin with." Song Chuan could not fathom how Luan Ying remained so oblivious at this juncture. Luan Jiang had endured so much suffering for years, it was enough that she felt no gratitude, nor provided her with a morsel, yet she still had to belittle her. "Luan Ying, you're enchanted by her, and that's why you defend her." Luan Ying shouted, "You are not me. You wouldn't understand." Song Chuan completely lost the desire to engage with her further. After leaving the hospital, Song Chuan wearily ruffled Luan Jiang's hair. Since the old man's death, Luan Jiang had been emotionally low, finally bursting into tears just now. Despite the old man's mistreatment of her, despite all the grievances she had suffered, "Don't be sad. There will be someone to protect you and cherish you in the future." Song Chuan gazed intently into her eyes. "If you are willing, the Song and Luan families can continue their union. The candidate is not Luan Ying, but another true heiress who has endured much suffering." However, the girl in his arms shook her head. She closed her brilliant eyes, still choked with emotion as she said, "Grandfather didn't like me, but I always regarded him as my real grandfather. He said he didn't want the Luan family to perish. I must honor his wishes. Leave the Luan family and no longer consider myself a member." Song Chuan wanted to say something, but was unaccustomed to offering comfort. After much thought, he found no words and could only hold her tightly. Having witnessed everything today, he felt deep sympathy for this girl. Luan Jiang clutched his shirt, sobbing aloud, which broke Song Chuan's heart. Song father and Song mother were taken aback by his resolute stance, but uttered no objections. After all, there were plenty of suitable daughters from well-matched families. There was no need to marry a counterfeit. Luan Ying was no fool, fearing Luan mother would discover the evidence in her hands. She announced her intention to take over Luan mother's business on the very next day after the old man's death. With her eyes swollen from crying, Luan mother continually berated her as an ingrate. But ultimately, Luan Ying's threats prevailed. Luan father appeared to age a decade overnight, realizing that his and Luan mother's neglect, coupled with the old man's excessive pampering, had fostered such a wolfish ambition in their daughter. The Luan family was thrown into chaos. Mr. Gu, how do these pieces of jade look? Luan Jiang eagerly spread a thick velvet cloth across the desk and showcased the jade pieces one by one. Gu glanced at them briefly, dismissing them as mere trinkets. Not be a Gu corporation also had a jewelry business, but it was rather unremarkable, primarily focused on real estate. Luan Jiang reached out, pinching Gu's chin to turn his face toward her. Grinning brightly, what I said earlier about wanting to help your career flourish was no idle talk. Here's your opportunity. These jade pieces, including those meant for Luan father and Luan mother, were all sourced from the premium system and were indeed of considerable value. Gu remained skeptical, thinking she was merely speaking nonsense to amuse herself. It wasn't until Luan Jiang personally visited the Gu Corporation store and generated over 10 million in profits within a month that he was astonished. Chapter 16. The faux aristocrat and the true heiress. It was more than 10 times the original amount. Even Gu, well-versed in the industry, could not help but be shocked by the report in his hand. He regarded the woman sitting in the swivel chair, playing with a spinning motion as if observing a rare creature, and stammered, "What have you done?" The firm touch of her fingertips caused her slight discomfort. Gu, true to his title, had not neglected his daily workouts. His well-defined muscles made his suit appear almost sculpted, undeniably captivating. System. Stop thinking about inappropriate matters. I'm still in your mind. Luan Jiang. Are you an underage system? System. Our system is considered an adult from the moment of its creation. Luan Jiang. Then there is nothing more to say. System. It began to contemplate reporting this host for attempting to corrupt a pure system. At night, Luan Jiang would sneak into Guyi's room while he was studying and offer to massage his legs, claiming to cast spells while counting down the days until his recovery. Initially, he pushed her away, frowning and saying she needed to be disciplined. Later, he lay on the bed, vacant-eyed, allowing her to do as she pleased. He found himself discussing business matters with this woman. Yet she would flirt with him at every turn, only to run away, never taking responsibility. With a firm grip on the hand that was about to depart, Gu raised an eyebrow and exerted a sudden force. Accompanied by a delicate exclamation of awe, the soft, almost boneless figure effortlessly fell into his embrace. It was merely a simple hug, yet the man found himself sighing with a sense of satisfaction. With one hand, he tightly ensnared her slender waist, the strength of his hold conveying an unmistakable message that escape was not an option, that a deep, magnetic voice resonated above her. You don't want to speak? Perhaps it was the incessant chatter of Luan Jiang, who constantly assured him that his legs would heal, or perhaps it was the old butler's knowing yet ambiguous gaze. Whenever Luan Jiang approached him, caressing his legs, the man experienced an illusion that he might soon stand again, in that hazy twilight between dreams and reality. He occasionally discovered he could manipulate the parts that were supposed to be paralyzed. Even if it was just a slight lift, the man's scent was intoxicating, a crisp minty aroma laced with an indescribable hint of pheromones. Luan Jiang wrapped her arms around his neck, adjusting herself into a more comfortable position. She was audacious, always managing to glide forward with a light-hearted hug whenever the man was furious, soothing his anger with mere words and pulling him from the depths of despair into a state of bliss. At that moment, the large hand resting on her waist applied a gradual yet potent pressure, signaling a certain danger. If she were wise, she would surrender entirely. Yet, Luan Jiang's enchanting gaze turned playfully provocative as she replied, I simply don't want to say. He held a strong aversion to the idea of his beloved concealing anything from him. He wished he could surround her with bodyguards and spies 24 hours a day, though he had already done so. Yet the abyss within him remained unfilled, like a gaping maw that could not be satisfied, no matter how much tenderness and affection she offered upon hearing her words. The man narrowed his eyes. Why? Are you afraid I might harm you? Before a mercenary businessman, Luan Jiang's every piece of jewelry was fraught with peril. It implied that she possessed a treasure trove waiting to be unearthed. Whether through toasting or punishing, they would seek to drain her value. However, Gu had never considered exhausting the enchanting creature in his arms. Her whimsical charm, her warmth and gentleness, were far more comforting than cold. Hard numbers, he would rather hold her close and do nothing at all. In a way. How could you? Dear Gu, ever turn against me, my meager finances wouldn't even cover a fraction of the Gu family's expenditures. Luan Jiang studied him for a moment, confirming that the fire in his eyes stemmed from her lack of trust, and immediately sought to appease him by rubbing her face against his. I don't want to say because I don't want you to see through me easily. Otherwise, you might lose interest in me, and I would have nowhere to cry. The man, fully aware that her words were nonsensical, still found himself believing her. He felt like a gambler seduced by a devil, waiting for redemption. When Luan Jiang first became the deputy manager at the jewelry store, she faced much disdain. The staff were not fond of this relationship benefactor who could attract a significant portion of customers while appearing barefaced. Nevertheless, Luan Jiang was the epitome of social charm. Even the dullest topics sprang to life in her presence, and her ghost stories were far more engaging than anyone else's. Furthermore, her sales prowess was unparalleled. She sold in a day what they managed over half a month, and her generous disposition meant she always shared her success with her colleagues, earning her the title of wealth-dispersing fairy. Gradually, the staff confided in her, sharing secrets and grievances, making her the beloved darling of the store. Consequently, when Gui visited the shop and saw several female employees clustered around Luan Jiang, he remained displeased for several days. Yet, the employees were ablaze with curiosity, energetically discussing the relationship between Luan Jiang and Gu. What's the relationship between Jiang and Gu? Last time, he only spoke to her. One questioned, distant relatives, perhaps? You know Gu isn't the type to keep a mistress. Another speculated, I think Gu might be pursuing Jiang. When I hugged her upon entering, he shot me a few glares. A third chimed in, I agree. Gu's demeanor was quite peculiar. There must be a scheme. Another added, surely not. That Dr. Qian from last time was a better match for Jiang, and he knows how to take care of her. Gu is wealthy, but Jiang would have to care for him. Another voiced, actually that rich second-generation Su isn't bad either. He's a bit of a young wolf. A gaggle of girls huddled together, shipping their favorite couples, their faces flushed with excitement and shyness. Ultimately, one of the girls sent a text to Luan Jiang, who contemplated for a moment before forwarding it to Gu. What do you want to say? Do you want me to demonstrate it personally? Luan Jiang feigned innocence. No, I just think good things should be shared. The office fell silent for a few seconds. The man beckoned her with a wave of his hand, patting his thigh. Come sit. Luan Jiang was having none of it. She made a face at him and dashed off. Laughing, you can't catch me. Ha! You adorable little enchantress, have you forgotten I have bodyguards at my side? Thus, 5 minutes later, Luan Jiang found herself unceremoniously tossed into Gu Yi's embrace by the bodyguards. Are you playing with me? Upon learning that Luan Jiang had been assigned to the jewelry store as a salesperson, Luan Ying could not contain her laughter at her office. Luan Ying had reached her breaking point. Luan Jiang was deep in debt, relying on Gu Yi for her resurgence. Now that her greatest support had vanished, Luan Jiang would undoubtedly be driven to despair by loan sharks. To this day, Luan Ying held all the assets under the Luan family name, even taking over the jewelry business that Luan's mother had prided herself on, her future looking exceptionally bright. That it was time to tighten the net. Chapter 17. The False Aristocrat and True Heiress. Recently, Luan Ying had met a jewelry merchant who possessed an impressive collection and was willing to sell it to her at the most favorable prices. After several encounters, she realized that the handsome merchant was not interested in her corporation, but in her, rejected consecutively by Gu Yi and Song Chuan. Luan Ying ignited a yearning for love. Finally having the opportunity to prove that the two men had been deceived by the seemingly lowly Luan Jiang, who had led them in circles, ultimately losing out on a partner of her caliber. It was too late for regrets. She resolved to marry the merchant surnamed Zhu as soon as possible, planning a grand wedding that would leave the destitute Luan Jiang green with envy. As soon as Luan Ying hinted at this intention, Zhu Ran presented her with a priceless pink diamond ring and proposed in a high-end restaurant amidst the enchanting strains of a violin and the applause of onlookers. Covering her mouth in astonishment, Luan Ying cautiously extended her hand. When she saw the enormous diamond, larger than her fingernail, resting on her ring finger, tears of joy spilled from her eyes. Who said birth could dictate everything? She had clawed her way from a peasant's womb to become a renowned businesswoman celebrated throughout the city, who did not show her a modicum of respect, who did not laud her name as that of a prodigy. Just look at Luan Jiang. While she might have been fortunate in her rebirth, she still relied on men for survival. Selling jewelry, while more lucrative than for ordinary folk, it was still world apart from her own level. Not to mention the enormous debts she had accrued, which would inevitably lead to her downfall. The fates of Luan Jiang, the Luan family, and their parents, all rested in her hands. An excellent husband, ambitious and matching her in every way. That morning, as usual, Gu Yi awoke at 6 o'clock. After years of struggling with his legs, he no longer required assistance to rise, though it took him a bit longer, and one had witnessed his morning routine, except for Luan Jiang. As he slightly moved his arm, the little creature resting upon it pouted in discontent and unconsciously kicked him. Gazing at the exquisite sight of her delicate, fair legs draped over his waist, Gu Yi took his time getting out of bed. Unable to resist, he playfully squeezed her soft calf, his fingertips getting lost in the delightful game of teasing her legs. Fortunately, the bed was spacious enough that she could roll about without risk of tumbling onto the carpet. Leaning against the headboard, he carelessly toyed with her legs, occasionally squeezing her fingers while his mind wandered to the meetings he had that day, organizing a mountain of data with impeccable precision. Suddenly, a surge of pain coursed through his body, and in a moment of distraction, he slipped and fell to the floor. The system immediately clamored. Host, the target, Luan Jiang interjected. It's fine, let him get used to it. With the time having come, the effects of the medication were set to take hold. From this moment forth, Gu Yi would become a man with functioning legs. The system exclaimed, "Oh, you're awake? So just now. He was taking advantage of you." Luan Jiang replied nonchalantly, "What's wrong with a handsome man taking advantage of me?" The system fell silent, sensing a familiar resonance in her words. Gu Yi quickly glanced at the bed. She remained asleep. The man breathed a sigh of relief. He did not wish for her to witness his vulnerable state, even though he knew she would only feel concern, not mockery to my legs. He had intended to leverage his arms to push himself up from the bed. But to his astonishment, his legs responded unfathomably, allowing him to stand. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Gu Yi's gaze. Half an hour later, the man stood upright, an enigmatic expression on his face as he gazed at the still slumbering figure on the bed. He maintained his position for quite some time, his legs growing weary and numb from the prolonged standing. Yet he remained motionless, confusion and bewilderment swirling in his dark eyes. Had it not been for her, he would never have envisioned standing again in his lifetime. He would not have welcomed others' polite sentiments or well wishes for a swift recovery. For him, his legs were a forbidden subject, a matter that could spell doom if touched. Her presence not only illuminated the dreary monotony of his life, but it also wrought a miraculous change, allowing him to stand anew. This is a miracle that even the most esteemed doctors in the country and the world cannot guarantee. She is but a simple village woman from the countryside, yet she is capable of producing extraordinary gems one after another. Previously, her demeanor was utterly crude, but now she resembles a pampered young lady. Charming and articulate, with eyes that seemingly peer into the depths of one's soul, concealing far more than he could ever fathom. She is transformed into a completely different person, someone who seems out of place in this world. Will she vanish? Will she leave no trace behind, like a fleeting dream? The man quickly dismisses the thought. He will not allow it. He absolutely will not permit her to disappear, whether she is a deity or a fairy. Having entered his embrace, she is that a myriad of emotions flits through his dark eyes, ultimately settling on a resolute obsession and possessiveness. He has always been aware that Luan Jiang owes a considerable sum of money, and her substantial commissions from the jewelry store have never materialized. He offers to pay off her debts, leaving her only indebted to him. However, the little fairy refuses. Luan Jiang defiantly states, "It is precisely because I owe this money that I rise earlier than roosters and retire later than dogs. This debt is not merely a financial burden. It is my motivation to progress. It is the guiding light of my life." Gu Yi, speak plainly, Luan Jiang, fidgeting, replies, "Oh, I just want to set a trap for someone else." Gu Yi smirks slightly, choosing not to pursue the matter further. Although he is genuinely displeased that the little fairy owes money to others and that she personally digs her own pitfalls instead of using his influence to retaliate, he cannot bear to see her disappointment when she seems so eager to plot against others. Whatever, the ever-accommodating Gu who has long since lost any sense of boundaries, thinks to himself that if it comes to it, he will simply cover for her. If she wins, it's Luan Jiang's victory. If she loses, it is Gu Yi's loss. The news of Luan Ying's engagement to Zhu Ran has taken the internet by storm, with a romantic and lavish proposal event garnering immense online attention. The two, a formidable pair with shared ambitions, have received numerous blessings, and even a so-called behind-the-scenes benefactor has bestowed generous gifts, inciting envy among onlookers. Luan Jiang sits in the jewelry store, scrolling through trending topics, her smile never fading from the brilliance of the sun. System. The task is nearing completion. Does the host have any plans? Since the activation of the premium store, the items the host has redeemed are numerous and of substantial value. Within less than 3 months, she has fulfilled her objectives and completed several side quests, earning her the title of Task Slayer. Luan Jiang. Once I complete this job, I will leave. System. Gu Yi has a very high favorability rating towards you. I'm a bit concerned that he may turn dark if you leave. Thus, the premium system typically disapproves of the host becoming too entangled with the task target, lest it affect them upon departure. Currently, Gu Yi holds the highest character points in the world, effectively making him the new protagonist, sustaining everything's smooth progression. If he wishes to keep someone against their will, the main system cannot intervene excessively. Luan Jiang. It's fine, I have my ways. The system is filled with trepidation. Chapter 18. The Faux Aristocrat. True heiress. A week after the Luan family declared bankruptcy, Luan Ying enters the jewelry store, arm in arm with a man. Her phoenix-like eyes subtly raised, she scans the area before striding directly towards Luan Jiang. I never expected to see you here. She leans against the counter, drawing closer to the man beside her, her smile faint yet brazenly smug, a stark contrast to her previously haughty demeanor. I told you. When I last encountered Gu Yi, he didn't mention you. It turns out, well, having work to make a living is also a good thing. The man beside her smiles indulgently, casting a fond glance her way. System. Why do I feel like her character has completely changed? The Luan Ying of the past would never have uttered such words. It lacks the grace of a leading lady. Luan Jiang. The protagonist halo has shattered, and the character filter is gone. System. This is utterly terrifying. Luan Jiang is unperturbed. In her eyes, Luan Ying is not the arrogant and infuriating woman she once was, but rather a potential major client. The woman clad in dark professional attire wears a pleasing smile, approaching Luan Ying with feigned familiarity. I heard your business is thriving, but unfortunately, I don't have any time off to visit you at the company. As she speaks, she affectionately links arms with Luan Ying, gazing dreamily at Zhu Ran. The young jeweler is instantly captivated by her radiant smile, unable to tear his eyes away from her. The jewelry store's uniforms are largely similar, featuring a V-neck, body-hugging, mid-length dress that reaches just above the knee in deep blue or rich black. Her collarbone is exquisite, and her figure is alluring, with a glimpse of her long, smooth legs, as fair and soft as milk. Are we acquainted? God knows how satisfying it is for Luan Ying to utter those words. At the moment she sees Luan Jiang's face stiffen, she releases a heavy breath, feeling the irritability that had lingered in her heart for days vanish entirely. Luan Jiang bites her lip, her eyes instantly reddening. Sister, I know we had misunderstandings in the past, but I never impacted you. Did I? Look, you're now successful in your career and have such a handsome brother Dash and Dashlaw. I could see this point. The little fox spirit glances at Zhu Ran with a mix of shyness and envy. Can't you help me? What I want is merely a drop in the bucket for you. Luan Ying is thoroughly displeased by her persistent flirtation with Zhu Ran and immediately seizes her wrist, pulling her away from Zhu Ran. This country bumpkin only knows how to beg for money. Does she not realize what the bankruptcy of the Luan family signifies? That group of loan sharks will soon come knocking at her door. And she remains oblivious to the reason. Luan Ying is impatient to witness her being driven into a corner, left with no choice but to sell her dignity. However, she must wait a bit longer. With narrowed eyes, Luan Ying leans closer to her ear and whispers, "Do you remember when you tugged at my earring? Do you recall the harsh words you directed at me? Have you grown fearful? I will not easily forgive you, nor will I let you off the hook. Do you think I would buy anything from you? Ha! I intend to sign an order in front of you." ensuring you can only watch as others profit from my orders. With that final remark, Luan Jiang is unceremoniously pushed away. The majority of sales revenue comes from sold goods. Luan Ying's words are clearly not directed at herself. She wants Luan Jiang to miss out on future orders. Relying on that meager salary, she won't even have enough for meals. You come here. Luan Ying commands a nearby onlooker. I need to select 10 rings. The most unique and the most expensive for my honeymoon system. Has she gone mad from your provocation? Did she not research the store's prices before coming? Since the host began working, the store's top-tier items have been replaced with the extraordinary gems from the premium shop. Natural and unique. Many people pay high prices yet fail to acquire them. Demand 10 right off the bat. It genuinely worries the system that the host's budding career might be squandered. The store clerk quickly approaches Luan Jiang, discreetly signaling her, then turns serious. All right, please follow me. Mississippi Luan Ying takes a few steps, turning her head with a cold smile. Keep up, Luan Jiang. She wants Luan Jiang to experience the bitterness of seeing substantial commissions in sight, yet being unable to grasp them. The clerk leads Luan Ying to a lavishly decorated private room, even more opulent than the main hall. After a few steps, they encounter a glass display case filled with gems and necklaces, sparkling brilliantly under the resplendent lights above, utterly dazzling. Luan Ying pauses. This place is evidently designed to host high-end clients. Had she not requested so many rings, she might never have discovered its existence. The gems in the display seem largely similar to Luan Ying. While they are beautiful, they lack novelty and uniqueness. She overlooks the near-fanatical admiration in the eyes of the man beside her. Half an hour later, your store's prices are utterly absurd. Luan Ying frowns, glancing around, exceedingly dissatisfied with the white diamond ring on her ring finger. I am also in the jewelry business. How dare you price this ordinary diamond at 6 figures? Of course, she has the means to pay, but she refuses to appear at a disadvantage before Luan Jiang. Only the ignorant would be easily deceived. She is no fool, and abundant funds do not warrant such extravagance. Are you implying that I am blind? Luan Ying scoffs, abruptly standing up and tossing the ring onto the counter with disdain. The clerk's face instantly pales in terror. You are too. Too what? Too what? Luan Ying coldly retorts, then turns to Zhu Ran. I once thought that Gu Yi's store gained popularity due to some strategy. I had no idea it was through such base methods. Deceiving outsiders is one thing, but to spout nonsense in front of me. Zhu Ran's expression lacks humor. He wraps an arm around Luan Ying's shoulders, but with a smile, he reassures her. How would she know your true identity? Forget it. This diamond is rather unremarkable. It's only suitable as a gift at best. I refuse. Luan Ying pushes against his chest in dissatisfaction. To gift it would be an embarrassment. With that, she grabs Zhu Ran, preparing to leave. The clerk immediately gathers her wits, blocking their path. Wait a moment, miss. The clerk holds out a square velvet box, containing the ring that was just discarded, nervously stating, Our store has a policy that customers must handle items with care when trying them on. Otherwise, any issues must be compensated for. Luan Ying, speechless, remarked, What issues could possibly arise? You, with such a grand establishment, wish to extort me. Miss, your words are exceedingly harsh. It is evident that you merely dropped a diamond earlier. We merely wish to confirm that everything is in order before allowing you to depart. Did it shatter merely from a drop? Luan Ying could hardly suppress her laughter, wondering if the staff had received any training prior to their employment. The attendant insisted, I have undergone training. There are documents in this establishment to verify that. Please wait a moment. Luan Ying, growing weary of conversing with such a person, had not come here to provide amusement for Luan Jiang. Chapter 19. The faux aristocrat and the true heiress. She pushed aside the obstructive figure before her, disdainfully declaring, What do you think you are? I am bestowing this transaction upon you. And, before she could finish her sentence, the attendant lost her balance and stumbled directly toward the display case. The tall glass shook violently, tilting precariously to the side with an unstoppable force. Crash! It sounded like snow-white waves crashing against rocks, shattering into countless pieces, glistening under the sunlight. The attendant cried out in pain, collapsing amidst a sea of shattered glass. Zhu Ran's limbs trembled uncontrollably, yet upon recalling something, he stood rooted to the spot. closing his eyes to conceal his sorrow. The display case held the store's prized possession for the week, the Wang Dai series necklace. Crafted by an unknown master, it was a marvel of artistry, with each tiny diamond free of any blemish. Most exquisite was the central blue sapphire shaped like a butterfly, its deep, pure blue evoking thoughts of the boundless ocean, with lifelike wing patterns and a dreamy, flowing radiance. Now, it lay amidst the debris. Its wings shattered into several pieces, as if its essence had escaped, leaving behind mere fragments of ordinary stone. Luan Jiang inhaled sharply, rushing forward to assist the attendant, inquiring repeatedly if she was unharmed, and quickly pressed the emergency button, activating the store's highest alarm. The shrill siren echoed throughout the jewelry store, causing hearts to race. Luan Jiang looked helplessly at the scattered gems, utterly hesitant to pick them up. "Sister, this is extremely valuable." The rustic individual, having never encountered such a scene, was rendered speechless, stuttering, with a hint of tears in her voice. "It was her own clumsiness that caused it, and it is not my fault." Luan Ying crossed her arms, her stance unsteady, questioning the competency of such a salesperson. The attendant, clutching her bloodied arm and feeling the sting across her face, laughed bitterly in anger. "Miss, you do not believe there are cameras inside. Do you? You pushed me, and that is why the prized possession shattered." "What prized possession?" "Do not misconstrue the situation. In the presence of Luan Jiang." Luan Ying felt no fear of exposure. Moreover, she had ample resources at her disposal. And even if she had to purchase the broken necklace, it would not be a significant loss. She simply wished to assert herself, refusing to be unjustly exploited. What beauty did this necklace possess? "Do not think I am unaware. You wish to make me a fool for items that cannot be sold?" The attendant was about to retort further when others outside had already entered using a spare key. Upon witnessing the disastrous state of the floor, they were momentarily stunned. Then one rushed to call the police. Another screamed as if losing their sanity, while yet another. The scene spiraled into chaos. Luan Jiang attempted to calm one person after another. But to no avail, emotions ran high, with two even attempting to charge at Luan Ying. The commission from this necklace could have afforded every employee in the store a luxury handbag, and Luan Jiang, being exceedingly generous, chose not to keep a single penny from the deal he had signed himself. Zhu Ran tightly shielded Luan Ying in his embrace, offering soft words of reassurance. Only then did Luan Ying realize the gravity of the situation. Feigning calm in a man's hold, stating, "It's just a necklace, I will compensate." How much could it possibly be? Just a necklace? One of the attendants echoed this sentiment sarcastically, exclaiming, "This is the anniversary gift that old Master Wei ordered for old Madam Wei. He is coming to collect it in 3 days, and you think you can compensate? How will you even cover it?" Luan Ying, a glimmer of confusion crossed her eyes. "Who is old Master Wei? You claim to be in the jewelry business, yet you do not recognize old Master Wei." The attendant was left speechless, clearly indicating that her business acumen was lacking. Luan Ying looked at Zhu Ran in bewilderment. Zhu Ran gently explained, "Old Master Wei is a renowned jewelry collector in the country. His endeavors to create a dedicated space for his collection have even been featured in the newspapers. The jewelry he gifts old Madam Wei on their anniversary each year creates a nationwide sensation. Last year, he gifted a crown purchase for a staggering 95 million from the royal family of M country. And what does that prove?" Luan Ying seemed to struggle to grasp the significance, casting a few glances at the fragmented necklace, utterly failing to comprehend its value. Was it not just an ordinary blue sapphire? Even Zhu Ran seemed at a loss for words that he lowered his gaze, concealing his disdain, and spoke more softly. "It proves that this year's gift will undoubtedly exceed 100 million. The value of his gifts only escalates, becoming increasingly rare and precious." Luan Ying. Luan Ying. She opened her mouth but could not utter the 4 simple words, "I will cover the cost," when Luan Ying took over the jewelry business from her mother. The company had already achieved a modest scale. Although its primary operations were not domestic, the profits were still considerable. Luan Ying was merely an amateur jeweler, primarily relying on Zhu Ran for her business dealings. She could not even guarantee the local clientele, as they recognized Luan Mu, not Luan Ying. Even if she wished to instigate a generational change, it would require time to establish her credibility, rather than an abrupt upheaval that left others without time to react, naturally causing them to doubt her company. However, Luan Ying's unfamiliarity with certain individuals did not prevent her from realizing the seriousness of the situation. "It's all right. You go with them for now. I will help you gather the funds." Zhu Ran sighed helplessly, still speaking in that tone that could drown a person. "Nothing will happen. I am here." Having long grown accustomed to relying on Zhu Ran, Luan Ying felt a semblance of calm within, biting her lip and wrapping her arms around the man's waist. Luan Jiang, meanwhile, embraced the attendant, softly soothing, "You won't be disfigured. You won't be disfigured, and I will speak to old Master Wei as well, system. That old man has had his eye on your Yuan Dai series for quite some time. You are not considering giving him an entire set, are you?" "Luan Jiang. He has been quite supportive of my business. This set was originally intended for him. Once the final matter was settled, she intended to leave, and the more jewelry she could bestow, the better, system." "You are truly generous, Luan Jiang. Money is merely an external material. System, if other clients knew, would they not be infuriated?" The attendant sobbed softly, "But will that be acceptable? Will I be fired? My salary is not enough to cover this," in the face of the prized possession. Her injuries were scarcely perceptible. Luan Jiang pinched her cheek, chuckling, "If it comes to that, just consider me as compensation." Zhu Ran not only failed to bring the funds within the stipulated time frame, but also fell completely silent thereafter. Upon leaving the police station, Luan Ying dispatched numerous individuals to search for him, yet they could not locate him. Even the ring Zhu Ran had intended to use for his proposal vanished alongside him. Luan Ying's home resembled a scene of chaos, as if it had been ransacked by kidnappers, leaving a disarray of confusion, compelling her to file another police report. Luan Ying independently covered the exorbitant compensation, and having offended old Master Wei, her company was effectively at its end. Yet this was not the conclusion. She had initially planned to leverage Luan's bankruptcy to force high-interest lenders to demand repayment from Luan Jiang. The phone calls had been made, and schemes for collecting the debts had been devised. Chapter 20. The faux aristocrat and the true heiress. The individual obstructing her was none other than Song Qing, the young master of the Song family. After being released from the hospital, he had received a severe reprimand from Song Chuan, followed by an extended period of confinement, subsisting on the nutritious meals prescribed by his aunt. Completely abstaining from tobacco and alcohol, he had gained several pounds, and his complexion had improved significantly, no longer resembling a specter of death. Repayment, just 2 words from Song Qing. Exhausted from a day spent at the company and police station, Luan Ying found herself devoid of the energy necessary to contend with the difficult Song family. She alighted the vehicle with a scowl, following Song Qing into a nearby CF to avoid causing a scene on the street. After taking a few sips of coffee, Luan Ying slammed her cup down, fuming, "Have you lost your mind? The debt is not owed by me, but by Luan Jiang." Indeed, it was true that the Luan and Song families had once considered a marriage alliance, and Luan Ying had shared a good relationship with Song Qing. The issue of high-interest loans had been directed at Song Qing. Despite his carefree demeanor, the young master was quite astute when it came to financial matters and even owned a company. However, compared to his elder brothers, his enterprise seemed trivial as he resorted to leveraging intimidation for debt collection. Hardly the actions of a respectable individual. Yet, Song Qing was unfazed. "My brother intends to propose to Luan Jiang, which makes us family. How can one demand repayment from family?" He dared not provoke his brother's wrath, as he wished to live a few more years. "Had it not been for your scheming against Luan Jiang, this 2,500,000 shortfall would have fallen on my shoulders. You expect me to cover that? You must be dreaming." As soon as Song Qing regained contact with the outside world, he immediately ceased their plans to confront Luan Jiang. What a joke. If he broke a window at Luan Jiang's jewelry store today, his brother would surely break his leg tomorrow. Luan Ying, however, was deaf to all talk of money. Her mind was occupied solely with the thought, Song Chuan intends to propose to Luan Jiang. Luan Ying. What proposal? Song Qing rolled his eyes, his previously carefree demeanor somewhat diminished, yet still lingering. My brother is fond of Luan Jiang. He thinks she resembles the eldest daughter-in-law of the Song family. My mother has purchased a few items from Luan Jiang, and they share a good rapport. The entire family is unanimously in favor of this union. Far more so than in your time. She is deceiving herself. This is a lie. What stature does Luan Jiang possess? The Luan family is no longer reliable. How could it be that the Song family? Song Qing, noticing her unraveling, scoffed and added fuel to the fire. The Luan family is indeed failing, and Luan Jiang lacks capable parents. Yet, it is of no consequence as my family adores her. Oh, you look down on her for working at a jewelry store? How laughable. The customer she interacts with would require an appointment just to meet her, and even then, they might not secure a slot. Luan Jiang is the manager of every jewelry store under the Gu family. The others are merely assistant managers. Gu treasures her immensely and wanted to promote her to the headquarters as an executive, but Luan Jiang declined. Do you remember that doctor named Chun? How proud he is. He has confessed to Luan Jiang countless times, despite never having had a girlfriend. From Song Qing's words, wanting her a version of Luan Jiang that was utterly incongruous with her own impression. After several exchanges, Luan Ying felt dizzy, questioning her very existence, ultimately concluding that none of this pertains to her. She should just return my money. I have no money to return to you. Go find Luan Jiang. Luan Ying struggled to mask her fatigue and jealousy, finishing her coffee in one gulp, and coldly remarked, since Luan Jiang is so capable, surely 25 million is a trivial matter. Upon seeing her leave, Song Qing made no effort to retain her, but he merely propped his leg on the table, a roguish smile curling at the corners of his lips. He tilted his head and asked, Luan Ying, you intend to confront me, don't you? Luan Ying dared not respond. How could she possibly contend with the likes of Song Qing? He was someone capable of engaging in the most sordid of affairs, never adhering to conventional norms. She still wished to maintain her dignity. Don't be foolish. Luan Ying inhaled deeply, trembling as she said, I will find a way to repay this money. You are not permitted to cause trouble for my company. Song Qing nodded in satisfaction. Now that's more like it. I don't ask for much from you, just the return of my money. You have swallowed the Luan family whole. A mere 25 million should be a trifling sum for you. Luan Ying felt a deep sense of frustration. However, my brother is not so easily dismissed. With a sudden change in tone, Song Qing nearly caused Luan Ying to lose her balance, his grin revealing a set of pearly whites. As he now harbored great affection for Luan Jiang, dreaming of luring her into his bed, you would do well to apologize to Luan Jiang and prostrate yourself before her. Otherwise, the whispers in her ear could very well spell your doom. Song Qing seemed to recall something amusing, bursting into laughter. Luan Ying could no longer maintain her composure and stumbled out of the CFGU family. Luan Jiang sat on the sofa in her study. Engrossed in a game, her legs crossed, clad in shorts and an oversized shirt, both comfortable and convenient. System. The target is behind you. A thick layer of carpet muffled her footsteps. Gu-yi. Luan Jiang turned her head just in time to brush her nose against the man's, immediately feeling a rush of embarrassment as she swatted at him. You scare my phone out of my hand. You owe me a new one. Gu-yi gazed at her quietly for a moment, his lips gently brushing her forehead. Luan Jiang pouted and attempted to evade him, but she was no match for his grasp, and her dodging only resembled a playful kitten. Gu-yi's legs had healed without the knowledge of outsiders, as he appeared to be concocting some grand scheme, intending to use his recovered leg to manipulate others. Aside from the first day, when Luan Jiang bought a cream cake to celebrate, everything remained as normal. You are not permitted to dress like this in public. From a man's vantage point, he could peer down through the empty collar of her shirt, his ears flushed with warmth, and he sternly buttoned the top 2 buttons of her shirt with one hand. Ha! Luan Jiang teased him while continuing to play her game. Can you not tell whose shirt this is? Gu. He stared for a few seconds. Gu-yi. You are doing this on purpose, aren't you? Taking advantage of the fact that he wouldn't act against her, she was fully exploiting his dwindling self-control. This shirt belonged to him. He had only worn it a couple of days prior, and after washing it, he had hung it in the wardrobe, only for this little vixen to claim it. The shorts were too short, and with the shirt draped over her, it was impossible to tell she was dressed at all. Her long, fair legs moved enticingly before him, almost begging for attention. Gu endured watching her play a round of the game, just as he intended to sweep her into the office chair after she finished, when a phone call interrupted. Luan Jiang, trusting, answered on speakerphone, but a loud voice on the other end cheerfully exclaimed, sister-in-law. The matter you asked me to handle is all set. Rest assured, Gu-yi, sister-in-law. Chapter 21. The faux aristocrat and the true heiress. Yet Luan Jiang not only did not follow his lead, but also found the situation amusing. She pouted and replied, "Great, I'll cherish you." Song Qing, puzzled by her tone, refrained from asking further to avoid any awkwardness. After all, it was not easy to build rapport with his sister-in-law, and he did not want to ruin it with a careless remark. "Sister-in-law, my brother mentioned he invited you over for dinner tomorrow night. Is that true?" Song Qing chuckled, implying a meeting of the parents. "Have you agreed to it?" By the heavens, Luan Jiang had no idea she was meant to dine at the Song family's tomorrow night. The man's eyes narrowed. He snatched the phone away and coldly stated, "She is unavailable tomorrow night. Let your brother abandon that notion." Without waiting for Song Qing's response, he hung up. The atmosphere in the study grew tense. The man's chest heaved. He was clearly agitated. Luan Jiang glanced around, coughed lightly, and said seriously, "Sir, how can you hang up on my call without my permission? That is quite inappropriate." Once she spoke, the tension escalated. Gu-yi pressed her back onto the sofa, one leg straddling the couch, pinning her waist down, preventing her from getting up. "Explain." His dark eyes fixated on her lips, as if he would sever her neck at the slightest utterance of a word he did not wish to hear. Luan Jiang rubbed her face against his fingers, her voice soft. "He was just joking. I am not in a relationship, so who could I possibly be his sister-in-law to?" "No more coquetry," Gu-yi barked. "Is he Song Qing? What did Song Chuan tell you? What have you promised him?" Luan Jiang wore a perplexed expression. He felt a surge of bitterness, his brow furrowing tightly. What does it mean to not be in a relationship? Are they not in one? Otherwise, how could he allow just any random woman to touch his leg, to take his hand? Is it not a relationship? Does it not count as a relationship? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and his gaze grew increasingly dangerous. "System. Ah, you must appease him. I've detected a conflict. You must calm him down, or he might truly." "Song Chuan did not tell me anything." Luan Jiang protested. "I merely asked Song Qing to transfer my debt to Luan Ying." He was not convinced. He even grasped the collar of Luan Jiang's shirt, as if ready to tear it open. "Luan Jiang, you, please calm down." Luan Jiang felt tearful and helpless. "I swear I am not involved with any man." He stared at her, the pressure of his grip slowly tightening. His voice was low and laced with fury. "Then what do you consider us?" Luan Jiang bit her lip, slowly turning her head away under his piercing gaze. After a moment, she finally uttered, with each word deliberate, "I like Gu-yi. That will never change," just as he began to feel relieved. She added, "But Gu-yi in the past said hurtful things to me regarding my sister. I'm a bit timid. I fear that you might only think you like me because your leg has healed." The man's pupils constricted, and he gritted his teeth. "Do you think I am foolish enough to confuse what is affection and what is gratitude? Does Gu-yi truly not like my sister? Then why did he like her in the first place?" When Luan Jiang turned back to face him, her eyes were filled with tears. She cried out, "Is it true that Gu-yi's affection for a person has an expiration date? Or does Gu-yi easily develop feelings for others? Or, The man could no longer tolerate her words and took decisive action to silence her. Initially, her hands, which had gripped his back in resistance, gradually came to rest on his slender waist, no longer pushing him away. Years ago, that girl saved his life. Were it not for her, he would have lost far more than just his legs. When he awoke again, it was in a hospital. He had been saved, yet could no longer walk. The memories of that one night remained blank. He had no idea how he ended up outside, nor what had become of that girl. It was only a year later that the girl from the Luan family sought him out, asking if he remembered her. From her, he learned that it was she who had first managed to get him out, and afterward he had reported to the police to contact his family for rescue. Due to a minor unfortunate incident, she arrived late by a year. Otherwise, she would have remained by his side in the hospital. From that moment onward, Gu-yi's heart harbored an additional void, reserved solely for her. In the years that followed, Gu-yi repeatedly lowered his own standards to brave the flames for her, finding greater joy in witnessing her smile than in receiving praise from his father. Yet, she did not reciprocate his affections and even expressed disdain for his disability, demanding he keep his distance and forbidding him from gazing at her with affection. The Gu-yi Yi endured it all, rarely appearing in public, silently observing her every move that he watched her interact with Song Chuan and contend with the genuine heiress. The man calmly recounted this tale, then closed his eyes to regain his composure. Upon reopening them, he stated, "That was when I truly mistook gratitude for affection. Now, I am acutely aware that my feelings for you stem from a desire for intimacy." Jiyu Zong's method of confession was indeed blunt and unrefined. Luan Jiang pouted, tugging at her loose shirt. The man, like a ravenous wolf, had pressed his lips to hers for far too long, leaving her lips swollen and her attire nearly disheveled. Fortunately, her self-control held firm, or she might have unwittingly compromised herself for the sake of a task. Humph, she could very well harbor this jealousy for a lifetime. That moment, Luan Jiang found herself ensconced in the man's embrace. Her limbs restrained, unable to move that a lifetime. The corner of the man's lips curled slightly. "This was your assertion." Hey, I didn't Luan Jiang bit her tongue in frustration, deciding against voicing her thoughts. She certainly did not wish to be held captive in a kiss. If she were to utter the words, "I never intended to spend my life with you," the man would likely lose his composure on the spot. Jiyu quietly inquired, "What is our relationship now?" He grasped her chin, gazing intently into her eyes with utmost seriousness. Luan Jiang rolled her eyes, refusing to meet his gaze. What? I don't understand what you're saying." "Luan Jiang." Jiyu responded coolly. "Do you believe I could force myself upon you?" Ultimately, the man was quite satisfied holding her waist, his dark eyes brimming with possessiveness. She was his, and there was no escaping that fate. Chapter 22. The faux aristocracy and the true heiress stimulating Luan Ying was part of the plan. Luan Jiang learned from the system that it was not Luan Ying who saved Gu Yi in his childhood, but rather he himself. Luan Ying intended for young Gu Yi to attract animosity while she sought an escape. Little did she know, the kidnappers were exceedingly cruel and shattered young Gu Yi's legs. Luan Ying successfully fled that night, feeling both terrified and guilty, too afraid to report the incident to the authorities. And she did not contact the Gu family for 2 days. Young Gu Yi, battered and bruised, managed to crawl to the center of the road to seek help when the kidnappers grew complacent, ultimately becoming the Gu Zong of today. Had young Gu Yi lost consciousness midway through the beatings or failed to reach the road, he would have perished. Ironically, Luan Ying, fearing Gu Yi's resentment, dare not show her face for a year. When she later discovered he had no memory of that fateful night, she shamelessly claimed credit for saving him. Naturally, the Luan family would seize the opportunity to align themselves with the Gu family. Keeping this matter under wraps, over the years, the Luan family developed their business thanks to the Gu family, truly embodying the phrase, "One person gains favor, and the whole clan ascends." Luan Ying continuously insisted she was the one who saved Gu Yi. And over time, she likely convinced herself of this narrative. Otherwise, how could she so brazenly trample upon Gu Yi's genuine affection? No one possesses the right to belittle another's feelings, provided they do not interfere with their own. Ever since Luan Jiang acknowledged their romantic involvement before the man, her previously carefree days seemed to drift further away. Wherever she went, he would inquire. Whoever she messaged, he was aware he could even count the number of times Luan Jiang visited the restroom in a single day. While Luan Jiang delved into the investigation of events surrounding Luan Ying from over a decade ago, Gu Yi was acutely aware he did not intervene or inquire, merely waiting for her to present him with a semblance of fairness. "Gu Zong, I believe I do not require so many bodyguards." Luan Jiang slammed her palm on the man's desk, her eyes shimmering with fervor. "You must cease sending people to follow me. If you continue, I will retaliate." He did not raise his head, casually inquiring, "Without bodyguards, you would freely visit the museum with Song Chuan? Without bodyguards, you would enjoy a meal at the newly opened restaurant with Chunyoji? Without bodyguards, you would—" Enough, Gu Zong. I said nothing." Luan Jiang slumped to the floor, cradling her face, staring blankly out the window. The man's actions of reviewing documents momentarily paused. He sighed softly. "I do not prohibit you from having social life. I merely contend that your choices are misguided. Mr. and Mrs. Luan have been placed in a villa on the outskirts of town by Luan Ying. The villa was not purchased but rented. Luan Ying wished to repay the 25 million owed to Song Qing in one fell swoop, rendering her recent financial situation precarious. Mr. and Mrs. Luan were not her biological parents and had not provided her with much affection. Luan Ying calculated that she could cast them upon Luan Jiang. After all, wasn't Luan Jiang currently in a better position than her? It was only natural for her to support their parents. Yet, as soon as she voiced this sentiment, Mrs. Luan broke down. You tore apart our family in front of her, revealing the truth about that accident. Subsequently, the Luan family's assets were not shared with Luan Jiang even in the slightest. We never raised her. Are you not pushing us to our doom? I don't care. I lack the funds to support you. Luan Ying pulled the corners of her lips, crossing her arms defiantly. If Luan Jiang truly lacks the conscience to care for you, that is no concern of mine. Luan Ying, you still bear the Luan surname. Following the recent funeral of the old master, Mr. Luan's health had deteriorated significantly, relying on medication to sustain himself. Clutching his chest in agitation, he exclaimed, all the money we've earned over the years has been spent on you. On what grounds do you refuse to support us? I have no money. I do not wish to repeat myself. Luan Ying stated, I will call Luan Jiang immediately to take you both away. She is living well. Why should she not bring you along? Humph. Keep talking back, and you can sleep on the street. After all, this lease is about to expire. Luan Ying arranged to meet Luan Jiang at an upscale restaurant. System. Is she truly driven mad by money? Mr. and Mrs. Luan raised her during her childhood. Why did they never express concern about expenses? In fact, 2 bodyguards accompanied Luan Jiang into the restaurant. Choosing to sit at a separate table to avoid interrupting the conversation while keeping a watchful eye on the proceedings, the bodyguards' expressions soured as they overheard Luan Ying's words. Luan Ying's coercion of her adoptive mother to relinquish her seat was hardly a secret. Having spread throughout their circle long ago, Luan Jiang stifled a laugh, wiping away the tears brimming at the corners of her eyes. I believed you, Luan Ying, to be quite capable, taking on the mess left by Madame Luan. Yet you seem utterly inept at managing it. Offending old master way, do you truly believe you can remain here much longer? Luan Ying, regrettably, I must inform you that your initial mishandling has left the families of the students thoroughly enraged. Yearning for justice for quite some time, they had a property in the city, yet you forcibly evicted them for 50,000. Luan Ying, I dare say your mathematical skills were lacking back then. Is 3 to 4 million the proper calculation? The elderly couple, having grown frail, could scarcely endure further tribulations. I could hire the finest lawyer, but I will not condone such behavior. Luan Jiang suddenly asserted, one must accept the consequences of their mistakes. Not even the King of Heaven can intervene. You intend to personally send your biological parents to prison. Luan Ying laughed derisively. How could that be? You wouldn't dare. Luan Jiang met her gaze steadily, slowly articulating, why would I not dare? Luan Ying, do you believe you can escape? The fund you have misappropriated from the company over the years, do you think they have gone unnoticed? Luan Ying did not see the distinction between the company and her own pocket. Those resources were destined to be hers eventually, so she had used them. Back when the old master was alive, he had turned a blind eye, let alone now. Yet, Luan Ying could not afford to underestimate Luan Jiang. Her face paled, and her hands gradually formed into fists. Chapter 23. The Faux Aristocracy and the True Heiress. What do you want from me? What must I do for you to spare me? Luan Ying slumped despondently in her chair, utterly devoid of defiance. Luan Jiang's eyes flickered momentarily. With a slight upturn of her lips, revealing cute dimples, she mused. There's no rush. I have another question for you. Do you remember saving Gu over a decade ago? Luan Ying had thought her heart could not grow any colder, nor could the situation worsen. However, Luan Jiang's words sent shivers down her spine. She straightened in her seat, unsure of how to position her limbs naturally. Her gaze darted about. I saved him. What do you wish to ask? Luan Jiang rested her chin on her hand. Are you certain you want to provide that answer? Luan Ying, I am offering you a chance. The playful intonation of it hung in the air, laced with a hint of allure, yet Luan Ying found herself frozen in place. Half an hour later, Luan Ying found herself at a loss for how she had left the restaurant. All she could recall was her obligation to settle the bill, yet she felt utterly incapable of rising from her seat. Ultimately, it was Luan Jiang who paid the tab. The more she owed, the lighter her guilt felt. In her imagination, she treated Luan Jiang with great kindness, and Luan Jiang reciprocated. Together, They managed the Luan family business, serving dutifully after Luan's parents grew old as the Luan enterprise flourished. So did their wealth, and she even married Song Chuan. Then Luan Ying awoke. She found herself staring at the stark white ceiling, and despair overtook her, causing her to weep uncontrollably. She was about to confront not only Gu Yi's wrath but also the specter of imprisonment. After Gu Yi had sent Luan Ying to prison, he also took it upon himself to handle matters concerning Luan's parents. After precisely 2 years and a compensation of over 3 million, the matter was finally resolved. Luan Jiang, ready to leave the day after tomorrow. Is that all right? System, yes. However, the target is currently preparing to propose, and Luan Jiang, I don't care. The 3 words were spoken swiftly and with a finality that caused the system to silently light a candle for Gu Yi. The venue for the proposal was naturally chosen to be a jewelry store, a place Gu Yi deemed most fitting and easy for showing off. Numerous patrons are captivated by Luan Jiang, some even confessing their feelings directly to her. Over the course of a month, while the exact number of sales was irrelevant, the gift she received far surpassed the combined salaries of all the employees in the store. That day, Luan Jiang was well prepared, having specifically invited Chen Yoji to the shop. When Gu Yi arrived, he was informed that she had gone out to dinner with Chen Yoji. He was infuriated, laughing in disbelief as he stormed into the restaurant and hoisted her away. Hey, what are you doing? I don't want to be angry with you, nor do I want you to fear me. The man spoke with a blank expression. You better think carefully about how to explain this to me. Luan Jiang's eyes widened. It just dinner. Does having dinner necessitate such a charming smile? I'm inherently good-looking. No matter how I smile, I look good. Put me down, put me down. Do you hear me? Luan Jiang repeatedly patted his shoulder, her head turning back to glance, as one should at least bid farewell when leaving. How rude. Gu Yi had long been incensed by her constant fixation on other men, but he remained silent. Once in the car, he confiscated her phone and wallet, tossing them into the front seat, then firmly grasped Luan Jiang's hand as she attempted to retrieve them, trapping her on his lap. The man's low, dangerous voice resonated. Don't provoke me. Luan Jiang bit her lip, her lashes dampened from her earlier agitation. How have I provoked you? You know full well what I was there for today. What do I know? Luan Jiang struggled, but could not break free. Ji's strength was formidable. He could easily lift her effortlessly, and there was no way she could escape his grasp. Luan Jiang turned her head away in anger. Ignoring him, the man's expression darkened completely. Luan Jiang's wrists were still firmly held by one of his hands, rendering her unable to move as she followed him. The butler, perplexed by the situation, cast Luan Jiang a look of self-preservation, hastily ushering her along. System, host, will I ever see the day you leave? I have a feeling you might be, Luan Jiang, it's fine. The villa fell silent. The man's gaze was fixed intently on her defiant little face. Just when Luan Jiang thought he might unleash some harsh words, he suddenly knelt down. Luan Jiang. He produced a simple silver ring from his shirt pocket. Because he still held on to her, as he knelt, she had no choice but to bend slightly. She noticed the inner circle of the ring bore the initials, GYLJ. You, get up. Don't hold me like this. It's uncomfortable. Luan Jiang was instantly flustered. The supreme deity. She possessed unparalleled power and an eternity of life. Bored, she had raised a little one, hoping to cultivate him into divinity. So her life would not be too lonely. Little did she know, upon gaining his wings, he would harbor ulterior motives against her. After failing, he resorted to cunningly seizing her divine essence, shattering it entirely. For many years thereafter, she was confined in a gilded cage, subjected to his torment. That little white-eyed wolf often gazed at her with a sickly, obsessive stare, gently caressing her face. Master, why can't you simply love me, as you promised? Why must I resort to such measures against you? His tone was filled with grievance and sorrow, as if she were the one who had committed unspeakable sins. Luan Jiang, born of nobility, could hardly tolerate such indignity. She refused to yield. Her golden blood, often spilled, he ceaselessly healed her, yet relentlessly drove her to madness. Luan Jiang believed she would remain trapped forever, until one fateful day when she sensed a subtle presence. A microtransaction system that a low-level system devoid of any offensive capabilities. Now, confronted with Gu Yi's face, which bore no resemblance to that of the little white-eyed wolf, Luan Jiang felt an inexplicable, uncanny familiarity. Luan Ying posed no threat to you. You've accomplished what you sought. Luan Jiang stood frozen, neither rejecting nor consenting. Her hand was still held by him, slowly moving toward the silver ring. Chapter 24. A False Aristocrat. A true heir is 24. The man maintained his unwavering gaze upon her eyes, unblinking as that delicate finger was encircled by the silver ring. He sighed with relief, pulling her into his embrace, his warm breath brushing against Luan Jiang's shoulder and neck, tickling and burning. Luan Jiang pouted, her eyes downcast in a display of feigned grievance, her lashes trembling slightly. Is this how one proposes? No roses, no cake, not a single onlooker. I'll make it up to you later. The man's Adam's apple bobbed, a deep yet pleasant chuckle emanating from his chest. Luan Jiang huffed, but made no move to push him away, her voice growing increasingly sticky. Who can't write an empty check? Besides, that certain someone is stingy to a fault. You want to even let me go out to dinner with friends? You're not allowed to take anyone with you. Just stay home. Whenever this subject arose, He always adopted that cool and aloof tone. You're rogue, a big rogue. Luan Jiang bit down hard on his ear, while the man, in a surprisingly good mood, gently stroked her back, his affection palpable. After a moment, Luan Jiang sighed softly. Until we're legally wed, anything can happen. Chen Yoji, Song Chuan, they're both far better than you. Mr. Gu, as long as you dare to treat me poorly, I will. The man effortlessly hoisted her onto his shoulder, his expression dark as he strode upstairs. Passing a balcony, he raised his hand and flung away the only key. He smirked ominously. Now that we're both trapped, who else can you choose? Luan Jiang. You are utterly insane. That was just me being playful, can't you tell? Subsequently, Luan Jiang was pinned on the bed. How he twisted and turned her was a tale for another time. Suffice it to say the final act remained unconsummated. It was more innocent than anticipated. It seemed he would not take her seriously until they were legally wed. 2 days swiftly passed. When the appointed time to leave arrived, Luan Jiang deliberately sent the man away, and with the system's assistance, she shook off her bodyguards. She rushed to a shabby little inn, awaiting her physical departure. System. Something seems off. Time had elapsed. Yet Luan Jiang experienced no changes. She bounced around the room, glancing in the mirror multiple times. Nothing had occurred, system. Could it be the ring on your finger? Luan Jiang promptly removed the ring, tossing it onto the bedside table. She furrowed her brow, pondering, and asked the system, Is Gu's affection for me particularly high? That can't be right. He merely healed my leg. They had known each other for less than half a year. Now, with the proposal and everything, the system paused for a moment, astonished as it reviewed the figures. Our scale measures affection up to 100, but Gui's affection for you seems to exceed that. Host, it's highly likely that his intense desire for you to remain is affecting our log-out process. Luan Jiang lay flat on the small bed, her gaze vacant. System. What should we do? It was merely a microtransaction system. Forcing the host to perish in this world could potentially harm her soul. Let it be. Luan Jiang sighed heavily. I had anticipated this. I just find it a bit hard to accept that Gu's feelings for me may just be a fleeting whim. In 2 years. Oh no, in half a year, he'll lose interest. System. Well, I hope the hosts get their wish. However, have you thought about how to explain this to the target? No sooner had the words left its virtual mouth than the door to the small room was violently kicked open with a loud bang. Luan Jiang lay on the bed, unmoving, her eyelids not fluttering, as if she had foreseen this moment. The man strode in, stepping over debris, exuding an oppressive aura as he approached, his gaze piercing like cold daggers directed at the person on the bed. The black-clad bodyguards behind him averted their eyes in silence. Where were you running to? He halted beside the bed, looking down upon her, a cold smile playing on his lips. Aren't you afraid I might break your legs? Since the moment he saw her stop at the hotel, the man's expression had soured. The mere thought of a scoundrel waiting for her inside, ready to touch her without restraint, ignited a tempest of rage within him, having already shattered several chairs in his fury. Fortunately, upon opening the door, he found only her. Yet, that was still unforgivable. Was there truly nothing that could be communicated to him? Was he so fearsome that she could not even step outside? After uttering that question, a heavy silence enveloped the room. The bodyguards wished for naught but to find a hole to burrow into, lest they be caught in the crossfire of the man's wrath. Meanwhile, the woman on the bed lounged leisurely, even crossing her legs in an attempt to ensnare his knee. If only my legs were not broken, they could hang around your waist, she teased, tilting her head and blinking her innocent eyes. Does Mr.Gu truly mind? He closed his eyes, envisioning a certain scenario, and exhaled a heavy sigh. He lifted his hand, and the bodyguards promptly turned, dispersing with a harmonious rhythm of footsteps until none remained. Luan Jiang propped herself up on her arms, yet did not rise. She reached for the man's tie, releasing her supporting hand to let it fall backward. Although Gu Yi was seething with anger inside, he feared for her back against the unforgiving bed, raising his hand to protect her waist and collapsing onto the bed with her. Are you worried about me? Luan Jiang laughed playfully, her expression far from serious. Are you afraid I might betray you, or that someone might deceive me and then betray you? Ha ha. The fire in a man's eyes gradually morphed into something else. That infuriating little creature always drove him to the brink of madness. Luan Jiang struggled to catch her breath, yet the smile at her lips remained tantalizingly shallow. Her delicate fingers were empty, like a tangled red thread entwining around the man's body. Slowly, those crimson lips traced down the bridge of his nose. Barely brushing against his soft lips, the man's hand loosened. Their lips met. 2 hours later, the bodyguards stood below, swatting away mosquitoes. The street was relatively clean, though the abundance of bushes and flowers concealed countless mosquitoes. Why hasn't Mr.Gu come down yet? One wondered. Could it be that he's with Xiao Jiang? The bodyguard exchanged a knowing glance with his companions, making a rather uncouth gesture. Another bodyguard chimed in. What? Do you think they're having a heart-to-heart in the hotel? TSK. Mr. Gu truly has no standards. Alas, Xiao Zhang's charm is simply irresistible. It seems Mr.Gu. The head bodyguard remained silent, his peripheral vision catching a glimpse of a figure descending the stairs, prompting him to nudge his companion. The group fell silent. The man emerged, cradling someone wrapped in a blanket, his outer coat draped over the blanket, clad only in a black shirt. He swiftly approached the black Land Rover, gently placing the person inside the vehicle. Leaning halfway into the car, his voice took on a soft, coaxing tone, though the bodyguards, ears perked, could not catch a single word. 2 minutes later, the man finally entered the vehicle. Luan Jiang had been by Gu Yi's side for several years, and his feelings for her intensified with each passing day. Chapter 25. The most unpopular person in a dating show. The wedding ceremony was grand, attended by nearly all the prominent figures in the city. Some there for Gu Yi's sake, others for Luan Jiang's. She gazed at him, her eyes locked, causing the man to inexplicably feel a surge of jealousy, keeping his hand firmly on her waist throughout the night. The system, sigh. Everyone at Gu's company adored Luan Jiang, and whenever she visited, the staff showed unparalleled enthusiasm. Although Gu Yi rarely allowed her out, eventually forbidding her entirely, tales of Luan Jiang continued to circulate within the company. On the day of their 5th wedding anniversary, the system suddenly announced that she could leave. Luan Jiang glanced at the clock on the wall, unhesitatingly removing the ring from her ring finger. This ring was not the one from their initial proposal, but the one Gu Yi had placed on her finger on their wedding day, a lavish piece adorned with a diamond worth tens of thousands. The system. I thought the host would be reluctant. Luan Jiang. I truly detest being confined. Her tone was light, yet her eyes glimmered with icy resolve. The statuesque woman let her hair cascade down. Barefoot as she approached the floor-to-ceiling window, sunlight poured in, elongating her shadow and silently kissing the tips of her hair. Against the golden light, her fingertips gradually vanished. The system observed the previous unstable state of the host dimension and sighed quietly. Hopefully, such a situation would not occur again. If the data of these dimensions were disrupted, that individual would undoubtedly notice. At that point, a host without a divine essence would find themselves quite passive. Nighttime seaside villa. The 2-story villa was ablaze with lights, and outside the floor-to-ceiling windows was a small swimming pool capable of accommodating a dozen people. The bright blue water shimmering vividly under the lights. The raucous music seemed capable of shaking the very sky above, as several stunning young women in revealing attire navigated through the crowd, drinks in hand, their laughter drowned out by the music. On the second floor, a group of wealthy second-generation individuals, led by Ji Yuan, stood drinking. "Second young master, come down. Yuan is looking for you," a black-haired beauty in the pool called out, holding onto a blushing girl who seemed hesitant to speak. Lu Gu scoffed, carelessly tossing his phone onto the glass coffee table beside him, reclining languidly on the sunbed, his long figure exuding an effortless allure. His features bore a delicate charm that could only be cultivated by a dandy who had long roamed the world of indulgence. His dark eyes scanned his friend's amused expressions, and he spoke with a teasing tone. "Looking back, I suppose Yuan isn't as pretty as I am. Am I playing with her? Or is she playing with me? Today, I'm just not interested." Such words could only escape Lu Ji's lips. His friends, gazing at his exquisite features that rivaled those of any woman, could only grumble. "Oh, come off it. You have no interest in anyone?" Ji Yuan, disbelieving of his words, immediately called for someone to fetch Yuan. Lu Gu shrugged, indifferent, offering no protest. Ji Yuan, seeing his nonchalant demeanor, felt a pang of frustration, pondering how this notorious playboy still attracted good women. Not to mention those who sought only fleeting encounters, truly fixated on Lu Gu, like Yuan, seemingly reluctant, was pushed forward but immediately found her gaze drawn to Lu Gu. He remained as striking as ever, every pose exuding an allure that made him the most handsome man she had ever encountered. She recalled their first meeting, where he had waited outside a bar abroad. His long legs crossed, a burning cigarette held between his fingers. The smoke spiraled upward, obscuring his features, rendering his already indifferent gaze even more elusive, an air of melancholic mystery that captivated her. Yuan had been entranced. And when he finally noticed her gaze, he tilted his head slightly, his lips curling in a dismissive arc. He said nothing, yet those eyes seemed to draw every word she had to say. It was her first experience of infatuation, her heart racing as she approached him, asking for his contact information, which he readily provided. Ultimately, Yuan resolved to persistently seek his attention, believing that one day he would see her take tea. That moment, compared to her awkwardness, he wore a teasing smirk, his gaze unabashedly traveling from her head to her toes, an audacious yet seemingly natural act that left her powerless to feel anger. Yuan's heart raced. In the week leading up to this moment, she had gone to great lengths to shed 5 pounds, eager for him to see her at her best, even if he wouldn't remember her. At least she would leave an impression. Yuan's anxious eyes met his. He spoke. "Have a seat, but please put on something warm. It's chilly here." Instantly, all her grievances and fears dissipated. Yuan could hardly contain her delight. Casting a quiet glance at her giggling friends before taking small, tentative steps towards Lu Gu. Someone had moved a chair beside his sunbed, but upon seeing it, she felt discontent and distanced herself. Watching her 2 friends mingle with Ji Yuan and the others, she felt grateful, realizing they were intentionally creating an opportunity for her to be alone with him. "It's been 37 days since we last met, hasn't it?" Yuan's voice was as soft as her appearance, pleasant to the ear. "I heard you went to Be City for business. That's wonderful. The Be City fun? I haven't been there yet." Yuan thought she understood Lu Gu well, but as she spoke, his previously pleasant expression abruptly froze. He lowered his eyelashes, concealing the chill in his eyes, and replied languidly, "It's all right." Chapter 26. The most unpopular person in a dating show, continued. And then? Yet, the more Yuan spoke, the more animated she became, completely oblivious to Lu Ji's impatience, until one of her friends could no longer bear it and approached her, saying, "It's been rather dull here for too long. Come on, let's go have some fun downstairs." Yuan protested. "You all go ahead, I'll stay a bit longer with him." Her friend, exasperated, retorted, "Lu Xiao has things to attend to. We should go enjoy ourselves first and come back later." "But, no buts." The close friend jested with Lu Gu, saying, "Then I'll take Yuan with me. You can continue your fun, Lu Xiao." Lu Gu nodded slightly. The friend playfully slapped her shoulder and lowered her voice, exclaiming, "Can't you see he doesn't want to talk to you? Why bother being so warm towards him?" "Not at all. He is just not very talkative." "You don't understand," Yuan interjected, She detested hearing others speak ill of Lu Ge, not even a little, and firmly yet gently added, although I may not articulate well, I will strive to adapt to him. Lu Ge is truly a wonderful person, nothing like the nonsense they say. Don't listen to them. They're merely sour grapes. The friend retorted. All right, I see he's cast a spell on you. She forcefully dragged Luan Ying away from the villa, leading her to the beach. She made her sit on a chair and handed her a drink, saying, You have looks and wealth. Why not pursue a couple of young male college students instead? You're not that old. Perhaps a love born of financial gain could yield a good outcome. Just look at Lu Ge. He has so many women around him. Has he ever made an exception for anyone? Moreover, I've heard that the Lu family forbids him from meddling in the family business. He's merely a pawn. He might not even inherit anything. My goodness. Why put yourself through this? Luan Ying pursed her lips and quietly countered. I don't like him because he's wealthy, of course. You're so refined. Well, I'm just an ordinary person. The friend rolled her eyes several times, stating, I've said all I needed to. If you continue to fawn over him, I won't intervene. Don't come to me crying later, Luan Ying affirmed. That won't happen. Lu Ge will surely be moved by me. He will come to like me. Although there are many girls around him, they're merely playing around. Only I truly care for him. Luan Ying was exceedingly stubborn, insisting, I know what kind of person he is. I understand him, and only I do. The friend was left speechless, forcing a smile and nodding repeatedly. Sure, I don't know him. Good luck to you. Respectful blessings were all that remained to be said. Although Luan Ying expressed such sentiments, deep down, she felt uncertain. She sat there, holding her glass, when suddenly a hand patted her shoulder. Turning her head, she was met by a pair of dazzling eyes, reminiscent of a blend of peach blossom and phoenix eyes, with gently upturned corners exuding a hint of allure. The irises shimmered like an autumn brook, cool yet reflecting the warm reds of maple leaves, bringing a sense of tranquility. The woman had long hair, cascading down to her waist, dark and silky, with a unique deep purple hue at the ends, adding a touch of vibrancy to her otherwise enigmatic appearance. Multiple earrings adorned one of her ears, glimmering in the moonlight. The night was chilly, especially by the seaside, with cool breezes persistently blowing. She wore a thin tank top paired with extremely short denim shorts, revealing her long, fair legs. Barefoot, she walked on the beach, leaving faint footprints, some washed away by the tide. Luan Ying caught a whiff of alcohol. Was she walking by the sea at night, after drinking? Was she deliberately seeking trouble? Instantly, Luan Ying stood up from her chair, positioning herself a little behind her friend. Noticing her movements, Luan Jiang tilted her head, her face fully illuminated by the moonlight. She was an incredibly beautiful woman. This was Luan Ying's first impression. Her second impression was that the woman had remarkably flawless skin, so soft and tender that one could only imagine how delightful it would feel to touch. Who are you? Luan Ying stammered. She couldn't help it. Encountering such a trendy and glamorous young lady left her at a loss for words. Who I am isn't important. Do you know where Ji-Yuan is? Luan Jiang asked, leaning slightly, appearing a bit unsteady, her eyes sparkling even more. Just as Luan Ying was about to speak, her friend, with an unfriendly demeanor, interjected, What do you want with Ji-Yuan? Ah, just to hang out. Indeed, Ji-Yuan was known for being quite the party-goer, and a notorious one at that. Yet her friend looked disdainful. Many want to hang out with him. Don't you see if you're a match? They lived in the same city, but their different social circles dictated entirely different destinies. Ji-Yuan was indeed a wealthy heir, but plenty desired to be around him, begging for his attention. She certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to send such a gem his way. Hearing this, Luan Jiang, unfazed, chuckled. Oh, if you don't want to share that, that's fine. I'll find him myself. With that, she attempted to step past the two, but her friend, not one to back down, grabbed her arm. The woman was clearly intoxicated. Even a slight push made her stumble, and she immediately fell towards Luan Ying's friend. Ouch! Luan Jiang exclaimed, her voice melodious as she and Luan Ying's friend tumbled onto the sand. Despite the sandy beach, the fall was still quite jarring. The suddenly clumsy woman seemed to take everything in stride. Even after such a harsh fall, while Luan Ying's friend, who landed beneath her, was in pain, tears welling up in her eyes, Luan Ying hurriedly helped them both up, apologizing to Luan Jiang. I'm so sorry. My friend didn't mean it. She's not usually like this. Luan Jiang sat cross-legged on the sand, slowly rubbing her temples. After the fall, her drunkenness had dissipated considerably. System. This is the female lead's sister. You might want to get to know her. Luan Jiang. Yes. ISNT this getting acquainted. System. When did the host learn to play the victim? Chapter 27. Transformed into the villain of a dating show. Ah, I have my faults as well. Luan Jiang smiled at Yuan, who was too shy to meet her gaze, propping herself up with her elbows to rise from the sand, brushing off the sand. I'm Luan Jiang, an actress. And you? Yuan's friend glared at her resentfully. Why should we tell you? Wow, Luan Jiang exclaimed, her eyes shining brightly with genuine admiration. What a lovely name, Yuan. With that compliment, Yuan's cheeks, which had just cooled in the night breeze, flushed crimson once more. Feeling increasingly flustered, Yuan could only smile awkwardly. Luan Jiang squinted at her friend's retreating figure, then playfully wrapped an arm around Yuan's neck, saying, "Keep your distance from her. She seems to dislike me." Yuan pondered why one should distance themselves from someone merely for disliking them, but refrained from voicing her thoughts, offering an awkward smile without agreeing or denying. She dislikes me because I'm prettier than her, and you're liked because you're not as good-looking. Luan Jiang continued unabashedly that you're far too naive. You're not suited to play with someone as cunning as me. She teased, her lashes long and beautifully curled. She slowly added, so you're not fit to play with me either. Hee. The script this time was for a popular entertainment show about a universally disliked character, a stunning beauty whose personality and behavior earned her the disdain of everyone around her. In a world that values looks above all, the original character stood out as a peculiar flower. After 3 years in the industry, her lack of popularity stemmed from her personality and her refusal to comply with her agent's wishes to find a benefactor, leaving her as merely a supporting character on the fringes of fame. Given her lack of buzz, she was unqualified to appear on Are You Dating?, the most popular dating reality show in the country. However, a month prior, the original character was exposed for secretly harboring feelings for the top star Luan Ying for years, even engaging in stalking behavior that prompted the star's fans and passersby to vehemently criticize her online. The top star himself expressed his disgust, urging certain individuals not to overstep, or he would resort to legal action. That same night, the show's production team approached the original character's agent with a collaboration proposal, and the agent, eager to capitalize on the current wave of notoriety, signed a contract without consulting the original character. Upon their first meeting, Luan Ying openly displayed his disdain for the original character, mocking her attire, appearance, and figure, garnering applause from the audience outside the screen, who called him her mouthpiece. The other 3 men were no better. Even if they had a preference for Song Ci, they would maintain a facade of decorum towards the other female guest. The 6 of them operated within the same social circle, excluding the original character from their activities. She failed to be chosen for dates in the first 2 episodes and had to leave in the 3rd. It was only in the 2nd episode that she discovered the reporter who had exposed her scandal was none other than the female lead, Song Ci. The original character rejected the advances. Yet her agent, intent on exploiting the situation, got her drunk and delivered her to the sponsor's bed. Unbeknownst to her, there was more than one sponsor in that room, and she ended up in the hospital. Coincidentally, on the day of this incident, the female lead Song Ci visited her sister Yuan and captured footage of the event, claiming the original character led an unseemly private life. 3 days later, the original character jumped from the hospital rooftop, leaving behind a gruesome scene. While the original character did have feelings for Luan Ying, she never crossed any lines. Their encounters were merely due to their families being close friends and living nearby. Luan Ying had simply forgotten her after going abroad. Song Ci was a small-time reporter. She wouldn't pass up any opportunity for a scoop, not intentionally targeting the original character, just being diligent in her work. Luan Jiang also noticed a subtle detail in the plot. The reason Luan Ying fell head over heels for Song Ci was her smile, which bore an uncanny resemblance to that of a little sister who had once helped him. A memory etched in his mind. While he could not recall the original identity, her smile lingered vividly. Another female guest was still a student, having gained fame online due to a series of photo shoots. becoming the goddess of many otaku. This time, her target was the second young master of the Lu family, Luan Jiang. In the original narrative, Lu Gu was a debauched playboy who ultimately met his demise through his own reckless behavior. Unable to compare with his elder brother, Lu Min, he possessed a privileged background and striking looks, capturing the hearts of countless girls as a charming rogue, yet he was also the epitome of a scoundrel. He had once harbored feelings for the female lead, Song Si, but was unable to act on them due to the influence of his brother, Lu Min, as the chairman of the Lu Corporation. Lu Min could easily obtain anyone he desired, yet he hesitated before the seemingly insignificant reporter, Song Si, retreating time and again. Lu Ji's affection for Song Si was perceived by Lu Min as an affront. Lu Gu indulged in hedonism abroad, ultimately meeting his end on a racetrack, his car wrecked beyond recognition, leaving no trace of a body. Luan Jiang, in another character profile, discovered the true identity of Lu Gu. He was an illegitimate child, his mother of lowly status, unable to gain entry into the Lu family, that Lu's father could provide them with financial support, but no legitimacy. Eventually, the legitimate wife learned of Lu Ji's mother and, perceiving her as vulnerable, repeatedly caused disturbances that jeopardized the family business and Lu Ji's education. In desperation, Lu's father opted for a cruel solution, forcing Lu Ji's biological mother to a foreign land and registering Lu Gu under the legitimate wife's name, compelling him to address her as mother. Despite his tender age, Lu Gu possessed a proud spirit, refusing to comply, even enduring broken limbs in silence. The legitimate wife, understanding Lu Ji's vulnerabilities, arranged for his mother to be mistreated abroad, prompting Lu Gu to call her mother with a mere whisper. In the subsequent years, to avoid conflict with the legitimate wife and the true heir of the Lu family, Lu Gu abandoned his studies, spending his days in reckless abandon, much to Lu's father's disappointment and the legitimate wife's delight, who readily provided him with funds to clean up his mess. Luan Jiang remarked, after finishing the storyline, "I can only say that the author owes Lu Gu a protagonist halo, that a quintessential lead script indeed." The system replied, "Please don't act as if you've stumbled upon a revelation. Your target is him. You know." Chapter 28. Transmigrating into a love variety show, the most unpopular character for Luan Jiang inquired, "Is there a protagonist halo available for purchase at the store?" The system responded, "No." Luan Jiang sighed. "Oh, what a pity." The system retorted, "Please don't underestimate the significance of a protagonist halo. What kind of divine system would sell such a thing?" "What about the others?" As Luan Jiang strolled along the beach, she conversed with the system. "Actually, I know how to create a protagonist halo. It's quite simple provided I gather enough materials." The system exclaimed, "What is it that you cannot do?" After a moment's contemplation, Luan Jiang replied, somewhat cryptically and regretfully, "I cannot seduce men." The system was left speechless. It must be said that Luan Jiang harbored a sense of self-importance, perceiving herself as a former deity, having experienced a previous world. She had come to terms with her situation, that if utilizing this body could expedite her mission, she would not hesitate to make sacrifices, though she was averse to confinement. Nothing was more vital to her than obtaining divinity. No one could stand in her way. The plot had just commenced, with the official filming of Are You Dating? Set to begin tomorrow. Tonight marked the launch banquet, where the atmosphere buzzed with lively toasts and laughter. Yet the original character remained isolated, with no one to engage in conversation. After drinking excessively, she wandered to the beach, harboring thoughts of how splendid it would be to be swept away by the waves and perish without a care. To her surprise, Luan Jiang's arrival not only spared her from the waves, but also inspired her to soar with them. Lu Gu, appearing to be a nonchalant second-generation heir, harbored a deep-seated resentment towards the Lu family and yearned to seize power from them. However, the obstacles in his path were numerous. One being the protagonist's halo hovering over Lu Min. This iteration of the lead consisted of 4 characters, including 3 participants in a love variety show. Alongside Lu Min, who would eventually share a blissful life with the female lead, Song Si. Luan Jiang could leverage Lu Ji's resources. Though he lacked authority in managing the family business, he thrived in the entertainment industry. Capable of elevating anyone's fame at will, by dismantling the halos of 2 protagonists, She could reclaim her own. Ji Yuan caught sight of Luan Jiang at first glance, his eyes widening in disbelief. Oblivious to his companion's toast, oh no, had Ji Yuan finally lost his mind? His companion feigned sympathy, asking if the woman Ji Yuan had pursued last week was available for him. Are you out of your mind? Ji Yuan's friend exclaimed. What are you looking at? He leaned closer to Ji Yuan, following his gaze, though Ji Yuan hesitated to reveal it. Unfortunately, it was too late. His companion had already spotted her and gasped. Wow, there's an exceptionally stunning girl over there. Ji Yuan felt a wave of frustration. At least we are here enjoying some fine 1982 red wine. Could you not act like a rogue? His companion, pointing excitedly at Luan Jiang as she approached, exclaimed, Hey, Ji Yuan, you don't like this type, do you? Then she is all mine. Suddenly, his friend's expression stiffened as he whispered, No way, you actually like her, as they passed a young man in black. Reclining with his eyes closed, Ji Yuan paused and half-jokingly suggested, Shall we go play? I see a really hot girl. He knew that Lu Gu would have no interest in her, a fact that only he, as a childhood friend, could appreciate. Lu Gu had flirted with many women, but had never truly engaged with them intimately. He found the idea of being close to unfamiliar women repulsive. His first encounter had left him nauseous, and he had not genuinely touched a woman since. After consulting a doctor, he learned it was a psychological issue, likely stemming from childhood trauma. Thus, Ji Yuan typically only teased, never genuinely allowing anyone to approach Lu Gu. Fearing the consequences of angering this unpredictable individual, Ji Yuan made his way downstairs. He heard faint footsteps behind him. Could you leave me some space to breathe? He lamented. This is so annoying. Every time I'm with you, all the women's attention lands squarely on you. Forget about chatting with the girl. Even just saying my name would be a success. Lu Gu smirked, breezing past him. Ji Yuan clenched his fists, reluctant to abandon such a captivating figure. But with a determined bite his lip, he followed suit. The Ji Yuan was also one of the investors in this variety show, albeit on a casual basis. Even if the original character's manager sought connections, it would be futile to reach the Ji family's young master. They were left to pursue the most gullible among the sponsors, who held the least influence. Most importantly, their appearances were crucial. With a middle-aged man who had succumbed to the pitfalls of excess, reeking of alcohol and smoke, it was no wonder the original character felt utterly despondent. Luan Jiang noticed someone observing her. Following the map provided by the system, she arrived at the beach villa, surveying a throng of handsome men and beautiful women. Unable to contain herself, she remarked to the system, Being wealthy is splendid. I wish I could host parties of this caliber. The system replied, In the previous dimension, your wealth was boundless, yet you were pitifully restrained. Luan Jiang acknowledged, Indeed. The system continued, The person you're looking at is Ji Yuan, and the one next to him is your target, Lu Gu. Best of luck, host. The woman seated by the pool was an enigma, invited by someone unknown, exuding the audacity befitting her age, while also displaying a certain nonchalance that came from experience. Ji Yuan observed her from a distance, noting how several men greeted her, yet none seemed to win her favor. He overheard one man lamenting to a friend, That girl said my skin is too dark. What is wrong with that? Why should men have such pale skin? Ji Yuan sighed, recognizing the absurdity. Oh, were you not the one who borrowed whitening essence from me just now? The man coughed, looking skyward as he replied. Well, being a bit fairer wouldn't he hurt? Ji Yuan thought to himself. What a pathetic excuse, my friend. He glanced down at his own sun-kissed complexion, a result of countless hours spent on the beach. Then he looked at Lu Gu, whose porcelain skin would certainly provoke envy among many girls that Ji Yuan mused. Despite knowing the outcome, I still want to give it a shot. Lu Gu leisurely made his way to the poolside lounger, lounging as though he had no bones. Opting to recline wherever possible rather than sitting, he nodded at Ji Yuan, indicating he should go first. When Lu Gu observed Ji Yuan relax his expression and approach, he bent down to speak, only for the woman to seize Ji Yuan's tie. Pulling him closer with boldness, Ji Yuan, caught off guard, appeared momentarily astonished by her audacity. Lu Ji's eyes narrowed in annoyance. And just as he was about to avert his gaze to avoid witnessing any inappropriate scenes, a splash interrupted his thoughts. Chapter 29. Transmigrating into a love variety show, the most unpopular character 5. He turned to look again. The woman had removed her shoes, her legs submerged in the clear water, supporting herself against the pool's edge while turning to smile at Lu Gu. Her smile was a mix of innocent cruelty and pure joy. The thrill of a prank successfully executed. What on earth? In the pool, Ji Yuan, having choked on a couple of mouthfuls of water, struggled to swim. Finally resting against the pool wall, he seized the woman's ankle, preventing her escape. "Why are you pushing me?" he exclaimed, as those around him watched the spectacle unfold, relishing the rare amusement of Ji Xiaoye's predicament. Such moments were fleeting. The more one witnessed, the fewer remained. The sensation of her skin was even softer than he had anticipated, causing Ji Xiaoye's ire to plummet from 100 to 50 in an instant. Observing her radiant smile, his anger dwindled to a mere 10. Her laughter elongated her neck slightly, and the elegant contour evoked images of a swan gliding gracefully on a moonlit lake, exuding a luminous whiteness and an air of haughty elegance. Her shoulders were particularly exquisite, with sharp, clean lines and a fair complexion that irresistibly drew the gaze, rendering it difficult to look away. Ji Xiaoye, who prided himself on having encountered numerous beauties, was compelled to deem the enchanting figure before him as nothing short of exceptional. "Aren't you curious to know who I am?" she inquired, her voice airy and melodious, tinged with a slight upward inflection that neither alienated nor deterred, but rather ignited a man's desire to conquer. She felt no remorse for her actions, skillfully justifying her approach. "If I were to simply state my name, Ji Xiao, you would likely forget it within a day or two. However, after this encounter, perhaps Ji Xiao Yi might remember me for a lifetime." With an air of disdain, Ji Xiao Yi feigned indifference, as if ridiculing the lengths to which a woman would go to draw near him. Yet, undeniably, he felt a flicker of amusement within. The discomfort of being toyed with in public had long since dissipated. If only he could share a meal with her, exchange a few words, or engage in something more intimate. Ji Xiaoyu was certain he would scarcely recall her flaws, as his thoughts would be consumed solely by her beauty and the rhythm of his own heart. My name is Luan Jiang. Given that Ji Xiaoyu does not follow the entertainment industry, I presume you are unfamiliar with me. She playfully moved her toes beneath the water surface, the shimmering light dancing around her feet, enhancing their already pristine hue. Even if Ji Xiaoyu were to follow the entertainment scene, it is quite possible you would not recognize me. So, might I teach Ji Xiaoyu how to write my name? Lowering her head gracefully, the curve of her lips remained fixed, perfectly poised as if crafted by an artist's hand, that a delicate fragrance wafted from her, causing Ji Yuan's gaze to blur and his mind to drift. He found himself unconsciously pouting, anticipating a kiss from the enchanting figure before him. Luan Jiang giggled, releasing her hold on Ji Yuan's collar, rising from the water amidst his grumbling protests. And barefoot, she sauntered towards Lu Gu. The cork Lu Gu held was from a bottle of red wine on the glass table, freshly opened and untouched. "Are you worried I might steal Ji Xiaoyu away?" The woman nonchalantly took a seat beside Lu Gu, crossing her legs with a casual elegance. She reclined on a lounge chair, her gaze fixed on the starry sky, a hint of amusement in her voice as she mused. "One might mistakenly think that Lu Gu and Ji Xiaoyi are an item. Have you grown jealous upon seeing me converse with him?" Lu Gu, setting down the cork, replied coolly, "Don't disgust me." Luan Jiang, unfazed, laughed charmingly. Observing her seated beside Lu Gu, Ji Yuan chose not to approach, resigned to his own folly. It seemed that beauty was destined for that scoundrel. He could never compete. Lu Gu assumed her approach was an attempt to engage him in conversation, especially after her provocatively audacious remark, suggesting there would be more to follow. However, after a moment of waiting, he realized she remained silent, still gazing at the sky. That a frown creased Lu Ji's brow, an unsettling sense of irritation creeping in as he perceived something slipping through his fingers. Turning to look at her, he found her breathing steady, her eyelids gently closed, and she appeared to have drifted off to sleep. Lu Gu smirked slightly, scrutinizing her for a moment before rising to leave. After taking a couple of steps, he heard her discontented murmur behind him. "Oh dear, to see a girl dressed so lightly asleep without taking off her coat is quite lacking in decorum." Lu Gu scoffed. "If you can't even take responsibility for yourself, who can you rely on?" Luan Jiang sat up from the lounge chair, her legs curled, still smiling. "Of course, I am waiting for my Prince Charming." Prince Lu, would you kindly invite me to your room for a drink? The system interjected. I didn't realize you were this enticing. Her nonchalant pose and the soft, confident lilt of her voice were irresistible, almost beguiling. Not even the system could withstand such charm. Not too shabby, she mused, reflecting on her rarely unfulfilled desires at a drink in his room. Such a direct invitation was a rarity these days. Finally, Lu Gu turned to face her, the proximity revealing a different perspective. This woman bore no trace of innocence, yet her eyes betrayed no hint of guile, sparkling with an unnerving purity. She sported no tattoos, her features unmistakably natural, and her attire was simple and comfortable. Just like her demeanor, she was not the type of woman to be at one's beck and call, but rather possessed a subtle sophistication. Lu Gu did not expect to encounter any ladies of substantial pedigree at Ji Yuan's party. Typically, they were merely cunning opportunists, the system noted. If the host knew the target perceives you as a provider of special services, would you be upset? Luan Jiang replied, Not at all, for that is precisely the role I am playing. What respectable young woman would speak so freely with a stranger? Just because one was unrestrained online did not imply a lack of self-respect in reality. The system encouraged. All right, you go for it. No, Lu Gu rejected outright. You're not my type, so save your efforts. As he prepared to leave, Luan Jiang's next words halted him in his tracks, rendering him immobile. You see, Lu Gu, you're not exactly my type either. However, I have thought of an ingenious idea that could assist you, that if you invite me for a drink tonight, in 3 months, you shall obtain what you desire. If anyone else had made such a claim, Lu Gu would have deemed them utterly mad, but her precise mention of 3 months sparked suspicion that she had meticulously crafted a plan. Thus, Lu Gu was willing to invest some time to listen. Should this woman be merely toying with him, a glint of menace flickered in Lu Ji's eyes that he would ensure she regretted her beauty and her silver tongue. Lu Ji's room was always centrally located. To outsiders, the second young master of the Lu family relished all things ostentatious, dismissing anything modest as they made their way to the room. The woman who was supposed to follow Lu Gu instead wrapped her arms around his slender waist, resting her cheek against his shoulder. As Lu Gu instinctively attempted to push her away, she whispered, The rumors say that the second young master of the Lu family has had countless women. If you push me away now, it would suggest you cannot handle it, Lu Gu. Once you adopt a persona, you must remain true to it. Lu Gu regarded her intently, lowering his hand to rest on her soft, delicate waist. With a playful laugh, she affirmed, Now, that is more like a TT onlookers. It appeared that the second young master of the Lu family was indeed fortunate in love, dismissing one round figure only to welcome a stunning stranger. A breathtaking beauty. Envy and resentment surrounded Lu Gu, but Ji Yuan's gaze was the most piercing. He felt utterly despondent. After all, he had noticed the woman's allure first. They had exchanged but a few words, and yet this fellow had whisked her away. Watching his ungrateful companion ascend the stairs, Ji Yuan sighed, leaning against the pool's edge, staring vacantly at the hand that had brushed Luan Jiang's leg. Alas, why had he been such a gentleman, content with a mere touch? What a splendid opportunity he had squandered. Was he truly that different from Lu Gu? Many people called him handsome too. The Ji family was quite wealthy and respectable. Why was he, the young master of the Ji family, less appealing than Lu Gu? His eyes began to redden, and he realized that the person beside Lu Gu was none other than that very stranger. His friend had waited a long while just to witness the moment Wu Yuanyuan turned green with envy. She deliberately leaned closer to mock him, saying, You always consider yourself exceptional, believing you are unlike other women. Haha, it's laughable. At least other women can approach Lu Xiao, cuddle with him, and even engage in the most intimate of activities. You, however, are different. You can't even manage a coherent sentence. Suddenly, her tone shifted, losing all prior concern and care. She leaned in closer to Wu Yuanyuan, lowering her voice. That woman effortlessly ensnared Lu Gu with just a few words. Your Lu Xiao is nothing but a playboy who has been with countless women. Only someone like you, who can't afford to play, would treat him like a treasure. If not for the presence of these second-generation heirs, she would have shouted this sentiment from the rooftops. In her eyes, Lu Gu was the epitome of hypocrisy. If he enjoyed sleeping with women, why pretend to be aloof? Why couldn't he be more approachable like Ji Yuan? They were all out for a good time. Was it really necessary? Moreover, Wu Yuanyuan constantly forbade her from speaking ill of Lu Ge, driving her nearly insane. Today, simply sever ties with Wu Yuanyuan, and from now on, let us unite in disparaging her alongside Lu Ge. When Wu Yuanyuan failed to defend her own dignity, the bond between the two had already been irrevocably shattered. Wu Yuanyuan gazed vacantly at her friend's retreating figure, tears cascading down her cheeks. The system relayed the happenings here to Luan Jiang that Wu Yuanyuan and Song Xiai are half-sisters, sharing the same father. To be precise, Song Xi's mother is the third party, while Wu Yuanyuan's mother is the victim. However, Wu Yuanyuan's mother is afflicted with a terminal illness, with only a few years left to live, and Song's mother eagerly anticipates Wu's demise so she can take her place at Wu Yuanyuan, inheriting her mother's gentle and kind-hearted nature. Is entirely unlike the strong-willed and tenacious Song Xiai, and she cannot hold her own against her. As the story progresses, she blames Song's mother for her mother's death, covertly targeting Song Xiai, which leads one of the male protagonists to whisk her away overseas. Luan Jiang has always had little resistance to such a pitiful damsel system. Will the host assist her later? Luan Jiang? I will assist her, but not her mother. System, do you think you're amusing? As soon as she entered the room, Luan Jiang seized the opportunity to push Lu Ge against the door when he was distracted. One hand pressed against the door, while the other brushed past his ear to steady herself. Her body uncomfortably close to his system. You're so lofty, so remarkable. I'm about to be muted. Luan Jiang, take care. The system was genuinely frustrated, yet it could not emerge to take a bite out of its host. Lu Ge swiftly turned his head to avoid her lips. He found women's touch revolting, a repulsion that had lingered since long ago, and he had no intention of remedying it. Lu's father professed to adore his mother, yet he still brought other women to their little home when she was absent, utterly disregarding the impact it had on young Lu Ge. Thus, he fiercely protected his mother and harbored a deep disdain for anyone who bullied her. His aversion to women stemmed from that very moment. The repugnant sounds echoing from the room, the tattered clothes stained with filth, and his father's hypocritical demeanor behind his mother's back were enough to induce nausea. Ah, I thought you would truly be sick. Luan Jiang tilted her head, blinking at him for quite some time. Noticing his only reaction was a slight furrow of his brow, she felt a tinge of disappointment and released her grip. With a smile, she took 2 steps back to maintain some distance. I apologize. I merely thought you disliked women, so I wanted to test the waters out of sheer curiosity. This woman knows far too much. Lu Ge lowered his gaze indifferently, smoothing the wrinkles of his shirt. Your room is truly spacious. Do you not fear sleeping alone at night? Luan Jiang chose not to elaborate on this matter, merely touching upon it. She turned to admire the luxuriously appointed suite, exclaiming, if I could spend just one night in such a place, I would gladly embrace death right after. Lu Ge ignored her, pouring himself half a glass of red wine. Just as he prepared to take a sip, the glass was suddenly snatched from his hand. The woman took 2 delicate sips, her eyes sparkling as she exclaimed, "This is exquisite wine. Do you get to drink such fine things every day? What exactly are you here for?" Lu Ge, unable to endure any longer, seized her wrist, forcing her to relinquish her grip, causing the wine glass to tumble onto the carpet. The deep red liquid was quickly absorbed, leaving behind a sizable stain. Under normal circumstances, one would either struggle or plead when their wrist was gripped so tightly. Yet this woman seemed to embody rebellion from head to toe. She did nothing but lightly chuckle and grasp Lu Ge's hand in return, her pinky teasingly grazing his arm, imbued with an unmistakable hint of mischief. She had a penchant for laughter, her smile unwavering since their first encounter. What I desire is quite simple. I want to be famous. Chapter 31. Becoming the most unwanted in a dating show. 7. The words that escaped her lips were a blend of truth and deception. Playfully teasing men as one would a kitten or puppy, as if all men in her eyes were mere tools for her use. Her expressions were never serious. She spoke as if everything was inconsequential. You're unaware that the esteemed Lu Min has taken a liking to a young reporter? No worries, now you know. For Lu Xiao, granting me fame is a trivial matter, but for you, having Lu Xiao fall for me is something that could significantly alter your standing, that I'm currently involved in a variety show that also features song. So with her around, I need not worry about encountering your brother. Luan Jiang's lips were a striking crimson, reminiscent of a rose glistening with raindrops, or a plump cherry. One could easily break through that delicate skin to extract sweet juice. Lu Gu remained silent, his expression clearly conveying, "Is this your grand scheme, to suggest that the heir of the illustrious Lu family is merely a catch to be had at your whim? What a joke! How dare you even compare yourself to Song Ci?" Lu Gu found himself questioning his own sanity, having been swayed by Ji Yuan to agree to bring her into his room. Luan Jiang noticed the disdain etched on his face, but remained undaunted. She continued, "You don't truly despise me. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been so close, nor would you have held my hand for such an extended period." Lu Gu immediately released his grip on her soft hand, disbelief flickering in his eyes that he had no reaction. He didn't feel nauseated. This woman, Luan Jiang chuckled softly, rubbing her wrist while imparting a serious tone. One must face setbacks with courage and confront challenges head-on, lest the fears within blind one's vision. "Look how lovely I am. Gazing upon me won't cost you a thing." As she spoke, the audacious woman took a few steps forward, adopting a tone akin to coaxing a child. "Come now. Look at me. I'm the first woman you want to find repulsive, right? You can leverage me to solidify your notorious playboy persona, and I can utilize you to craft a fresh image both inside and outside the industry, while also resolving the nuisance that is your brother. I'm quite the catch. Don't you want to take a longer look at me?" She pressed on, each statement accompanied by a step closer, until once more, she had Lu Gu pinned against the door. "You are quite handsome." She slowly leaned in, her lips gently brushing against the corner of his mouth, lingering not a moment longer. "See? We are quite in sync." The following day, Ji Yuan was awakened by Wu Yuanyuan's incessant knocking, compelling him to rise early to pound on Lu Gu's door. "Yuanyuan, could you perhaps refrain from pursuing men at my expense? It's unfortunate enough that I can't attract women. Must I also play the role of a backup for the instigator? How tragic." Ji Yuan had gone to bed late the previous night and awoke before dawn to the sound of someone scratching at the door, initially mistaking it for a thief. Upon opening the door, he was startled by the sight of the sleep-deprived beauty, Wu Yuanyuan. Right in front of him, Ji Yuan, terrified of women crying, hastily nodded. All right, please don't cry. You mustn't tea. Anyone unaware would think I had wronged you." Upon reaching Lu Gu's door, Ji Yuan cautioned Wu Yuanyuan. "The woman from last night didn't leave his room, so something must have transpired. Please try not to cry, and if you do, don't let your tears land on me. Do you understand?" Wu Yuanyuan's heart felt heavy with bitterness. Ji Yuan took a deep breath and reluctantly faced another daunting task. In their circle, while the young masters came from similar backgrounds, there were still distinctions in status. Families like the Lu's, which combined commerce and political connections, ranked among the top in their circle. The Ji family, though slightly less prosperous in recent years, was not far behind. Ji Yuan and Lu Gu had known each other since their school days and had remained close friends, yet Ji Yuan still felt a twinge of apprehension towards Lu Gu. This fellow was typically quite normal, but when provoked, he could be terrifying, capable of harming even himself in a fit of rage. This was precisely Lu Gu. Not only did he have a severe aversion to women, but he also grappled with significant psychological issues, and his mental state was particularly unstable. Anyone mentioning mothers in his presence, regardless of whose mother it was, would send him into a frenzy. The word mother was an absolute taboo. Thus, Ji Yuan was cautious about pushing Lu Gu too far. Fearing he might trigger a severe mental breakdown, Ji Yuan knocked twice on the door, which swung open from within to, "Oh my, you're up so early." Before he could finish his sentence, Ji Yuan was rendered speechless. The figure before him was far from his reclusive male friend who shunned women. She was unmistakably a seductive vixen wrapped in a white bath towel. Her long hair was slightly damp, and the floral-scented shower gel wafted from her, clearly indicating she had just emerged from the bathroom. Most alarmingly, her tender neck bore bruises of various hues, and her ankles sported red marks, as though it had been restrained by something. The entirety of her being radiated an aura of having been thoroughly indulged, lazily yawning, as if she hadn't rested well after a night of revelry. "Ah, is there something you need?" Ji Yuan was so taken aback that he could hardly form a response. Last night, he had assumed she was a seasoned woman of the world, yet seeing her now, it was evident she had just experienced her first encounter. Wu Yuanyuan was so upset that she could cry at any moment. As she covered her face and turned to flee, she heard a woman behind her call out, "Don't go, miss. I recognize you. You're the one who spoke to me last night. Wu Yuanyuan, I don't want to know you. Had I known you would get involved with Lu Gu and that he would act this way, I would have simply pointed you in a direction. Letting you wander around in such scant clothing, exposed to any opportunist, would have been better." Wu Yuanyuan was furious and thought to herself that even if she were given another chance, she would not be able to act differently. That I ought to thank you, or else I would have lost my way. The woman leaned against the doorframe, hesitating before asking, "Would you mind waiting for me to change for 15 minutes? I'll treat you to a meal. A meal. Who wants to eat your food? You said you were here to find Ji Yuan, didn't you?" Wu Yuanyuan, emboldened by some unknown courage, turned around and marched up to the woman, raising her voice slightly. Why is it Lu Gu you're looking for?" Beside them, Ji Yuan exclaimed. "Huh? What did I miss? What do you mean this miss was initially looking for me? Lu Gu, you owe me my miss." Faced with Yuanyuan's fury, Luan Jiang searched her face for a moment before realizing. "You like Lu Gu?" Caught off guard by the revelation of her feelings, Wu Yuanyuan blushed, her voice shrinking considerably as she stammered, "What business is it of yours?" Chapter 32. The most disliked character in a dating show. Luan Jiang nodded. "Oh, so you like Lu Gu. But I don't like him. Our relationship is merely this, and nothing more." Luan Jiang reassured her, "Don't worry about it. Once you two are together, you can care then." Wu Yuanyuan. All the accusations she had left unspoken were now trapped within her. Indeed, on what grounds was she questioning? After all, she was no one to Lu Ji. In fact, he seemed to prefer the woman before her. Wu Yuanyuan felt increasingly aggrieved and distraught, crying pitifully in front of her rival, who consoled her with a gentle hand on her head. The rival's voice was melodious, fitting for a love song, and as Wu Yuanyuan continued to sob, she found herself listening to the rival's words. "Oh, don't cry. Who hasn't he encountered a few scoundrels in life? Men are all the same. Later, we'll go out for a nice meal, and I'll arrange for sweet little cakes for you at noon." "Okay, I'll pay, since I have a Lu family S black card." Ji Yuan interjected. "Hey, do you really want to say that in front of me, Lu family's best friend? Aren't you afraid I'll report you?" The woman, with an air of arrogance, shot him a sideways glance. "I let him show off his power on me all night, and you think I wouldn't pay for the meal?" Ji Yuan was taken aback. It was the first time he heard someone speak of a night spent together so refreshingly. Wu Yuanyuan couldn't help but chuckle. Feeling embarrassed, she quickly pulled away from Luan Jiang's embrace, glanced at her, and then lowered her gaze. "You, hurry and change. I'll wait for you outside." Having witnessed the immediate unraveling of a close friendship, Ji Yuan, who had thought that the bonds between girls were quite fragile, exclaimed, "Wait, she's your rival. Don't you remember? You just cried like a dog over her." There were numerous restaurants nearby, and at this early hour, few patrons were present. Wu Yuanyuan, despite being a wealthy heiress, seemed devoid of any airs, approachable and easy to persuade. Following Luan Jiang into a restaurant with an average meal cost of over 500, she tugged at Luan Jiang's sleeve, whispering, "You should return the card to Lu Gu. He has a bad temper. That if he finds out you took his things, you'll be in trouble. That I'll cover breakfast. You don't need to feel pressured since I'll be eating too." Seeing the eagerness in her eyes, Luan Jiang chuckled softly. Flipping a page of the menu, she said, "I was just teasing Ji Yuan. Lu Gu would never let his car be stolen. It's not like in novels where there's no password to swipe." The young master of the Lu family was exceptionally generous, having given her several such cards at once. The system had even asked, "Could he really be falling for you? So generous. Those cards could buy several luxury apartments." The system had never encountered someone so lavish. Luan Jiang laughed. "It's not that in the eyes of the Lu family's matriarch, the more money Lu Gu spends, the less serious he appears, which makes her feel more at ease." Upon hearing this, the system understood, exclaiming, "No wonder with Lu Gu. Money seems to have a grudge against him." Upon learning that her companion's card was openly gifted by its owner, Wu Yuanyuan couldn't muster any joy. Her shoulders slumping, Luan Jiang pretended not to notice. The system remarked, "Aren't you afraid the audience will think you're pretending to be wealthy? The previous persona had nothing to do with being rich. This could ruin your image." Luan Jiang intended to shatter her persona, in a sense. Celebrity variety shows offered the best opportunity to craft an entirely new identity, the audience. The filming behind the scenes and curated videos could all be polished. Yet life is genuine, making it easier to embrace a fresh artist in daily life. The entertainment industry fears not the collapse of an image, but the lack of traffic being ignored. The most dreaded scenario is when your exit from the industry trends. And netizens wonder who you are, frustrated that you dare to claim the spotlight reserved for their idols. Luan Jiang mused. Over time, it becomes real. The system agreed. True enough, some companies spend a fortune to create a runaway rich heiress persona for their artists, often ending in failure or unmet expectations that if the host could enter with brand name items, the company would simply need to invest in marketing, and given the host's relentless nature, she'd likely cover those marketing costs. After all, spending the Lu family's money causes no one any grief. The system then raised another concern. In this world, everything related to money is abundant. The host's task progress might be quite challenging. Luan Jiang acknowledged. Indeed, during their meal, they encountered several rich second-generation youths who had partied all night and were now in search of food before collapsing into a deep slumber. Some didn't recognize Luan Jiang, stealing glances before approaching her, their eyes lingering on her face with an unmistakable lewdness, while others openly scrutinized her physique. However, two recognized her as the new flame of the second young master of the Lu family and began to whisper among themselves, pointing at Wu Yuanyuan and laughing. This woman must be quite bold, pursuing Lu Ge for so long, and now sharing a table with his little lover. I just saw them sharing a bowl of porridge. Oh no, Wu Yuanyuan wouldn't be curious about what it's like to sleep with the young master, would she? The speaker wore a rather crude expression, making a gesture everyone understood. Wu Yuan's face flushed crimson. Though she was with Ji Yuan and the others, she was not familiar with these people. She only recognized Lu Ge. Yet those beside her slowly grasped her hand, their tone as frivolous as the men's. What are you looking at? Don't you want to know what it feels like to be with the young master? Luan Jiang raised an eyebrow, her voice sweet and syrupy. Don't be shy, come sit down and chat. We'll all be sisters from now on. No need to be divided. Everyone, wow, how audacious can you be? What sisters? So disgusting. The rich youth's fleeting infatuation instantly vanished, and they laughed heartily as they walked away. Pretending they had never been there, Wu Yuanyuan was left dumbfounded. She clearly wasn't part of this world. Didn't she fear offending them? They were notoriously troublesome, capable of resorting to any means when pushed. With Wu Yuanyuan's admiring gaze upon her, Luan Jiang lounged casually in her chair, crossing her legs. Chapter 33. The most disliked character in a dating show, she smirked. You know, I used to envy girls like you. The obedient types, thinking that everything was taken care of for you, so you never had to learn how to deal with those you disliked. Yet now, I envy you even more. Your existence should constantly remind you that you were cherished growing up. No one dared to trouble you then, and no one should dare to trouble you now. This is your pride, your confidence, not a flaw. Wu Yuanyuan listened, spellbound. Luan Jiang possessed a certain charm, an ability to calm others and engrave her words into their hearts. Particularly regarding her mother, who consistently compared her to Songxi. Yuanyuan smiled on the surface, but deep down, it mattered greatly to her. She knew her mother despised Songxi and her daughter, yet her father favored them, and her mother, being frail, could not help it. When Songxi and her mother were absent, her mother displayed a warmth that never included comparisons. Regardless of her actions, her mother always supported her. To speak a hurtful truth, Wu Yuanyuan often wished to escape such a mother. If you were in my place, perhaps you would find it easier. Luan Jiang paused, patting Wu Yuanyuan's hand, as if instilling courage within her. Then just be yourself. It's normal for them not to like you. They certainly won't like me either. Upon encountering me, you might have felt compelled to keep your distance. However, deep down, you must know that I am. Indeed, a good person. Yuanyuan discovered her remarkable ability to bring smiles to others, and playfully tapped her companion, pouting, who speaks of themselves as a good person in such a manner. Luan Jiang chuckled. What can I say? Being shameless is one of my greatest virtues. After exchanging a few words, the heavy cloud that had settled in Wu Yuanyuan's heart began to dissipate, and, as she walked along the beach, she felt the sky was bluer than the day before. Observing the relaxed figure beside her, enjoying the sea breeze, Wu Yuan couldn't help but smile that it was truly wonderful to have met her. Luan Jiang did not make any deliberate attempts to counsel Wu Yuan to let go of Lu Ge, but simply invited her to join in a leisurely shopping spree, purchasing several exquisite outfits at a considerable price. Seizing the opportunity to explore other avenues rather than hanging on to this single tree, Wu Yuan anxiously traced the lingering red mark on Luan Jiang's neck with her finger. Ever since encountering Luan Jiang, the previously indifferent Lu Xiaoye had transformed, reveling in nightly escapades, dragging Luan Jiang along until dawn, only to return to his daily routine the following day. Yet Luan Jiang's lethargy grew, and she could hardly manage a good night's sleep. On multiple occasions, Wu Yuan noticed marks on Luan Jiang's skin, reminiscent of a dog leaving its mark, as Lu Xiaoye seemed to take pleasure in leaving his imprint. Occasionally, when Wu Yuan felt incensed and dared to confront Lu Ge, he would dismissively claim that Luan Jiang's skin was simply too delicate, insisting he hadn't exerted much force at all. What a scoundrel! Wu Yuan thought indignantly. She defended Luan Jiang. Her former friend resurfaced with sharp remarks, labeling her as overly compassionate and Luan Jiang as shameless. Unable to contain herself, Wu Yuan retaliated with a slap, swiftly neutralizing her friend's counterattack. "It's quite all right. You needn't worry about me. Lu Xiaoye and I merely fulfill our respective needs," Luan Jiang assured, grasping Wu Yuan's trembling fingers. "Besides, Lu Xiaoye is quite handsome. I suppose I'm not losing out." Later, Wu Yuan drove Luan Jiang to the filming location, lowering the car window to inform her, "My book will be released at the end of the year. I'll send you several copies in advance, but if you need to change your address or anything, be sure to let me know." While Wu Yuan might not excel in social interactions, her professional capabilities were commendable. She was somewhat of a luminary within the industry. "Feel free to come visit me abroad anytime. My phone will always be on." As Wu Yuan prepared to say more, she noticed a man glaring at them, signaling to Luan Jiang with his eyes. Upon realizing they had seen him, Lu Yangxing approached, arms crossed, a disgruntled expression on his face, and immediately exclaimed, "Luan Jiang, I didn't expect you to be so cheap, running out to find men these past few days. Such a woman-esque affection was truly revolting. It could ruin one's appetite for days." Lu Yangxing glared at Luan Jiang's stunning face, a flicker of fire igniting his light-colored eyes. Narrowed her gaze. "Sir, I suggest you speak with a bit more respect. Just because you see me as a woman, why assume she is out looking for men? System. Little Yuan is learning from you, Luan Jiang. I'm innocent. Isn't it even more disgusting to not spare women?" Wu Yuan felt compelled to confront Lu Yangxing's self-righteous attack on her friend, and she promptly attempted to exit the car. However, Luan Jiang shifted her body, effectively blocking the door and trapping Wu Yuan inside. Jiang, this scoundrel. I must teach him a lesson." Wu Yuan tugged at the door, fuming. What a large man, yet devoid of any decorum. Who truly is repulsive here? I feel nauseous just looking at him. Chapter 34. Becoming the most disliked in a dating show. Wu Yuan was not an avid fan of celebrities. Thus, to her, Lu Yangxing was merely an unattractive yet overly confident man, devoid of any redeeming qualities. Furthermore, although Lu Yangxing's family owned a hotel and was relatively wealthy, he could not infiltrate the circle of Jiyuan. He was just another ordinary rich second generation. Luan Jiang comforted Wu Yuan, not sparing Lu Yangxing a glance. "Calm down. You should hurry to the airport. Don't be late. But be good, and remember to call me when you arrive." Wu Yuan pondered, realizing that this person wouldn't allow her to suffer any significant loss. She could simply treat him as her support. "Then I shall take my leave," taking a deep breath. Wu Yuan smiled. "You must answer my call. Otherwise, I will worry." Luan Jiang straightened, nodding with a smile. Until Luan Jiang bid farewell to Wu Yuan and turned to leave, Lu Yangxing remained unnoticed, as if his words were merely the buzzing of a mosquito, serving no purpose other than to annoy. "Stop right there." Lu Yangxing's handsome face twisted in anger as he hurried to catch up, grabbing Luan Jiang's wrist. "What do you mean by this? Acting all high and mighty now?" Upon feeling his grip, Luan Jiang swiftly yanked her hand away, her fingers striking his face with a resounding smack. The crisp sound stunned not only Lu Yangxing, but also the passerby, Song Ci, with a beaming smile. Luan Jiang remarked, "Whether I am high and mighty is not for you to decide, so spare me your nauseating remarks. You dare hit me?" Lu Yangxing's eyes reddened, filled with rage. "Who do you think you are to strike me?" Luan Jiang casually dug at her ear, shrugging nonchalantly. "My apologies. I intended to gently caress your handsome face, but it seems I miscalculated my strength. I hope Senior Lu won't be offended. Allow me to apologize and take my leave." Luan Jiang. "What a pity. He is not bad-looking, just not very bright." System. "His intelligence is above the normal line." System. Feigning a bow, Luan Jiang maintained her disingenuous smile. Lu Yangxing could not accept being slapped by such a petty person. After all, his looks were his livelihood. He would typically only earn favor from those who appreciated his appearance, and he was infuriated. Clenching his fists, he took a few steps forward, preparing to retaliate against Luan Jiang. Yet, she merely smiled faintly. "The reason I dare strike you is that my reputation is already tarnished. I have nothing left to lose. You wish to risk your own reputation as well." With Song journalists present, Lu Yangxing spotted Song Ci, realizing she had been there for quite some time. Meeting her calm gaze, he instantly felt like a child caught misbehaving, lowering his hand and displaying a hint of confusion on his handsome face. I didn't mean." However, Song Ci approached, addressing Luan Jiang first. "Did you think I would support you? You threw the first punch. He has every right to retaliate." System. System. She clearly heard everything. Luan Jiang. "Calm down. She didn't TC Wu Yuanyuan, did she?" System. "No, Wu Yuanyuan was inside the car, in a blind spot. She couldn't recognize her by sound alone, having not seen Song Ci in years. Wu Yuanyuan would hardly engage in lengthy conversations with her." Luan Jiang remarked, "Well, that is fortunate." Lu Yangxing felt a warmth in his heart, his gaze softening as he looked at Song Ci. She was the one he adored, always standing by his side. Luan Jiang chuckled softly, shaking her head. "So, according to Song journalist, I should just accept his insults." Song Ci appeared perplexed. "Is he wrong to insult you? Didn't you go out looking for men?" Luan Jiang, unperturbed, even cheerfully questioned, "Why must it be assumed I sought men? The one who just dropped me off was a stunning young lady." Song Ci retorted with certainty, "You weren't wearing this outfit when you left." She held a disdainful view of Luan Jiang, suspecting her personal life was undoubtedly chaotic. An actress like Luan Jiang, neither hot nor cold, likely NT found a suitable benefactor or simply lacked the finesse to cater to one. Song Ci preferred to remain uninvolved in actors' private affairs, yet she would not allow a shameless woman to treat Lu Yangxing disrespectfully. Luan Jiang exclaimed, "Oh dear, I've been out for several days. Surely I must change my clothes? The seaside winds are fierce, and the scent can be quite strong. Please don't tell me, Song journalist, that you go 3 days without changing clothes?" With that, Luan Jiang feigned a gasp. Stepping back with a look of disgust, waving her hand in front of her nose as if fanning away an unpleasant odor, "My apologies. I personally prefer to bathe daily. While I can respect your lifestyle choices, I must kindly ask you to keep your distance." She added, "I tend to be quite blunt. Please don't take it personally, nor be offended. I'm not targeting you specifically. Your sharp tongue cannot mask the marks upon you." Song Ci felt her temper rising, yet with Lu Yangxing nearby, she forced herself to remain composed. Her gaze seemed to solidify into an ice-cold blade, slicing toward Luan Jiang. "There's a party next door filled with rich second generations. You were likely sent out from there. I can assert you've been seeking a benefactor these past few days. Even if that woman is not your benefactor, her friends or acquaintances, there must be some illicit dealings between you." Song Ci's demeanor suddenly turned severe. "It is precisely because of people like you, who disrupt rules and undermine order, that our circle has never been taken seriously and has become so chaotic. Since you chose to enter this circle from the beginning, it signifies your belief in your own abilities. Now, resorting to clever tricks and taking the crooked path is merely squandering your youth and exploiting the emotions of your fans. If you do not respect yourself, what grounds do you have to demand respect from others?" Luan Jiang, "I had thought that my previous report would awaken you, but it seems that was in vain. Women like you will never comprehend the meaning of shame." After venting her frustration, Song Ci's companion, Lu Yangxing, gently raised her hand to help calm her down. "It's all right. She is not worth it. Was it you who published the last report? The The woman before her suddenly lost composure. Song Si observed Luan Jiang's face devoid of any smile, her eyes shadowed with darkness. You were the one who published it? Song Si straightened her back and scoffed. What? Do you dare to act, but not to acknowledge it? Are you now going to claim that I'm breaking the law by following you? Since you decided to enter this circle, you must be prepared for 24 hours under the camera's scrutiny. If you're not ready for that, I advise you not to participate in any variety shows. After all, you will only find yourself utterly unfit for it. Song Si considered herself to be quite clear-headed. She had seen through the essence of this circle and the thoughts lurking in each person's heart, which is why her reports elicited such a strong response, leading her step by step to her current success. From the very foundation, she was entirely different from women like Luan Jiang, who relied on their bodies. Not being understood by Luan Jiang was simply her fate. Do you think you were standing for justice? Luan Jiang laughed, bending over in amusement. When she straightened up, the corners of her eyes were tinged red, with a glimmer of tears fleetingly visible. Luan Jiang seemed so emotionally stirred that she struggled for breath, taking a long time to regain her composure. To tea this moment, Song Si bluntly remarked, if it weren't for me, Lu Yangxing would have sent you to prison the day before the report was published. Consider that my payment for exposing you. Xiao Si, every time I recall this matter, I feel utterly helpless towards you. Lu Yangxing sighed. You're always so kind, but look, there are many like Luan Jiang. They will never remember your kindness, only the times you made them stumble. Song Si nodded in agreement. There will be no next time. System. Honestly, I am furious just listening to this. If it were the original owner, I fear, Sai. Luan Jiang slowly wiped away the tiny tear at the corner of her eye, gazing at Song Si. Have you never considered that your reports might be influenced by your subjective emotions due to your prejudice against me? Have you never thought about how it would be if I truly was just passing through that place? Have you never considered that my fondness for Lu Yangxing is merely limited to wanting his autograph? This was the first time Luan Jiang had uttered the words, I like Lu Yangxing from her own lips. Lu Yangxing had thought she would never admit, to his surprise. Luan Jiang seemed to see through his thoughts. Her eyes shining brightly, unbothered by the perceived embarrassment of revealing her feelings in front of others. Why should I be afraid to admit that I like you? I merely wish to convey it to you in this manner. Those excessively beautiful eyes seemed to harbor something untouchable, and Lu Yangxing cast a quick glance, fearing he might get drawn in, swiftly averting his gaze. No matter the method, I will never come to like you. Lu Yangxing hurriedly reassured Song Si. I have nothing to do with her. I didn't know her before, and there's no way we could have interacted. It's all this woman's madness. She's abnormal. Song Si slightly lifted her chin, her words laced with an unmistakable pride. Did you hear that? Lu Yangxing does not like you and is equally perplexed by you that I hope you abide by the law and cease making unnecessary sacrifices. Luan Jiang tugged at the corner of her lips. Reporter Song, I have always been a law-abiding citizen. I do not wish to elaborate further. If you believe I have crossed a line, feel free to report me. Song Si opened her mouth, but before she could voice her thoughts, Luan Jiang blew her a kiss. I await your arrest. Indeed. Xiao Si, my face hurts so much. Song Si chuckled. Oh dear, what will you do without me? Lu Yangxing spoke with heartfelt sincerity. I cannot live without you. Please do not utter such words about being without you. I would surely not survive. Xiao Si, could you please keep your distance from those two men? I truly feel quite jealous. Song Si's smile faltered. Undeniably, being considered an exception by Lu Yangxing filled her with a subtle sense of pride, yet those two men were equally exceptional and closely related to her. In Song Si's eyes, Lu Yangxing and they were not much different, merely friends with a slightly closer bond. Thus, she reassured him for the nth time. You know my job does not permit me to keep my distance from any celebrities. Lu Yangxing, unwilling to impose any difficulty upon her, though feeling somewhat uncomfortable, still said, Perhaps my request is too unreasonable. Just pretend you didn't hear it. Song Si feared that he would harbor any grievances, mistaking her for a woman like Luan Jiang, and quickly embraced Lu Yangxing's waist, biting her lip as she said, Jean Lin is indeed my ex-boyfriend, but we have long since parted emotionally. The two stood quietly embracing by the sea, and the scene was momentarily idyllic. Upon returning to the room, The agent who had been searching for her in a frenzy was nearly at wit's end. Just as she was about to step out to search, she collided with the slowly approaching Luan Jiang. Fang Jie immediately approached and tugged at Luan Jiang. Her discerning eyes quickly took note of the expensive outfit Luan Jiang wore. She promptly asked, "You troublesome girl, I've called you so many times, why didn't you answer? And where did you get this outfit? It can't possibly be stolen, can it? My goodness, Luan Jiang, don't engage in such disgusting acts." Fang Jie, a woman in her 40s or 50s, wore heavy makeup, and her face, altered by surgery, would sometimes contort into exaggerated expressions. Her voice was shrill. "You dare to steal such fine clothing? And flaunt it so boldly. My heavens, what were you thinking? I don't want to say anything more. Hurry and take it off and return it, system. Why do the people here have such wild imaginations? I'm impressed." Luan Jiang. Perhaps it's because this circle is full of oddities, so everyone has grown accustomed to it. Luan Jiang shrugged her shoulders, appearing fragile and soft-spoken, saying, "Fang Jie, I bought these clothes with my own hands. They're not stolen. The original owner had never committed any heinous acts. So why did she have such a terrible reputation outside? Accusations of theft, robbery, and seducing men abound. All right, the last one was entirely incorrect, but it was Luan Jiang who was seducing men, not the original owner." Fang Jie regarded her with suspicion. "Where have you been these past few days?" Luan Jiang cautiously pointed towards the beach outside the window. "I was at another villa. Someone really likes me and said they wanted to help me." "Wait." Fang Jie's eyes suddenly turned fierce as she gripped Luan Jiang's hand tightly. "Don't tell me you've been with some wild man these past few days," despite Fang Jie's voice being sharp and piercing. Imbued with a fierce "if you dare to agree, I'll kill you aura," the person before her still shyly nodded. Upon seeing her, Fang Jie realized that she was indeed different from before. The previous Luan Jiang was beautiful, but lacked this beguiling charm. Now appearing pure like a little white rabbit, her fingers, painted with bright red nail polish, suddenly tightened, causing Fang Jie's face to twitch with anger. She dragged Luan Jiang into the room and closed the door behind them. "Oh," Luan Jiang exclaimed softly. Fang Jie mercilessly threw her onto the bed, directly reaching to undo her buttons, wanting to inspect her body. Luan Jiang's feeble resistance was akin to that of a spoiled kitten. Utterly ineffective. When Fang Jie saw the marks on her neck and the traces on her shoulder, she exploded with rage. "Had I known you were this cheap, I would have just found someone to sleep with you." Fang Jie had always been selective, hoping to secure a good prize for Luan Jiang's first time. She had entertained the thought of sending Luan Jiang out to be toyed with, but Luan Jiang was simply too exceptional. Naturally alluring, with particularly fair and tender skin, so Fang Jie had restrained herself. She knew many influential figures had a taste for such, but given her status, she could not reach those connections. Fang Jie had several other artists under her care, none of whom could compare to Luan Jiang in appearance. They merely knew how to navigate social situations better and worked harder. Fang Jie usually felt secure letting Luan Jiang go out alone. She was aware of her clean personal life. Who could have anticipated this time? This time, Luan Jiang had so effortlessly squandered the precious opportunity Fang Jie had painstakingly calculated for her. After days of frivolity, what could possibly remain? Fang Jie, incensed, felt an overwhelming urge to slap the woman before her, if not for the impending filming schedule for the morrow. "You stay put right here." With that, Fang Jie rose and rummaged through her bag, emerging moments later with a stack of documents, which she forcefully tossed on Luan Jiang, the pristine white pages scattering across her form. Conventionally, the voting mechanism of "Have You Dated?" dictated that a guest must remain for a minimum of 3 episodes, with a contract binding them for that duration. Anticipating such scenarios, Luan Jiang's contract differed from those of other artists, particularly regarding the penalties for breach of contract. That it was evident that Luan Jiang would receive not a single cent in compensation. The sum was hardly substantial. The person on the bed, dazed, picked up the contract page by page, scrutinizing each one closely. The more she read, the paler her complexion became. Fang Jie, with a derisive tone, remarked, "With this, you still have the audacity to go out for fun. What were you thinking entering the entertainment industry if you didn't want to achieve fame? Wasting my time with your drama," as Fang Jie unleashed her tirade. The words flowed incessantly. System. This old woman is truly exasperating. In the original narrative, her interactions with the original body were laced with sarcasm and disdain, devoid of any genuine conversation. Even when the original body felt disheartened by the harsh comments online. The old woman exacerbated the situation, declaring her inherently useless, and hurled even more hurtful remarks. Even when she pushed the original body onto the sponsor's bed, there was not a shred of remorse. Instead, she felt justified, believing the original owed her a tremendous favor. It was clear that the girl had been deceived, Fang Jie thought disdainfully. Did this foolish girl truly believe she could soar without her assistance? It would be a miracle if she didn't get completely swindled. What good does it do to realize one's mistakes now? The events have transpired. How could one possibly make amends? What do you expect me to do? Fang Jie forcefully broke free from Luan Jiang's grasp, her strength sending the frail figure tumbling to the ground. Towering over her, she coldly stated, I have a solution, but it depends on your willingness. The sobbing girl, crumpled on the floor, was momentarily taken aback, her tear-filled eyes sparkling with hope. You mean it? I am willing to do anything. Previously, Fang Jie had never entertained such notions. Those three individuals were not simply anyone who could be easily swayed. Yet, the circles they traversed were notoriously treacherous. Aren't they pursuing Song Xie? Luan Jiang timidly queried, her eyes shimmering with allure, enough to make even Fang Jie, a woman, feel her heart flutter. Isn't it inappropriate for me to approach them? Fang Jie waved her hand dismissively. What man isn't prone to infidelity? After speaking, she recalled something and turned back to her bag, retrieving her phone. After a prolonged search through her contacts, she displayed a list of names to Luan Jiang. To the system's astonishment, Fang Jie had arranged for the host at least 30 men of varying statuses, enough to keep her occupied for 6 months. Seeing Luan Jiang's wide-eyed expression, Fang Jie rolled her eyes. You don't understand this, do you? The most popular figure currently, isn't she just climbing to fame through her conquests? Now she is dating a wealthy heir, discussing marriage and even pregnancy. Don't be fooled into thinking her life is easy after marrying into a wealthy family. She is guaranteed to never have to worry about money again. Who wouldn't want such an opportunity? Luan Jiang appeared genuinely swayed by her words, her gaze dimming in contemplation before she weakly nodded twice. Fang Jie, satisfied, remarked, Good. Your agreement is all that matters. Compared to the previous reluctance of Luan Jiang, she now seemed less of a hassle. Fang Jie pondered potential new candidates, considering who might enjoy the company of someone like Luan Jiang, who had already been with others. The next day in a makeup room over there, Song Si and her companions each had their own personal makeup artists, mostly familiar faces from beauty magazines. Fang Jie had summoned Luan Jiang early, exchanged a few words, and then abandoned her in the quiet room. Consequently, compared to the cheerful atmosphere of laughter among the group nearby, Luan Jiang found herself isolated, devoid of even a conversational partner, prompting the system to express sympathy for the host. Luan Jiang mused, Perhaps I could find a dashing young man later. Wouldn't that'd be delightful, Sister Zhou. No need for heavy makeup, just a simple touch to brighten up will suffice. Luan Jiang noticed that the makeup artist behind her seemed somewhat at a loss for how to proceed. And she smiled gently. I stayed up late last night, so my complexion isn't great. Nearby, Lu Yangxing overheard her comment and sneered, You probably went off to flirt with some man again. How disgusting. The makeup room was spacious, occupying nearly half of the floor. Lu Yangxing could have chosen to sit elsewhere, yet whether it was due to his refusal the previous night or a desire to continue taunting Luan Jiang, he distanced himself from the lively vicinity of Song Si and settled beside Luan Jiang. His makeup artist was a young man, flamboyantly dressed in trendy attire. The makeup artist glanced at Luan Jiang and exclaimed, Xingge, you can't deny it. She is definitely the type men go for. Lu Yangxing replied. You understand that? The makeup artist giggled. Oh, come on, she has said countless times how much she likes girls. Luan Jiang, noticing the artist's 2 little hair buns, found him quite amusing, disregarding Lu Yangxing as she asked the makeup artist, Do you like my type? You can't say no because that would mean you don't like women. The makeup artist laughed heartily, winking at Luan Jiang. Oh my, how could I not? Previously, he would never have dared to engage Luan Jiang in conversation, but today was different. Now that Lu Yangxing had taken the initiative, he felt emboldened. Eventually, Luan Jiang conversed with a makeup artist, discussing everything from beauty brands to fashion runways. The artist, well-versed in these topics, spoke animatedly, to which Luan Jiang could surprisingly keep up with the terminology. Lu Yangxing fell silent, casting several discreet glances at Luan Jiang. Feeling as though he was meeting her for the first time, her demeanor vastly different from the fragile vase he remembered. Luan Jiang's makeup was simple and completed in no time. The makeup artist, watching her exit, lowered his voice to Lu Yangxing, saying, "Xinggu, her outfit is clearly brand new, and it's a style exclusive to that flagship store on XX Street. You won't find an exact match anywhere else. The price starts at 5 figures, and its designer is..." Lu Yangxing recognized the brand, aware that their garments had skyrocketed in price over the past 2 years. Recently, a female star had worn a custom gown from that brand on the red carpet, garnering significant attention. Even Lu Yangxing was taken aback. "Are you sure?" The makeup artist clicked his tongue. "Do you not trust my judgment? When have I ever misjudged? She's wearing the real deal. I can tell. She must have recently secured a wealthy benefactor, which is quite normal." Lu Yangxing thought maliciously that without a benefactor, Luan Jiang was still only worth the few dollars of clothing. The makeup artist's smile carried a hint of deeper meaning. If she has indeed caught the eye of a benefactor nearby, I would be quite astonished. Lu Yangxing raised an eyebrow in confusion. The makeup artist continued, "You know Lu Ge and Ji Yuan? They've booked the neighboring villa for parties all month, for the Lu family. Spending hundreds of millions is mere pocket change. If Lu Ge takes a liking to someone..." Lu Yangxing quickly dismissed the notion. Impossible. Those types would never look at Luan Jiang. She's a worthless piece. The term worthless piece nearly made the makeup artist burst into laughter. HMHM. Noting Lu Yangxing's disdain for Luan Jiang, the makeup artist chose to remain quiet. "All right, Xinggu, you're right." Regardless, he had given his warning. Soon, Lu Yangxing would provoke Luan Jiang into hitting a brick wall. TSK, this would be entertaining to watch. The makeup artist prided himself on his keen eye. Who exactly was Luan Jiang? On the surface, she appeared delicate and frail, yet her eyes concealed a confidence that suggested she was far from simple. Did she truly believe she could wait for others to devour her? It would be a miracle if she didn't end up being the one to strip others bare. Under the lens, Luan Jiang exuded an air of carefully crafted artifice. Especially against the backdrop of blue skies and white clouds, her casually exposed legs were fair and straight, resulting in photographs that were stunning from any angle. Standing alongside Song Si and another young lady, Yang Ruoyi, her height of 1.75 meters was particularly striking. Although Yang Ruoyi was not short, her proportions were slightly less impressive than Luan Jiang's, requiring careful consideration in her clothing choices to mask that minor flaw. Song Si, at only 1.6 meters, appeared diminutive among the towering men averaging 1.87 meters, creating an endearing contrast, especially given her background as a journalist, sharp-tongued and exuding a strong presence, making it hard not to notice her. When filming commenced, Luan Jiang quickly realized that the camera lingered on her for only brief moments, predominantly focusing on Song Si and Lu Yangxing's faces. That it was evident that the leading CP of the first episode was to be them. In a dating show, the CP dynamic is not fixed. One might find two charming individuals deeply in love one episode only to see their connection dissolve the next, leaving room for other pairings to blossom, leading to unexpected shifts in alliances. Naturally, Luan Jiang was left to the sidelines. The program's first part involved introducing oneself through dinner, allowing guests with shared interests to choose whether they wish to complete their first date in the glass conservatory outside. Luan Jiang adorned herself in a forest-themed floral dress, her long hair elegantly styled into an intricate bun at the back of her head, with a few delicate strands cascading down. 2 locks were gathered gracefully before her chest, exuding an ethereal charm reminiscent of ancient times. Her attire bore soft hues, complemented by a natural, understated makeup that relied solely on her striking beauty to convey her enchanting aura. Chapter 38. The unwanted star of the dating show Song Si typically favored a more conventional style, opting for a white shirt paired with denim jeans. With her slightly plump, doll-like visage, she radiated a youthful student vibe, even more so than the earnest Yang Ruoyi. Each time, her hairstylist would dedicate over an hour to her hair, rendering her seemingly casual outfit somewhat impractical for vigorous activity. However, in the realm of a dating show, how strenuous could the activities truly be? In contrast, Yang Ruo's ensemble was whimsically eclectic, her makeup being the boldest among the three girls. Her clothing was adorned with a plethora of patterns, vibrant colors clashing harmoniously, paired with her face painted in vivid reds and greens, creating a stunning visual spectacle. The gathering took place in the villa's grand hall, where a long rectangular table was laden with sumptuous food, embellished with floral arrangements and flickering candles. System. All of this was prepared by the chef. The host is welcome to indulge it too long to materialize and partake in the feast. "Can I call you Song Bao?" Yang Ruoi exclaimed as she entered, enveloping Song Si in a hearty embrace before playfully sticking out her tongue at the camera. "I've seen many of your reports. I particularly admire your way of expression." Without hesitation, she broached a sensitive topic. "You reported on a stalker, right? I'm a fan of that star, but I never imagined such disgusting individuals existed, and it's a woman." "Thank you for protecting our idol." Yang Ruoi intentionally refrained from naming anyone, knowing the audience could easily connect the dots. This revelation significantly reduced Song Si's sense of distance from her, and she nodded slightly. "Exposing such matters is our duty as journalists. If we see it, we must speak out." Yang Ruoi continued to engage Song Si, prompting the four men who arrived later to greet her as well. Luan Jiang found herself appreciating this younger sister more. Luan Jiang thought, being around a charming person is delightful. One can encounter so many men. System. I fear you're the only one in the world who thinks this way about female supporting roles. Luan Jiang replied, "What can I say? A positive mindset is essential." The men surrounding the female lead were not ordinary. They were either top-tier celebrities or individuals with substantial family wealth, allowing them to act with impunity. Ren Ling, from the Ren family, was unassuming and appeared like a struggling youth when he first met Song Si, prompting her to care for him, which led to years of lingering affection that he was a novelist, having published numerous bestsellers and boasted a vast female fanbase online. Luan Jiang mused, "Are they not lacking when compared to Lu Ji's brother, Lu Min?" System. That is an accurate interpretation. Luan Jiang waited until everyone had arrived and the dishes were served before lifting her wine glass and gently tapping it with her fork. The crisp sound instantly captured everyone's attention, yet Song Si merely glanced at Luan Jiang before shifting her chair closer to Yang Ruoi. She felt no need to feign civility towards Luan Jiang, as she was inherently not an accommodating person, a sentiment well known by her fans. Yang Ruoi, however, turned her gaze to Luan Jiang and nodded earnestly while listening to Song Si. Luan Jiang gradually stood up, a gentle smile gracing her features, swiftly dissolving the lingering chill around her. I noticed everyone seemed busy, so I refrained from interrupting. However, it would be impolite not to introduce myself. Her Mandarin was impeccable, her voice melodious. "I am Luan Jiang, an actress, known for works such as Princess of Mr. Monster, Mr. Khan, The Lemon Essence, and Love Me Again." She listed a series of idol drama titles, all from small-scale web productions, hardly worthy of primetime television. Lu Yangxing, who had starred in several major hit series, could not suppress a soft scoff. Yet, due to the cameras, he refrained from saying anything more disparaging. Jian Ling observed her with renewed interest, initially captivated by her striking beauty. Her long hair with a hint of purple at the ends making her memorable, that he recalled that this woman had a contentious history with Song Si, who had reported on her alleged intentions towards Lu Yangxing. A twinge of regret surfaced within him. How could such a beautiful woman not win the heart of Lu Yangxing? It would have been a win-win situation, with him losing a rival and her gaining her dream lover. On the left, Su Hang's gaze was intensely invasive, inducing an unsettling sense of anxiety. He possessed a classically handsome appearance, thick brows, large eyes, and a captivating smile. His physique the most impressive among the group, exuding an undeniable aura of masculinity. Dressed in a tailored suit, he leaned on his elbows, studying Luan Jiang with a smirk that danced at the corners of his mouth. Ren Ling, however, remained composed, his demeanor the most understated among the group, exuding a gentle charm. After Luan Jiang spoke, no one responded. Song Si completely ignored her. The atmosphere at the table grew somewhat awkward until Yang Ruoyi broke the silence. "Oh, I've seen your web drama too. But it seems you weren't the lead?" Lu Yangxing's smile turned maliciously amused. How audacious of her to mention her lesser works in his presence. She had been exposed, and he found it utterly amusing. Unbeknownst to him, in his eagerness to witness Luan Jiang's embarrassment as retribution for the previous day's slap, he overlooked the fact that Song Si had been glancing at him intermittently, missing numerous opportunities to converse with the one he cherished. Lost in his strange desire to see Luan Jiang humiliated. Yet to everyone's surprise, Luan Jiang seemed genuinely pleased to be remembered, her satisfaction radiating through a simple smile. "Ah, yes, I am not the lead. The main characters are several exceptionally beautiful young ladies." Yang Ruoyi, keen to maintain her amiable persona, interjected, "I recall a plot where the female lead confesses to the male lead and gets rejected, only to seek solace from the female supporting character, only to find that the supporting character also likes the male lead." Yang Ruoyi struggled to recall the details of this typical idol drama. Fumbling through her recollection, Luan Jiang, ever gracious, assisted her in clarifying the plot points, recalling scenes that were not even her own. Eventually, Yang Ruoyi concluded with a compliment. "Your memory is impressive," and the dinner commenced in earnest. Yet, before Luan Jiang lay a meal identical to that of Song Si's. Chapter 39. The unwanted star of the dating show, she could already envision the audience's comments flooding the screen. "Wow. This woman is trying to copy my Song Si. How shameless. Why must she imitate my food? I detest imitation. Ha! She won't finish it. Women like her always pretend to eat little. System. Does the host wish to voice her thoughts?" Luan Jiang, what is there to say? "I quite enjoy vegetable salad too." She relished the crisp, fragrant greens, perfectly complemented by a glass of freshly squeezed juice. Truly a culinary delight. Little Ci. "Are you on a diet?" Yang Ruoyi inquired with a smile. "You're not overweight. Why would you need to lose weight? Are you trying to make me suffer?" Song Si's calm voice interjected. "My meals are curated by my mother. I eat what she prepares without question." Yang Ruoyi expressed her envy. "Your mother is so kind. Unlike mine, who barely manages to prepare her own meals as she spoke." Song Si's gaze briefly flicked towards Luan Jiang. Noticing that her plate was identical to hers, and that Luan Jiang was enjoying her meal with gusto, this immediately extinguished Song Si's appetite, her expression darkening. Why was this person so insufferably shameless? Why did she have to steal everything? Just yesterday, she had feigned such innocence, as if the entire world had wronged her. In truth, it was all a ploy to capture Lu Yangxing's attention. One man was not enough. She sought to ensnare many. Song Si resolved that she would be merciless in her critique of any future news regarding Luan Jiang. Such a person did not deserve to be an idol or to exist in the public eye. Lu Yangxing, who had been surreptitiously observing Luan Jiang, noted the peculiar expression on Song Si's face, yet remained silent. The conversation at the table suddenly shifted to Ren Ling's new book, as he mentioned that the female lead was based on someone he secretly admired. Yang Ruoyi shot a knowing glance at Song Si and deliberately asked Ren Ling, "So, is that person present?" Ren Ling's fair complexion flushed slightly as he glanced at Song Si, his eyelashes lowering slowly. Luan Jiang cheerfully poked at her plate of chicory. Song Si felt a warmth creeping to her cheeks, but upon seeing Luan Jiang's joy in her meal, a surge of irritation welled up within her. Song Si abruptly stood, addressing Luan Jiang. "I was just about to ask you, Luan Jiang, why is your salad the same as mine?" "Ah, is it the same?" Luan Jiang replied, feigning ignorance as she looked down at her bowl, which was nearly empty except for a few remaining crab sticks, then glanced back at Song Si's full bowl, scratching her head. "I didn't notice. I was just so hungry." After a brief pause, Luan Jiang continued to poke a stick of crab meat into her mouth, chewing and swallowing before she remarked, "How fortunate. It proves we are fated." Song Si, with an expression of exasperation, retorted, "If you want the recipe, you can just ask me. Why the secrecy? Do you enjoy being sneaky?" This blunt dismissal of "we are not fated" left Yang Ruoyi, who was eager to mediate, sitting there in stunned silence. Lu Yangxing furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze fixed on the bewildered Luan Jiang, his lips curling downward. Ren Ling, however, spoke gently. Perhaps it was a mistake by the staff. Xiao Xia, you should take a seat. Song Sai shut her eyes briefly, her chest rising and falling in agitation. She abruptly tossed her utensils aside and turned to leave. Xiao Xia, where are you going? It would be better to eat a little. The three men immediately pursued her, leaving only Lu Liangxing behind. If one person had chased after her, they would have become the center of attention. Yet, with only one person remaining, Lu Liangxing felt the piercing gazes of the two women upon him. What are you staring at? We're eating. Luan Jiang shrugged and continued to finish her salad. Yang Ruoyi, seated too close to Song Ci, found herself suddenly isolated as the men beside her departed with Song Ci. She forced a smile. It feels quite drafty in here. Embarrassed, she bowed her head and began to eat, finally bringing a semblance of a dining atmosphere to the table system. A tiny bit of the female lead's halo energy has been absorbed. The host must continue to strive. After Song Ci stepped outside, she did not wander far, inadvertently arriving at the greenhouse. The camera followed her closely. Someone from the directing team inquired, "Are you now choosing someone for your first date?" Standing before the glass greenhouse, Song Ci nodded and shook her head. "I didn't intend to come here. I merely wanted to get some fresh air." However, the directing team's words were cut off by the arrival of the three men, who had caught up with her. "Xiao Ci, wait for me." The three men recognized their surroundings and slowly halted, holding their breath as they awaited the choice of the woman they admired. Song Ci turned around, about to speak, when she suddenly realized one person was missing. Lu Liangxing was not there. Just as she contemplated choosing Lu Liangxing, he was absent. Her hand, which hung at her side, clenched into a fist, her eyes glinting with mockery. "Director team, I wish to go on my first date with Lu Liangxing." What might Lu Liangxing be doing now? Dining with Luan Jiang. Very well, then she would not allow Luan Jiang to have her way. Luan Jiang should experience the sensation of having her beloved whisked away in the midst of a meal. What Song Ci failed to notice was that after voicing her intention, Renling's previously bright eyes dimmed inch by inch. Meanwhile, Lu Liangxing, having received the news in the villa, naturally felt elated and readily agreed. He snorted softly, unsure whether it was a dismissal of nonsense or a derision of Luan Jiang's trivialities, seeing the smug expression on Lu Liangxing's face. Su Hang could not resist giving him the finger. After all, Su Hang's persona was one of authenticity, free from pretense. Lu Liangxing dismissed him as a mad dog barking, growing ever more smug as he exited. Upon entering the villa, Su Hang and Jian Lin disregarded the dining table entirely, heading straight upstairs, clearly lacking any interest in continuing their meal. Yang Ruoyi felt somewhat irked with Luan Jiang. She believed that after she had attempted to ease the awkwardness for Luan Jiang, the latter should reciprocate instead of leaving her feeling neglected. Yang Ruoyi exited. Luan Jiang glanced around, and one of the cameramen could not help but ask, "Miss Jiang, what are you looking for?" Luan Jiang promptly inquired, "Is there a microwave? I need to heat up the food over there." Luan Jiang, "The salad is meant to be cold, but Renling's dish has meat. It's best not to eat it cold, or it might upset your stomach." The cameraman nodded in understanding, saying, "All right, I'll have someone bring the microwave over." Luan Jiang rolled up her sleeves, declaring, "No need. I'm quite strong. Just guide me. Thank you." Chapter 40. Transforming into the most hated character in a dating show. "Isn't that outfit quite expensive?" The cameraman, without a script in hand, casually asked, to his surprise. The girl candidly replied, "Yes, it is rather pricey, but that's all right. It won't be damaged by moving something." 0.5 minutes later, Luan Jiang trembled as she touched the slightly torn edge, her face a mask of disbelief. The camera focused on her quivering lips, and the cameraman couldn't help but chuckle. "I did suggest having someone help you move it." That a few members of the directing team nearby laughed as well, one suppressing laughter to say, "We're not responsible for any damages. You'll have to figure it out yourself." Renling, overhearing Luan Jiang's conversation with them, remained seated and unresponsive. After all, he hadn't asked anyone to move it, and his mood was somewhat sour. He wasn't inclined to smile. If that person demanded compensation for the torn clothing, he might very well ignore them entirely. While Renling sat expressionless, contemplating, the silence was broken a few minutes later when he felt a gentle nudge on his shoulder. Looking up, he saw her blinking at him, pointing to the hot dishes that had mysteriously appeared on the table, and she softly said, "These have all been heated. You can eat without worry." Renling opened his mouth to refuse. "I don't. I've read your book and followed your social media. I know you have a sensitive stomach. Luan Jiang smiled. Eat the warm food. It can be quite uncomfortable if your stomach hurts at night. Ling, he gazed at the freshly heated dishes and, slowly, exhaled. He muttered, "Thank you," Luan Jiang replied. "No problem." Instead of sitting idly, she picked up her chopsticks and leisurely began to eat the dishes before her. You mentioned that the female protagonist in your new book is inspired by your secret crush. I think that's not quite right. In fact, she resembles you more. Ling was taken aback. This was the first time he had heard such perspective. And intrigued, he turned to the woman opposite him, asking, "What do you mean?" He had anticipated that Luan Jiang would linger on the topic of the warm meal, so he was prepared to leave at any moment. Little did he expect that Luan Jiang would instead open up a discussion that piqued his interest. Ling settled in. Luan Jiang's posture was casual, resembling a simple exchange between friends. She continued, "I've only read it once, but the impression it left is profound. You intended to portray the female lead as the male lead's savior during his childhood, suggesting that her absence was what sustained his will to live. Hence, he cannot leave her. However, I believe otherwise. The childhood female lead is too similar to the male lead. They are equally strong, equally disillusioned with the world, and even made a pact to jump off a building if they met at 15. Her eyes became somewhat misty, as if her soul transcended the layers of reality to another realm. She seemed to have touched the protagonists within the narrative, witnessing their love, struggles, and the blood and tears shed along their journey. Seeing their footprints imprinted far into the ground. The male lead's attachment to the female lead stemmed from his belief that he was fundamentally alone. His reason for living was simple. He thought he had found the missing piece of himself. Luan Jiang's lips curved into a smile. Ling stared blankly at her vividly colored lips as they moved, articulating thoughts he had never encountered before. She claimed to have only read the novel once, yet effortlessly quoted original lines, expressing profound truths that some might fail to grasp even after multiple readings. Suddenly, Ling comprehended what Luan Jiang meant by finding another self within one's soul system. Wow. Ling's affection level is rising rapidly. Luan Jiang. And he spends most of his time writing at home, far more innocent compared to the other male leads. However, upon seeing Song Ci, Ling's instinctive reaction was to interrupt his conversation with Luan Jiang. The hint of guilt washed over him as he stood up and approached Song Ci. "You didn't eat dinner. Are you hungry?" Song Ci. What is the point of halting the conversation? She had seen everything. Initially, she thought only Lu Yangxing would be swayed by Luan Jiang's beauty, but to her surprise, even a most aloof Ling was affected. Unable to draw one, she could not draw two. Song Ci felt the things around her gradually slipping away, with the culprit being Luan Jiang, just as Ling approached to take Song Ci's bag. Lu Yangxing felt a twinge of discomfort seeing Luan Jiang still seated at the dining table. "You haven't been eating this whole time, have you?" Lu Yangxing noticed Ling coming to assist Song Ci. A wave of jealousy rising within him, and he walked toward Luan Jiang, sulking, "You really can eat." Luan Jiang deliberately took a large bite of ice cream in front of him, declaring, "I'm not afraid of gaining weight. I'll eat as I please." Lu Yangxing wore an expression of disbelief. "You girls never truly stop worrying about your weight. I just saw you eating a vegetable salad." While Song Ci exchanged pleasantries with Ling, she was secretly eavesdropping, curious to hear how Luan Jiang would spin her tale. "Well, you didn't see me just eat meat, did you?" Luan Jiang evaded the question about the vegetable salad, chuckling. "You only saw me eating ice cream." Lu Yangxing chuckled softly as he covertly glanced at Song Ci, noticing her complete lack of attention in this direction, which inevitably left him feeling a tad disheartened. He found no joy in the date within the flower house, as Song Ci had been exhibiting a constant air of tension, as if fearing something would be snatched away from her. The notion that Song Ci was fond of Ling left Lu Yangxing feeling somewhat stifled. He could not fathom the idea that during their time together, her thoughts were consumed by another man. Song Ci had clearly stated that she had no ties with them, and she had also mentioned that he was the one closest to her. Lu Yangxing felt utterly fatigued. How had Song Ci, who was so disdainful of lies and pretense, transformed into this? Was she afraid of losing him? If so, why not cherish him properly? The host is quite remarkable. On the very first day, She has already garnered a significant amount of fragment energy. Luan Jiang. Well, there is still plenty of time ahead. The first phase of shooting was expected to last around 5 days, culminating in a voting session on the night of the 5th day, where guests would select their most favored companion. That if there was mutual selection, a sweet date would commence directly if it was a single choice. Several rounds of games would be required to win the final spot. Thus, contracts were signed for 3 phases at a time, except for the original host, who signed 1 phase at a time. Luan Jiang. I suppose I'm indeed a unique spark, so there is nothing to lament. System. The host mindset is truly extraordinary. Chapter 41. The most unpopular character in a dating show. In the storyline, the female lead consistently received a high number of votes, being referred to as the unyielding goddess. Following her was Luan Ying, who shared the strongest chemistry with the female lead, and his fanbase was significantly larger and more diverse than that of the other contestants. Appealing to both young and old alike, the audience empathized with Song Si's perspective, finding it immensely gratifying. The following morning, Luan Jiang, having completed her morning routine, proceeded to collect her task. Today's breakfast required the guests to prepare it together, fostering a sense of closeness through the shared experience of cooking, ultimately ensuring a smoother date. System. Does the host remember the task promised to the target? Currently, considerable funds have been spent on Lu Gu. Yet Lu Min's shadow had yet to be seen. Luan Jiang, no rush. The system seemed to perceive a fluffy, large foxtail swaying behind its host. System. Our monetized tasks haven't even commenced. Host, can we truly succeed? QQ, unlike other systems that devise strategy for their hosts and continuously announce task progress, this one seemed to inquire about everything, lacking clarity on how to execute tasks. Relying solely on guessing the host's intentions. Luan Jiang. We can do this. The materials required to create the male lead's halo would consume a significant portion of the target funds. And she also had a grand task ahead that would necessitate a substantial expenditure, leaving no cause for concern. The sole cameraman responsible for filming Luan Jiang had a lighter workload compared to others. Prior to meeting Luan Jiang, he believed it would be a tedious job, but after interacting with her yesterday, he recognized her as a rare and commendable artist, bringing vigor to her work. The cameraman inquired, "Do you plan to complete the breakfast all by yourself?" The camera focused directly on Luan Jiang's face. The aesthetic appeal of an artist can sometimes hinge on the cameraman's technical skill in capturing angles. When executed well, everything shines, but if angles falter, all efforts are rendered futile. The final footage required the artist's approval, necessitating their consent for any modifications or enhancements. The cameraman felt that all of Luan Jiang's scenes should be usable, provided her expectations weren't excessively high. As she was indeed quite photogenic, he recalled the rumors circulating in the crew that her opportunity to remain might only span these remaining 4 days, stirring a sense of sympathy within him. When Song Si awoke, the cameraman informed her that Luan Jiang had nearly prepared everything for breakfast. Her movement to put on her shoes momentarily halted, and her already enigmatic expression grew even more inscrutable. Song Si occasionally experienced morning irritability, often lashing out when she hadn't rested well. She had come to terms with that. Noticing her poor state, the cameraman fell silent. After exiting, the cameraman received a few comforting words from the director's team. Offering a bittersweet smile without uttering a word, Su Hang was the second to descend, believing himself to be the earliest riser in the villa. He had a habit of exercising in the morning, finding that either one becomes addicted to it or feels discomfort if they skip a day. It was indeed quite early that a silhouette moved about in the kitchen. Initially, Su Hang assumed it was the director's team preparing something. With a few more steps, he discerned it was the actress. Her profile was easily recognizable, with her long hair cascading down. As Su Hang approached the kitchen, he instinctively glanced up at Song Si's room on the 2nd floor, noting the stillness before feeling reassured enough to proceed. Good morning. Luan Jiang was clad in a complete set of hanfu, including makeup, accessories, and a belt, all sourced from the same establishment. Her hairstyle mirrored that of the seller's showcase, appearing almost identical. Such visuals were indeed rare and exquisite. Su Hang's gaze lingered on her slender waist for a moment before he couldn't resist glancing upstairs again. The cameraman's eye twitched slightly. If he was concerned about Miss Song Si waking early, He should refrain from engaging in activities that might incite feelings of guilt. The contradiction of fearing while simultaneously indulging was indeed perplexing. Propping himself on the smooth table, Su Heng leaned in, his gaze fixed on Luan Jiang's back, inquiring, "Did you also like such attire in the past?" It must be said, Luan Jiang wore this outfit with remarkable charm, exuding an aura reminiscent of someone stepping out from an ancient painting. Her visage, typically suited for bold makeup, surprisingly radiated comfort when stripped down to simplicity that I like it, but rarely wear it in public. Su Heng's Adam's apple bobbed slightly. Sanxi's luggage was filled with unassuming clothing, prioritizing comfort, though not lacking in cost. Yang Ruoyi, a student, focused on value for money and creativity, adopting an approachable persona likely to resonate with audiences. However, when asked how they packed their clothes, the responses were inevitably nonchalant, such as "just something I found," or "these are my everyday," or "that aren't you afraid of dirtying your clothes?" But if it involved cooking, it seemed a tad extravagant. Luan Jiang turned around, revealing a pale apron splattered with red and gray stains, which, instead of appearing unappealing, resembled an art piece. Su Heng's eyes glimmered with admiration. "You have a wonderful apron. Is it disposable? You should buy a few more to keep as collectibles." Luan Jiang shot him a sidelong glance, exclaiming, "How could an apron possibly be disposable? It's only discarded once it's too filthy to wear." Su Heng responded with a casual "oh," his tone lacking sincerity. "Oh, you need help? Wow, you finally realized you have hands to assist." He exaggeratedly feigned surprise, eliciting laughter from Su Heng. "Your acting in the show isn't particularly impressive, but you certainly excel at portraying life." That he seemed to hint at deeper meaning. Luan Jiang wore an expression that read, "I'll take that as a compliment. It's all right, art derives from life and transcends it. Some roles resonate closely with my own persona. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare accept them." Chapter 42. The most unpopular character in a dating show. So you believe your life mirrors that of a Mary Sue idol drama? I've always considered myself a princess. Su Heng paused his actions, sizing her up from head to toe, while Luan Jiang struck a melancholic pose befitting her attire, provoking several chuckles from Su Heng. The director's team observed the playful banter, recognizing it as a subtle exploration of each other's genuine lives. However, Master Su, your behavior starkly contrasts with mere superficiality, don't you think? And have you forgotten? You were up early to run. By the time Song Ci finished preparing herself and emerged, it was nearly 8:30. While this timing was not particularly late when contrasted with Luan Jiang's industrious morning, it inevitably seemed less commendable. Yang Ruoyi had intended to rise early, but after venting to her friend late into the night, she awoke to find it was already 9 o'clock in a flurry. She rushed through her makeup and attire, omitting numerous steps, yet still took nearly 2 hours, making her the last to descend. The dining table was laden with a variety of dishes, primarily prepared by Luan Jiang, with the other guests contributing minimally. Yang Ruoyi felt a twinge of inequity in her heart and remarked, laced with a hint of resentment, Jiang, I'm not criticizing you, but you woke up way too early today. Hours earlier than yesterday. While wanting to showcase yourself isn't a bad thing, everyone was quite busy until late last night, and it's perfectly fine to rest a bit longer today." The individual munching on a custard bun was caught off guard by the mention, momentarily stunned before hurriedly swallowing his food, flashing a bright, sunny smile. "I didn't wake up early on purpose. I was just too excited to sleep." "Don't tell me you managed to style your hair and put on that outfit in half an hour?" Yang Ruoyi's retorts carried an unyielding spirit. "I heard you were downstairs by 7, which means you must have risen by 4. Goodness, do you really not care if others get enough rest?" Luan Jiang blinked in confusion. "But I didn't wake any of you up, did I? Only came downstairs now, right? Your sleep quality seems quite good. You don't need to imply anything about me." Yang Ruoyi wore an expression of exasperation, as if to say, "Can we discuss this rationally without you being so unreasonable? Waking up at 4 o'clock is simply unacceptable. Do you do the same at home? It seems as if I deliberately chose not to participate in the morning activities. In reality, you were the one who woke up earlier than scheduled. How unfair is that? I truly hope you can understand our predicament that a little extra sleep wouldn't harm you, would it?" However, Luan Jiang merely responded with a nonchalant "oh" and offered an apology, saying nothing further. Yet Yang Ruoyi persisted. "I'm not blaming you. I haven't scolded you. Essentially, I'm just offering some feedback, which you're free to disregard. The person sitting across from her assumed that the apology had settled the matter and took a bite of his bun. Only to find Yang Ruoyi speaking again. 4 o'clock is undeniably early. Even when I was in my senior year of high school, I wasn't this diligent. Please don't harbor any ill feelings. If you must wake up at that hour, I won't say anything more. Luan Jiang had to quickly chew and swallow the bun in her mouth, her expression earnest as she replied, I accept your suggestion. Starting tomorrow, I will wake up after 7. Unexpectedly, Yang Ruoyi stared at her intently for quite some time. You really don't need to be so sarcastic. Yang Ruoyi, looking utterly exhausted, put down her chopsticks and slumped in her chair. I'm not targeting you. Oh my, conversing with you is just so tedious. Forget it, I won't say anything more. It's all my fault. Luan Jiang responded, what do you mean, sister? What have I done? Wasn't my attitude friendly enough? Lu Yangxing also felt quite bewildered, twitching his lips in frustration. Hey, Yang Ruoyi, what outcome are you actually seeking? Haven't we already agreed to wake up after 7? What more is there to be dissatisfied about? Song Ci glanced deeply at Lu Yangxing and Ren Ling, feeling that breakfast was becoming increasingly unappetizing. She had also gone to bed late last night, mainly due to chatting with Lu Yangxing and Ren Ling, who had also kept her company until late. Little did she know that this morning, upon descending the stairs, she found the two of them standing on either side of Luan Jiang, assisting her in washing vegetables and cutting meat. Wasn't it stated that they shouldn't help? Did they really need to be so close to Luan Jiang? Surely they were aware of what kind of person she was by now. It was utterly ridiculous that Lu Yangxing, who had done something so reprehensible, could look at her without feeling disgusted. Today, Song Ci also learned that the notoriously short-tempered Lu Yangxing could cook, while the laid-back Ren Ling was quite adept in the kitchen as well. Song Ci had deliberately avoided learning to cook, not wanting to become a housewife in the future. She had merely been trying to blend in, watching the group work harmoniously to prepare breakfast. A fire of frustration had been simmering within her. Song Ci rose as well, tugging at Yang Ruoyi's sleeve to signal her to control her emotions. She then gradually spoke under the gaze of several men. I don't understand how something so warm and lovely has turned into this tense standoff. I propose to the production team that from now on, whoever wants to eat should prepare their own meals to avoid any further issues with timing. Yang Ruoyi and I cannot accommodate Luan Jiang's lifestyle habits. Nor should we expect her to cater to ours. I hope you can amend the rules accordingly. A few members of the production team exchanged hushed words for a moment before responding affirmatively. Song Ci forced a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes, pulling Yang Ruoyi away as they left. Why isn't Xiao Ci eating? Jian Lin remarked, irritation evident as he looked at Luan Jiang, who continued to eat without a care. You managed to drive those two away, and you can still eat? I truly admire your appetite. Upon hearing this, Luan Jiang paused mid-bite. The system chimed in. The host is too pitiful. Even breakfast is filled with complications. Perhaps it's best to ignore them. They are truly bothersome. Luan Jiang replied. Oh, they're all wealthy individuals. It's not easy for someone like me, with no background, to navigate this situation. To be honest, I don't even understand why they chose to leave. Reluctantly, she set down her chopsticks, as if loath to abandon her half-finished breakfast, with her arms crossed on the table and her back straightened. She assumed the posture of someone about to impart wisdom. Firstly, I admit that their presence has affected my appetite, but skipping breakfast is detrimental to the stomach that I don't wish to age with a myriad of ailments. So regardless of the circumstances, I will insist on having breakfast. Secondly, regarding the early rising issue, I do not wish to reiterate that I do not wake up that early every day. So, I feel that an occasional early start shouldn't warrant such a strong reaction. Lastly, I can empathize with their desire to present their best selves, but my current priority is breakfast. Their decision not to eat is entirely theirs. Please do not treat two capable adults as if they were petulant children throwing tantrums. Jian Lin, do you realize how sarcastic your remarks sound? It truly feels as if you're being condescending. What do you mean by petulant children? Are you insinuating that Xiao Ci and the others are being unreasonable? Luan Jiang held back her irritation and rolled her eyes, unable to restrain herself any longer. Then just consider my surname to be Yin Yang. Jian Lin responded. Luan Jiang pointed at her own eyes, which had just rolled. Please remember to blur that eye roll. It's not appropriate for children to imitate. The others stifled their laughter. Later, Song Si and Yang Roi made their way to the beach. The two strikingly beautiful girls, meticulously dressed, strolled along the shore, creating a visually pleasing scene. The cameraman, initially feeling chaotic, found solace in this moment. If only they wouldn't insist on speaking. Yang Roi seemed eager to explain her earlier actions on camera. And perhaps she had calmed down. I really admire women like Luan Jiang, who pursue what they want, but I must say, the pace of others may not align with hers. I guess it a crime to be out of sync. Is it wrong? Song Si gazed at the water surface, the sea breeze tousling her hair. Indeed, Yang Roi mused. Her issue with you stems from that report, doesn't it? I understand now. No wonder I've been too close to you. And she sees me as a rival. The conversation then shifted to Luan Jiang's situation and the current state of the entertainment industry, filled with grand philosophical musings. The cameraman struggled to stay awake. While the two young women appeared deeply contemplative, as if they had uncovered the secrets of life. Before 10 o'clock that night, Luan Jiang was already preparing for bed. The cameraman, anticipating the end of his shift, cheerfully remarked, "It's rare to see such a disciplined young person." Luan Jiang, her face adorned with an expensive facial mask she had purchased recently, replied with minimal mouth movement, "I can't help it. I get sleepy at the appointed time." The cameraman inquired, "It seems like you received quite a few packages today. Was that mask among them?" Luan Jiang confirmed, "Yes, there's still a few packages unopened. Perhaps I can film an unboxing tomorrow." The cameraman chuckled. "Oh, then you want to need my help with that?" No, I can manage with my phone," initially intending to leave after a brief chat. The cameraman found himself engaged in conversation for 20 minutes, just as Luan Jiang was ready to rinse off her mask. The bathroom lacked cameras, and the cameraman would not enter, so he lingered by the door. A knock sounded. Unsure whether to open it, he received a prompt via the earpiece. "It's Su Heng. You can let him in." The cameraman then opened the door. Inside the bathroom, Su Heng, with keen ears, entered and immediately heard the sound of water running, as he placed a doll he had bought while shopping on Luan Jiang's vanity. "I got this while out, considered a delicious reward for breakfast." In truth, Luan Jiang had performed exceptionally well in various activities that day, even completing tasks meant for pairs by herself. After some thought, Su Heng felt a twinge of guilt, but by the way, after you come out, please remind her to check her messages that I've invited her to jog tomorrow morning. Although he claimed to want the cameraman to pass on the message, Su Heng was merely seeking an excuse to linger in the room a bit longer. However, when he realized the sound of water had stopped and Luan Jiang had yet to emerge, he understood that she likely did not wish to see him. Prompting a self-deprecating smile, he had assumed that Luan Jiang, having felt neglected by the opposite sex throughout the day, would be eager to see him. Evidently, he had misread the situation. The system remarked, "What a swift change." Luan Jiang replied, "He has realized that Song Si harbors significant resentment towards me and is attempting to draw her attention in this way." The system responded, "Humans are truly complex beings. Without the guidance of a host, this small in-game microtransaction system finds itself utterly at a standstill." Luan Jiang emerged from the bathroom, and the cameraman recounted the events that transpired just a minute ago with meticulous clarity. The camera focused on Luan Jiang's somewhat joyful expression as she held a doll meant for entertaining children. Her lips curving into a smile that seemed destined to touch the heavens, akin to a simpleton who has finally discovered kindred spirits within a crowd, delightfully clumsy and innocent. All right. I will definitely go." The cameraman inquired, "Did you often visit the gym before?" "Not particularly often. I lack the stamina," Luan Jiang replied, climbing onto the bed. She reached for the switch but refrained from pressing it, playfully sticking out her tongue. "Good night." "Uncle, hurry and leave, will you?" The cameraman, even while being shooed away, wore a smile. Chapter 44. Transformed into the villainess of a dating show, Luan Jiang awoke promptly at 7 o'clock, while downstairs, Su Heng had been waiting for quite some time. Descending the staircase was a figure clad in a pure, white summer sports outfit. The top was short, exposing a hint of her waist, and the fitted pants accentuated her long, elegant legs, making her a sight to behold. Today, she had styled her long hair into a high ponytail, with several small braids woven into it. Simple yet chic. It seemed she had merely applied sunscreen on her face, with no other makeup in sight. Su Hang mused inwardly that this girl truly exuded confidence in her looks. Yes, Su Hang entered. A subtle, sweet fragrance wafted through the air. Not an overpowering, cloying scent, but rather a gentle, natural aroma reminiscent of fruits or vegetables, pleasantly refreshing. For some reason, Su Hang instinctively felt that Luan Jiang would not spritz herself with perfume. This fragrance must be her own. He also noted that Luan Jiang's earlobes were unpierced. Round and plump, their color a delightful, translucent hue, soft and white like cotton candy. Following the line of her ear, the low neckline revealed a generous expanse of delicate white skin, and her exquisitely beautiful collarbone was nearly mesmerizing. As a model, Su Hang held stringent standards regarding physique, yet he found nothing amiss in Luan Jiang. While exercise typically brings joy, it was puzzling that Luan Jiang did not resemble the rumors circulating about her. Contemplating this, Su Hang couldn't help but steal a few more glances at her. Luan Jiang, in turn, was appraising Su Hang. The man, not dressed in formal attire, radiated a neighborly big brother vibe, reliable and approachable. His casual wear was slightly loose, but the power he exuded as he walked made him anything but inconspicuous. Su Hang had never favored the long, feminine hairstyle. His own was usually a buzz cut, easily maintained. Fortunately, his striking features complemented such a style, enhancing rather than detracting from his appeal. He projected a sense of safety that could easily shoulder the burdens of another. Thus, this was a genuine moment of solitude, one that Su Hang had initiated. Without needing a prompt from him, Luan Jiang had already begun a standard warm-up routine that a glance was all it took for Su Hang to realize he had indeed chosen the right companion for today. Song Si had always been dismissive of his workout methods, finding the prospect of sweating bothersome, what with the subsequent need for a shower and the lingering odor. Though Su Hang occasionally insisted that Song Si follow his directives, he never forced exercise upon her. Before stepping out, Su Hang smiled at Luan Jiang. "If you can maintain your pace and complete the run, I might grant you a small wish." The girl raised an eyebrow. Slightly defiant. A wish is a wish. Why the qualifier of small? "Are you afraid I might impoverish you?" Su handsome? Su Hang chuckled softly, his voice rich and magnetic. "If you could truly impoverish me, I would concede you are quite formidable." Song Si had set her alarm for 7:40. She was indifferent to Luan Jiang's routine, but didn't want to lag too far behind. This was a prearranged agreement with Yang Ruoyi for the two of them to rise at this hour and prepare their favorite breakfast together. However, when Song Si knocked on Yang Ruoyi's door, she discovered that her friend had not yet awakened. Not wishing to transform into a human alarm clock, Song Si descended the stairs in silence. The hall and kitchen were deserted, and a sense of triumph over a minor challenge swelled within her, though she feigned ignorance, asking aloud, "Is no one up yet?" After a brief silence, a member of the director's team replied, "Su Hang went out for a run with Luan Jiang early this morning." Song Si's expression froze. When had Su Hang and Luan Jiang become acquainted? What was Luan Jiang aiming for? Collecting all the male contestants for herself. The director's team exchanged glances, swiftly shifting the camera away to spare Song Si the embarrassment of a scowling visage. Initially, they had intended to capture footage of Luan Jiang's missteps, but her exceptional control over her expressions proved too formidable, surpassing even that of the renowned, emotionally intelligent starlet. Su Hang considered himself to possess decent stamina. Yet this girl kept pace with him effortlessly, running alongside him without faltering. The system chimed in. The person squatting around the corner is the heir of the Qin conglomerate, the sole scion of the Qin family. Currently in a state of rebellion, and brought here by Ji Yuan for some respite. While the title of heir felt somewhat exaggerated, given Qin Fang's age, he had yet to engage in company affairs. Still a student. Albeit one slacking off, spending his days indulging with Lu Gu and Ji Yuan. The host had not encountered him in the villa, as Ji Yuan had specifically instructed against leading the young heir astray. The system continued. In the storyline, he will develop feelings for the female lead, but she will dismiss him as a mere child, ultimately rejecting him. He will marry a suitable heiress, yet will always harbor thoughts of the female lead. "Where are you going?" Su Hang intermittently glanced at Luan Jiang's profile, pondering her thoughts, his gaze slightly heavy, until he noticed her veering off the path, instinctively reaching out to steady her. though his grip was gentle. Luan Jiang still halted that you've encountered an acquaintance. Feel free to continue running that I'll just say hello. Acquaintance? Where? Following Luan Jiang's gesture, Su Heng spotted a young boy squatting on the beach, playing with sand. His age was indeterminate. But undoubtedly he was quite young, as Su Heng refrained from probing the reason behind his sudden sense of relief, his lips parting slightly. I'll accompany you. Luan Jiang blinked in confusion. Huh. Su Heng narrowed his eyes. Is that not permissible? Or does your friend have something to hide? Luan Jiang shrugged, choosing not to elaborate further. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed a young boy, not particularly tall, engrossed in playing with sand, as Su Heng noted the absence of any adults nearby. What sort of child wanders to the beach alone at such an early hour? Although this was an open coastal area, minors typically did not venture here without parental supervision. Before Su Heng could contemplate further, Luan Jiang had already sprinted ahead. That I remember you. She reached the boy's side, maintaining her running motion. We met last time. The system interjected. Ah, Luan Jiang continued. I ran into him while dining with Wu Yuan. He stared at me for quite a while. It was quite embarrassing. The system responded. Chapter 45, Transformed into the Villainess of a Dating Show, Part 21. Luan Jiang remarked. He is a rather handsome boy. To be honest, everyone she had encountered thus far had been quite good-looking. Perhaps it was a trait common among the children of wealthy families, the system noted. He is still in his third year of high school. Su Heng crossed his arms, observing the scene with interest. Whether in front of the camera or behind it, Luan Jiang was not one to initiate conversations. Aside from necessity, she typically avoided the limelight. Yet, whenever she engaged with someone, it seemed inevitable that they would continue conversing with her. Take Ren Ling, for instance, who would drone on about his books and various literary classics, even mentioning obscure titles that Ren Ling had never heard of. It's worth noting that Ren Ling came from a family steeped in literature, surrounded by books. He could easily be described as a walking encyclopedia. If Luan Jiang could converse at that level, it would be hard to argue that she had not read extensively. Then, there was Lu Yangxing. Although he appeared to dislike Luan Jiang, Lu, a star in his own right, had a rebellious streak. If he truly held disdain for someone, he would either ignore them completely or ensure they were not in his sight, rather than complain about them while still discussing lunch plans with Luan Jiang. Yet within just a few days, everyone in the villa had come to view Luan Jiang in a new light. After studying the young boy before him, Su Heng recognized him. He was the son of the Qin family. Currently in his rebellious phase, mingling with a group of second-generation rich kids, Luan Jiang actually knew him. A flicker of intrigue crossed Su Heng's eyes that, don't provoke me. The young Qin's voice was melodious, possessing an ambiguous gentleness, distinctly aristocratic yet lacking energy. Luan Jiang, however, danced around him, breathlessly inquiring, Have you eaten breakfast? Do you need me to take you? At this moment, Su Heng interjected, Is it wise to leave Xiao Fong here alone? Where is your father? Qin Fong lowered his head even further. Everyone knew who Xiao Fong was. Su Heng cast a meaningful glance at Luan Jiang. You are unaware of his identity? Luan Jiang replied honestly. I can't say we're very close. I only know his friends, and we happened to meet once. That Su Heng muttered. I thought as much. Someone like Qin Fong is not within your social reach. Even he needs to measure up. Luan Jiang pondered for a moment, then decided to squat down as well, her hands brushing against the sand. What do you want to build? Feel free to suggest anything. Once I'm done, you can come with me. Qin Fong glanced at her with his striking eyes. That on what basis? Luan Jiang replied, On the grounds that I wish to treat you to something delicious. Qin Fong's expression revealed a hint of displeasure. Yet his eyes couldn't help but follow the movement of her hands. An hour later, Luan Jiang affectionately gathered the small child, who was half a head shorter than herself, into her embrace, blocking most of the camera's view. Uncle, this one is off limits for shooting. My newly hired assistant is rather shy, and still just a child. Qin Fong softly protested from her hold. I haven't agreed yet. The young Master Qin scoffed at such a lack of understanding. Only to have his hair ruffled vigorously by Luan Jiang's playful hands, he fell silent in defeat. The cameraman teased, You really don't spare even the children. Do you? Indeed. I cater to all ages, Luan Jiang replied nonchalantly. Though as they walked, she helped Qin Fong evade the camera's gaze and prying eyes, providing him with considerable comfort. Upon entering Luan Jiang's room, she first retrieved several unused black masks for him. Here, your fair complexion will look particularly striking in black. I won't be on camera, but you'll often be photographed while accompanying me. Luan Jiang coaxed gently. Look at how lovely the contours of your lower face are. Wearing this mask will not only make your face appear smaller, but also accentuate your fair skin. Just your chin alone could win over a multitude of admirers. When you decide to enter the entertainment industry in the future, just imagine the headlines. I was the assistant to the popular star Luan Jiang. Everyone will know you. Popular star? Qin Fong thought to himself that this person was indeed far from popular. Had she been so, she wouldn't have sought out Brother Lu in the first place. Noticing the slight disdain in the small boy's gaze, Luan Jiang's eyes sparkled mischievously. With an she lunged forward and enveloped Qin Fong entirely in her embrace. Dare you look down on me again? HM. You. Get off me. You're crushing me. Nonsense. At a height of 175 centimeters and weighing less than 110 pounds, how could I be heavy? That is still heavy. As the system contemplated how its host never spared even the children, it noticed someone at the door. This individual made no effort to knock. Instead, her first action was to pull out her phone and snap several pictures. The system remarked, wow, truly speechless. The female lead is back to her intrusive photography. I wonder what nonsense she'll write this time. Luan Jiang retorted, you just said it was nonsense. There is no need to worry. I can handle it. The system replied. It had discovered that ever since its host had entered this small world for missions, she had seemingly never regarded the female lead from the original plot with any seriousness. She effortlessly obtained rewards the system had never dared to imagine. Qin Fong was the first to notice Song Ci. His face flushed as he exclaimed, someone's at the door. Can you get off me? Expecting that the person on him would continue their antics, he was surprised when she quickly got up. Oh, it's you? What brings you here? Then, Luan Jiang noticed the phone in Song Ci's hand, and her smile faded. Don T, tell me, you just took pictures. Qin Fong, now sitting up from the bed, had slightly disheveled hair. He knew Luan Jiang was merely teasing him, and having practiced martial arts since childhood, he was aware that she couldn't truly harm him. Although he didn't voice it, his body permitted Luan Jiang's playful behavior. Strangely enough, he found himself not rejecting her, perhaps because the castle she built truly was beautiful, leaving a positive impression on him, and no one had ever taken such care to amuse him, unlike his nanny or Brother Lu, who merely paid him to spend time at an arcade or read books when there was nothing else to do. Adults had their own matters to attend to, and he, as a child, could never fit in. The woman before him was certainly attractive, if not beautiful, and most importantly, she knew Brother Lu. Qin Fong felt warmed by her gentle coaxing. The sea breeze having enveloped him for several hours, and in moments when she shielded him from the camera, his heart, which he thought had grown cold, began to warm slightly. Chapter 46. Transforming into the most unwanted in a dating show. Can I not take pictures? You came here to be photographed, didn't you? Song Ci argued, showing no sign of believing she had done anything wrong. She glanced at Qin Fong's face, her expression one of disdain. Do you not realize how shameless you are? You would stoop to this level with a child? And you still Haven T close the door? TSK, do you think passersby want to see this? If it weren't for my status, Luan Jiang tilted her head, interrupting her tirade. I did come here to be photographed. That much is true, but I did not authorize you to do so. You are infringing upon my rights right under my nose, and yet you act so imposing. Are you serious, Little Song Reporter? Addressing her as Little Song Reporter sounded less like an accusation and more like a gentle whisper share between lovers. Yet Song Ci clung fiercely to the evidence she had gathered, unyielding that I will not delete these photos. I will make them public. From now on, do not expect to navigate this circle. You, lacking any sense of humanity, should face legal repercussions. After stating her piece, Song Ci turned to the bewildered Qin Fong and waved him over. Come here. I know this isn't your fault, and I will advocate for you. Qin Fong remained still, his gaze fixed on Luan Jiang. She chuckled lightly. Dear Little Song Reporter, I sincerely suggest you consider the thoughts of the parties involved before voicing any opinions. Luan Jiang feigned surprise. Wow, I must have quite an influence. Don't I? One last time, will you delete the photos? Luan Jiang's apparent nonchalance was interpreted by Song Ci as a facade of calm. Song Si firmly declared, "I will not delete." Luan Jiang shrugged, indicating her acknowledgement. "Then please leave, Song reporter. You're quite the nuisance. Are you planning to continue this?" "Luan Jiang, do you have no shame?" Luan Jiang, slightly exasperated by her attitude, took 2 steps forward and, in front of Song Si, slammed the door shut with a resounding bang. The world became quiet. "Why didn't you explain to her?" Qin Fong, perched on the bed, observed Luan Jiang as she washed her hands and tidied up. Unable to restrain his curiosity, Luan Jiang feigned helplessness. "Haven't you seen their combat skills?" "Regardless of whether I explain or not, in their eyes, I remain that person. The next time anything occurs, they will first blame me." With a sigh, Luan Jiang maintained a bright smile in her eyes. "Only by allowing them to truly stumble will they tread carefully in the future. Not for my sake, but for their own." Qin Fong raised the corners of his lips. "So, you're doing it for their benefit?" Luan Jiang waggled a finger playfully. No. I'm simply avenging my fragile and wounded spirit." Qin Fong. The number of likes had barely exceeded 10,000. With comments predominantly criticizing her, not just urging her to leave the entertainment industry, but also pointing out where she had undergone enhancements in her lackluster acting skills, suggesting that any passerby would perform more earnestly than she did. The original owner had long stopped looking at social media, even though she hadn't undergone plastic surgery and maintained a fairly decent work ethic. "Come here." The person lounging on a bamboo chair under the sun adjusted the angle of her phone with one hand, cheerfully calling out to those inside playing games. "Let us take a picture for keepsake." Young Master Qin retorted, "No need. I dislike taking photos." The person elongated her tone, feigning a pout. "Not even one. Oh dear. I look so pitiful all alone." Pitiful. What an odd adjective. Shouldn't it be lonely? Qin Fong thought to himself, glancing at her while gaming. She appeared indifferent to how she was treated. He knew the other guests were fully occupied with activities in the afternoon, while only Luan Jiang was left behind. Put it kindly, it was a break. To put it bluntly, she was simply unwanted. Leading the charge was Lu Yangxing, vying for the chance to date Song Si that evening, while Yang Ruoyi had also paired up with a Su Hang. Under the warm sunlight, everything felt cozy, including her. She was indeed taking photos, and due to the proximity of the lounge chair to the window, her camera frequently captured glimpses of Qin Fong inside. Qin Fong unexpectedly locked eyes with her smiling gaze, his face warming. How infuriating! He quickly lowered his head, exhaling a frustrated breath before abruptly shutting off his phone and tossing it aside. Rising from the carpet, he strode over to the lounge chair, nudging it with his foot. "Hey, hurry up. I'm in the middle of ranked matches." While Su Hang was dining with Yang Ruoyi, his phone buzzed. Noticing Yang Ruoyi giggling and joking with Song Si, he casually unlocked his phone to see that Luan Jiang had updated her status. Luan Jiang. The little brother I tricked is adorably cute. 2 photos accompany the post. One image captures a sun-kissed beach beneath a cerulean sky dotted with cottony clouds, while another showcases a candid moment of 2 individuals clearly taken within the confines of a luxurious villa. Luan Jiang reclines languorously on a chaise lounge, with Qin Fong standing behind her, bent slightly forward, creating the illusion that she has collapsed into his embrace. The youthful defiance characteristic of their age seems to have crumbled, plastered across his face, his eyes brimming with impatience. Yet the corners of his lips awkwardly lift into a smile as he humorously responds to the woman's request to say cheese. In contrast, Luan Jiang's laughter is captivating. Her already striking features dazzle under the sunlight, her sparkling eyes almost impossibly bright. It is no wonder that even the notoriously difficult Qin Fong finds himself unable to deny her whims. Su Hang, absorbed in observing them for a tad too long, fails to notice when Yang Ruoyi calls for him twice at that moment. The photographer decides to stir up some mischief. He stifles a chuckle as he aims his camera at Su Hang's phone, capturing the screen that Su Hang had neglected to turn off while he was explaining to Yang Ruoyi. Chapter 47. Transforming into the unwanted character of a romantic variety show unbeknownst to Su Hang's focus. Yang Ruoyi accepts his explanation of just checking work messages with a gracious demeanor, kindly suggesting, "It's perfectly fine. I don't have anything pressing to discuss with you. Please, continue handling your work documents. I'll chat with Xiao Si for a while." Just then, the photographer, with a playful tone, quips, "Isn't that Luan Jiang's moments?" Yang Ruoyi's smile falters. Although the photographer's voice is not particularly loud, and one would need to pay close attention to catch his words. She seems to have an acute sensitivity to the name Luan Jiang, instantly honing in on the critical information. However, she is not foolish enough to confront Su Heng about it. She understands that despite several men vying for Song Si's affection, she manages to maintain a respectable number of dates, thanks to her perceptive nature. If she were to clash with Su Heng, other suitors might deem her difficult to appease and would soon exclude her from their activities. Such capricious privileges belong solely to Song Si. Yang Ruoyi swiftly regains her composure, feigning ignorance and continuing her conversation with Song Si, though the topics have shifted from amusing anecdotes to hushed whispers. Please don't push Su Heng onto others anymore. He was just looking at Luan Jiang's moments, and he didn't even blink. Song Si, feeling somewhat desensitized, smirks and retorts, "What can I do to stop him from seeing what he wants? Even if I couldn't obstruct him from doing it once, twice, or even 4 or 5 times. In truth, Song Si is somewhat swayed by Yang Ruoyi's words, but is reluctant to display her concern over the man. Don't you want to be bound to Su Heng anymore? Su Heng does have a remarkable physique, and I often find myself daydreaming while speaking to him." Yang Ruoyi chuckles, "But isn't that the nature of a dating show? One day, I connect with this man, and the next day, it's another. It's merely superficial. I won't genuinely fall for them, but I'm certainly not one to steal a sister's partner." Song Si believes her, confident that Yang Ruoyi is incapable of stealing anyone's heart. She nods in agreement. "All right, I understand." Yang Ruoyi then suggests, "Remember to choose Su Heng for everything tomorrow. Ensure he has no time to think about anyone else." Reluctantly, Song Si agrees. What they fail to notice is that Su Heng, seemingly oblivious to their conversation, wears a subtle smile. Luan Jiang has just finished her shower when a knock interrupts her. She's applying skincare products. Unable to free her hands, and the photographer lends a helping hand. Outside stands Su Heng, clad in a black shirt and trousers, sleeves rolled halfway, revealing a hint of sun-kissed skin. His muscular physique is aesthetically pleasing, exuding a strength that most would find appealing. Su Heng beams at her, holding his phone which plays a video. "Hey, are you interested in filming this?" Luan Jiang leans closer to take a look. The video features upbeat music, showcasing a man with an impressive 8-pack abs supporting himself against a wall, while a petite woman in sleepwear crawls onto his shoulder. The scene shifts, the music changes, and the man is suddenly dressed in military attire, while the woman's sleepwear transforms into a long white shirt, her legs posed enticingly, barely concealed by the shirt's hem. Luan Jiang glances at the view count, under half a minute, and the video has already garnered over 100,000 likes. "This is incredible," she exclaims. System. Su Heng's strategy is quite profound. He knows Luan Jiang will invite him out tomorrow, yet tonight he still seeks to provoke her. Goodness, is he the cunning male lead of a novel? "I feel a bit nauseous." Luan Jiang. "Let us remain calm." Putting that aside, he does have an impressive physique. System. Will the host agree to film with him? The host's reputation online is currently unfavorable. If the video is released, she could face backlash from Yang Su fans, or even Su Heng's admirers, with bystanders accusing Luan Jiang of seeking attention. However, there may also be admirers who appreciate the chemistry between the two. It's a double-edged sword, but the benefits seem to outweigh the drawbacks. Luan Jiang. Of course, why not? I am more than willing to assist. System. The host fits the role of the malicious female antagonist perfectly. Luan Jiang. I hope that by borrowing from me, Su Heng can successfully enhance Song Si's favor, prompting the other male leads to follow suit. System. 666. The host plans are unfolding splendidly here. Luan Jiang rummages through her wardrobe, locating a shirt reminiscent of the one in the video, selecting a black one to match Su Heng's attire. "Can you bear my weight?" She playfully pokes at his arm. "Please don't drop me." Su Heng chuckles. "Even if I were to fall, I wouldn't let you hit the ground." All right, let us get started. The original persona had trained in dance for several years. Her body exceptionally flexible, capable of executing intricate moves, complemented by her slender, graceful limbs and evenly toned skin. Su Heng supports himself against the wall, facing the camera, wearing a black mask, but his distinctive brows and eyes are instantly recognizable to fans. Luan Jiang deftly uses the low table for leverage and easily finds herself perched on Su Hang's shoulders. The photographer, reluctant to miss a moment, captures her every graceful movement. There's no denying that a dancer possesses an innate elegance that is difficult for others to emulate. When she dons the black shirt, she appears even more radiant, her skin glowing ethereally. "Hey, hold still." Just like that. The photographer joins in, offering to assist with editing. Sitting on a man's shoulders is a peculiar sensation. Luan Jiang is not overly slim, but maintains a fit physique from her occasional workouts. Yet Su Hang proves to be even more stable than the man in the video, as he eventually lowers her. His hand inadvertently brushes against her leg. Luan Jiang, emboldened, instructs Su Hang to maintain his position while she snaps photos of her thigh. Sensing her intentions, the smile on his face radiates warmth and affection. Two birds with one stone. Why not? He remarks, scheduled for 5:20 we'll post together. Upon leaving, Su Hang casually mentions this. The following morning, a trending topic titled, "Why does Su Hang favor this woman over me?" rapidly ascends the charts. Based on the blogger's previous posts, it is evident she has long been an ardent supporter of Su Hang. Amassing over 100,000 followers, to avoid being overwhelmed, she deliberately obscures the accompanying video, yet kindly includes a link to the original footage. The scandal suggests Su Hang has willingly descended into intimacy with a woman rife with flaws, prompting many to consider unfollowing him. Chapter 48. Transforming into the unwanted character of a romantic variety show. The comment section is a flurry of reactions. Wait, how can these two even be paired together? Those who think they don't match should take another look at those legs. While I know our Su enjoys flirting with ladies, he shouldn't settle for just anyone. This girl is truly an attention seeker, having previously ridden on Lu Yangxing's coattails and now trying to latch on a Su Hang. Ugh, can she just disappear already? Another day, another wave of disgust. Why is Su Hang wearing a mask? Is he waiting for me to help him take it off? I don't understand what you're all complaining about. The visuals are absolutely delightful. I've noticed something odd. There's so many complaints. Yet all the comments are about how stunning her legs are. Wow. This woman has no fans anywhere to defend her. How tragic yet amusing. Oh, I didn't even notice until you mentioned it. Just check this woman's Weibo. It's a disaster, truly a disaster. Returning as a newcomer after years and still playing a supporting role. Honestly, if she were capable of riding the wave, wouldn't she have more traction? Look at her Weibo. The same few people are always in the comments. I'd love to sit on Su Hang's shoulders too, and I sure would like those legs for myself. Never mind, in my next life, I would gladly exchange 10 years of singlehood with my roommate for the realization of my dreams. The discussion surrounding Su Hang has erupted, largely revolving around exposing this woman's flaws, while a handful of rational fans advise against impulsivity, considering that Su Hang is willing to film videos with her, indicating she is indeed his friend, and thus deserving of some affection. A throng of fans, both girlfriends and boyfriends, gallantly charge towards the video protagonist discussion forum, only to discover that this woman lacks one. They find themselves at a loss, swords drawn in confusion. Fans are bewildered. In this day and age, are there still celebrities without a discussion forum? Even lesser-known web novel authors typically create one for their fans to engage. Right? This woman is extraordinary. Has she undergone plastic surgery? A friend of mine, a specialist in that field, assured me that this woman has definitely not had any procedures. I also find it absurd. Who still believes the entertainment news from Song CEI? Isn't she just fabricating stories to feast on the public's curiosity? If you don't believe Song C's news, then you might as well not believe anything at all. Just go and film it yourself. To be fair, just because my refrigerator isn't cooling doesn't mean I should know how to make it cool. Elementary school students upstairs, please refrain from embarrassing yourselves. As the discussion escalated, several factions began a clash. Fans of Song CI and those who disdain her, supporters of Su Hang and those who ship the couple, beauty enthusiasts and irrational fans. All while the fans of Luan Jiang seemed either non-existent or overly low-key. It was truly baffling. Not a single one emerged to defend Luan Jiang, despite the fervent criticisms. Upon waking up in the morning, Song CI indulged in her habit of scrolling through her phone. As she continued, a wave of anxiety washed over her. What did Su Hang mean by this? Letting Luan Jiang sit on his shoulders? Is he that desperate for female company? At the same time, Yang Rui sent her a message, even fearing that she might not have seen the video, forwarding her the link. The video was evidently filmed at night and likely after Luan Jiang had taken a shower. Her face was completely bare, appearing natural even when magnified in high definition. Song Ci clenched her phone, watching the video repeatedly, her gaze fixating on the points of contact between the two, her fingers pressing down so hard they turned white. System. Host, your fan count has surged by over 50,000. The likes on her previous Weibo posts were gradually increasing as well. The original owner was quite skilled at photography. Many of her images could easily be used as profile pictures, leading fans to express their delight at having found a long-term source for avatars, calling Luan Jiang a fairy of ambience. Since the video was not published on Weibo, Luan Jiang's first post was a selfie taken yesterday with Qin Fong. Beneath this selfie, numerous fans left comments. "Ah, I need this handsome guy's contact info in a minute. Oh my, what a perfect boyfriend material face. Is he a high school boy? So perfect. Finally, a male lead worthy of a novel." Following Sister Jiang truly brings rewards. This handsome guy looks so impatient yet still poses for the photo obediently. It melts my heart, sob, sob, sob. It was merely a simple collaboration. Su-heng asked me to film a video last night, and I agreed. This shouldn't violate any regulations, right? Luan Jiang's tone sounded meek, yet her hands moved steadily as she folded clothes on the other end. Sister Fong laughed for quite some time. "What regulations? The more these videos, the better. Just remember, you're still my artist, so it's best to give me a heads up on any developments." Sorry, Sister Fong, it won't happen again. Hearing Luan Jiang's earnest apology, Sister Fong felt immensely satisfied. This person must have changed after their intimate encounter, elevating her entire demeanor. "All right, enough said. I have a call coming in." Sister Fong smiled broadly. "Stay put over there. I'll pick you up the day after tomorrow to dine with the sponsors. Don't mention it to anyone else. Understood, Sister Fong." Due to the sudden surprise, the guests who were meant to rise early did so, but they could finish their meals sooner. A.S. Song Sai descended the stairs. She casually glanced around, her gaze freezing in place. There sat a man clad in a thin black coat, closely positioned beside Song Si's seat, even pouring hot water into her cup and placing it near her breakfast. The turmoil in Song Si's heart was instantly mended, and she struggled to suppress the upward curl of her lips, feigning composure as she approached her seat, then asked Su-heng with a puzzled expression, "Why are you sitting here?" While there were no explicit rules, seating arrangements were typically fixed, and Su-heng was supposed to be seated further away. However, upon seeing her, Su-heng eagerly rose and pulled out her chair. "I've been waiting for you. It feels like we haven't had a proper conversation in days." "Huh, have we?" Song Si calmly took her seat, glancing at Luan Jiang, casually remarking, "Actually, it's not that bad. I feel like we've communicated quite a bit." Chapter 49. The Unpopular One in a Dating Show 25. Su-heng smiled as he continued to care for Song Si during breakfast. Whenever she had a slight need, he would instinctively present his belongings to her. Their synergy was palpable. Liu Liangxing observed the two with a frosty gaze, feeling rather unwell. Having witnessed that short video last night, he had intended to question Su-heng about his intentions, wondering if he planned to abandon Song Si. However, upon further reflection, if Su-heng genuinely pursued a relationship with Luan Jiang, the very person who had once fervently pursued him, he felt an undeniable twinge of dissatisfaction that it was akin to a devoted fan betraying their idol. How could Luan Jiang, who was supposed to be infatuated with him, end up with someone as simple-minded as Su-heng? It was a grave insult to Liu Liangxing. Contemplating this connection, Liu Liangxing's icy gaze shifted to Luan Jiang's head. "Hey, why aren't you reacting? Then why did you agree to film a video with Su-heng last night? Do you genuinely enjoy riding on Su-heng's coattails?" Liu Liangxing naturally assumed that the request to film was initiated by Su-heng. After all, throughout their time here, Luan Jiang had maintained a relatively composed demeanor, despite the fact that he had previously witnessed her numerous misdeeds. Perhaps the presence of a benefactor was keeping her in check, making her appear more tolerable. His gaze was rather conspicuous, and the person diligently eating raised her eyes momentarily. Upon realizing it was him, Luan Jiang instinctively smiled. Liu Liangxing's malicious thoughts stilled at the sight of her sincere smile. Leaving him momentarily frozen, He scoffed dismissively and averted his gaze. The individuals at the dining table were engaged in conversation, with Yang Ruoyi being particularly adept at initiating topics, her laughter often leading the way. The camera rarely shifted towards her, only a handful of times, which Song Si and Yang Ruoyi noted, exchanging glances filled with delight that I truly believe that Xiao Si is remarkable. Even President Lu himself speaks highly of you. Can you secretly tell me if you know him personally? Yang Ruoyi wore an expression of I will never spill the beans. You two seem far too familiar. You're definitely not strangers. Oh, so you're keeping secrets from me. It appears your relationship is quite special. Yang Ruoyi increasingly extolled Song Si's past achievements that in an effort to bond with Song Si. Yang Ruoyi had spent her nights researching everything related to Song Si online. One could say that no one knew Song Si better than she did at this point. Upon realizing that President Lu referred to Lu Min, Ren Ling's indifferent expression slightly shifted. The current president of the Lu Corporation. The future chairman had already navigated the business world for nearly a decade at a young age, managing the Lu family with great finesse. Even the notoriously discerning Lu patriarch had complete trust in his grandson. Having handed over the entire family business to Lu Min, merely 28 years old, Lu Min had achieved much. Ren Ling could overlook Song Si's playful interactions with Lu Liangxing and Su Hang. But if she were to establish a connection with Lu Min, his hand resting on the table gradually formed a fist. Just then, Ren Ling felt something brush against his calf. Was it an illusion? A hint of confusion crossed his eyes that he straightened his posture, intending to look down to check if something was there, when that restless leg beneath the table brushed against his knee again, poking and prodding. Ren Ling. He could now confirm it was not an illusion. The leg's owner was Luan Jiang. While she appeared to be attentively listening to Yang Ruoyi, her leg beneath the table was brazenly engaging with him in plain sight. Ren Ling couldn't help but wonder if she was flirting with him or if she had been equally forward with other men as well. Luan Jiang was exceedingly bored. She didn't quite understand what was so noteworthy about the reports. They seemed to weave a tapestry of truth and falsehood, leading to the demise of countless lives. Early in the morning, discussing someone's tragic life as a source of amusement felt rather chilling. Didn't it? Although Luan Jiang felt no such chill, her left ear received the gossip while the right one dismissed it, and she found herself unable to sit still. With idleness came mischief. Noticing that Ren Ling appeared equally unoccupied, she decided to stir the pot. Originally, the original owner had long, agile legs, capable of executing any movement with ease. She slipped off her cotton slippers, and her mid-calf white socks accentuated her slender ankles as she playfully rested her foot on Ren Ling's leg, causing the temperature in the vicinity to rise instantly. This elicited a few chuckles from those seated nearby. That Lu Liangxing, bewildered by her laughter, shot her several questioning glances. What was amusing about Yang Ruoyi's account of Song Si's impromptu speech? After the breakfast gathering, as per tradition, there was an event. The male guest would first enter the small black room to vote for the female guest who had captured their hearts that day, followed by the female guests who would enter the room to blindly select their male counterpart. Previously, Song Si and Yang Ruoyi had never missed out, and they would kindly invite the remaining two male guests to join them. However, they did not include Luan Jiang. Luan Jiang was the last to enter for voting, and before she stepped inside, she cast a glance at Ren Ling, who was sulking in the corner, staring at the ground. In the past, she would have given up voting altogether, but today she chose Ren Ling. As expected, her choice was correct. Song Si voted for Su Hang, which was accurate. Yang Ruoyi selected Jian Lin, also correct. Each person received a sponsorship fund of 10,000 yuan to freely find a place in the nearby food street to sit down and discuss life. I can't believe it. Luan Jiang is so shameless. She directly dragged Ren Ling into the hotel. Yang Ruoyi had assessed the surroundings and could instantly identify the various types of establishments, understanding their levels of expenditure. The hotel Luan Jiang chose to take Ren Ling to was of a high standard. The top-tier suite costing around 8,000 yuan a night. Song Si. Just get used to her behavior. Chapter 50. Transforming into the most disliked character in a dating show 26, Su Hang also gazed at the two figures gradually fading away. Tapping his cheek with his tongue, feeling as though he had missed something, Jian Lin expressed his disdain. So Rin Ling is going along too. After all, it is a date, and it is hard to refuse. Song Si turned around, her expression unreadable. No one could have guessed that Luan Jiang would act so recklessly. Never mind. Let's go. Jian Lin and Su Heng left, while Yang Roi lingered for a few more seconds. Among the men, Yang Roi secretly favored Ren Ling the most. His clean and gentle demeanor was incredibly comforting, and every interaction with him brought her joy. Now, however, the pure and gentle Ren Ling was about to be sullied by that shameless woman. Luan Jiang. Yang Roi was so furious she could barely muster a smile, grinding her teeth as she cursed Luan Jiang countless times in her heart. Luan Jiang. Are they still watching me? System. No. They have all left, but Yang Roi harbors a high level of hatred for you. You have stolen her beloved, Luan Jiang. So what should I do? Should I become her beloved to make amends? System. That is not necessary. Luan Jiang turned on her heel, directly leading the blushing Ren Ling into a cake shop. After smelling the seafood by the seaside for too long, Luan Jiang had lost her appetite for it. She personally had a fondness for sweets, especially cream, which she could never tire of. You. Ren Ling was taken aback by her pull, engulfed in the rich aroma of freshly whipped cream within the shop. Feeling utterly at a loss, the cakes displayed in the glass case were magnificent, in hues of pink, blue, yellow, and white, their colors remarkably soothing. The egg tarts nestled in the wooden display had thick shells, with a layer of golden custard on top. Just looking at them made one imagine the delightful blend of creamy egg filling rushing to the tongue with each bite. Utterly delicious. Welcome. How may I assist you? The sales assistant greeted them with a bright smile upon seeing customers enter. Wherever Luan Jiang went, she was asked first, of course. Initially, she intended to inquire about Ren Ling. Such a handsome young man was a rare sight. However, when he remained silent, she found it awkward to continue and instead followed Luan Jiang's lead that let's buy a cake. Luan Jiang glanced around, finding everything to her liking. You decide. The warmth on Ren Ling's face gradually dissipated as he exhaled a sigh of frustration. Annoyed with himself, despite having a series of conversations, he knew that at least half of the rumors were unfounded. Little did he realize that amidst the formation of such thoughts, threads of golden light, pure and sacred like the morning sun, began to rise from his heart towards Luan Jiang. The cake was freshly made, requiring a 30-minute wait. Luan Jiang waved her hand grandly, booking the second floor of the cake shop exclusively. Her wallet lighter by 2168 yuan. The second floor was adorned with a feminine touch, featuring pink wallpaper, carpets, and a corner piled high with plush brown bear toys. Various tiger-shaped decorations hung mid-air, some making faces, others peering through magnifying glasses, while some appeared guilty. Against the wall were several storage lockers filled to the brim with items like wish bottles, snowman figurines, and answer books. Ren Ling sat in silence for a few seconds in this atmosphere, casually taking a seat on a heart-shaped soft chair. Did you not have breakfast? Not really, Luan Jiang replied, sitting across from him with a radiant smile, merely feeling that they would chat for a long time. Using a cute cake to pass the time. Even wasted moments could become meaningful, but that's a flimsy excuse. Suddenly, Luan Jiang remembered something, excitedly pulling out her phone. Can I take a photo with you? Great author. Why the sudden desire for a photo? Ren Ling had attended numerous book signings and had taken pictures with fans before, so Luan Jiang's request did not seem excessive. She playfully blinked her eyes. The atmosphere is just right. It feels wrong not to capture this moment. Defeated once more by her whimsical logic, Ren Ling leaned in. Click a moment captured. Ren Ling thought of the video from last night and said, let's hold off on posting it on Weibo for now. Yes, I was thinking the same thing. Speaking of last night's video, Ren Ling alone had garnered at least 10 clicks in AS that blogger mentioned. It seemed strange at first glance, but the more one watched, the more engrossing it became. The delicate body colliding with the athletic physique sparked an enchanting chemistry, prompting Ren Ling to spend the entire night at his computer, writing a few thousand words of character backstory. His next book was taking shape, and he finally knew what kind of female protagonist he wanted to write about. This time, it was based on Luan Jiang. Meanwhile, Song Si had chosen a coffee shop. All the date spots she could think of were rather formal venues. She looked down on anything too childish and disliked places lacking distinct characteristics. After much deliberation, she ultimately lost track of whether she was on a date or merely enjoying the ambience. I am very glad you chose me. Song Ci began every date with this line, having said it so often it became second nature. We can start by discussing our interests. Have you read any good books lately? Su Heng. He had expected Song Ci, someone active in melodramatic circles, to have plenty of fresh ideas, but she turned out to be just like the stuffy women he had encountered on blind dates before, leaving him somewhat disappointed. However, Su Heng quickly rallied. After all, the woman before him had been his long-cherished dream. He would seize this opportunity. It must be said that collaborating with Luan Jiang had been a delightful experience. He hoped Renling wasn't merely following in his footsteps, but genuinely wished to choose Luan Jiang. One less rival is one less problem. Su Heng mostly read English books, as his mother was foreign, and he spent most of his student years abroad. He had successfully inherited all of his parents' virtues and was well-liked both domestically and internationally. After mentioning two of his favorite books, he noticed Song Ci's expression stiffening. Su Heng. He quickly realized that Song Ci might not have read the books he mentioned. Luan Jiang, on the other hand, was well aware and had read them multiple times. He had thought that as a top student, Song Ci would be no less knowledgeable than Luan Jiang. Oh well, perhaps it was just a coincidence. He would try another topic that I saw you mention the Butterfly Valley in an interview, quoting X from XX. Su Heng smiled. I've recently revisited that book, Song Ci. That was just material I found for the interview. Who actually reads XX? The essence of that book is contained in just that one sentence. Okay, besides, her introduction was really just to placate the audience. Chapter 51. Transforming into the most disliked character in a dating show, 27, the agent had advised her to cultivate an image of being knowledgeable, aligning with her profession. After Su Heng mentioned 2 plot points, Song Ci awkwardly interrupted. Shall we order something to drink? Su Heng. But we just had breakfast not long ago. After exchanging glances with Song Ci, Su Heng understood. Their interests were likely quite different. It would be best to change the topic to avoid an awkward situation. A journalist. You must have traveled to many places, right? He began to speak, but noticed Song Ci's expression growing even stiffer. Su Heng. The man fell silent. City was not far from here, and there were multiple key protected scenic spots within the city. Su Heng prided himself on his memory. He remembered that Song Ci had written about a particular scenic spot in City last year. How could they be at such an impasse? He had never considered that the gap between him and Song Ci could be so vast. Song Ci was also feeling frustrated. She had expected Su Heng to discuss his work or describe what his life had been like over the years. Yet he repeatedly brought up topics she was not proficient in, making her want to get up and leave. With 3 other choices available, why was she sitting here suffering? Su Heng fell silent, recalling that they were still filming, and raised his head with a smile. All right then, let's order something to drink. I happen to be a bit thirsty. To their surprise, after all the chit-chat, they ended up discussing what to drink. The imagined romantic scenes between Su and Heng remain unrealized. Aside from the fact that his date is the enchanting Song Ci, everything else feels no different from encounters with others. Yang Rui, too, finds herself in a state of distress. Jian Lin is an exceptionally talented singer, capable of both writing lyrics and composing music. Years ago, he showed signs of burgeoning fame, but this year he has inexplicably skyrocketed to stardom. Who wouldn't admire a person endowed with such talent, especially when Jian Lin is also remarkably handsome? Yet, it is a pity that no matter how loquacious Yang Rui may be, she is not a professional singer and struggles to discuss such specialized matters. While Jian Lin exhibits a distinct disinterest in anything but music, Yang Rui, do you enjoy visiting amusement parks? No, do you like watching anime? No, do you enjoy? No, after being met with a barrage of no's. It is only natural for Yang Rui to seek a sip of water to compose herself. During the few minutes it takes for her to gather her thoughts, the atmosphere grows heavy. And to be frank, she finds herself at a loss for words. With a hint of hope in her heart, she thinks he might gracefully introduce a topic that everyone could engage with. However, to her surprise, not only does he not take the initiative to speak, but he also finds sitting idle boring and promptly ascends the stage to commandeer the pianist position, his fingers dancing slowly across the keys. Yang Rui, just a second before Jian Lin took to the stage, she had racked her brain to conjure a topic to keep the conversation flowing, but surely she couldn't rush up and drag him down. Could she? Wait until this piece is finished. Yet, Jianlin, once he lays his hands on the piano, becomes utterly entranced, closing his eyes and plunging into the realm of music for several hours, by the time he indulges himself. Their date is nearing its conclusion. This morning's 3 dates yielded only the one with Luan Jiang that produced ample sweetness. The other 2 pairs displayed little chemistry, and merely refraining from conflict was considered a blessing. As tensions ran high, the production team, left with no choice, instructed Song Si and Yang Ruoyi to work overtime, providing sweet psychological reflections for the behind-the-scenes footage, enhancing it with a few special effects to alleviate the awkward atmosphere. Upon bidding farewell to Jianlin, Yang Ruoyi immediately sought out Song Si, pouring out her grievances with a wry smile. Jianlin is truly a blockhead. It seems only you can keep him in check. I certainly cannot. Tomorrow, I would rather lock myself in my room and binge-watch dramas than go on another date with him. It is undeniable that hearing Yang Ruoyi express such thoughts fills Song Si with a twinge of pride. After all, the men surrounding her are all remarkable individuals, and more importantly, they are infatuated with her. Song Si well understands Jianlin's personality among these individuals. She trusts that he would never betray her, as he has always felt a sense of guilt towards her, wishing to make amends. Then you should go on a date with Renling tomorrow, Song Si casually suggested, not genuinely intending for Yang Ruoyi to remain at the villa. Upon hearing Renling's name, Yang Ruoyi couldn't have wished for anything more to ensure tomorrow's order wouldn't be disrupted. Song Si personally sought out Jianlin that evening, hoping he would cast his vote for Luan Jiang. What does this mean? At this moment, Jianlin had just finished a shower, clad in a white bathrobe, his hair slightly damp. He had been seated at his desk, jotting down lyrics that had come to him today, when his train of thought was abruptly interrupted by a knock at the door. Though somewhat irritated, he suppressed his annoyance upon realizing it was Song Si. However, the first words out of her mouth were, "You were far too indifferent toward Yang Ruoyi today. Do you have any idea what kind of backlash you'll face once those scenes air?" "I don't care." Jianlin's naturally resonant baritone carried an alluring timbre, his speech reminiscent of a scene from a romantic drama. "I came here for you." If his date were not her, he would undoubtedly feel displeased. Song Si's expression softened. "While it may seem a bit heartless, I have told you multiple times that we ended things a long time ago. You have worked hard to achieve what you have today. I hope you continue to thrive. So, for my sake, just pretend for a few days." Jianlin, a bitter smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Watching her depart hand in hand with Sue and leaving sweetly, how could his heart not ache? Forcing a smile while going on a date with another woman felt like a blade piercing his heart. That he did not immediately storm off was already a considerable concession to Song Si. Now, she was pushing him toward another woman. Was he truly inferior to Sue? Were the past mistakes irreparable? Seeing the pain and hesitation etched on his face, Song Si steeled herself. "If you are unwilling, just say so, and I will cease to bother you from now on." No, Jianlin closed his eyes, suppressing the panic welling within him. "I will do as you say." A hint of a smile finally graced Song Si's face. Yes, she gazed at the man she once deeply loved. Witnessing his pain and discomfort, she couldn't help but feel a flicker of vindictive satisfaction. When she left, he desperately clung to her, claiming he couldn't live without her, that no one could replace her. He even declared that all those songs were written for her, and without her, he would no longer compose. In these past few years, Jianlin has sung heart-wrenching ballads that pierce the soul, imbued with a sense of melancholic beauty, yet always leaving a lingering thought at the end, much like his feelings for her. Each time he stood on stage, softly singing, even if she was not present. She had listened intently at home, several times over. She had not completely let go of him, but was acutely aware that they were not meant to be. The fervor of those years had been enough to awaken her to the truth. "Good night." Song Si turned away without a shred of compassion, even closing the door behind her. System. Jianlin has gone out to a bar. Does the host wish to follow? Luan Jiang. Of course. Why not? Qin Fang's room is conveniently adjacent to Luan Jiang's, and this young lad's lifestyle is exceedingly chaotic. Sometimes he stays up all night, then sleeps away the day, while at other times he sleeps at night and still requires a nap during the day. If anyone disturbs him, he reacts with irritation. Despite the glorious sunlight outside, this young lad manages to sleep soundly. Luan Jiang does not indulge this young boy's whims, reminding him that work necessitates a semblance of professionalism, and their schedules must align. Qin Fong, with an air of defiance, pulled out a card from his pocket and tossed it in front of Luan Jiang. He raised his chin slightly, wearing a smug expression that seemed to say, "Money can indeed buy anything. So, how much do you want from me to leave you alone?" Luan Jiang merely smiled as she picked up the card from the table, responding cheerfully amidst his disdainful gaze. "You may not be aware, but the 3 other cards in your pocket are also in my possession. This is the last one, and you have willingly surrendered it." Qin Fong. His expression suddenly morphed into one of fierce indignation. Fidgeting with the card, Luan Jiang reclined in her chair, crossing her legs. But alas, adulthood requires one to do things children despise. "Starting today, you must learn to be a competent assistant. Any behavior deemed unworthy may result in me breaking your card." Her gaze inadvertently fell upon her fingers, causing Qin Fong to awkwardly avert his eyes. Scoffing, "You don't think that just because the card is broken, I won't be able to access the money, do you? Some people can articulate their thoughts more eloquently than they can sing, while others can deliver biting remarks that are oddly satisfying to hear. After all, I'm just an ordinary citizen." Luan Jiang continued. "You are an ordinary citizen. You climbed into the bed of the older brother, didn't you? If you want any resources, don't you just have to ask?" He was reluctant to be associated with the Qin family conglomerate, as that was precisely why he had run away from home. If anyone else had said such a thing, he would have erupted in anger. Luan Jiang acknowledged that she had provoked him too many times, and Qin Fong felt his tolerance for her had remarkably increased. System, TSK TIS. The young boy's fondness for her was much easier to cultivate than that of the other adults. Qin Fong's vulnerability lay in his unwillingness to rely on the Qin family. While the host would occasionally prod him, and within a day, he had become desensitized. Now, he hardly reacted at all. The young boy spoke too bluntly, disregarding whether others wished to hear it or not. Had he been elsewhere, he would have been slapped for such candor. Yet, who is Luan Jiang? Not only does she remain unperturbed, but she also speaks earnestly. Do not envy. Everything comes at a cost. Rising from her chair, she conveniently tucked the card into her pocket, using her free hand to ruffle Qin Fong's hair. "Once you grow up, you will understand. Now, it's time for you to sleep." "Who is envious?" Qin Fong scowled, swatting her hand away, and retorted fiercely. "Hey, don't think I'm a fool. Clearly, you are planning to go out." The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and in a fit of temper, he leaped from his chair. "You want me to sleep while you run off? Are you going to find the older brother? Take me with you." Luan Jiang regarded him for a moment before obligingly nodding. "All right, go grab a jacket." In less than a minute, he discovered he had been locked in his room. Qin Fong scratched at the door like a child denied candy. "You scoundrel!" Jianlin selected a rather reputable bar, bustling at this hour, yet remained orderly. Most patrons were seated in groups, enjoying their drinks, and the establishment was devoid of any inappropriate displays. Jianlin settled into the far corner, 2 bottles of wine resting on the table before him. One bottle was half consumed as he reclined on the sofa, a few buttons of shirt undone, his hair in disarray, exuding a certain melancholic beauty. Although his complexion was not as fair as Lugu's, it was undeniably more appealing than that of the average man, and his naturally good skin added a few extra points to his attractiveness. Just then, Luan Jiang arrived, and a woman, noticing Jianlin alone, was quickly drawn to his brooding aura, unable to resist approaching him. Her hand grazed Jianlin's collar, while he kept his gaze lowered, seemingly asleep or perhaps acquiescent, remaining utterly still. Luan Jiang hurried forward, seizing the woman's hand before it could wander further, and with a slight smile, remarked, "I'm sorry, but he has taken." "What?" the woman exclaimed, glaring at Luan Jiang. "That I was here first." Luan Jiang tilted her head innocently. "That doesn't matter. I belong to him, and I won't allow you to touch him." With that, she sat down on the sofa, leaning closer to Jianlin. The woman begrudgingly stood up and walked away in frustration. Jianlin had overheard her words and turned his head with a hint of disdain, thinking to himself that even if he were involved with someone, it certainly wouldn't be her. Her efforts were in vain. Luan Jiang called over a waiter for a clean wine glass, her movements graceful and elegant, betraying none of her intentions to simply mooch off someone else's drink. I thought Song Xiai would choose me tomorrow. She mused, but it seems I was mistaken. Jian Lin shut his eyes. Despite Luan Jiang's words, he was far too astute to suspect that Song Xiai and Luan Jiang had any prior collusion. Among the few of them, there was only one person Song Xiai would never allow him to associate with. Luan Jiang continued, and that person is Lu Yangxing. Both Song Xiai and I are women. We understand women best. Once Lu Yangxing sets her sights on someone, she cannot abide the presence of others. If she continually pushes him into someone else's arms, he will indeed flee. Thus, Song Xiai would never take such a significant risk. After all, in her eyes, I likely represent a formidable rival. Are you implying that she is certain I want to leave her? Jian Lin, perhaps slightly intoxicated, found it hard to believe that he was sitting on the same sofa as Luan Jiang. Discussing matters concerning Song Xiai, he glanced at her again, not for any particular reason, but simply for the weight those 3 words carried. Chapter 53. The Unwanted in a Dating Show. Luan Jiang remarked, "You read 2 years my senior. I can call you brother with no issue. And what about you? Are you ready for our date tomorrow?" Jian Lin's voice was soft, easily drowned out by the music outside. Yet she caught every word. In the dim light. Her silhouette appeared increasingly delicate, almost indistinguishable against the vibrant glow of the lights that failed to penetrate the dark, muted wine bottles. Yet her gaze captured it all. "Isn't it better to not prepare for something that may not happen?" she said. "Otherwise, it feels too much like following a script. How dull." Suddenly, a hand reached across, not obstructing his drinking, but gently resting on the back of his hand. "I went to the cake shop with Renling today," she continued. "He mentioned that he isn't fond of sweets, but the cakes there are quite delightful that I hope we can visit again sometime." When discussing today's date, Luan Jiang displayed no excessive emotion, remaining unnaturally composed, at least in Jian Lin's memory. Luan Jiang, when dating Renling, should have been ecstatic. Luan Jiang added, "If you truly choose me tomorrow, I'll take you to the amusement park." Jian Lin smirked slightly. "Didn't you say you had no plans? Seeing that you seemed down, I thought I'd give you a little hint." She replied in a tone reminiscent of soothing a child, "I love seeing you smile. Your singing is so lovely. You really shouldn't drink so much that a true singer would protect their voice." Jian Lin would typically avoid smoking and drinking, only indulging slightly when necessary. "Indeed, I shouldn't drink," he said, his gaze vacant. Yet, not drinking made him feel restless. He couldn't shake the image of Song Xiai turning away from him. A nightmare that haunted him. He claimed he would choose Luan Jiang on their date, not for any other reason, but out of fear that Song Xiai might not come looking for him. However, once outside, with the night breeze swirling around him and the cold wine coursing through him, his mind became startlingly clear. Even if he followed her advice, things would never return to what they once were. Years had passed, and countless nights had separated him from Song Xiai. She no longer loved him. Luan Jiang paused. "You must have seen the video of Su Hang and me, right?" Jian Lin remained silent, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of interest, indicating he was indeed listening. Su Hang was borrowed to provoke Song Xiai, which is why she chose him without hesitation today. She fears that Su Hang might genuinely fall for me. As Luan Jiang spoke, she found humor in her own words. Falling in love with someone isn't that simple. Su Hang and she care for each other mutually. I see that clearly. While Song Xiai only desires to outdo me at this point, Luan Jiang's intentions were painfully obvious, and even in his drunken state, Jian Lin comprehended her motives. He scoffed slightly after using such a trick once. Would she really believe it again? Yet Luan Jiang retorted with a confident demeanor. "If she cares for you, she will believe it no matter how many times it happens." Those words caused a sharp pain to stab at Jian Lin's stomach. A hand slid down his arm, directly grazing his abdomen. Just as he was about to grasp her hand and push it away, it began to knead gently, imbued with a tender yet resolute strength. A soothing sensation spread from his stomach throughout his body, coaxing him to relax. "Try it." She seemed to lean closer, her proximity almost intimate, as if it were the final moment if she truly doesn't love you and wishes to give you up. The best course of action is to let go. You can write countless love songs to reminisce about your past, But intruding upon her current life is an utterly foolish endeavor. It will only serve to disturb her and hurt you further. Let her go. Let her go. Luan Jiang supported Jianlin out of the bar. They were halted by two unscrupulous men. Dressed in suits, their gazes were lewd. He's already asleep. He can't do anything to you. Why not have a little fun with us instead? We guarantee you'll be begging us to come back next time. System. I want to call the police. Luan Jiang. Now, little one. Dante, look. Before she could finish, the allure of her embarrassment outshone her words. The two men trailed closely behind Luan Jiang, and indeed, they saw her place Jianlin in the car, shut the door, and turned back to smile at them. Jianlin's memories froze at the moment Luan Jiang slammed the car door shut. He jolted upright from the bed, disregarding his disheveled outerwear, and rushed outside barefoot. He could hardly recall the direction to Luan Jiang's room, stumbling along with just a single breath. Upon reaching her door, Jianlin paused. With his head bowed, he realized how disheveled he appeared. The villa was eerily quiet, and the sky outside was merely beginning to brighten. Where was she, who typically rose early? Why was there no sound? Holding his breath, Jianlin stood at the door for a long while. Once he was certain there were no sounds of movement within, he swallowed hard. Raising his hand, he knocked forcefully on the door, wanted to call her name, but no sound escaped his lips. What had happened to the voice he so prided himself on? Why couldn't he produce a sound? System. Jianlin's affection for you is rising rapidly. Quite strange. Wasn't he drunk yesterday? Luan Jiang. He thought I want to pick him up, only to be insulted. His affection will fluctuate a bit, rising and falling. Once he sees I'm fine, the final stable value will be the one to reference, without needing the system to inform her. Luan Jiang understood these auxiliary systems far better than it did. System. Oh. Luan Jiang leisurely ran her fingers through her hair, padding barefoot toward the door. Jianlin, just moments ago, had been consumed by thoughts, wondering if Luan Jiang had encountered such situations so many times that her mindset differed from others, or perhaps she was simply someone who sought adventure at bars, and he had just happened to cross paths with her. However, upon seeing Luan Jiang in her casual loungewear, her bare face exuding a pristine beauty, his thoughts were instantly cleared. How could he think such things? Every girl encountering such situations would. Jianlin belatedly realized something. Luan Jiang's skin appeared immaculate, her complexion fair and rosy, with no dark circles beneath her eyes, not resembling someone who had stayed up late or was overly fatigued. Did this mean that perhaps his experiences last night were merely a dream? Luan Jiang smiled. You're up quite early. Were you hoping to ask me about yesterday? Sure, come on in. After saying this, she offered no further words, simply turning and walking inside. Jianlin hesitated at the doorway, and the person inside made no move to urge him, so he inexplicably lifted his leg and closed the door behind him. Unbeknownst to him, at the other end of the hallway, stood Yang Rui, who had come out seeking snacks. Chapter 54. The unwanted in a dating show when Ren Ling spotted Luan Jiang and Jianlin descending together, his hand, which had been reaching for food, hesitated for a few seconds. Having been greeted by Yang Rui, Song Si remained aloof, her head held high, concealing the discomfort she felt within. However, she would not allow her feelings to surface in front of Luan Jiang. To be candid, she was at a loss regarding her own emotions, despite Jianlin adhering to her every word. So obedient that he performed the entire act, she felt an inexplicable unease, owing to their trip to the amusement park. Luan Jiang had specifically instructed Jianlin to don a more relaxed and casual outfit, eschewing anything too formal. It was indeed a remarkable coincidence that the garments chosen by both were not only of different colors, but also from the same brand, series, and style, presenting them as a perfectly coordinated pair. The director's team was left utterly baffled. He was a versatile singer, possessing a certain status within the industry, and given his affluent background, his occasional appearances on variety shows, showcasing his authentic self, fell within the realm of tolerable behavior. Good morning, everyone, she said, as she pulled out a chair beside Ren Ling. Jianlin naturally settled on the other side of Luan Jiang. Lu Yangxing raised an eyebrow. This woman was indeed formidable, even managing to outshine Jianlin. Good morning, Ren Ling replied softly, his speech measured. It's all right. It was merely a casual inquiry. You needn't take it so seriously. Many individuals would express Don't take it to heart, while simultaneously exhibiting anxiety about others misconstruing their words. But deep down, they were often more concerned than anyone else. Ren Ling was precisely this type of person. Thus, Luan Jiang interjected, "Oh, that question isn't something you can casually toss out. Do not overestimate your capabilities that I have already given a considerable thought." Ren Ling presented her with the character's profile, and Luan Jiang immediately recognized familiar traits within it. Jian Lin, seated beside Luan Jiang, was not merely passive. He was also attentively listening to their conversation. To his surprise, he had anticipated that the topics of discussion between the two would be scant, making it challenging even to feign interest in front of the cameras. However, as he drew closer, he discovered that Ren Ling was, in fact, the one conversing the most, adopting a remarkably humble demeanor as he inquired whether Luan Jiang could write about certain aspects and if they were reasonable, treating her as his primary advisor. With Ren Ling's example before him, Jian Lin, who had harbored some doubts, found his resolve solidified. If Ren Ling could openly communicate and maintain a friendly rapport with Luan Jiang while dating her, it indicated that she was not as insufferable as some might believe. Moreover, Jian Lin surmised that Ren Ling was someone who detested complications, suggesting that Luan Jiang must be quite agreeable to sustain their current relationship. Song Si had not sought out Ren Ling the previous evening, implying that Ren Ling had taken the initiative to pursue Luan Jiang. Song Si fixated on Ren Ling's silhouette, yet he was gazing at Luan Jiang. Meeting her bewildered gaze, Ren Ling offered a gentle smile. "It's all right. You can choose him. I sincerely thank you for allowing my new book's heroine to have a face," Ren Ling said earnestly. Less than half an hour's drive brought them to the largest amusement park in the city. Luan Jiang smiled. "If Shaolin truly wishes to treat me, perhaps we could postpone it to another day?" "That works." Luan Jiang was capable of enjoying everything, whether thrilling or terrifying, and she enthusiastically dragged Jian Lin into an escape room attraction. Jian Lin, being somewhat a homebody, rarely indulged in such wild escapades. To him, the amusement park was merely a place for children. He had declined when Yang Ruoyi had asked him, and his refusal was not a lie. Their lunch was also consumed within the park, where prices exceeded those outside, yet both individuals present were not lacking in funds and ordered an extravagant feast, even inviting several photographers and accompanying staff to join them. Just as they were satiating their appetites and planning the afternoon's activities, Luan Jiang's phone rang. Upon checking, she saw it was Wu Yuanyuan, currently abroad, system. Surely, the host has forgotten her over these past 2 days? Luan Jiang. How could that be? Such a delightful young lady. As she prepared to rise, Luan Jiang quickly waved her hand. "It's fine. It's just a friend of mine. She'll say a few words and hang up." She usually has a busy schedule. Jian Lin nodded slightly, silently remaining seated. "Busy with studies?" he mused, unable to perceive that someone like Luan Jiang could have friends still in school. Jiang. Upon answering, Wu Yuan's cherubic face filled the screen. It was from this moment that Luan Jiang began to find round faces particularly appealing and charming. She held the phone slightly away, feigning annoyance. "Oh dear, you startled me." "Humph, it's your fault for not calling me. After finally finding some free time, of course, I had to give you a scare." The cameraman, who had been filming diligently, increasingly recognized the girl on Luan Jiang's phone as someone familiar, stealing a glance at his device. He was astounded to discover that she was indeed the young algorithm engineer who had garnered numerous awards at such a young age. He gasped in astonishment. The shock did not end there. The rapport between Luan Jiang and the female engineer was evidently exceptional, as she affectionately addressed her as Jiang, their camaraderie palpable. Luan Jiang maintained a poised demeanor, playfully teasing the engineer, suggesting their relationship transcended mere friendship. Devoid of any hints of opportunistic exploitation, Jian Lin had initially been gazing out the window at the picturesque scenery. The restaurant within the amusement park was uniquely designed in the shape of a pirate ship, spanning 3 levels. The ground floor served as the main hall with basic dishes. The second level featured a buffet and dessert shop, while the third level offered drinks in the sun. The surroundings were meticulously crafted, with tree-like designs and strategically placed facilities, all harmonizing with the pirate ship theme, replicating the view one might see within a ship's cabin. Hearing the voice of a girl in the video caused Jian Lin's previously furrowed brow to soften somewhat. He felt a twinge of reluctance regarding Luan Jiang speaking to a man in his presence, though he could not quite articulate why. The girl on the other end genuinely adored Luan Jiang, chattering incessantly and frequently interspersing her speech with English phrases. Jianlin, proficient in English himself, noted her pronunciation was exceptionally clear, devoid of any domestic accent, suggesting she had lived in an English-speaking environment for over 3 years. Someone gifted me something yesterday, but I felt it wasn't quite suitable for me, so I've sent it to you. Do remember to check it out? And don't be surprised that we Yuan had initially intended to wait until they were closer before mentioning it to Luan Jiang. But upon seeing the exquisitely beautiful face on the screen, her words escaped before she could consider them. Faced with such a stunning companion, she had no defenses whatsoever. Am I to prepare a gift for you as well? You can prepare anything for me. Wu Yuan laughed. In truth, I lack nothing. It's merely the thought from Jiang that matters. Thus, no matter what you send, I will treasure it dearly, as it marks the first testament of our friendship. As Luan Jiang spoke, she suddenly shot a glance at Jianlin. Jianlin responded with a questioning look. Wu Yuan immediately noticed the exchange and, seemingly innocently, asked, "Are there others with you?" Luan Jiang, aware that the cameraman was filming, harbored some private thoughts that she was reluctant to disclose. Wu Yuan gasped, her voice laced with concern. "Am I interrupting you? Oh dear, why didn't you mention it sooner? We've already chatted for half an hour." Luan Jiang gestured with a playful head pat. "It's just that I mentioned the dating variety show I told you about is currently at the amusement park. Ditto." "I see," Wu Yuan responded dryly. "It's not airing yet, right?" "No, we're filming the first episode. The first episode is quite lengthy. I thought no one would choose to date you." Standing beside her, Luan Jiang felt that she was at a disadvantage. What on earth were those people online thinking? Yet, amidst Wu Yuan's indignation, there was a sense of helplessness. As she was not entrenched in this circle, she lacked resources and feared that her efforts to help Luan Jiang might backfire. "There are indeed more now than there were before," Luan Jiang replied. That Wu Yuan immediately grew alert. "It must be something unusual. Let me tell you." As Luan Jiang met Jianlin's sardonic gaze, his expression darkened momentarily. Wu Yuan's inadvertent remarks were all eerily accurate. She had unwittingly hit the nail on the head regarding the motivations behind Luan Jiang's interactions. The last attraction was the carousel. Jianlin appeared quite averse to the leisurely spinning ride and adamantly refused to partake. Luan Jiang did not press the issue, cheerfully approaching it alone. Gentle, soothing music filled the air as the carousel began to turn. Even though Jianlin did not join in, he remained present, a stark contrast to his date with Yang Ruai. His outing with Luan Jiang was marked by mutual engagement. For instance, when she bought cotton candy, he patiently awaited her by the carousel until she finished. Her long legs accentuated her beauty as she sat atop the horse. Jianlin watched her with calm eyes, his gaze following her as she spun around, akin to a silent guardian of his territory. Suddenly, he was bumped by something that a child, having been propelled to the ground, erupted into tears, tiny fists rubbing at their eyes until they were red. Jianlin, having never consoled a child before, recognized that this was not his fault. The child had simply failed to watch where they were going. The tall man pressed his lips together in silence, staring down at the child with a gaze that could be described as ferocious. When the child inadvertently glanced up, their cries intensified. The cameraman could only watch in disbelief. After the carousel came to a halt, Luan Jiang dashed over, crouching down to ask the child where they were hurt. Listening to her overly gentle words, Jianlin initially thought to himself that such a light touch couldn't possibly cause any harm. It was likely just a child's overindulgence. However, his lips twitched, and he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Luan Jiang displayed remarkable patience with the child, who was crying so hard that he could barely catch his breath, his shrill cries resonating from his small frame. Jianlin's brow furrowed into an unbreakable knot, yet Luan Jiang's smile only deepened. She gently patted the little boy's head and, as if performing a magic trick, produced a rainbow lollipop from her pocket. "And no more crying, and I'll give you some candy," she cooed. Minutes passed. The little boy whimpered, "Wah wah wah." Jianlin couldn't help but let out a quiet chuckle. Luan Jiang felt no guilt whatsoever. The child's tears were merely a facade, a ploy for sweets. So Luan Jiang refused to indulge him further. No more crying. or I'll send you to the creepy uncle in the haunted house." "I've never been to a haunted house," the little boy retorted, his innocent voice laced with skepticism. "How do you know if there's a creepy uncle inside?" "Don't lie to me." Luan Jiang playfully tapped the tip of the boy's nose with her finger. "Let your mother take you." "Don't you think I'll be the one to take you, that I'm just a passerby sister?" The boy pouted but fixed his dark eyes on Luan Jiang's smiling lips, showing no intention of pushing her away. At that moment, the system chimed in. "This child bears various injuries. There may be abuse at home." Luan Jiang's smile faltered momentarily. The system continued. "He likely ran away. I can see a large group of bodyguards searching for him on the map." Luan Jiang couldn't help but muse. In this place where every inch is precious, even the children we encounter in amusement parks are the offspring of powerful figures. The system replied, "I am currently assisting the host in retrieving the child's identity information. Please hold on." "Much appreciated," Luan Jiang responded, taking the little boy's hand as she stood up. However, having squatted for too long, she felt a momentary darkness cloud her vision. Jianlin, who had been attentively watching her, stepped forward to steady her, his voice gentle. "Are you all right?" I'm fine. Luan Jiang waved her hands, then, with a mischievous grin directed at the puzzled child, remarked, "When you grow old, you'll understand. Little one, you must exercise every day, or by my age, you won't even be able to stand straight." The boy replied, "Oh." Jianlin sighed in exasperation. "Can't you speak a single truth? Is it really fair to deceive the child like this?" He was beginning to lose patience. Luan Jiang, unfazed, sidestepped Jianlin's embrace and teased, "You, with your 8-pack abs, wouldn't understand that I only have 6. Jianlin countered. Luan Jiang burst into laughter. "Then you're even inferior to Renling." "You've seen Renling's 8-pack abs?" Jianlin shot back, feeling inexplicably defensive. Renling, with his delicate appearance, clearly spent all day lounging in a chair. How could he possibly have abs? The system interjected. Such a peculiar competitive spirit among men. Jianlin's tone carried a hint of jealousy, sounding almost resentful. Luan Jiang smirked. "That's what he claims. I've never seen it myself. That's supposed to be true." Jianlin scoffed, dismissive. "His physique is definitely not better than mine." Luan Jiang laughed heartily, choosing not to respond. The contrast between the previous day's date with Yang Ruoyi and this moment was stark. Jianlin willingly stayed beside Luan Jiang. Awaiting the arrival of the boys' guardians, they had already informed the amusement park staff and made an announcement over the loudspeaker, so someone should be coming soon. The little boy, reluctant to leave Luan Jiang's side, clung to her, crying out like an alarm whenever anyone attempted to pull him away, leaving the adults both amused and exasperated. Jianlin darkly muttered, "Little brat." The boy, emboldened by Luan Jiang's presence, began to kick Jianlin playfully, darting away like a gorilla, his kicks merely dirtying Jianlin's clean pants. After waiting for about 10 minutes, several bodyguards in black suits appeared, rushing forward to seize the little boy. Luan Jiang, still smiling, made it clear with her protective stance that she wouldn't let him go within point. One of the bodyguards, presumably their leader, thanked Luan Jiang, stating, "This is our young master. If you have any requests, please leave a business card. Our lord and lady would be very grateful." "What era is this?" Still referring to them as lord and lady. Luan Jiang laughed. "He doesn't want to go with you." The leader paused, digging in his pocket with gloved hands. He soon produced a photograph of the little boy alongside the bodyguard. "Our young master can be a bit mischievous, but we are indeed here to protect him." Luan Jiang replied, "Is it just you lot?" "Where are his parents?" The bodyguard leader responded. "The lord and lady are quite busy. Miss, if you don't return the young master to us soon, we will have to take action." The little boy, trembling behind Luan Jiang, sobbed quietly, his body shaking slightly. After the bodyguard's arrival, he had lost the courage to cry loudly. Luan Jiang asserted, "The child is terrified of you. I cannot simply hand him over. Either let his parents come and speak with me, or we can stay here indefinitely." The bodyguard leader noticed people nearby were filming, which kept him from resorting to violence. Otherwise, he would have acted without hesitation, swiftly subduing this obstinate woman. Given her stubbornness, the bodyguard had no choice but to walk away angrily to make a phone call. Ultimately, the little boy was taken away by his sister, and their date was nearing its conclusion. After all, they were not his relatives, and it was difficult to invest wholeheartedly. Often, good intentions could lead to unfavorable outcomes and leave one feeling sullied. Just like that bodyguard today, who came with ill intentions. Yet Luan Jiang managed to maintain her cheerful demeanor without faltering that if she were to have children in the future, she would hope they encounter kind-hearted individuals in similar situations. Luan Jiang glanced at Jianlin before diverting her gaze to a small tavern by the street. So, let us do a little more good. May good fortune shine upon them. You don't seem like someone who would have children. Jianlin remarked that I not. Luan Jiang replied it, in a place hidden from Jianlin's sight. Luan Jiang rolled her eyes at the camera. All right, I admit it, my kindness shines brightly just to dazzle you. Are you satisfied now? Really? Today, that little boy's family was quite prominent. She discreetly informed the sister about the boy's injuries, and the sister was understandably furious, declaring she would never let them care for her brother again. Moreover, judging by the little boy's demeanor, he seemed genuinely close to his sister. The system also noted that this young girl was the only one in the family who would protect the little boy. Jianlin smiled gently but chose not to speak further. Jianlin's childhood was far from happy. His mother feigned calmness, but inside, she was already in shambles, only seeing the gentle, perfect facade of his father. Accepting the fact that her partner did not love her was a tremendous burden. One day, her emotions spiraled out of control, leading her to slap that woman. The consequence was his father violently dragging her by the hair, resulting in her losing hearing in her left ear and nearly blinding herself by hitting her eye on the table corner. After that, her frustration became directed at Jianlin as a result. Jianlin often bore injuries during his school years, with teachers and classmates assuming he was merely a mischievous child getting into fights with others, prompting them to repeatedly call his father, who in turn grew increasingly disappointed in him, treating him as if he were invisible. Later, when he met Song Si, he was too afraid to love or to give his all, fearing disappointment, before his mother struck him. He had been cherished by everyone, confident that no one loved him more than his mother. But love proved futile. It could not shield him from her slaps, nor could it prevent his father's infidelity. Thus, he repeatedly let down the affectionate Song Si, all the while feeling his own heartache. As Jianlin observed Luan Jiang's tender treatment of the boy, he momentarily caught a glimpse of his younger self from many years ago. He thought, if only there had been an older sister like her back then, fiercely protecting him from criticism and bullying, forbidding his parents from laying a hand on him, how different things might have been. Yet, Jianlin merely smiled nonchalantly. Luan Jiang was certainly not someone one would easily encounter. After living for over 20 years, he had only met one such person. It wasn't that he was unlucky. Rather, the little boy was exceptionally fortunate that on the 5th day, Luan Jiang was free to choose. It wasn't that no one voted for her, but rather that she chose no one that after a night of struggle. Lu Yangxing, compelled by his heart, muttered, "Damn woman, if I deal with you again, I'll take your surname." He watched as Luan Jiang went on dates with others, feeling he couldn't fall behind. Despite the fact that the foolish woman had done something revolting to him, he still benevolently cast a vote for her. What was the result? Lu Yangxing was fuming, turning on his heel and storming off, ignoring the crew's calls from behind. Song Si stood at the entrance of the villa, slowly and steadily covering her face with her hands. In the group photo, Jianlin appears nothing like the gloomy and solitary figure he is in reality. He is enveloped in sunlight, his smile banishing any trace of shadow. Luan Jiang either clings to one of his arms or playfully feeds him cotton candy, and the two of them exude the demeanor of lovers. In the past, when Song Si was with Jianlin, there always lingered an air of aloofness about him that kept her at a distance, requiring immense effort on her part to maintain the facade of affection. Once they returned home, Jianlin would scarcely utter a word to her, retreating to the basement to work on his music, leaving Song Si feeling utterly drained. During that time, she loved Jianlin dearly, willing to support his creative endeavors while forcing herself to suppress her own sensitivity. However, as time passed, she found herself unable to endure it any longer. What significance did fame hold? What did it matter that he had numerous female admirers? Jianlin was too afraid to make their relationship public, not daring to share even a single photo on social media, and the intimacy he displayed in front of her friends was merely a strained effort. They hardly resembled a couple. Yet, on the dating show, Jianlin could openly enjoy a date at an amusement park with Luan Jiang, capturing moments that had only existed in Songxi's dreams. She had thought her emotions would remain unaffected by Jianlin, but upon seeing the photo, she knew she had reached her breaking point. It was utterly meaningless, she thought. Being a mere supporting character to Luan Jiang was profoundly unsatisfying. Either Luan Jiang should leave, or she would withdraw. During the evening's voting, an absurd incident occurred. The production team delivered their usual heartfelt remarks, reflecting on the joyful moments of the past few days. However, when it came time to vote, the expressions of the male guests shifted noticeably. They were all acutely aware that Luan Jiang would be leaving in the next episode. If this had been on her first day, it would have been delightful news for Luan Jiang to depart. Yet now, including Lu Yangxing, they all felt a pang of reluctance. Even Su Hang, who had been on 2 dates with Songxi, contemplated whether to cast his vote for Luan Jiang, hoping to keep her around a little longer. After all, everyone else's votes would surely go to Songxi, ensuring her stay. Thus, when the voting results were announced, the production team stared at their screens in silence for a prolonged moment. Only when Yang Roi grew impatient did they finally announce. Congratulations to Miss Luan Jiang. You have received the heart vote from 4 male guests. Luan Jiang. Songxi. Yang Roi. Just ended. Already tired of this. The 4 men? You didn't vote for Songxi. Are you out of your minds? As the event concluded, Songxi's expression was unreadable. Su Hang made a face at Luan Jiang before hurriedly catching up with Songxi, attempting to explain that he hadn't meant it that way. Lu Yangxing, with a darkened expression, downed his fruit wine and pointed an accusatory finger at Luan Jiang, wanting to say something but struggling to find the words. Finally, he glared at Renling, the easiest target to confront. Don't you like Songxi? Why did you vote for Luan Jiang? Renling calmly sipped his water, replying, for the same reason as you did, Lu Yangxing. How the hell do you know my reasons? Meanwhile, Jianlin appeared quite at ease. Having gone on a date with Luan Jiang the previous day, he still harbored a slight fondness for her. What could his reasons be? Jian, the illustrious singer, smiled, thinking it was fine for Luan Jiang to stay. Songxi's popularity online remained consistently high, so it was all right. Yes, not only were there votes from the male guests, but also from the online audience that Lu Yangxing, seething with indignation, flung himself onto the sofa. Feeling a vague frustration without knowing exactly who he was angry with, the system, I'm equally shocked. I never expected all 4 male leads to be so in sync that I saw Songxi contacting Lu Min. She probably can't stand you anymore. Luan Jiang. I didn't anticipate this either. She had suspected that one of the 4 male leads might vote for her out of concern for her elimination. But receiving all 4 votes was quite unexpected. Luan Jiang. By the way, what does Songxi want with Lu Min? Didn't the Lu family not participate in this show? Luan Jiang. True. Renling quietly approached Luan Jiang's lounge chair, sitting beside her for a moment. The next filming session would be a month and a half later, and they would all go their separate ways. It was uncertain if anyone would be eliminated due to low popularity. How wonderful! Luan Jiang straightened her back, her eyes sparkling with delight. Renling smiled softly, his gentle gaze resting on Luan Jiang's face. You inspire me greatly. I should be thanking you. Don't worry. If you ever find yourself stuck creatively, feel free to reach out to me. I'm quite willing to chat with you. This was one aspect Renling enjoyed about conversing with her. She was always candid, unreserved in her thoughts. Renling nodded in agreement. Luan Jiang then remarked, I might not make it to the gathering tonight. My manager is taking me to a banquet. A banquet? At such a late hour? Renling, not an innocent lamb, immediately deduced the series of measures her manager might undertake to ensure Luan Jiang's continued presence. His expression darkening slightly, he refrained from reacting immediately, acknowledging that their relationship was merely that of acquaintances for less than a week. How could he compete with her manager? Such sentiments, if expressed, would likely come from someone more overtly expressive, like Lu Yangxing or Su Hang. Thus, Renling suppressed his concerns, engaging Luan Jiang in light conversation before rising to leave. His innocent visage became somewhat unsettling the moment Luan Jiang's gaze was averted. Sister Fong was entirely oblivious to the progress and situation on Luan Jiang's side. After all, her assistant had been poached by another artist under her management, leaving Qin Fong as Luan Jiang's sole assistant. Unsure of who Sister Fong was, Qin Fong had no reason to relay information to her. After sending Luan Jiang's photo to a sponsor, the deal was finalized within minutes. Sister Fong arrived promptly at the villa to escort Luan Jiang. Noticing Qin Fong by her side, she scrutinized him for a moment, finding him vaguely familiar, though unable to place where she had seen him. Ultimately, she dismissed it. There were plenty of handsome faces in the company, and this young man was still in the early stages of his career. Why concern herself? Perhaps the familiarity stemmed from his decent looks. After all, attractive individuals often bore a resemblance to one another. The director, eager to discuss something with her, had just held a brief meeting with the four men in the lobby regarding Luan Jiang's activities that evening. Lu Yangxing had lost his temper, declaring that he wanted to eliminate Luan Jiang's manager, questioning how one could treat her so poorly, and oh wonder Luan Jiang was misbehaving. The other three remained more composed, yet their expressions conveyed their displeasure. Each of them began reaching out to their respective contacts. Sister Fong's plans for the evening were destined to fail. The director approached Sister Fong to negotiate a contract renewal. But she, buoyed by her artist's recent rap, brushed past him without acknowledging his presence. It was clear that the director had sought her out, wearing a broad smile and exuding a friendly demeanor. Feeling snubbed, the director lost any desire to engage with her, watching as she ushered Luan Jiang into the car. Go ahead, enjoy. Let's see how that turns out for you. Which of those four men was easy to manipulate? The bar they visited this time was a far cry from the one Jianlin had frequented. It was much more chaotic. Before even stepping inside, Luan Jiang found herself approached by someone who inquired about her price for the night. Ignoring him, she only reacted when he persisted, smiling as she delivered a swift kick that sent him sprawling to the ground, unable to rise. Sister Fong, don't stoop to their level. Let's go. She assumed the man was simply drunk and unable to resist, not realizing how formidable Luan Jiang's legwork was. Sister Fong's thoughts were solely focused on getting Luan Jiang to the sponsor's bed and wrapping up the matter. If they succeeded this time, it would instill confidence for the future. Pushing the door open, just as the script dictated, the private room was occupied by more than just the sponsor. Sister Fong's expression shifted slightly, but she continued to lead Luan Jiang towards the group of men. Hey, Mr. Chun, enjoying a drink? Here's the person I brought for you. Take a look. There was no need for her to speak. From the moment Luan Jiang appeared at the door, the gazes of the middle-aged men fixated upon her, their eyes lecherously scanning her waist and legs. Splendid. Much more beautiful than the photos. The man referred to as Mr. Chun, with a sizable belly, rose from the sofa, his face jiggling as he spoke. Hurry, let her sit beside me. What are you still doing standing there? Go. The man treated Luan Jiang with utmost cordiality while barking at Sister Fong as if she were a mere pet. Fine, fine. After all, this is Luan Jiang's choice. Why should I worry? Sister Fong thought of a starlet under her management who had ascended through similar means, and any lingering discomfort dissipated entirely. Yang Ruoyi, ever the adept at gathering information, noticed the odd behavior of the men and began inquiring with some of the staff on site. To her surprise, she uncovered that Luan Jiang was in trouble. Clever as she was, Yang Ruoyi never rushed to take the lead. She first informed Song Si, then framed her own intentions as something Song Si would want to pursue. Accomplishing her goals through her, this time was no exception. Upon hearing the name Luan Ying, Sing Si's initial reaction was one of disdain, exclaiming that she deserved it. Wang Ru Wai, taken aback, asked, "Are you implying that Luan Ying is capable of seducing both men and women?" In truth, Sing Si never meant it that way. Yet Wang Ru Wai insisted that she believed Luan Ying could indeed pull it off. Sing Si smirked slightly, commenting, "These wild and reckless stars play their games freely, regardless of whether they are male or female, as long as they can provide her with money or resources. She would not hesitate to engage with even a dog. After all, she's nothing but trash." Wang Ru Wai responded, "I truly cannot comprehend. Surely, Su and Hang are not foolish, right? Renelling cannot be dim-witted either. As for Luan Jiang, being a wealthy heir, it is impossible for him to be innocent, is it? Why are they all so invested in Luan Jiang's affairs?" Sing Si took a deep breath and replied in a notably harsh tone. "Perhaps it's because Luan Jiang's skills in bed are genuinely impressive. She must have taken them on dates or engaged in even more disgusting and outrageous acts in places we are unaware of. Who can truly say? But don't they like you? Does liking me conflict with wanting to sleep with Luan Jiang? Sing finally articulated this thought that Ying Ru Y, at a loss for words, stood speechless. Yet, Sing seemed to have opened a floodgate, eager to vent her pent-up frustrations from the past few days. They all know I would never engage in such activities with them. Men, you see, they can never resist. Moreover, Luan Jiang is inherently vile. She cannot survive without men. Ying Ru Y gasped, heavens. Sing continued, I possess several videos of her, which I will gradually release after the first episode airs. Tonight, we shall join in. I want to witness her degradation firsthand and record it. Afterwards, I will ensure her downfall. When Sing and Ying Ru Y arrived, Luan Jiang was preparing to leave. Coincidentally, the man who had previously confronted Luan Jiang seemed undeterred, having summoned two inebriated companions to block her exit. Sing's striking beauty caught the man's eye, and he fixated on her as she and Ying Ru Y headed inside. He thought to himself, this is precisely what I desire. He reached out to intercept the two young women, his companions swiftly surrounding them. Helpless against the three men, Sing and Ying Ru Y were herded into a dark alley beside the bar. System. Does the host intend to intervene? Luan Jiang. Oh, of course I must intervene. This is happening right under my nose. She casually wiped the blood from her calf, humming a tune as she exited. No, don't touch me. The mere thought of what might transpire sent Sing into a frenzy of struggle. Ying Ru Y, in resignation, attempted to push them away, but her efforts were futile. Having already endured 2 slaps from the men, her face was swollen, and she lacked strength. With a glare of resentment at Sing, she exclaimed, It's all your fault. If you hadn't dragged me here, how could I possibly have encountered such a situation? Weren't you the one who suggested this? Sing couldn't help but blame Ying Ru Y. She had initially been unaware that Luan Jiang was present. Had it not been for Ying Ru Y's incessant chatter, she would have remained in the villa, perhaps even enjoying a conversation with Renelling. Ah, don't touch me. Sing cried out as she saw Ying Ru Y's clothing being torn apart, pleading desperately while the men showed no mercy. Chapter 59. Transformed into the most hated character in a dating show, as Sing felt the man's hands moving faster, she sensed her skin gradually being exposed. And despair washed over her as she shut her eyes. Ugh, this is precisely why I detest in her days. Sing thought she heard someone say that T couldn't have been Ying Ru Y, whose cries echoed sharply in her ears. Was it a passerby? Please, someone help me. I beg you, save me. I do not wish to be ruined here. Upon learning that Sing had ventured into a dangerous area, Luan rushed over from the airport, initially intending to surprise her. However, he found that Sing was ignoring his calls due to the situation with Luan Jiang. Sitting in the swiftly moving car, Luan's expression was icy. His appearance was nothing like that of Lug. Lug possessed an ethereal beauty that was unmistakably feminine. While Luan had inherited his grandfather's features, deep-set, penetrating eyes, a high nose, and thin, slightly red lips, all contributing to a strikingly handsome yet cold demeanor. Constantly clad in a black suit for various upscale occasions, he contrasted starkly with Lug's carefree lifestyle, exuding a markedly different aura. Sir, over there appears to be Miss Sing. The sharp-eyed driver caught sight of Scuffle while passing through the alley. Thankfully, he did. The 2 other men quickly stood up, revealing the disheveled figures of 2 young women lying on the ground. None other than Sing and her friend. Luan glanced out the window, his already frigid expression darkening further as he immediately opened the car door to exit. Luan had single-handedly subdued 3 men. She bent down to wipe the blood and dirt from her hands on the man's clothing, then swept her hair back, glancing at the disheveled protagonist on the ground. Her eyes lowered momentarily before shifting elsewhere, pretending not to notice. I didn't attend the evening banquet. Did you all indulge in plenty of delicious food? Her skill in diverting the topic was improving. She deserved a pat on the back for that. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. Ying Ru Y, awakened from her overwhelming joy at being rescued, struggled to express gratitude. She clung tightly to the tattered remnants of her clothing, propping herself against the wall as her legs felt weak. Just moments ago, she had been on the brink of humiliation. If Luan Jiang had been nearby, why hadn't she arrived sooner? Could it be that it was intentional? Yes, indeed, they had opposed Luan Jiang countless times, isolating her repeatedly. It was absurd to think she would genuinely come to their rescue. Perhaps she had merely watched the spectacle unfold, recording it for amusement. The more Wai thought about it, the more she spiraled into despair, her mind fixated on tearing apart Luan Jiang's indifferent facade. She lunged forward, claws outstretched, that Luan Jiang sidestepped gracefully, and just so happened to be at the moment when the system declared, "The biggest boss has arrived, Luan." It was indeed fortuitous. He hadn't arrived too early or too late, but precisely when Wai was about to attack Luan Jiang, Luan Jiang dodged. Luan stepped forward. The expected romantic encounter did not occur. Instead, he pushed Wai aside, ignoring everyone else, and strode directly toward the prostrate Singsi. The only spectator, Luan Jiang, merely clicked her tongue. Singsi, sobbing, rushed into Luan's embrace. For the first time, the usually strong Singsi appeared so vulnerable, and while Luan relished the moment, he couldn't help but recall the day's events. Causing his lips to curl downward, "It's all right now." His deep voice was soothing, carrying the authoritative tone of a dominant figure. "I will not allow them the chance to touch you again." In just a few words, a palpable aura of menace enveloped him. Luan Jiang, having tidied her hair, crossed her arms and remarked, "Are you Singsi's boyfriend?" "Oh, then these two are your responsibility. That should be fine, right? You still intend to leave?" Luan sneered. "From this moment onward, you are as good as dead." Confronted with a man's icy gaze, Luan Jiang could not help but burst into laughter. Boss, I just saved your precious little wife. You could at least express your gratitude with a black card, right? Or do you plan to bury me instead? System. Host, do not provoke him. Luan is truly capable of making you disappear without a trace. Luan Jiang, by doing so in bed. System. Please refrain from making such jokes with an emotionless system. It truly begs you. It does not wish to become inappropriate. Nor does it want to be a system that understands everything instantly. Had it not been for you, would I be in this predicament? Singsi's fragile voice interjected with sarcasm. "It's one thing for you to be trash yourself, but now you've dragged me down with you to..." Luan Jiang sighed dramatically. "Oh, dear sister, you were not saying that when I saved you just now. That was out of necessity. Am I truly to be victimized by these two scoundrels?" As she spoke, Singsi trembled more violently, and Luan held her tightly. Luan Jiang rolled her eyes and shrugged. All right. You are indeed impressive. Whatever you say is correct. However, Luan, as someone of status, shouldn't he resort to threats so casually? Moreover, I am a public figure. You cannot simply dispose of me without consent. My management team wouldn't approve. Luan retorted, exuding a commanding presence. What is your management company worth? Are you suggesting I should acquire it? Luan Jiang gasped, feigning a shocked expression as of a simple citizen who had never encountered such power. Please do not frighten me. Oh, great one, Luan snorted, unwilling to waste time on someone so lowly, and effortlessly lifted Singsi into his arms. Though Singsi was not short, she appeared diminutive in his embrace. She averted her gaze from Luan Jiang, burying her tear-stained face into Luan's shoulder. Observing this, Luan Jiang cheekily remarked, "Just be careful not to stain Luan's clothes with your tears. They're quite difficult to clean." Singsi, Luan, this woman has quite an extensive reach that I am curious to see how long she can maintain her lively demeanor. Once President Luo's black Land Rover had driven away, and after Luan Jiang had taken a couple of steps towards a villa, she finally remembered that Yang Ruoyi was still lying on the ground. Chapter 60. Transformed into the most hated character in a dating show 36, in fact. The name Yang Ruoyi is quite melodious, and Luan Jiang finds it rather appealing. Upon arriving at the villa, the four men who had been waiting at the entrance immediately surrounded her at that moment. Luan Jiang certainly could not claim to be unbothered. Before leaving, she had donned a light blue dress that fell straight from top to bottom, with only the hemline slightly flared. She wore a pair of soft-soled cotton slippers, and her hair was simply pinned up with a single hairpin. Quite a rarity for her, as she often managed her hairstyle with a wooden pin or a simple clip, showing little concern for her appearance. Her colleagues had remarked several times that she relied on her face, which could carry any hairstyle, to this moment. Her dress bore several bloodstains, and her hair was evidently hastily arranged, appearing more disheveled than before. Her neck, exposed at the neckline, bore a constellation of red and purple marks, the origins of which were unclear, but one could easily surmise that Luan Jiang could not have inflicted them upon herself. Ren Ling was not a weak-willed person, yet his eyes suddenly brimmed with tears. Ignoring the unconscious Yang Ruoyi, he unceremoniously wiped the bloodstains from Luan Jiang's face with his sleeve. Are you all right? Are you injured anywhere else? Is this a joke? You look like this and you're still supporting her? Let go, and have the assistant take her inside. The men spoke with frustration. Luan Jiang blinked innocently, twirling in place as if admiring herself. I'm not hurt at all. I just played the role of a hero saving a damsel in distress. Su Heng then recalled that Song Ci seemed to have accompanied Yang Ruoyi. If Yang Ruoyi is here, then where is Song Ci? He pondered this, but refrained from voicing it, preferring to investigate later. Luan Jiang needed rest now. He shouldn't burden her further. Luan Jiang was somewhat perplexed. Why are you all suddenly being so nice to me? It's as if I had previously mistreated you. Lu Liangxing replied with displeasure. That seems about right. Huh. Hearing Luan Jiang say this, the expressions of the men varied. They had not offered her even the most basic respect. Thus, although Luan Jiang's words were delivered in a joking tone, they found it difficult to muster a smile. Realizing that her remark had soured the atmosphere, Luan Jiang thought for a moment and added, Fortunately, you all possess the discernment to recognize a hero. It's truly remarkable that during my most disheveled and pitiable moments, each of you has been so kind to me that my goodness for votes. It is a level of support I could only dream of. This statement was quite deft. IT provided them with an excuse, given that her poor reputation was widely acknowledged, and it wasn't just them who had treated her poorly. Additionally, it reassured them that they were indeed commendable, for despite other skepticism, they had given her 4 votes of encouragement. Finally, she ended on a light-hearted note, expressing her bittersweet sentiment in a humorous manner, compelling them to chuckle along. Perhaps only she could manage, such a feat warmth flickered in Ren Ling's gaze. Upon learning that Luan Jiang had single-handedly dealt with several men in the private room, Su Heng raised an eyebrow at her petite frame. Did you really perform a shoulder throw on someone? You must be joking. It has to be a fabrication. Of course. She spoke with the intent to tease him. After showering and letting her hair down, Luan Jiang sat at the dining table enjoying the dinner that Lu Liangxing had arranged for her assistant to procure. At this, she pouted playfully, her expression lively. Then let me try throwing someone. Let us see if I can manage it. Haha, it sounds good, but only after you finish eating. Ren Ling had taken a hairdryer to dry her hair. This was the first time he had so earnestly touched her long tresses, and while novels often described the heroine's hair in flowing terms, experiencing the heroine firsthand evoked a distinctly different sensation. The silky strands slipped through his fingers like she herself did. She appeared so gentle and soft, yet harbored her own thoughts, often resolutely maintaining her views. Such a person could not possibly be as sordid as the rumor suggested. She radiated brilliance. Jian Ling remained silent for a long moment before finally speaking. She may be in a dire situation, yet there is an undeniable humor about it. Jian Ling chuckled. President Luo's car is not something just anyone can ride in. The moment those words escaped, the atmosphere fell silent. System. Chuckle. Jian Ling has shattered the facade of false friendliness with a single phrase. Luan Jiang. There is no rush. The best is yet to come. After finally swallowing the soup in her mouth, Luan Jiang remarked, He must have come specifically to find Song Ci. Why do I say this? She pondered aloud. I was with them in an alley near the bar. The alley isn't very deep, but it's hard to notice from a moving vehicle. Lu Liangxing had previously felt a twinge of jealousy over that remark, hence it stuck with him. Now that she brought it up, he felt a flush creeping to his cheeks. All day long, he had disparaged Luan Jiang as a shameless person, engaging in flirtations, claiming that someone like her deserved punishment. Yet was Song Ci not also one of those people? Regardless, I won't concern myself with it. I'll only stay for this episode. Luan Jiang sipped her Buddha jumps over the wall soup. A creamy yellow liquid, slightly viscous, with strands resembling fine white noodles, shark fin, floating within. The soup contained several abalones, sufficient for a satisfying meal. Unexpectedly, Luan Ying, who seemed the type to indulge in junk food, had a keen interest in gourmet cuisine. Buddha Jumps Over the Wall was his creation, with all the ingredients allegedly procured by him and his assistant. When precisely this shopping took place remained a mystery. Chapter 61. Transformed into the most hated character in a dating show 37. Why? You must understand. If we inform the director, you can remain here. Rinling paused, stating there would be no cost involved. Luan Jiang laughed. Is there truly such a thing as a free lunch in this world? Luan Ying retorted. Miss, isn't what you're currently eating a complimentary dinner. Are you suggesting you owe me money? Luan Jiang replied innocently. If Lu the superstar wants it, I could arrange that. You. Luan Ying was infuriated, exclaiming, How dare you treat me like a chef? Su Hang interjected. Don't underestimate this bowl of soup. It contains the profound love that Lu the superstar has for you. Something that mere money cannot quantify. Please spare me the dramatics. Luan Ying rubbed the goosebumps on his arms, utterly devoid of the demeanor of a superstar system. The heroine has yet to taste Luan Ying's cooking. No wonder her halo is shattering so swiftly. As the scales in the hearts of the key male characters began to tip, the heroine's halo fractured much more quickly than in the previous realm. Moreover, as this time there were more male leads than before, the energy released was several times greater than that of the previous realm. The system watched helplessly as its in-game shop was forcibly expanded by the influx of energy. With many new and unfamiliar items appearing on the shelves, system. Oh dear, I have my work cut out for me. It needed to investigate these items, their effects, and label them appropriately to prevent the host from making a mistake. Luan Jiang. Almost there, just a little more, and I can manifest the male lead's halo. System. You truly intend to pursue this? I assumed you had forgotten by now. Luan Jiang. Forgotten what? It has only been a few days. System. It feels more like a year has passed. The following morning, Fang Jie stormed into the villa with her bag in hand, initially halted by the bodyguard left by Luan Ying. She knew that the director and others were not present, and immediately began to berate. Luan Jiang, come down here. I went to great lengths to establish connections for you, and this is how you repay me. Get down here, stop hiding in there, and remain silent. Fang Jie was incensed, and had she taken a moment to think calmly, she would have realized that Luan Jiang was not the type to require bodyguards. She had no assistant. The villa was teeming with bodyguards, indicating that there were indeed formidable individuals still inside, spotting Fang Jie arrogantly shouting at the second floor while invoking Luan Jiang's name. His expression darkened. Upon seeing Su Hang approach, the bodyguard, who had previously refrained from touching Fang Jie, now felt emboldened, and two of them approached her, seizing her like a small chick and pinning her to the ground. Her bag fell, and its contents scattered everywhere. Su Hang looked down from above, stepping on the scattered items, and coldly regarded Fang Jie, who was spewing vulgarities, an insignificant agent daring to act so brazenly in my presence. No, wait. Fang Jie's expression shifted from fierce to meek in an instant. I just wanted to find Luan Jiang. Su Hang's gaze was icy, so frigid that Fang Jie was compelled to lower her head. Unable to meet his eyes, Luan Jiang is not here. You can leave. Su Hang stepped aside, not even glancing at the mess on the floor, and added, should I see you again, do not expect me to be courteous. But they said, you better not provoke Su Xiao. While he is still willing to speak to you, you should take advantage of it. The bodyguards certainly knew that Luan Jiang was still asleep inside, but their employer did not wish for her to be disturbed, so they had no qualms about spinning a few lies. Sister Fang, gasping for breath, was released and half-knelt on the ground, picking up her belongings one by one while spitting out sand. That little wretch cannot possibly be absent from this place, relying on having climbed into someone else's bed. How dare she toy with me? Early in the morning, Sister Fang had been roused from her slumber by a phone call, during which she was harshly reprimanded, told that if the artist did not wish to engage in such activities, There should be no compulsion. Now, the sponsors and his friends were in a dire predicament. The caller demanded an explanation, threatening to hand over Luan Jiang if she failed to comply. Sister Fong thought that Luan Jiang, having stirred up trouble, should naturally resolve it herself. She could not dare to provide any justification. Nor could she contact her superior. The detestable Luan Jiang was unreachable, her phone going unanswered, and after much effort, Sister Fong finally caught a glimpse of information, only to hit a brick wall. She now regretted not having put an end to things earlier, leaving behind that incriminating video of Luan Jiang. Otherwise, would she be in such distress now? Could Luan Jiang truly be so brazen? Luan Jiang stood behind the floor-to-ceiling window, having witnessed the entire scene unfold. System. Among these individuals, Su Heng indeed possesses the highest favorability towards you, followed by Ren Ling, while Lu Liangxing ranks at the bottom. Luan Jiang. Did Lu Ge receive the news? System. Oh. How did the host know that Lu Ge would obtain the information? Goodness, this was something it only learned after investigation. Luan Jiang. Last night, I ran into Lu Ji's older brother, Lu Min. Lu Min will not let me off easily. He is very cautious in his dealings and, noticing my changed demeanor, naturally suspects that I may have someone backing me. Investigating a person is a simple matter for the eldest son of the Lu family. Once it leads to his disappointing younger brother, Lu Min has no reservations, confident in achieving the greatest benefit at the least cost. After all, Lu Ji's substantial pocket money still comes from him. Dealing with Lu Ji's little romance is a trivial matter. System. Lu Ge did not mention wanting to protect you in front of his brother. In any case, the host situation is rather precarious. Luan Jiang. Just wait for another week. 1 week later, Have You Dated? Premiered its first episode. Luan Jiang had remained in the villa, while Sister Fong squatted for several days without any success, her frustration visibly aging her by several years. Qin Fong, however, slipped in unnoticed, comfortably using the villa's amenities without having paid a penny. When questioned, he simply stated that all the money was in Luan Jiang's hands and that they should seek her if they wanted it. They certainly would not pursue Luan Jiang, leaving him free to indulge. Qin Fong reclined on Luan Jiang's bed, turning his head to glance at her as she basked in the sun on the balcony. Other female stars are frantically attempting to lighten their skin, slathering on sunscreen whenever they step outside. Yet here you are, languidly exposing yourself to the sun, getting tanned. Who would still fancy you? With a voice as languid as a lazy cat swinging on a swing. She replied, If no one likes me, then I might as well retire from this industry and enjoy a peaceful life. Qin Fong asked, Have you earned enough money for retirement? Not yet. Qin Fong sighed in exasperation. Then what on earth are you talking about? Chapter 62. Transformed into the most hated character in a dating show. How could one so brazenly utter those 3 words? The shamelessness of that ugly woman. 50,000 for 5 days of shooting, with at least 30,000 netted. What about 4 or 5 years from now? Qin Fong asked, You're not planning to live only 4 or 5 years. Are you? The individual fell silent. Just as Qin Fong was about to make a joke, he suddenly realized something amidst the silence and sat up abruptly like a tea that moment. Luan Jiang felt footsteps approaching her. Drawing nearer, 2 hands grasped her shoulders. Are you out of your mind? How old are you? Planning to just give up after 4 or 5 more years? Your parents are still alive. You can't just disregard everything like this. How can you be so irresponsible? How can you still have the audacity to sleep? Get up now. Oh dear, calm down, young one. The individual helplessly opened their eyes, noticing him standing beside her, and leaned against him casually. Wrapping her arms around his waist, I remember someone once said something that left a deep impression on me. Some people die in their 20s, only to be buried at 60 or 70. What is wrong with wanting to pause my life at its most beautiful moment? After all, I am just a fool with nothing to offer but my looks, merely a source of trouble for others. She said this with a smile, her tone light-hearted, as if recounting amusing tales to an old friend. Unlike someone like you, with dreams and aspirations, who spends every day racing against time, shining brightly as you greet the dawn. What a splendid age it is, what a wonderful life. Yet she knew all too well that Qin Fong was not such a person. He was merely a fool with nothing to his name except a penchant for video games. A person without ideals, merely existing without purpose. She worked so hard, it could never be just to live for 4 or 5 more years. He had never basked in the morning sun. It was always she who greeted the dawn. Qin Fong slowly loosened his grip on her hand. Though his academic performance was poor, he was not foolish. He understood the meaning behind Luan Jiang's words. He sniffled, stubbornly asserting, "You're not the only one at my age. What's the point of being sentimental?" She smiled, her voice growing even gentler, her hand gently patting his lower back as if soothing a child asleep. "I know our dear Fong is not a bad child, nor a foolish one. It's just that his gaze is directed differently from others. But you must lower your head and observe the path beneath your feet. This is a broad road paved for you by your forebears. And the scenery surrounding you is not the deep mountains or vast skies, but towering buildings and a soulless modern society. Thus, you find everything tedious. If I were in your position, I would feel the same, utterly bored, right? Wanting nothing more than to shatter all these hypocritical trappings." There was a hint of indignation in her words. That it must be said that Luan Jiang's delivery was superb, her tone fluctuating, though these words did not emerge from Qin Fong's lips. A pent-up frustration within him found its way out through Luan Jiang. Suddenly, her tone shifted, once more gentle. "But it's all right. You can take a detour and explore elsewhere." To everyone's surprise, have you dated? Invited a top-tier celebrity, a sizzling hot singer, the most talked-about journalist, a highly popular male author, a model with a body that broke the internet, and a well-known influencer. Yet the name most frequently mentioned was that of an utterly obscure figure, whose fleeting fame was more notorious than celebrated, and lasted only a few days. That a devoted viewer of Have You Dated? Posted a lengthy Weibo entry, which garnered significant shares. I initially didn't want to follow this episode because there was no character blocking feature. I couldn't shield myself from all the scenes featuring Luan Jiang. Just thinking about it is overwhelming. However, she appeared very little in the first hour, and then vanished. The latter hour featured her more. And she had chemistry with everyone. All right, I admit, mainly because she is beautiful, haha. She truly shines on camera, while CI occasionally has a soft glow. The moment the camera shifts to Luan Jiang, it's like a raw, unfiltered shot. I cannot express how many times I shouted 666 while watching. Luan Jiang looks stunning in every photo with anyone that asked for the plot. It was evident from the start that all 4 guests were quite fond of CI, nearly all vying for a date with her, leaving Ruo feeling neglected, let alone Luan Jiang, who was utterly ignored. Yet, Luan Jiang, confined within the villa and unable to go anywhere, performed remarkably well. She showed no signs of unhappiness. Even listening to music while doing chores. I once saw a rumor about an actress on a variety show being amiable, doing the Annie's chores, and even buying fruits for her, and I believe that was Luan Jiang. By the way, the song Luan Jiang was listening to is by My Goddess, which raised my favorability towards her. I see many saying Luan Jiang imitated song CI while eating. Did she steal a recipe? Is it possible that the food was prepared by the director's team? And since Luan Jiang had no special requests, they just serve her a copy of Song Si's meal. Also, wasn't Luan Jiang on a date with Rin Ling? Do you all remember what CI said to Ruo? Upon seeing Luan Jiang heading toward the hotel, they directly claimed Luan Jiang was taking Rin Ling to her room. There are only 2 possibilities. 1. Luan Jiang has a chaotic private life, and CI has encountered her multiple times in such situations, leading to that assumption. 2. CI is the type who views others through the same lens. But let me remind you, Rinling's private life is absolutely not chaotic, and he has a cleanliness obsession, never mingling with disordered individuals, so think carefully. Moreover, many bloggers have commented on that amusement park segment. Luan Jiang's actions were indeed very appealing, and I want to believe that it reflects her true character. As for the rumors circulating online, I can only say that believing those reports is less reliable than trusting your own eyes and feelings. CI is human too, and she might make mistakes or say the wrong thing before the reversal occurs. My advice is to let the dust settle a bit. Little Lin Gu is an adorable name inspired by Luan Jiang for Jianlin. Chapter 63. Transformed into the most hated character in a dating show. This blogger seemed to have scrutinized every second from start to finish, interpreting various glances and small actions with great flair. Notably, she attached 4 photographs at the end, all featuring Luan Jiang alongside the 4 male guests. The comment section has erupted. One of the photos features our old Sue. I claim that this video should be quite familiar to many, right? It's the one that previously trended online. Oh my. Our Rin Marin has also taken photos? Rin Marin never posts pictures on her Weibo, claiming she simply doesn't like it. Even group photos require considerable effort to obtain. Yet when she encounters beautiful women outdoors, she snaps countless pictures and posts them online. Shameless.jpg goodness. Rin Marin has new photos. Then different expression is so cool. Don't be shocked. My Xingxing has always been like this. It is truly a pity he doesn't T-star in idol dramas as a domineering CEO. I watched the new episode as well. It seems the blogger leans more towards Luan Jiang. Everyone should just enjoy it for fun and not take it too seriously. Exactly. How can Song Ci not compare to Luan Jiang? Do you even know how to watch variety shows? Absurd that I hope those with poor eyesight can grow 2 more eyes before coming online. How many times has Song Ci been criticized? Just her good temper alone puts Luan Jiang at a complete disadvantage. The person above is hilarious. Does a black face represent something? The White Lotus is even more terrifying, alright? The person above is also quite amusing. The 4 male guests took photos with Luan Jiang, but not with Song Ci. Are you standing up for your master? Who says there are no group photos? Must every group photo be posted? The less there is, the more it reveals. Song Ci is merely a small reporter, not involved in the chaotic matters of the industry, nor does she hire water armies. Isn't this blogger clearly trying to whitewash Luan Jiang? If you're not in the industry, why participate in variety shows? Most comments under Song Ci's Weibo are comforting her, with many people using this opportunity to repost links revealing Luan Jiang as a sightseeing fan. Educating the new fans. Some people have lost their moral compass for the sake of appearances. What is there to like about such individuals? There's no helping it. There are too many kids online. We must get used to it. While they lack rationality, we must remain composed. We cannot let Song attract negativity. What does it even mean to be rational? What was filmed in the first episode? Isn't it obvious they're bullying Song in the later parts? I, too, find it shocking. The contrast between the beginning and the end is too stark that I suspect this woman found a benefactor midway. Otherwise, it's unfathomable. For your information, Lu Yangxing and the others are quite wealthy. Seeking a benefactor is truly laughable. The person above, please don't intrude. This isn't the place for you. Hurry and leave. On the first day of airing, Luan Jiang's fan base surged to over 1 million as she organized a $1 million giveaway, distributing 666 red envelopes to 10,000 users. Wow, you really are wealthy? Rich lady, I won't scold you for your previous behavior now. This is absurd. Did I miscount the zeros? 6 million at a single strike? I won. Thank you, sister. I love you. Sister is both beautiful and wealthy. Sob. By the way, is it because of your wealth that you feel fearless? Such a significant issue of stalking Lu Yangxing, and you don't even clarify? So amusing. These days, even sightseeing fans can become stars. Luan Jiang saw this comment, which was quickly drowned out by others. Her private messages were always turned off. But upon opening them, a flurry of notifications flooded in, incessantly dinging, prompting her to enable Do Not Disturb. Instantly, this comment's like sword, dominating the comment section of the giveaway announcement. Is this real? Does Lu Yangxing know? Lu Yangxing is probably unaware. This woman speaks, lies effortlessly, truly deserving of scorn. The house in that area is indeed somewhat old. Xingxing doesn't he live there? His grandparents do. That's why I was so upset last time. Why didn't you speak up last time? ISNT a bit late now. No offense, just stating a fact. I found it odd beforehand. Aside from the photos, all other statements were solely made by Song Ci, filled with nonsensical fabrications that a little thought reveals their falsehood. Yet everyone is too emotionally charged. Anyone who speaks a kind word for Luan Jiang faces backlash. She should really produce the property deed before making claims. Spouting lies should bear consequences. Fang Jie observed Luan Jiang's fan count skyrocketing, and her superior called to inquire why she hadn't reported such a significant situation. Fang Jie was left speechless. How could she explain? She was completely unaware of the circumstances. They never communicated any issues to her, silently delivering her such a surprise. No wonder Luan Jiang felt emboldened to toy with her, leaving Fang Jie too intimidated to answer her phone. Fang Jie held little hope. Luan Jiang's antics were clearly an attempt to distance herself from her. Now, Luan Jiang's reputation online had nearly undergone a complete reversal. It's truly uncertain how things would unfold. If she became an overnight sensation while Feng Jie lost her, she would undoubtedly become the laughingstock of the entire company. From now on, any artist with a modicum of ability would steer clear of her. While Feng Jie stared blankly at the floor, her phone rang. She paused, hurriedly answering. Hello, hello? Is that really you, Feng Jie? The person on the other end chuckled. I thought it was a scammer. She struggled to steady her emotions. Replying warmly, Jiang. It's been a while since you called. I sent that a bit inappropriate. Look, I was right to help you secure this variety show, wasn't I? You've hit it big. Haven't you? Luan Jiang replied with a simple yes, adding, I really must thank you, Feng Jie. Without you, I wouldn't be where I am today. Feng Jie was struck with a chill from that statement. She suppressed the tremor in her voice. I know I've overlooked you in the past, and I've made many mistakes, but you can't be so ruthless. After all, I've supported you for so long. Would I genuinely harm you? Feng Jie cried out. Harming you would bring me no benefit either. Please don't say such things, Feng Jie. Luan Jiang casually rested her legs on the table, lowering her gaze while absent-mindedly blowing dust off her non-existent fingernails. In this world, the only one who can harm me is myself. Are you blaming me? Feng Jie sighed heavily. If you don't wish to sleep with anyone, why agree to it? Luan Jiang smiled lightly. Do you think you would let me go if I refused? Indeed, this was not a unilateral decision. It was a directive from the company. Moreover, there were higher-ups who wished to play with Luan Jiang. Simply waiting for her schedule to clear, Feng Jie couldn't maintain her stance, only saying, but that sponsor is innocent. What do you mean innocent? A married man out for fun, innocent. Such a man deserves this kind of retribution. Was this premeditated? Did you plan this all along? Not at all. Luan Jiang's voice was gentle, yet her words were chilling. Feng Jie, I hope you learn a lesson that a manager shouldn't conduct themselves this way. If they're next time, I won't hold back and will deal with you too. After a brief silence, Feng Jie chuckled self-deprecatingly. You've truly grown wings, speaking with such confidence. Do you still remember how you once begged me not to terminate our contract? Everyone assumed Luan Jiang would feel a bit awkward, yet she responded readily. Oh, and you should remember how you begged me to call you today. Feng Jie, I called you to say that I'm terminating this contract. Feng Jie took a deep breath. Do you think the money from Have You Dated is enough for your breach of contract? Given that Luan Jiang had only appeared in one episode, and even if she completed 3, the money would still fall short. So, what if it's not enough? The voice on the other end sounded innocent. You mentioned I should find a boyfriend. Would he be willing to shell out that much? Feng Jie, didn't you say you wouldn't sleep with anyone? The person corrected with, oh no. This isn't sleeping together. This is a normal relationship between a man and a woman. Feng Jie, Luan Jiang, I've finally witnessed what it means to be shameless. Feng Jie angrily hung up, feeling unsatisfied, and slammed her phone down. Seeing the back of the phone case shatter felt as satisfying as witnessing Luan Jiang's complete downfall. That a boyfriend. What kind of boyfriend can casually afford millions? Feng Jie didn't deny Luan Jiang's beauty. She stood out remarkably in the entertainment industry filled with handsome men and beautiful women. However, that didn't mean she could find a good benefactor. Appearance isn't the key. Character is. Just look. Luan Jiang, once she gained a bit of success, is eager to discard this and that. Does she resemble someone destined for greatness? A man who would fancy such a woman would certainly not be particularly accomplished himself. Maybe a few 100,000 could be managed, but millions? That is far less certain. With these thoughts, Feng Jie felt a significant weight lift from her chest. She even felt a bit smug, thinking that after Luan Jiang faced setbacks with her benefactor, she would surely come back to seek her help. At that time, simply delivering Luan Jiang to those high-ranking individuals who have coveted her for so long would facilitate a smoother existence for Sister Feng within the company. Luan Jiang had yet to set down her phone when another call came in, the caller ID displaying Mom. The original persona's parents resided in a remote county, only meeting during the festive seasons. Within frequent phone calls and even rarer video chats. Hello, Luan Jiang approached the floor-to-ceiling window, her fingers gently tapping on the glass. That if I don't call, do you completely forget your parents? Your sister's health has been poor since her last miscarriage. I wanted to buy a chicken and nourish her, but have no money. Meanwhile, you're indulging with that crowd. How wonderful." The woman repeated wonderful several times, ultimately declaring with fierce determination, "I will call the television station right now and expose the truth about you. I want you to be utterly disgraced." Luan Jiang hardly paid attention, aware only that this woman was the original's mother. Currently in an agitated state, the system interjected. "She probably won T, actually call the station. She knows that if you fall, they won T receive a penny." Luan Jiang replied, "Please inform me of such plots in advance from now on." System, understood. I will definitely do so next time. How much do you want? Luan Jiang had not planned for the original's family in her agenda. She had always been solitary and lacked the skills to interact with family, hence her tone was rather indifferent. The woman took several deep breaths, tentatively stating, 3,000. After the 3,000 was transferred, Luan Jiang received a photo on her phone. IT depicted the original standing in her residential community, the same place where Lu Yangxing had once appeared. The original's mother remarked, "I understand you're facing some difficulties. I can transfer the house to you, if you wish. IT cost over 400,000 when purchased, but I'll sell it for a flat rate of 800,000. If you wish to buy it, go ahead. If not, I can cooperate and send photos as long as you regularly send me some money each month." IT seemed she had seen the online news, but had previously refrained from helping the original. Likely due to their poor relationship, Luan Jiang chose not to delve deeper, saving the photo and expressing her gratitude. The following morning, a knock resounded. "Lao Ge is here to see you." The subsequent words faded away. Due to his unexpected arrival, the individual in bed lazily pulled the blanket with her leg, draping it over her white, bare back. Her hair was tousled, eyes still shut, and her voice was thick with sleepiness. "I know, hasn't he just left you all last night?" The self-proclaimed impure Qin Fong was taken aback. He mentioned that Lao Ge's sports car was parked outside the villa. He initially thought Lao Ge had come to find him, happily circling the villa without realizing anyone was there, and only then did it dawn on him to rush to Luan Jiang's room in a huff. Who would have thought he would witness such an eye-opening scene first thing in the morning? Chapter 65. Transformed into the most unwanted in a dating show, her dark hair was spread across the pure white duvet, resembling a soft, smooth satin that shimmered beautifully in the sunlight. The abundance of her hair enviable. She was dressed in something quite sheer, and upon Qin Fong's entry, he was momentarily mesmerized. Fortunately, she was lying on her stomach, or he might have fled in shock. The young Master Qin had never touched a woman before. Her skin glowed brighter than the white duvet. The elegant butterfly bones on her back exhibited a delicate movement with her gentle breaths, resembling a living butterfly fluttering in the breeze. The only drawback was the multitude of red spots scattered across her shoulders, with even more marks adorning her neck, clearly indicating someone had a particular fondness for that area. Indeed, Luan Jiang's neck was exquisitely beautiful, slender, lengthy, fair, and tender. One would worry about damaging such an artwork upon touch. The room bore no unpleasant odors, instead wafting with a fragrance reminiscent of the shampoo she used. Qin Fong felt a heat radiating from his face, unsure if it stemmed from embarrassment or anger, as he observed the woman casually pulling up the blanket to cover herself, displaying a complete lack of concern about being seen. Especially considering the previous night's circumstances. The door was barely ajar. Thankfully, it was him who entered. Had it been another man with ulterior motives, it could have been perilous. "Sit down," she mumbled sleepily, resting her head on the pillow before slowly adding, "I am so tired. When Lao Ge arrives, let him take care of you." "Where did he go?" "He said the breakfast here was terrible and went out to buy some." Qin Fong was puzzled. Breakfast here is terrible? Given that Lu Yangxing and others had particular tastes when it came to meals, the villa employed a dozen chefs capable of preparing various cuisines, all renowned chefs from around the world. Qin Fong knew Lao Ge had high standards, but surely breakfast couldn't be that bad, or was it merely a critique directed at the people here? Suddenly, Qin Fong had an epiphany that, of course. All the men here had previously been on dating shows with Luan Jiang and had gone on dates with her. The moment Lao Ge stepped into the villa, he was unknowingly adorned with several metaphorical green hats. So it was hardly surprising he would be upset. Believing he had grasped the crux of the matter, Qin Fong pursed his lips, striving to avoid casting his gaze upon the enchanting woman. When you're with Lao Ge, it's best to refrain from accepting such roles. Lao Ge wouldn't be pleased. The woman merely responded nonchalantly. Qin Fong's fists clenched in frustration. Just then, he encountered a young man carrying a food box. Though Qin Fong was not short among his peers, Lao Ge, with his long legs, towered over him, creating a formidable presence. As they locked eyes, an inexplicable alarm rang in Qin Fong's mind, goosebumps rising on the back of his neck. Lao Ge, good morning. In an instant, Qin Fong stood straight, his gaze fixed on the youth's Adam's apple, no longer daring to look around. Lao Ge glanced at him leisurely, his crimson lips curving slightly, exuding a hint of post-satisfaction delight. Have you eaten? And no, I mean yes, I've eaten. Lao Ge nodded slightly, moving aside to enter the room, taking a seat beside the bed, and unceremoniously tugging the blanket up before reaching under it to touch her back. From Qin Fong's perspective, that large hand roamed beneath the covers, clearly engaging in activities not suitable for children. Just as he stood there, unsure of how to react, he heard his idol, Lao Ge, speak with a tone laced with disdain, mixed with a touch of indulgence. Hey, the soup dumplings you wanted, if you don't eat them, I'll throw them away. Qin Fong. Didn't you say you disliked the breakfast here? The one responsible for this is you. And how can you make Lao Ge go by breakfast? Do you even know how to be a proper girlfriend? The sound of running water from the bathroom ceased, and Luan Jiang emerged barefoot, a white towel draped over her shoulder. Her damp hair was fashioned into a bun at the back of her head, secured with a simple wooden hairpin. She favored casual attire within the villa. But today, in honor of her boyfriend, she donned a more elegant qipao, suitable for various occasions. Her voluptuous figure in the qipao ignited a fire, with every forbidden curve concealed, walking unabashedly, her face devoid of makeup yet captivating, making one feel that every smile and frown was enticing. Upon noticing the young man by the bed still in his previous stance, she couldn't help but chuckle. She flicked the towel from her shoulder towards Lao Ge with a light toss. The action playful rather than forceful. The fragrant scent of her shampoo enveloped Lao Ge, causing him to raise an eyebrow, a depth of emotion brewing in his gaze as he looked at Luan Jiang. The tips of his fingers bore crimson marks. Last night, he had indeed succumbed to the urge to, and it seemed the evidence had yet to fade. The mere thought made Lao Ji's breathing grow heavier. Luan Jiang, smiling, settled beside him, her long legs crossing, the emerald skirt swaying around her calves. Tilting her head, she inquired, "What did your brother tell you?" Lao Ge had come precisely to discuss this matter, observing his brother's recent reprimand. His expression darkened, resembling someone who wished to commit murder, yet couldn't find a weapon. She smiled sweetly, directly pressing her lips to his, silencing the complaints he wished to voice. Later, through a different means, she made the young master vent his frustrations upon her. Now, as the topic resurfaced, Lao Ji's expression grew increasingly somber. "My brother wants me to break up with you. He says he won't allow you to appear here again." Luan Jiang's smile widened, her beautiful eyes narrowing playfully. "If I don't appear here, where should I go?" "To his house." "Lao Ge." All right, don't make that face, young Master Lao." Luan Jiang raised her hands in surrender, yet her radiant expression suggested she felt no remorse. Song Si had developed a peculiar affliction. Whenever he saw her, he would tremble. Naturally, he felt anxious, but it's all right. I will help her recover. Luan Jiang. This marked the first time Lao Ge had addressed her by both name and surname, and she responded sweetly, her elongated tone more saccharine than honey. "Brother could indeed kill you without anyone being the wiser." Even under the spotlight, even with millions of fans watching, the eldest son of a Lao family was capable of anything. I am well aware. If I were afraid of death, I would not have consented to undertake such a task for you, my lord. Luan Jiang blinked her eyes and gazed at him. "Rest assured, my lord, I remember the words I have spoken, and I shall never break my promise." Lu Gu tugged at the corner of his lips, his gaze frosty, exuding a hint of defiance. Luan Jiang chuckled softly, her body seemingly devoid of bones as she climbed closer, her crimson lips whispering gently, "If you are willing to trust me, I would truly give my life for you, system. I must say, the two of you resemble the wicked male and female leads in a novel, colluding in malevolence." The primary issue lies in the overwhelming aura of a vicious female character surrounding the host. Luan Jiang. Thank you for the compliment. Chapter 66. Transformed into the most detested character in a dating show, Lu Min felt that Lu Ge was seeking trouble with his own life. He was genuinely opposing him for the sake of a mere fling. To make matters worse, his biological mother, the current matriarch of the Lu family, had the audacity to call him and say, "Oh dear, your brother is merely playing with a woman. Just let it be. Son, I know you have a feeling for that Song Ci, but as I said, it's just a bit of fun. Anything beyond that is not advisable. Wouldn't you agree? Mind your own affairs." Madame Lu chuckled. "Of course, I shall not interfere in my son as private life. However, regarding your brother, you might want to exercise some restraint, if he doesn't engage in such trivialities. Is he going to compete with you? Mother, how many times must I say, even if he wished to, he could never outmatch me." Madame Lu. I understand. This is merely precautionary, isn't it? I do not want you to jeopardize your bright future for a mere journalist. My entire life has been devoted to you and this family. Son, Lu Min, weary of his mother's incessant nagging, interjected. I understand. He then hung up. The man pinched the bridge of his nose. A lingering bitterness etched upon his brow. Typically, Madame Lu did not concern herself with matters of the company. She entrusted all decisions, great or small, to Lu Min. However, there was one thing. She was obsessively against Lu Ge becoming involved in the Lu family enterprise. To the extent of being overly cautious, Lu Min had often contemplated suggesting she consult a psychologist. For an ordinary person, Song Ci's background was not lacking, but to the Lu family, it was utterly insignificant. Thus, if he wished to marry Song Ci, he must first eliminate Lu Ge, this bane, to put Madame Lu's mind at ease, ensuring she would no longer meddle in his affairs. Song Ci recuperated in the villa purchased by Lu Min for several days, and the injury she sustained that night had significantly faded. One particular day, she awoke and, by chance, clicked on Luan Jiang's Weibo, discovering a recent photo posted the previous morning, garnering over 100,000 likes and comments. Oh my goodness, even a casual snapshot is so alluring. Sob, sister, come sleep with me. Isn't it reversed? Would you desire to approach a Jiang like this? Oh, is there someone beside her? At dawn, a man is sleeping in bed. Is this an official announcement? All right, I am heartbroken. With a beauty like Jiang, it's impossible for her to lack suitors. It's merely curious to know who it is. Lu Yangxing? Rinling. Oh, please, don't spread rumors. My darling Rin has stated she has no plans for romance this year. Lu Yangxing is even less likely. He is in the prime of his career. How could he possibly make an announcement? Song Ci was immediately infuriated, her vision darkening as she trembled, her fingers clicking on the picture. It was an image taken in bed, the stark white sheets and creamy skin blurring the line of whose complexion was fairer. Her long seaweed-like hair was both dark and pure, further accentuating her red lips and white teeth, her features exquisitely delicate. She lay sideways, clutching the blanket, deliberately exposing a considerable expanse of shoulder and neck. Her captivating eyes fixed intently on the camera, her slender wrist resting atop the pillow, an unconsciously seductive pose. Most damning of all, as Song Ci zoomed in further, she discerned a hand beside Luan Jiang's pillow. Remembering the names speculated in the comments, Song Ci hurled her phone onto the bed in frustration. The current netizens were utterly ridiculous. Surely that man must be a male guest from the same variety show? Couldn't it simply be that Luan Jiang was shamelessly seeking companionship outside? Song Ci longed to throw something to vent her pent-up anger, yet she refrained. She was not a shrew, and such behavior would be beneath her dignity. Even in solitude, she had to devise a plan to resolve this predicament. She could not allow Luan Jiang to rise through this show. That vile woman deserved to remain at the very bottom of the industry for all eternity. Having anticipated that the photo which had made the trending list would provoke Song Ci's wrathful retaliation, Luan Jiang was nonetheless mildly stunned by Song Ci's thoughtless actions system. Thoughtless? Luan Jiang. You see, with Lu Min's excellent database at hand, she could have checked who was in the last photo, or at least inquired a bit. She wouldn't be in such a dire situation now. System. She has developed a habit, believing that everything she sees is the absolute truth. Placing too much trust in one's own eyes is not always beneficial. Song Si unleashed all the evidence she had gathered thus far, including the incident where Luan Jiang had struck Luan Ying at the villa entrance, and the fact that Luan Jiang's room contained a handsome youth. Song Si also included the trending topic from the previous day to attract even more attention to her narrative. Before long, a throng of onlookers flooded into the comments beneath Song Si's Weibo. She dared to strike Xing. How dare she, vile woman? I'm truly exasperated. I've long wanted to voice my thoughts, but her recent popularity deterred me from speaking up. Following Lu Yangxing and then attacking him, Lu Yangxing has exhibited remarkable composure, encountering such trash yet remaining restrained. Woo, my dear Xing is so unfortunate. Can this woman just vanish? No wonder I noticed something was off about Xing's expression last time. It turns out he was struck by this woman. Truly malicious. Xing relies on his looks for his career. This boy looks quite familiar. Isn't he the one from the previous group photo? They actually share such a relationship. I'm about to be sick. The fact that she can't gain traction in the entertainment industry makes perfect sense. Luan Jiang must be utterly detestable. Does this warrant a police report? I knew she became popular for a reason. The taste of the wealthy is indeed peculiar. Isn't it to fancy her? Why can't the wealthy lady take a look at me? I am far cleaner than Luan Jiang. I have to admire Luan Jiang. She dared to post such a photo yesterday. Isn't it obvious it was after the fact? What are the values of today's youth? To find pleasure in such images? Numerous such comments flooded in, alongside long-winded critiques from Song Si's fans. Luan Jiang's name remained at the center of controversy these past few days. One moment, she was praised as a rare beauty, a gem lost in the entertainment industry, and the next, she was being mercilessly scorned, subjected to a torrent of insults. Various unfounded rumors circulated, such as Luan Jiang being a mistress to a certain magnate, throwing tantrums in the makeup room, requiring 50 assistants, or even tormenting the director late at night for a bowl of sweet milk. Truth and falsehood intertwined, tarnishing Luan Jiang's reputation even further. Moreover, the number of those denouncing her had multiplied. Both insiders and outsiders of the industry felt compelled to express their disdain on Weibo, with diverse social media platforms fervently sharing screenshots of their criticisms. Denouncing Luan Jiang had seemingly become a trend. Chapter 67. Transformed into the most detested character in a dating show, Qin Fong registered 10 alternate accounts to defend Luan Jiang on Weibo. In the midst of his tirade, he found himself besieged, his fighting spirit waning as Luan Jiang lightly laughed and seized the keyboard he was furiously typing on, smiling at him. Are you not angry? You clearly haven't done any of those things. Qin Fong, after all, was still Qin Fong, a youth unaccustomed to the complexities of life, whose temper flared easily. He regarded Luan Jiang as a friend and would not tolerate anyone speaking ill of her. However, his capacity to shield her was insufficient. As a young man, he found himself emotionally affected by mere words online, his eyes reddening at the unjust treatment she was receiving. Foolish boy, they are not attacking you. Luan Jiang rested one hand on the back of his chair, her gaze fixed on the computer screen filled with newly added forum posts, her tone light-hearted. These are all eyes that can be easily punctured. Talk of 10 makeup artists. Throwing tantrums, assistants, directors. I haven't received a role in quite some time, haven't been on set, nor encountered a director willing to fetch sweet milk for me late at night. You are my only adorable assistant. The notion of throwing tantrums is utterly impossible at my level. One tantrum, and I would be finished. Gently ruffling the soft strands of the young man's hair, she continued, I can explain myself to you, and I can certainly explain to them as well. Some netizens are not genuinely intent on scolding me. They are merely denouncing a person named Luan Jiang, one who is indeed notorious, and it just so happens that we share the same name. Qin Fong widened his eyes in disbelief. Are you out of your mind? Where is this person? With a carefree smile that lit up her face, she replied, Surely, there exists such a person. Gazing into her eyes, Qin Fong suddenly grasped a fragment of understanding. Still, he pouted in dissatisfaction, muttering softly, Isn't this self-deception? I must warn you, some extreme fans may track down your address and launch real attacks on you. I specifically searched for this, previously, A celebrity was attacked by a hater with acid, leaving their face disfigured. "Oh, little Qin, don't be afraid," she said, as that detestable woman tightly embraced his head, vigorously rubbing her hands over it. Qin Fang exclaimed, "Ah, I will never help you again." Luan Jiang giggled. The manager, standing nearby, attempted to smooth things over but inadvertently mentioned Luan Jiang's name. The previously impatient Lu Yangxing interrupted. "What did you say?" "What about Luan Jiang?" The manager stuttered, unable to articulate a coherent response. Lu Liangxing, exasperated, shot him a glance and snatched the phone from his hands. Perusing Weibo. 5 seconds later, Lu Liangxing sprang to his feet, nearly causing the makeup artist beside him to jab his eyelid, leaving her pale with fright. Lu Liangxing's chest heaved as his beautiful eyes fixated on the reflection in the mirror, seemingly gazing through himself at another person. After a long pause, he asked the manager with a forced smile, "Tell me, what on earth is Song Si thinking? She doesn't even recognize the young master of the Qin family. She doesn't recognize him. Nor does Lu Min. Just let her act recklessly like this. If the other audience members can't tell, it's one thing, but how could the people in our circle not recognize the precious heir of the Qin family? Qin Fang. He is the only scion of the Qin family. And now he is being slandered as a young duckling selling himself. Has Song Si truly lost her patience with life?" The manager, looking distressed, replied, "Indeed, who can argue otherwise? Perhaps President Lu is busy and hasn't looked after little Song. So, brother, I implore you, please don't get angry. Let us finish this scene first." Lu Yangxing tightly shut his eyes. Renling's reaction was significantly more composed. He diligently read through the trending posts regarding the topic, then sent a message to Song Si. As the message was sending, he soon noticed a red exclamation mark. Renling was stunned for a full 2 minutes. He blinked in realization. Had it been deleted? He and Song Si had never quarreled. Their relationship had always been harmonious. Were they really going to appear together again in the second episode? Would it be awkward? Had he unknowingly done something to incur Song Si's disdain? Renling resolved to call Song Si to inquire. Taking his assistant's phone, he easily dialed her number. After a few rings, when Song Si answered, he had barely uttered the words and she interjected, "I want to delete the photos, so stop thinking about it." She then hung up without hesitation. Renling was left speechless. "But I just wanted to ask why you deleted me." He thought, "There's no need to delete the photos on Weibo, regardless of right or wrong. Those who should have seen them already have." He returned the phone to his assistant and let out a small sigh. There was no doubt that Lu Min would protect little Song, but the real concern was whether little Song could continue to navigate this industry. It seemed unlikely. Renling rested his chin on his hand, gazing into the void. President Lu had a domineering personality. He was not inclined to allow CI to step into the limelight. This was a prime opportunity, yet someone like Lu Min would not let CI continue her career. He would spoil her to the point where she would become a useless person without him. The assistant shrugged, "But that's just how it is." Little Song chose President Lu. Renling's eyes dimmed momentarily. He murmured, "Yes, this is CI's choice. She is not like Luan Jiang, who is bound by circumstance. She is entirely willing. She likes Lu Min, and someone like Luan Jiang would never fall for the debauched Lu Ge. They are simply incompatible." The assistant observed Renling's sudden resurgence of spirit and said, "If I encounter Lu Min, I may not stand a chance, but Lu Ge, I could snatch Luan Jiang away from him. Right?" "Ah, yes." The assistant frowned, "But Luan Jiang's reputation." Renling smiled faintly. "I want to be swayed by what is said online, that Su Hang was abroad on a business trip and rarely turned on his phone. He only learned of the uproar surrounding Luan Jiang through a conversation between his assistant and the driver. She's being called a mistress. The man, just emerging from the swimming pool with droplets of water glistening on his abs, glanced at the phone screen his assistant handed him, his plump face and yellowed teeth amusing him greatly. He scoffed. Anyone who could make her a mistress wouldn't look that ridiculous. Su Hang waved his hand, gesturing for her to put the phone aside, using a towel draped over his shoulder to dry his face. What has Song Si been through lately? Why is she acting like a mad woman? Where is the composed, calm Song reporter? And what about the protection from President Lu? Chapter 68. The unwanted in a dating show in a faraway city. Jin Lin directly posted a pinned tweet on Weibo, rationally awaiting the results. Below, the fans were confused, supportive, or argumentative, but Jianlin paid them no mind. His second action was to call Luan Jiang to ask if she needed help. He understood that, given Luan Jiang's current status and popularity. She couldn't possibly compare to Song Ci. The sharper and clearer the evidence against Song Ci, the more false accusations would pile up against Luan Jiang. However, the call was answered by Lu Xiao, the young heir who had frequently visited Luan Jiang's room. Jianlin's brows furrowed slightly, especially upon hearing Lu Ji's nonchalant tone. "Do not ruin Luan Jiang," he stated solemnly, "or I will not let you off the hook." Lu Gu chuckled lightly, clearly dismissive. "Oh, I'll be waiting for you to not let me off the hook. Youth Luan Jiang is in my bed. Do you want her to say a few words to you?" Jianlin immediately hung up the phone. After Lu Min learned of this incident, he maintained a calm demeanor but instructed his assistant to be on standby, ready to suppress any unfavorable news about Song Ci on the internet. Regardless of the cost, Song Ci's phone screen prominently displayed a photo of Ren Ling. Lu Min's heart sank heavily. He grabbed Song Ci's phone and flung it onto the sofa. No. Song Ci instinctively lunged to protect it, but upon realizing it was him, her hand froze in midair, leaving her motionless. She was aware of her own guilt. The man's possessiveness was terrifying. Not only could he not bear to see her with other men, but even the mere mention of their names would infuriate him. You think the person in Luan Jiang's photo is Ren Ling, so you must retaliate against her. Lu Min seized Song Ci's wrist. Pulling her close, his eyes slightly reddened with rage. "No, that's not it." Song Ci desperately explained, "I wanted to post this for a long time. The evidence has always existed." Lu Min replied, "I will not allow anyone to betray me." His words carried a harshness that genuinely frightened Song Ci. "But you said you would help me get rid of Luan Jiang. Yet you've done nothing." In a moment of panic, Song Ci thought of something and turned the tables. "Lu Min, on what grounds do you blame me?" The moment those words escaped her lips, the atmosphere between them grew even more tense. After a long pause, the man gently released Song Ci's wrist. She quickly retreated 2 steps, watching him warily to prevent any irrational actions. However, his irrationality had only manifested in a slight squeeze of her wrist, without any force behind as the head of the Lu family. He had long learned to mask his emotions, never resorting to violence against women. Even in moments of extreme anger that I've explained to you before, I cannot act against Luan Jiang for the time being. Lu Min, who typically despised explaining himself to anyone, was willing to extend a sliver of patience to Song Ci. "I will not let anyone harm you, provided that your reasons for wanting to move against her are not those few men." "Lu Min," Song Ci shouted, "enough is enough. You've constantly doubted my fidelity with other men. Are you trying to drive me insane before you'll let me go?" "All right, I believe you," fearing she might act out of emotional turmoil. Lu Min quickly amended, "But do you realize that the youth in Luan Jiang's photo is the only son of the Qin family? Qin Fong." Song Ci froze. "What?" Lu Min sighed slightly. "Qin Fong has been estranged from his family for many years. In truth, he has always been under the protection of the Qin family. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to socialize with someone like Lu Gu and come out unscathed. The Qin family values this son highly and intends to cultivate him as their heir in the coming years. The Qin family, having once engaged in dubious business, is not to be trifled with, even after cleaning up their act. Now, you're labeling their precious heir as someone who sells himself. Do you think they will let you off the hook?" As Song Ci listened, the color drained from her face. Seeing this, Lu Min stepped forward and tentatively embraced her. Song Ci did not resist. After a few minutes of silence, she spoke with a trembling voice. You have to protect me. I don't want to be targeted by the Qin family." "Lu Min, please save me," sob. "I really don't know." The most devastating thought for her was that Luan Jiang would undoubtedly use this incident to retaliate, aiming to ruin her reputation. The man declared, "I will not allow anyone to harm you." Song Ci sobbed uncontrollably. Right now, she had only Lu Min. Half a month later in the underground parking lot system. "Caution, host, someone is attempting to attack you from behind." Luan Jiang tilted her head slightly as a chilling wind brushed past her. It was a baseball bat. The assailant wore a baseball cap pulled low over their face, obscured by a black mask. rendering their features unrecognizable. Point 1 could only infer from his short hair and slightly muscular physique that he was indeed a man. Today, Luan Jiang had come to engage with a new talent agency. Dressed in a rather formal attire of a suit and high heels, her hair elegantly tied back, the baseball bat in the man's hand swung with ferocity, occasionally brushing against Luan Jiang's waist, and at other times aimed directly at her face. Yet, despite his fervent attempts, he always fell short of making contact with the seemingly fragile woman who appeared utterly defenseless. Eventually, the man, fueled by rage, shouted, "You should die. People like you deserve to perish. Just die, Luan Jiang." In the meantime, Lu Min had left work an hour and a half early to meet Song Si for dinner in an upscale restaurant. The employees were astonished that the workaholic would actually leave early. As they cheered him on with a mix of envy and delight, Lu Min, accompanied by his assistant, took the elevator directly to the parking lot. "Mr. Lu, the roses you requested." The assistant's sentence was abruptly interrupted by a commotion in the distance. Squinting, he turned to see a woman executing a perfect shoulder throw, slamming a man who weighed at least twice her own weight to the ground with a fierce grace that almost made him cheer. The assistant glanced at his superior, receiving an unspoken approval before quickly pulling out his phone to capture the moment. Lu Min could hardly believe that seeing Luan Jiang here was merely coincidental. Yet, she feigned surprise, her eyes darting toward him with an inscrutable smile. "Mr. Lu is also working here. How fortuitous!" If it weren't for her faith in his character, she might have suspected that he had hired someone to take revenge on the reporter. Song Si. Her smile was deceptively innocent. Chapter 69. The object of universal disdain in a dating show. Lu Min turned his face away, clearly unwilling to exchange a single word with Luan Jiang. Since the incident that had thrust her into the spotlight, she had seemingly vanished without explanation or defense, allowing Song Si's fans and bystanders to vilify her relentlessly. Now, she was even targeted by hired thugs, akin to a rat scurrying through the streets. Yet this rat, dressed immaculately and smiling sweetly, could still acknowledge him, indicating that she was faring quite well. The glimmer of coldness flickered in Lu Min's eyes. Indeed, after Lu Gu had covered her substantial breach of contract fees, Luan Jiang was now on the lookout for a new agency. He remembered the day she had gone to her former company, where Fang Jie and several other artists had intentionally blocked her at the entrance, mocking her and questioning how much she could possibly earn a night. When Luan Jiang casually produced a card to pay off her debts in one go, Fang Jie's expression had been utterly dismayed, and even the boss had spoken to her with newfound respect, for that car belonged to young Master Lu, who would not be afraid. Even the wayward second son, Lu Gu, commanded a certain level of respect and fear. If Luan Jiang had the backing of Lu Min, the future of their company was uncertain. Initially, Fang Jie had assumed the boss was merely putting on a show for Luan Jiang, yet the audacious woman had smiled sweetly and suggested, "It's not good to linger at the company. Why not just terminate your contract? After all, you don't have any significant artists on your hands." The other artists could only stare in disbelief. Fang Jie's face paled as she forced out her last semblance of a smile. "Luan Jiang, while I may not hold you in high regard, there's an old saying. One should leave a way out for future encounters. If you ruthlessly pursue my downfall now, do you really think you can continue in this industry? Do you think anyone would still want to be your agent?" The audacious woman smiled, her eyes only serving to entice men, now focused on the boss, causing him to appear visibly uncomfortable. Fang Jie's expression twisted in fury. Luan Jiang replied, "I appreciate Fang Jie's concern for my future, but it's unnecessary. It has nothing to do with you." Indeed, it was Lu Min. The boss broke out in a cold sweat, no longer daring to harbor any inappropriate thoughts, pleading and begging, almost on the verge of kneeling before Luan Jiang. "Please no. I will hold a meeting right now to remove them one by one. I promise this will never happen again. Every artist will compete for resources fairly." Having wielded Lu Min's name with considerable authority at her previous agency, Luan Jiang swiftly set her sights on a talent agency under Lu Min's wing. The Lu family primarily engaged in real estate, perhaps for Song Si or for other undisclosed reasons. Lu Min was personally involved with this agency. Luan Jiang specifically instructed the system to choose a day when Lu Min would definitely be present, intending to orchestrate a chance encounter in the parking lot. Unexpectedly, fortune favored her, leading to this incident. Now it seemed, regardless of Lu Min's intentions, he would have to sign her system. Huh. What is the connection between the two? Luan Jiang retorted. Do you know why I don't simply release evidence to slap Song Si in the face? System. I was curious about that too. With undeniable evidence in her possession, along with the presence of Qin Fong, her reputation could hardly be tarnished to such an extent. Luan Jiang, because of Lu Min, if she intended to utterly shatter the female lead's halo, she could not let this domineering CEO slip through her fingers. She preferred to either not act at all or to go all out. Lu Min's preparations would be rendered futile. Just when it seemed the matter would settle, Luan Jiang was attacked by hired thugs due to Song Si's revelations that at this juncture would Lu Min truly engage in a competition with Luan Jiang. He was Lu Min, not just anyone. He did not have the energy to waste on a prolonged battle with her. The only option was, I want to join Mr. Lu's company. I hope I am deemed worthy. The man's tightly pressed lips quivered slightly. After a moment, the assistant heard Lu Min say, All right. Lu Min could not allow Song Si to discover that Luan Jiang had signed with his agency. Thus, he had deliberately instructed the housekeeper to confiscate Song Si's phone, computer, and tablet for the past few days, even enrolling her in several classes to keep her occupied. That IT was in a yoga class that Song Si unexpectedly encountered Luan Jiang. System. There was an inexplicable sense of sympathy for Lu Min, mixed with amusement. Luan Jiang possessed an exceptional physique and had prior training. Even on her first day, she left a remarkable impression on the instructor. After class, Song Si decided she would never return. In the changing room, Luan Jiang had been detained by the instructor for a brief conversation, and when she entered, Song Si had already changed and was preparing to leave. Miss Song, that person smiled. I truly did not expect to run into you here. Nor did I. Song Si smiled with her lips but not her eyes. I thought you would have fled abroad. In the end, nothing happened. That Qin family scion did not come forward to clarify matters. In retrospect, it made sense. After all, who was Luan Jiang? Why would someone like the young master of the Qin family intervene? Most likely, Lu Min was overly concerned. Luan Jiang appeared genuinely surprised. Why would I hide abroad? Song Si crossed her arms, wearing an expression that suggested, Don't play coy with me. Do you really think you can continue in the domestic entertainment industry? Perhaps you should seek out your young master Lu and see if you can cozy up to a director abroad to further your career of submission. Song Si was well aware that Luan Jiang's benefactor was young master Lu. No one understood better than her that Lu Gu was nothing but a muddy mess. The Lu family was entirely her man's domain, with Lu Min calling the shots, understood? Lu Gu was merely a spendthrift second son. Lu Min could make him live or die at will. Luan Jiang, who foolishly believed that being associated with a Lu family would guarantee her safety, was pathetically naive. Snicker. The person blinked at her for a long moment before bursting into laughter. Unable to stand upright, Song Si felt offended and retorted coldly. What are you laughing at? What is so amusing? Am I wrong? Right. Luan Jiang wiped the corner of her eye, her red lips curling into a smile. Do you know who my current employer is? Song Si dismissed it as unimportant. Not interested. She was not a third-rate reporter. Luan Jiang's trivial life did not warrant her attention. Little did she know that the next 3 words Luan Jiang uttered would leave Song Si unable to laugh any longer. It's Lu Min. Chapter 70. The object of universal disdain in a dating show. 46. Song Si was now aware Luan Jiang's initial target had never been Lu Gu, but rather Lu Min. However, since Lu Min was difficult to approach, she had used Lu Gu as a stepping stone. What a disgusting woman. What do you truly desire? The mere thought of Lu Min being ensnared by Luan Jiang's charms, engaging in intimate acts with her, intertwined Song Si's feelings of fear and extreme anger. She raised her hand, poised to deliver a stinging slap to Luan Jiang. Yet, Luan Jiang did not flinch or evade. Miss Song, please maintain your decorum. The yoga instructor, having appeared at Luan Jiang's side without her noticing, effortlessly restrained Song Si, even pushing her back with ease. Caught off guard, Song Si stumbled and crashed against the cabinet behind her. She found herself unable to rise, her body crumpling to the ground. The yoga instructor momentarily appeared tense, Yet she made an effort to maintain a stoic demeanor. "Stop pretending. I hardly exerted much force at all," though she spoke these words. Her heart was still unsettled as she observed the individual on the ground remaining motionless for an extended period. Luan Jiang gently patted the teacher's shoulder in a reassuring manner and walked over. After taking just 2 steps, the young instructor grasped her wrist again. "She's the girlfriend of President Liu. Please do not act impulsively." "Rest assured, I'm not going over to kick her," Luan Jiang replied sweetly. "I simply intend to help her up." "Then I shall accompany you. No," Luan Jiang interjected. "I appreciate your help today, but it would be best to minimize your interactions with both her and me." The yoga instructor recognized Luan Jiang. She was not an avid fan, but merely found Luan Jiang's beauty and graceful physique captivating. As for the online rumors, the instructor believed that one could never truly trust what was said online. Despite the existence of photos and videos, those in positions of power could easily fabricate narratives against someone. Thus, she remained skeptical. Witnessing reporter Song's readiness to strike Luan Jiang over a mere comment had only strengthened her conviction that the disparaging remarks about Luan Jiang online were concocted by Song CI and her boyfriend. "Can you manage alone?" She was taken aback by Luan Jiang's gentle nature, fearing she might be implicated. Of course, Luan Jiang assured her. The yoga instructor cast one last glance at Song CI, sprawled on the ground before shaking her head and departing the changing room. Song CI indeed felt unwell in recent days. Luan'er had been swamped with work, leaving no opportunity for them to see each other. Unable to reach out to her former friends, she succumbed to a bout of emotional eating. Leaving her stomach in disarray, "I don't need your help." Spotting someone approaching, Song CI instinctively raised her hand to push them away. Yet, her hand was once again grasped firmly. Initially, it was only her wrist that was held, but now the stranger had taken hold of her entire hand. Despite just having completed yoga, Luan Jiang's hand felt surprisingly cool and soft, eliciting an unexpected sense of comfort. The individual crouched down, meeting Song Ci's gaze. "Although I am not particularly fond of you, you should really go to the hospital. You stole my man and are now feigning kindness, deliberately colliding with me to convey this message, right? How unfortunate. I will not be breaking up with Luan'er." "Wait a moment," Luan Jiang interjected, cupping her face with both hands, her tone sweet. "You and President Liu are not in a romantic relationship. It is merely a matter of benefactor and plaything." Song CI felt genuinely affronted. Forgetting her dignity as she exclaimed, "You think I am like you?" Luan Jiang, fearing the verbal backlash, slightly recoiled. This posture caused Song Ci's face to flush, and her voice softened considerably. "I would never degrade myself to sleep with someone for a mere resource. Such a despicable act is beyond me." Her tone remained bitter, her disdain for Luan Jiang's words palpable. "That I recall he took you away during the final episode of that dating show, and you have been living in his villa ever since." Luan Jiang exclaimed in surprise. "I assumed you two were friends." Just as Song CI was about to refute, recalling how often Luan'er had professed his feelings for her, she suddenly realized she had never once agreed to be with him. She had accepted the gifts he bestowed upon her and the information he provided, but had never explicitly stated, "I will be with you." Luan'er had brought her to live in his private villa, and due to their close relationship, it felt only natural for her to stay there. Until now. System. The host has indeed hit the nail on the head. Song CI faltered momentarily, her stomach discomfort rendering her speechless. Luan Jiang shrugged and stepped forward to help her up, driving her to the hospital. Luan'er arrived in the corridor, surrounded by a throng of doctors and assistants, exuding an overwhelming presence that left Luan Jiang momentarily stunned. It seems Miss Song is quite emotionally distressed. Upon spotting Luan Jiang at the door of the hospital room, he strode over, bluntly stating, "You did this on purpose." The onlookers exchanged glances. Luan Jiang smiled. "I thought it was President Liu who caused Miss Song's distress, leading to her overeating and subsequent hospitalization. Do not twist the facts." Song sighed. Luan Jiang gestured for him to pause, turning to the doctor. "I trust you will handle this matter." After hanging up the phone, Luan'er remained silent for a long time. He had not anticipated Song CI to be so fragile and troublesome. Working overtime was common. He had already carved out several evenings to dine with her. Was that not sufficient? He could not possibly accompany her every day. Yet, he was even less inclined to see her seek solace in other men. believing the best solution was to enroll her in some classes to occupy her time. He thought this was a splendid arrangement. How could the once vibrant reporter song be so frail? Even living in his villa, she seemed to be deteriorating day by day. System. In the original plot, the female lead, Song Si, was able to distract herself with other men, but now her focus is solely on Lu Min, which is why he feels she is overly dependent. Luan Jiang maintained a smile on her face, though her eyes were cold. President Lu, girls like Miss Song are not suited to be confined at home. Observing the man staring blankly at the wall in silence, his profile cold as ice. As if contemplating whom to sacrifice, Luan Jiang found herself amused by her own thoughts. You can help her enroll in classes or arrange work for her, but you cannot force her to be happy. I know how to handle this. I do not need your guidance. Lu Min straightened, his cold gaze sweeping over Luan Jiang's smiling face. If I see you interacting with Song Si again, I will not spare you. Luan Jiang watched as the man strode away from the hospital, a smile gracing her lips as she too departed. A certain bar Ji Yuan, sporting lipstick stains, sat beside a youth with a mischievous grin. I just heard them say you've slept with Luan Jiang several times. How does it feel? Lu Ge cast him a sidelong glance, his long, fair fingers playing with a crystal lighter. It's all the same. He replied that Ji Yuan was unconvinced. So, have you slept with Luan Jiang these past few days? If you're not interested, clearing his throat, Ji Yuan decided to be blunt. Well, they want to give it a go too. With a ding, the lighter's lid snapped shut. Ji Yuan felt a strange dryness in his throat. Hastily downing his drink, the tingling sensation still lingering on his skin, Lu Ge asked indifferently, "Oh, get a go. What do you mean?" Ji Yuan grew anxious. "Come on, brother, don't play coy with me." They refrained from making a move because Luan Jiang is yours. If you're tired of her, letting them have a turn wouldn't be an issue, right? Who says I'm tired of her? Lu Ji's long legs uncrossed as he sat up straight. Raising an eyebrow, Ji Yuan quickly placed his drink down, raising his hands in surrender. That wasn't teamy. They saw Luan Jiang visiting your brother's company, then dining together. It's not like they were discussing business. Right? Yesterday, a buddy went to the hospital and coincidentally spotted Luan Jiang with your brother. Doesn't that indicate something? If you haven't contacted Luan Jiang these past few days, then that shameless girl. Hey, brother, I'm not saying this to offend, but while Luan Jiang is stunning, her character leaves much to be desired. You and T really fall for her, right? Ji Yuan's last two remarks almost made him believe he had stolen Lu Ji's girlfriend. The more Lu Ge listened, the darker his expression became, yet he couldn't help but smile brightly to of course not. Ji Yuan sighed in relief. I knew it. How could you? I'm leaving. Lu Ge cut him off, casually placing the crystal lighter on the table before standing up to leave. Ji Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Wait, are you agreeing or disagreeing? After exchanging materials for the male leads, the target was now tantalizingly close. Thus, Luan Jiang felt elated these past few days. Even when Lu Ge awoke her from a pleasant dream at 3 in the morning, she managed to calmly, even sweetly, inquire if he had been in an accident. System. ? Lu Ge instructed Luan Jiang to come to his apartment immediately. At this hour, Luan Jiang chuckled softly. You expect me to come just because you say so? I think not. Let us discuss this in the morning. The man fell silent for a moment. Just as Luan Jiang prepared to hang up with an eye roll, his deep voice resonated. If you are willing to come, I may overlook those matters. Luan Jiang. What matters? What have I done? Now it's too late, system. What the hell? He is at your door at this hour. Luan Jiang. Why didn't you mention this earlier? System. Who could have predicted this? Luan Jiang wrinkled her nose, resigned to her fate as she got up. Just as her hand brushed the lamp switch, it was seized by someone. Luan Jiang. Were you not at the door? I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. Perhaps temporarily stepping away from this circle to pursue further studies would indeed be a far more beneficial choice than remaining in the current situation. Song Si solemnly issued an apology online, voluntarily proposing compensation, nearly depleting the savings she had amassed over the years to give to Luan Jiang. Subsequently, Luan Jiang donated the entire sum to a charitable organization, retaining not a single cent for herself. Having enjoyed a meteoric rise to fame after participating in a single dating reality show, Luan Jiang appeared to be perfectly suited to bask in the limelight and relish the adoration of the masses. However, after garnering immense attention, she vanished to another country, never to be seen again. Song Si felt that it was her actions that had deeply hurt Luan Jiang, prompting her complete withdrawal from the public eye. Henceforth, Song Si chose to retreat from the spotlight, opting for a humble existence as an ordinary behind-the-scenes figure. While the male lead halo was granted to Lu Gu, the task was swiftly accomplished. Yet it seemed that Qin Feng, the young boy, had acquired a halo of his own. Before hanging up, he would invariably say, "Jiang Jiang, wait for me." The system remarked, "Currently, this realm is quite safe. The host may choose to linger a few more days if they wish." However, it was aware that, given Luan Jiang's nature, she would surely depart immediately. Luan Jiang replied, "Ah, just a few more days," the system exclaimed. "Host, you have changed." Luan Jiang responded, "Yes, I just want to spend a few more days with Yuan. The system was taken aback. Oh my, the host would actually linger for someone. However, staying led to complications. Luan Jiang had not used a previous number and had not contacted Ren Ling or Lu Yangxing. The only one brave enough to reach out was Qin Feng, who boldly utilized the Qin family's influence to search for her, concerned that his relentless pursuit might cause trouble. Wu Yuan, after obtaining Luan Jiang's consent, provided him with her contact information. The system noted that Lu Yangxing had specifically taken on a foreign project in hopes of seeing her, but Wu Yuan forbade it, leaving him empty-handed. Ren Ling had sought numerous leads through intermediaries, yet he found little success on Wu Yuan's turf. The system commented, "Your Yuan seems to be much more formidable than anticipated." In the narrative, Wu Yuan was portrayed as a love-struck individual, treating her pursuit of Lu Gu as a lifelong vocation. Ultimately, when Lu Gu fell from grace, so did she, failing to achieve the heights she now enjoyed. Luan Jiang remarked, "Indeed, how endearing." She and Wu Yuan did not reside together, even though Wu Yuan wished to be closer to care for her. The system exclaimed, "Oh no, there is someone else in the house." Luan Jiang opened the light and discovered a man seated on the sofa, facing away from her. Chapter 72. Transformed into the most unwanted character in a dating show from a mere glance at his back. It was impossible to discern that this man was Lu Ji, and no longer the pitiful second-generation heir banished abroad. He had transformed into the patriarch of the Lu family. His elder brother had suffered a traffic accident 3 months prior, now lying in a vegetative state in the hospital, while the perpetrator was imprisoned. Overwhelmed with grief, their father had resigned from the board and relocated to the ancestral home with his wife. Lu Gu brought his biological mother to the Lu household, allowing this ordinary woman, who had endured a lifetime of fright, to enjoy the highest level of care. Reportedly, upon learning this, Mrs. Lu gasped and passed away that very night. To lose both a son and a wife at such an age was an unbearable tragedy. Mr. Lu had aged significantly, suffering a stroke last month that rendered him incapable of basic self-care. Meanwhile, the relatives hoping to seize a share of the chaos met with various misfortunes, leaving Lu Gu with no retreat, a brutal stance indeed. The system indicated that he had sought Luan Jiang the day before her disappearance, but had not pursued her afterward. It seemed he had known her whereabouts all along, waiting to settle accounts once he had dealt with his pressing matters. Although Luan Jiang did not believe there were any accounts to settle between them. From any perspective, she had assisted Lu Gu in numerous ways. "You came looking for me?" The woman standing at the entrance displayed no surprise. She casually removed the wooden hairpin from her hair, placing it on the console. Swiftly kicking off her shoes, she walked barefoot into the room, her hair cascading as she moved. "Passing by the sofa," she said, "help yourself to whatever you wish to drink from the fridge. There's tea as well, but you'll need to boil the water and brew it yourself." Her tone resembled that of an old friend reunited after many years, marked by a casualness that hinted at a slight detachment. Neither overly polite nor intimately familiar, that a single sentence made Lu Gu's already dark eyes sink further into shadow. He had envisioned countless reunion scenarios, yet he had never anticipated that she would regard him with such indifference. Perhaps he was no different from Ren Ling, Jin Lin, or Lu Yangxing, mere players in a game. Even if he had shared her bed, he would merely be a human-shaped pillow. Thus, she could depart the country without a word, entirely forgetting to contact him, and could live unburdened with another woman day and night. Yes, she had not exhausted herself to ensnare a man. Yet, in a country with liberal views, the private investigator's report revealed that at least 10 girls had confessed their feelings to Luan Jiang, not to mention the men who were rendered speechless at the sight of her. The system remarked, "Wow, the halo above his head is blinding." It was unexpected that the halo crafted by the host was even more luminous than the original, rendering the former male lead utterly insignificant in comparison. The system could not help but envision itself as the main system, commanding countless smaller systems. Luan Jiang entered the bathroom, and the man who had silently followed her also stepped inside. Caught off guard, she met his eyes, which held a hint of crimson. For a moment, she was bewildered by the tumultuous emotions swirling within them, akin to a traveler in a desert who had wandered for days in search of water. Finally discovering a source, brimming with madness and a desperate urge to plunge in. "You don't intend to sleep with me, do you?" Luan Jiang inquired lightly. In the blink of an eye, she could not discern when the man had acted. She found herself pinned against the bathroom wall. Her back collided with the surface, eliciting a muffled groan from her lips. The man confined her within his embrace, methodically lifting her chin with a finger. His excessively pale face leaned in closer, his breath chilling as he asked, "Do you often inquire of others in this manner?" Luan Jiang thought, "No, even if you possess the male lead halo, you needn't be so domineering. The aura of a tyrant is unmistakable. What happened to your original noble persona? Have I devoured it?" She understood the concept of moderation. She was not inclined to share a bed with him tonight. Thus, she curved her lips and offered a sweet smile. "You must know, right? You can track my whereabouts. You can bypass Wu Yuan to find me. Surely, the current Lu has the means to achieve anything he desires." Obtaining exclusive information is hardly a challenge. The wild look in the man's eyes softened considerably. Just as Luan Jiang exhaled in relief, seeking to free her tender chin from his grasp, he stubbornly roamed his fingers over her waist, tracing her delicate form. She was acutely aware of how soft and slender her waist was, and Lu Ge was no stranger to this sensation. "I have plans to go hiking with Yuan early tomorrow. You wouldn't want to make me late, would you?" Luan Jiang took the initiative, not only refraining from pushing him away, but also wrapping her arms around his neck. She lightly kissed his cheeks, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, as if asking, "Can I let go now?" To her surprise, the man immediately pursued her lips. Luan Jiang. "System. My poor system is about to be silenced once more." "You need not worry about Song Ci," murmured the man softly in her in her dazed state. Luan Jiang heard him say, "She has already received her due retribution," although uttered in an exceedingly gentle tone. The underlying malice was unmistakable. Luan Jiang. System? Oh, I've checked it out." Lu Ge was a vengeful individual, a trait evident in his demeanor towards the Lu family. He regarded Luan Jiang as his possession, refusing to allow anyone to mistreat her as Song Ci had once done without justification. Lu Ge was now meticulously settling old scores, with Song Ci standing as the foremost adversary alongside Lu Min. While Song Ci might be a behind-the-scenes worker, rumors of her being kept by someone circulated wherever she went, and she had even faced slaps from wealthy women who confronted her at her workplace, branding her shameless. The ordeal was far from over. Returning home meant attending to meals and socializing, and similar situations shadowed her relentlessly, ultimately driving her to the brink of a mental breakdown in the end. Even her parents grew weary of the trouble she brought, hastily marrying her off to an honest but older man. Luan Jiang. How detestable. System. Lu Ji's possessiveness is overwhelming. He clings to a person without letting go. Luan Jiang. He certainly exhibits the traits of a small, white-eyed wolf. The system fell silent. Luan Jiang's expression darkened. This moment, she had logged out of the previous realm. The thought that the detestable young master of the Lu family had pursued her for several days left her fists clenched in frustration. The exceptional halo of the protagonist she had personally nurtured could not be easily destroyed, even in that world. She could only resign herself to the situation. It could be said that she had unwittingly raised a white-eyed wolf. Initially hoping to spend a few more months with Yuan, She was now forced to flee because of the little white-eyed wolf, as she was reluctant to continue living in bed, especially under the pressure of being pinned down by that insufferable man system. Unfortunately, the body in the next realm has been prepared. Soon, in the subsequent realm, I shall select a male identity for the host, thus avoiding entanglements with these relationships. Luan Jiang. Have you heard a saying? System. What is it? Luan Jiang softly replied. Boys must also protect themselves when venturing outside. System. Ah. So is it the host's fault that the soul's charm value is too high? This identity is rather respectable, as a researcher at a secret laboratory, seemingly of notable standing. When Luan Jiang awakened, her instinct was to adjust her glasses on her nose. System. The original body is severely nearsighted. Without glasses, it is akin to being blind. Luan Jiang. So, it is convenient for indulging in some peculiar activities. Is it? System. System. I am a pure and innocent system. If you attempt to corrupt me again, I shall report you. Luan Jiang. Oh, how pitiful, my dear little one. Who do you plan to report me to? System. Exclamation point. Woe is me. This host is truly terrifying. Sob. She is determined to corrupt the innocent system QAQ. Chapter 73. The little wife of the merfolk's sovereign won. The woman in the mirror possessed a mane of jet black hair. The oval black-framed glasses lent her dainty face an air of studiousness, while her fair, soft complexion resembled the sweet, glutinous rice dumplings, as if one could effortlessly pierce through with a fingertip. Her eyes, obscured by severe myopia, appeared hazy, with a thin sheen of moisture perpetually enveloping her dark irises, and the slightly drooping outer corners of her eyes imbued her visage with an air of poignant vulnerability, rendering her countenance captivating even in stillness. She appeared aloof yet somewhat innocent. Despite inhabiting a strong-willed woman's body, her eyes betrayed her as a girl unacquainted with the complexities of the world. System. I have transmitted the original body's information to you. The original body was the kind of exceptional student who consistently ranked first or second throughout her schooling, never once falling behind. Until the third year of junior high, when she encountered the female protagonist. Yin Xiao, with her optimistic and cheerful disposition, was well known among the girls both inside and outside the classroom, and many were eager to befriend her, including seniors from other schools. Yin Xiao held a disdain for the original body, perceiving her as pretentious and impoverished. Over time, few in the class were willing to engage with her, and she even found herself inexplicably followed by unsavory youths after school. The original body, suffering from depression, took a 6-month leave from school, engaging in numerous self-harming behaviors, which ultimately led to her deteriorating health and severe myopia. Later, the original body sought employment and found a position at Mr. Chen's Research Institute. The institute was located on Mr. Chen's private island, somewhat distant from the mainland. The original body was deeply fascinated by mermaids and became infatuated with a male mermaid captured by Mr. Chen, so much so that she willingly relinquished her prestigious, high-paying position at the institute to become a mermaid caretaker. At this juncture, Yin Xiao, an 18-line actress, visited Mr. Chen's island to observe the mermaids, aiming to capture his attention. Yin Xiao effortlessly secured the position that the original body had sacrificed everything to obtain, and with old grievances and new resentments combined, the original body intentionally loosened the mermaid's training collar one day, opening the water tank that imprisoned the mermaid in an attempt to be killed. Yet, who could have anticipated that Mr. Chen, while appearing to treat Yin Xiao as a mere fling, actually regarded her as his possession? He installed surveillance cameras in every location Yin Xiao frequented, naturally monitoring the original body's every move. He did not intervene when the original body acted, but after rescuing Yin Xiao, he locked the door, leaving the already hostile male mermaid, who was also in a rebellious phase, to coexist with the original body in the same room. Luan Jiang observed the original body's fate with a raised eyebrow. The male mermaid, inherently resistant to being dominated by humans, held exceptionally high standard for partners, and it was not just any human that could satisfy him. Often, mermaids resorted to violence to quell the tumultuous emotions within them. Thus, the original body was literally torn apart, with not a single limb remaining intact. The narrative concluded with Yin Xiao and Mr. Chen achieving a happy ending, realizing her dream of being the pampered wife of a domineering CEO. Yet the extraneous content far exceeded the main text. Luan Jiang inadvertently clicked further, flipping to the extraneous section. Just as she prepared to close it, she was met with an entire page of harmonious phrases. Luan Jiang. System. What? I see nothing but mosaics here. Luan Jiang. It's nothing, merely discussing some complex matters. It matters not for such a cute little creature like you to look. System. Oh, okay. In the extraneous content, Yan Xiao, who had already charmed Mr. Chun, further entangled herself with the bodyguards, the driver, and even Mr. Chen's cousin who had come from afar. It was utterly scandalous and a breach of decorum. Such a book should be reported. How could it be allowed for the system to witness this? By a stroke of misfortune, the target this time was the mermaid who had torn the original body apart. True to rumor, the mermaid in this realm was also depicted as the ruler of the seas, possessing formidable combat prowess, with few rivals in the ocean. However, they were a reclusive tribe, residing in the depths of the ocean and refraining from interactions with other beings. The waters surrounding the island had been deliberately polluted by Mr. Chun, and while the merfolk typically thrived in the deep seas, increasingly more mutated monsters were disturbing their tranquility. The merfolk king must lead his clan to find a new habitat, and Mr. Chun seized the opportunity to set a trap to lure the merfolk king, subsequently employing brutal electric shocks to severely injure the already weakened merfolk king. Due to pollution, that Mr. Chun presented himself as a genial jewelry magnate. Yet behind the scenes, he specialized in capturing these wondrous beings for substantial profit. The full name of the institute where the original body worked was Institute of Marvelous Creatures, housing not only captured animals, but also mutated monsters resulting from pollution. They experimented with these creatures alongside normal animals, breeding even more marvelous and rare new monsters. Mermaids sold exceptionally well in recent years, and the price of this particular merfolk king could ensure Mr. Chen's security for 10 lifetimes. Originally, the merfolk king's tail was a stunning blue, reminiscent of the sky and tranquil waters. However, after being polluted, one of his eyes turned blood red while the other became a regal purple, and his tail transformed into a bizarre shade of purple. Since being captured, he had consistently refused treatment, and Mr. Chun attempted to use this merfolk king to attract more mermaids. Yet, the merfolk king showed no inclination to cooperate, refusing to eat or seek companionship during his rebellious phase, as if he were determined to drag himself to death. System. The data indicates that mermaids are fond of shiny objects. I noticed a new item in the microtransaction shop called Pink Shell, priced quite high. I wonder what it could be used for. I'll investigate. Luan Jiang. Thank you for your hard work, my little darling. At this point, the original body had secured the position of caretaker with a salary of $5,000 a month. Thanks to her excellent grades, rich experience, and exceptional professional skills, she faced not only the requirement to be on call 24 hours a day, but also the peril of life-threatening situations. Even the production team's donkey would not dare to be this reckless. It is worth noting that the original body had previously earned $50,000 a month at the Research Institute, excluding various benefits. The supervisor who had previously trained the original body was so enraged that he deleted her contact information, pointing at her nose and insisting she never appear near the institute again. It was now 6:40 in the morning. The original body had just finished preparing herself and was heading to the underground chamber where the mermaids were kept for her first day of work. Chapter 74. The little wife of the merfolk sovereign to the merfolk king was housed separately from the other mermaids, as his mutation had rendered him highly aggressive, capable of killing even his own kind. In his eyes, allowing others of his kind to live was tantamount to prolonging their suffering. It was better to pierce through and grant them release. Luan Jiang cradled the documents meticulously organized by the original body while engaging in casual conversation with the system as she made her way outside. Along the way, she encountered several bodyguards. These bodyguards were also quite handsome. Unlike the portrayals in television dramas, they did not wear dark sunglasses but rather displayed their faces openly. Their attractiveness surpassed the average. And coupled with their muscular physiques, which seemed ready to burst from their suits, they were the very embodiment of raw magnetism. Miss Jiang. A bodyguard named Lu Cheng's eyes lit up upon seeing her, and he broke away from his companions to stride over, stopping just 2 steps away from Luan Jiang. He scratched his buzz cut sheepishly and smiled with a sunny, somewhat foolish demeanor. You're heading to work so early? Luan Jiang occasionally felt the weight of her glasses pressing down on her small nose, prompting her to lift a hand instinctively for support. The original body seldom smiled, maintaining an air of aloofness in front of others, revealing only her fervor in the presence of mermaids. Although her appearance was not lacking, her poor temperament had led to her being targeted on more than one occasion. This Lu Cheng had a romantic entanglement with the female protagonist in the narrative. Yet at present, he harbored a one-sided infatuation for the original body, primarily drawn to her aura of purity. Luan Jiang restrained some of her exuberance, pressing her lips into a shy smile, arriving 20 minutes early to prevent tardiness. It was Lu Cheng's first time hearing her speak so much, and his heart swelled with sweetness. Seeing her lips, akin to cherry blossom petals, curve into a smile made him feel utterly enchanted. Lu Cheng remarked, "Hey, it's nothing. No one will mind if you arrive late at the basement. As long as that mermaid remains alive, Mr. Cheng will ensure your salary is paid on time." The bodyguard's duties involved patrolling the island and the villa, making them the most knowledgeable about the terrain and security of the area. He towered over Luan Jiang, his physique robust enough to shield her from the early morning sun. The sun had risen early, and by 7 o'clock, it was already fully visible. The young girl clad in a white lab coat disagreed with his assertion, correcting him emphatically. One cannot think this way. Being late is not something for others to observe. It is essential to be aware of it oneself. Lu Cheng was utterly captivated by her earnest demeanor. Perhaps it was his own nonchalance that drew him to her serious disposition upon their first encounter. Lu Cheng eagerly exclaimed, "Indeed, you make a valid point. Have you had breakfast? I can help you pack some soup dumplings." Regular deliveries of food occurred on the island, and unlike the researchers in the institute, who could only eat what was provided, bodyguards had the advantage of directly requesting what they desired from the food delivery personnel. Would that be too much trouble? Chingu. The young girl looked over with a concerned expression, her clear eyes evoking a sense of tenderness. "Oh no, not at all. I am merely wandering about. Why not assist you with a few tasks?" Lu Cheng resumed his silly grin. The girl nodded obediently, saying then, "Thank you. Chingu, don't be so polite with me. I can bring you food whenever I work the morning shift. All right, if it doesn't inconvenience you." Chingu. She indeed had a fondness for soup dumplings. The basement was situated at the farthest and most secluded part of the villa. This area had scarcely been developed, with trees thriving abundantly around it, and one could occasionally catch a glimpse of small animals darting through the underbrush. The island was not merely floating upon the sea. It was directly connected to the ocean floor, akin to a miniature continent. The basement was quite deep, requiring one to traverse layer upon layer without the aid of an elevator. Besides the bottommost level, which housed a merman king, the other rooms lay empty and devoid of life, emanating an eerie atmosphere. At long last, the girl arrived at the lowest level. Within the expansive basement rested a square water tank occupying a third of the floor space. Given that mermaids were accustomed to residing in the deep sea, the lighting in the room was dim, illuminated only by a few small sconces, but a faint briny scent mingled with a hint of fishiness wafted through the air. The water tank towered at least 5 to 6 meters high, with a transparent pipe extending from the left side into a smaller tank. The smaller tank was designed for close interactions with the merman, such as drawing blood or feeding, to prevent contamination of the larger tank, which required significant resources to refresh, in contrast to the easily observable smaller tank. The larger tank was brimming with water, its color rich and almost blending with the dark walls. The girl could not discern whether or not a merman resided within, nor did she know if he was observing her in return. She casually explored the absurdly vast basement, the only sounds being the tap-tap of her heels against the floor and the occasional soft popping of bubbles from the tank. It was 6:45 in the morning, and the merman was expected to be fed promptly at 7. The girl proceeded to open the passage, for a merman was not akin to a dog. He would not obediently come at once. According to the diary of a previous caretaker, this particular merman was quite uncooperative, often scattering food during 8 out of 10 meals, and at times he would violently attack the tank. The meals prepared for him consisted of untreated fish and shrimp, bloody and unappetizing. The girl also exchanged some points in the premium shop for a few small deep-sea fish, tossing them into the water tank and watching them swim about energetically. The girl chuckled softly. "What is she up to?" The system inquired. "What is so amusing? What is there to laugh about?" The protagonist, Yin Xiao, enjoys wealth and indulgence. Mr. Chun can provide her with the life she desires, and she is quite content. The girl lounged awkwardly in her chair, propping her legs up, tugging at the hem of her shirt that had tucked in her waistband, her body angled towards the small water tank, revealing a glimpse of her waistline and legs. The attire for merman caretakers was supposed to include a fitted skirt, specially tailored by Mr. Chun, but the original character preferred trousers, opting to wear her own instead. Mr. Chun was a prominent figure who had taken on around 20 mistresses. His intentions were quite transparent, even to a fool. Indeed, you are correct. Several young women in the Institute have suffered at his hands. Moreover, he possesses a strong sense of possessiveness, having bedded these women without any intention of taking responsibility. Nor does he desire them to seek others. The girl clicked her tongue in response, as she engaged in gossip with the system about the male and female leads. A commotion arose in the passage. Just a glance at the mutated merman king on the video rendered her breathless with awe. When that imposing creature from the depths of the ocean appeared before her with an icy demeanor, she instinctively placed a hand over her heart in astonishment. The merman was submerged in the small tank, his head and tail nearly brushing against the edges. He stood no less than 2 meters tall. His skin a deep oceanic shade of purple, and his long, dark purple hair flowed in the water like seaweed, both lengthy and strikingly beautiful. In legend, mermaids are said to possess an otherworldly beauty. Male mermaids, in particular, take on an unparalleled handsomeness for the sake of procreation. His features bore Western characteristics, with deep-set eyes, a high nose, and an exquisitely refined visage. The upper half of his body was unclothed, revealing a magnificent physique. The girl traced her gaze from his broad, striking shoulders down to his 8-pack abs. His fishtail was the most perfect she had ever seen. As he swam closer, she noticed the battle-hardened muscle on his back, every movement exuding an aura of danger and allure. The small fish in the tank cowered, retreating to a corner in fear. The merman paid them no heed, regarding her with a gaze that radiated noble coldness, perhaps having spent too long in the deep sea, or perhaps due to some psychological effect. Gazing into his heterochromatic eyes felt as though one were being drawn into the icy waters. The chill seeped under her collar, quickly numbing her. The girl instinctively touched her neck, convinced that she had imagined some sensation passing by. She adjusted her glasses, remaining seated, and pointed at the cluster of deep-sea fish. Mermaids could comprehend multiple languages, yet they could not speak human tongues. Their haunting melodies could drive one to madness. Thus allowing them to remain silent was a blessing. The merman remained still. Those small fish dared not swim freely, fear gripping them despite their lack of intelligence, as if a primal fear had been ingrained in them since birth. The girl exchanged a brief, icy gaze with the merman, hesitating before straightening her posture and slowly rising from her chair. Could it be that my unseemly posture is affecting the noble merman's appetite? The merman's heterochromatic eyes shifted subtly in response to her movements. When she leaned left, he glanced left. When she turned right, he followed suit. The scales on the merman's body appeared especially cold under the dim lighting, reminiscent of countless swords that had been sealed away after long battles. His ears were pointed, akin to those of the legendary elves. This is not how the plot unfolds, the system noted. What is the plot's true course? The original character would unlock the water tank's entrance, feeding the merman while thrusting her hand and face towards him, yearning to stroke his hair, even if just a single strand. Yet, in the blink of an eye, she was dragged in, choking on water, left with no means to resist or call for help. The merman had truly meant to harm her, his sharp teeth piercing her neck. Ultimately, it was the protagonist, Yin Xiao, driven by curiosity, who ventured to the basement and fortuitously saved the original character from a perilous fate. The girl hesitated for a few seconds before resignedly moving a chair closer, standing on tiptoe to reach the top of the small water tank. Once atop, she realized that the entrance to the tank had yet to be unlocked, necessitating a bend to press the button thrice and input a command. Unbeknownst to her, the merman, floating in the center, began to approach the specialized glass, his long, dark fingers pressing against it, a thin membrane connecting his fingertips. The girl bent down, her back turned towards the merman. Her rear slightly elevated, the pale skin of her neck remained exposed. The merman's heavy gaze drifted between her lower back and the surrounding space. With a sudden thud, the top of the water tank opened. She observed the merman for a moment. He remained motionless. Taking a deep breath, she slipped off her black high heels, standing barefoot on the chair, one hand gripping the edge of the tank. Was the merman just here? Why do I feel like he has moved much closer to the glass? She mused aloud. I didn't notice either. I was preoccupied with examining the water tanks switch alongside you, the system replied. The girl was enveloped in the icy, briny scent, hearing the gentle swaying of the merman's tail in the water. Yet, in a fleeting moment of distraction, a powerful arm suddenly shot out from the tank. Splash host! The girl quickly grasped the edge of the tank, striving to prevent being pulled down, but another icy hand, slick with an unknown substance, forcefully pried her fingers apart one by one. Her glasses were knocked aside by the water, plunging her vision into darkness, rendering everything unclear. She flailed her legs, striking against the merman's rigid scales, pain shooting through her toes. A firm grip encircled her waist, pressing her back against a powerful and perilous form. Her clothing seemed to tear slightly against something sharp, and she felt the merman's hair brushing against her skin, tickling her. In the midst of her panic, Luan Jiang managed to hold her breath for a couple of moments, which was commendable. The arms wrapped tightly around her waist gradually squeezed the air she had struggled to contain out of her body. She could no longer endure it. Yanxiu finally received permission to visit the basement, and she excitedly linked her arm with Mr. Chen's, her small face alight with enthusiasm. And no one knew Mr. Chen's full name. They only knew his surname. Chen he dealt in jewelry and rare species, possessing a fondness for both women and wealth. Once they entered, Mr. Chen's gaze immediately fell upon a person and a fish entangled in a small tank. The Mermaid King, whom he had personally captured, was fully aware of how difficult it was to catch such a creature and how powerful it was. He observed as the dark purple fishtail coiled around the woman's leg like a sinuous serpent, while her flowing hair, purple mingling with black, rendered it impossible to distinguish between them. The white coat she wore was torn into several pieces, subtly revealing her naturally fair complexion, which stood out starkly against the dim water. The woman, positioned sideways to the entrance, possessed a face that could be deemed beautiful, and the mermaid's unique long tongue was gently licking her cheek. Seemingly displeased by the onlookers, the robust mermaid enveloped the woman in its embrace, baring its teeth menacingly at Mr. Chen and Yanxiu. Goodness! Yanxiu, however, appeared oblivious to the woman and could only fixate on the exquisitely beautiful mermaid. She covered her mouth in astonishment, exclaiming, "It's so stunning! My goodness, I've never seen anything so beautiful on television." Mr. Chen furrowed his brow, his gaze lingering on the woman's body in the tank for a moment before he hastily pressed the alarm. It took considerable effort to wrest the woman from the mermaid's grasp. Gazing at the caregiver lying on the hospital bed, her neck marked with several claw scratches, Mr. Chen disregarded whether smoking was permissible in a room and pulled a cigarette from his pocket, lighting it with Yanxiu's assistance. She was an ordinary woman, not nearly as attractive as his little lover. Her figure was decent but not exceptional. Had she appeared on the street or screen, Mr. Chen would have had no interest whatsoever, not even the impulse to hand her a room key. How pitiable! Yanxiu spoke up in the silence. Didn't you say that mermaids don't wish to reproduce? Yet it seems the mermaid quite likes her. Can humans and mermaids truly coexist? She sounded like an ardent fan of a ship. Mr. Chen chuckled softly, wrapping his arm around the little fool. The reproductive method of mermaids is exceedingly cruel. Humans cannot withstand it. Thus, despite my desire to nurture a small mermaid of my own, I have never entertained any improper thoughts. The gestation period is lengthy, and mermaids possess a strong sense of possessiveness. For several months, they will not allow their partners to leave their bodies. They seek a dark, damp cave to mate, during which time most of the countless mermaid eggs will perish, with only 2 or 3 surviving. Yanxiu blinked her beautiful eyes innocently, saying, "Though it's quite cruel, I believe that mermaid truly cares for her. Perhaps it won't harm her." And Mr. Chen playfully tapped her nose with his finger, choosing not to respond. "Mr. Chun, I have a small request. Yin Xiu bit her lip, wrapping her arms around the man's waist and nuzzling her face against his shoulder in a playful manner. I want to stay in the basement to help take care of the mermaids. It would be better to protect her, lest she be dragged back into the tank. Surely, Mr. Chen wouldn't want to see any trouble here, would he? Mr. Chen's gaze fell once more upon the unconscious woman in the bed. Though her clothes were torn, she remained rather attractive, and perhaps in the future, he could offer her more attention. The flame ignited in the man's eyes was unmistakable to Yin Xiu, who quickly suppressed her smile. All right. When Luan Jiang opened her eyes, she was enveloped in a sense of bewilderment, contemplating, where am I? Who am I? What am I to do? The system was nearly in tears. Host, are you all right? You've been unconscious for almost a day. If it weren't for the fact that the host's soul had not yet dissipated, the system would seriously consider unbinding itself. Naturally, it was very reluctant, but should the host's soul vanish, the system would be forcibly ejected from this dimension, regardless of its feelings. That mermaid doesn't wish to eat you. It wants to mate with you. Absolutely astonishing. And it hasn't even started delivering items yet. And it's already like this. The system lamented, sounding as if it were the one violated. Given the host's extraordinary constitution, who knows what kind of madness the target might unleash after this? It could summon tsunamis and entice with its voice. Luan Jiang reassured, don't cry, be good. She propped herself up on her arms and sat up, her vision clouded in a haze of white, forcing her to ask the system where her glasses were. The system replied that there were no glasses. This was a hospital room, and outside, only the female lead was sweetly talking to Mr. Chun. Luan Jiang threw off the covers and swung her legs over the side of the bed, searching for her slippers by feel, ultimately succeeding with the system's assistance. As she stood, a sudden wave of inexplicable fatigue washed over her, causing her to question her very existence. Had she merely been pulled into the water and kissed a few times? Was it truly necessary to feel this miserable? Luan Jiang leaned against the wall, her hand unconsciously massaging her waist. There's a cabinet to your left. Just take a small step to the side. Yes, that's right. The door is on your right. Reach forward. Reach forward. Be careful. It seems there's water on the tiles. Let us take it slow. Once she had thoroughly washed and emerged wrapped in a towel, Luan Jiang blindly stumbled to the door, just as she turned the handle. Ah, outside. The female lead was startled. All Luan Jiang could see were two peculiar dark shapes before her. She pursed her lips and took a couple of steps back, squinting her eyes in an attempt to see more clearly. After a few seconds, she gave up. It was best to find her glasses and use her eyes properly. Why did you take off your clothes? Yin Xiu shrieked, flustered and indignant. There are people outside. Can you be more mindful of your surroundings? The original owner harbored animosity towards the female lead, yet the latter did not perceive the past incidents at school as violence, which made the situation rather awkward. It was akin to seeking retribution for a grievance, only to be met with a look of astonishment from the other party. Should this be taken to heart? Mr. Chun regarded the pale, exquisite face before him with a hint of detachment, a slight smile playing at his lips. Where are my glasses? Luan Jiang lowered her gaze and quietly inquired. Yin Xiu, exasperated, replied, How would I know where your glasses are? After saying this, she clung to Mr. Chen's arm, muttering, This is utterly absurd. We saved her, and she didn't even say thank you. Tiske, the hand resting on the doorknob clenched tightly, turning white with the pressure. Luan Jiang could no longer bear Yin Xiu's voice, abruptly slamming the door shut in front of them. Ah! Yin Xiu jumped in surprise, her eyes wide with disbelief. This woman out of her mind? I didn't do anything. She hadn't even seen the glasses. Thinking of the lovely legs that had been exposed, Mr. Chun absent-mindedly stroked Yin Xiu's head, smiling lightly. Luan Jiang is severely myopic. Without her glasses, she is practically blind. Don't be angry. It's not worth your effort to fetch a repair. Go find Assistant Sue, the one I introduced you last time. She has some. Yin Xiu was not particularly fond of interacting with Assistant Sue, aware that she was also one of Mr. Chen's lovers and harbored a fervent infatuation for him. Why? I don't want to go. Yin Xiu felt wronged, sniffling as she buried her face in Mr. Chen's embrace, inhaling the pleasant scent of his cologne. She is so fierce towards me. A flicker of impatience crossed Mr. Chen's eyes that he truly despised being rejected, especially in the context of someone like Yin Xiao. Thus, he subtly pushed her away, his voice turning cold. Didn't you say you wanted to stay in the basement? Aren't you planning to get along with Luan Jiang? But, go on, it's just a pair of glasses. Yin Xiao sighed heavily, tightening her grip around Mr. Chen's neck and planting a kiss on his face, playfully stating, all of this is for you. Otherwise, I wouldn't bother coming here. In truth, she was acutely aware that Mr. Chen likely harbored feelings for Luan Jiang. She could not impede whom Mr. Chen wished to pursue. She could only wait until he grew weary of each one, refraining from displaying jealousy or resentment, as it would appear rather unbecoming. Yin Xiao often felt fortunate that she was not as foolish as Assistant Su, who still sought affection from Mr. Chen. She understood that her desires lay in acquiring wealth and status. Later, Mr. Chen indeed entered the hospital room and exchanged a few words with Luan Jiang, ambiguous and suggestive. Luan Jiang paid little heed, her left ear taking in the words while the right let them slip away. It was only when Yin Xiao entered that Mr. Chen resumed his charming demeanor. Yin Xiao handed over the glasses case with a huff. Luan Jiang expressed her gratitude first before taking the glasses. As she raised her gaze, her damp ink-black hair draped over her shoulders, neither too long nor too short. Without her glasses, her eyes seemed perpetually misty, shrouded in a veil of uncertainty as she looked at others. Upon donning the glasses, her initial reaction upon seeing Mr. Chen was to sit up straight in bed, hands crossing over her chest, her cheeks as pale as snow. Are you that frightened of me? Mr. Chen, in a surprisingly good-natured manner, smiled. Yin Xiao's expression shifted once more. That I knew it. This person seems somewhat familiar. Who would have thought I'd encounter them here? I'm not afraid. Luan Jiang attempted a smile that didn't quite transform her lips. Her expression one of sincere apology. I didn't see Mr. Chen clearly just now. Thank you for saving me, and for retrieving my glasses. I am exceedingly grateful for the opportunity to serve as your caregiver. Are you a caretaker? Yin Xiao interjected. Aren't you doing exceptionally well academically? What brings you here to be a caretaker? Yin Xiao had always struggled with her studies and harbored a slight disdain for those who excelled yet feigned humility. Thus, upon hearing this remark, she could not resist speaking up. Mr. Chen was aware of the underlying tension. Noticing that Luan Jiang seemed to have a strong opinion about Yin Xiao, he smiled even more broadly. She was previously the leader of a research group and voluntarily applied to transition to the role of a mermaid caretaker. Yin Xiao forced a dry laugh. Mr. Chen gestured toward the restroom, stepping aside to create a path. You should go change your clothes. We won't intrude any longer. Luan Jiang nodded and quickly entered the restroom. Skirting along the bedside, just as the two were about to leave, a nurse rushed in, flustered. It's bad, Mr. Chen. The mermaid king you captured is causing trouble. He has become extremely aggressive, repeatedly attacking the tank, and there are already cracks appearing. The atmosphere around Mr. Chen shifted dramatically. He abruptly pushed Yin Xiao aside and followed the nurse out with long strides. What the heck? Once again, I've been left behind. Yin Xiao pouted, though she had grown accustomed to this. Mr. Chen often stood her up, leaving her waiting alone in coffee shops or cinemas for hours. Successful men tended to behave this way, didn't they? Finding someone both wealthy and available was no easy feat, and she considered herself fortunate enough. Before Mr. Chen reached the basement, he was met with the ethereal, haunting melody of a song. He swiftly plugged his earplugs into his ears, with his bodyguards following suit. The tank indeed bore cracks. As soon as he stepped into the basement, his shoes and pant legs became soaked. Mr. Chen's expression darkened significantly. He had not anticipated that the beautiful yet chilling song of the Mermaid King could entice the reinforcements to willingly leap into the tank, only to be strangled to death by him. Dark blue water mixed with blood surged forth, and the enchanting sea monarch glared with murderous intent. Upon noticing Mr. Chen's entrance, the song grew even louder. Although Mr. Chen could not hear the melody, his head throbbed painfully and he nearly lost his balance. Teetering on the brink of collapse, his dismay, he observed two of his bodyguards being drawn uncontrollably toward the tank. Rather than intervene, Mr. Chen merely signaled the remaining bodyguards to prepare their weapons. The Mermaid King was indeed precious, but he had no desire to earn a living only to lose it. The Mermaid King. With most of his body floating atop the water, sees the approaching bodyguards as shields, undeterred by their weapons. The melody turns sharp and grating. Soon, the bodyguards, despite their earplugs, begin bleeding from their ears, mouths, and noses. And even Mr. Chun coughed up blood, system. Just like that. Host, do you wish to proceed? The target mermaid is exhibiting heightened aggression. Luan Jiang. I can't help but wonder if he is furious about my being taken away. System. That is highly likely. Mr. Chin forcibly extracted you from his embrace, which angered the mermaid, but at the time he was too sedated to resist. Although he seems to hold the upper hand now. Controlling so many people at once will take a toll on him as well. Luan Jiang. Then I must go. Luan Jiang hastily buttoned her attire and rushed outside, where she crossed paths with Yin Xiu. Before she could finish her sentence, Luan Jiang disappeared. Yin Xiu clenched her fists, deciding to follow suit without hesitation. I am determined to see what you were so eager to do. The system warned that the mermaid song would compel her to move toward the tank. Luan Jiang had invested heavily in an antidote that would shield her from its effects for an hour. However, the challenge was that only one antidote was available in the premium store. This meant that afterward, should the mermaid attempt to use his song on her, she would likely find it impossible to resist. The system indicated that there was no way to enhance her immunity to the song's influence. Mermaids were ancient, legendary beings whose melodies could not be easily warded off, especially since this was merely the Mermaid King. Dressed in a new patient gown with pink and white stripes, featuring pockets on either side. Luan Jiang donned disposable shower slippers and rolled up her pant legs. Wading into the water, she saw Mr. Chun and his bodyguards collapsing under the song's weight, bloodstains rippling across the surface from a distance. The mermaid appeared to be in poor condition as well, with scales shedding from his tail and his claws ensnared in blood and flesh. Before Yin Xiu could even enter the basement, she emitted a scream that abruptly faded away. System. She has fainted. If the song does not cease, both the male and female leads will perish here. With a deep sigh, Luan Jiang advanced step by step toward the tank. In truth, given her disposition, she believed in the principle of retribution. The merfolk had suffered immensely due to the male lead, and the male lead's demise would be of little consequence. Yet Luan Jiang also understood that she had already disrupted the narrative twice. Even if the world did not collapse, trouble was inevitable. For instance, that little white-eyed wolf. Trapped within the narrative, she could at least seek an opportunity to escape. If she would be ensnared again by the little white-eyed wolf, she feared she would be left with only him for the remainder of her long existence. Upon spotting Luan Jiang, the mermaid's peculiar eyes lingered on her for an extended moment, yet his song remained unchanged. No bodyguards were attempting to climb near the tank. The ground was saturated with blood, and the acrid scent of rust filled her nostrils. Clumsily, Luan Jiang climbed atop a table, using a chair for support. Just as her hand almost grazed the tank's surface, she was once again forcefully pulled inside by the mermaid's arm. She quickly wrapped her arms around his neck, instantly chilled by his icy body temperature. "Do not drag me down." The mermaid halted his movements. Chapter 77. The Mermaid King's little wife, his tail elegantly coiled around her leg, gently caressing it, while his gaze fixated on her ear, as if he wished to take a bite. Why am I not tempted? Is this human particularly special? I simply am impervious to temptation for now. Luan Jiang had no intention of deceiving him. She raised her hand to cover the mermaid's mouth, abruptly silencing the song. The warmth of her palm contrasted with his cool lips, causing him to, despite his aversion to light and fire, indulgently extend his tongue to lick her hand. "You're a fish, not a dog." Luan Jiang rolled her eyes in disdain. The mermaid's pupils instantly transformed into slits, and a low, displeased growl rumbled in his throat. Just as Luan Jiang opened her mouth, the mermaid yanked her down again. Luan Jiang. I will surely pull his hair, mark my words. System. Rest assured, host. He won't drown you. Luan Jiang. Indeed, it's merely that he's having his way with me in the water. System. Cough, cough. The mermaid watched her as she began to struggle, bubbles escaping her lips, before finally bringing her back above the water. Soaked to the bone, Luan Jiang's throat burned painfully, leaving her gasping for air against his shoulder. That vengeful creature, sensing her submissive inclination leaning against him, The mermaid's lips curled slightly. However, his momentary delight vanished when he noticed a group of people staggering to their feet in the distance. His lips pressed into a thin line, and his gaze turned fierce again. Stop singing. Luan Jiang turned her head, her warm breath brushing against the mermaid's neck and earlobe. Trust me, they won't dare to act again. Mr. Chen struggled to stand with the assistance of several bodyguards. Upon seeing the woman cradled in the mermaid's arms, a venomous glint ignited in his eyes. He wiped the blood from his lips and led his men away. Luan Jiang purchased 2 sets of throat-soothing medicine from the premium store, which were particularly expensive yet highly effective, specifically targeting mermaids. The large and small tanks were rendered unusable, and Mr. Chen's bodyguards brought in a medium-sized tank. Casting pleading looks at Luan Jiang, hoping she would allow the mermaid to swim in on his own accord. After the recent bloodbath, the bodyguards no longer dared to underestimate such a beautiful creature, preferring to keep their distance rather than risk carrying him into another tank. I'll get a try. Dressed in a shirt and trousers, draped in a white coat, Luan Jiang adjusted her glasses and turned to face the mermaid's unwavering gaze. Seeing that she finally ceased conversing with the male lead, the mermaid's tightly pressed lips relaxed slightly. He placed his hand over the damaged glass, his tail swaying gently. Luan Jiang instructed the bodyguards to connect the small tank to the medium-sized one, reluctantly taking a few steps closer to him. The mermaid fixated on her feet, his lips parting slightly to reveal sharp teeth, as if warning her not to proceed so slowly. Luan Jiang still gripped the potion she had just purchased from the premium store, intending to consume it after feeding the mermaid. During her unconscious state, the mermaid had not eaten anything, and the small pile of meat accumulating in the tank made that clear. Those people regarded the mermaid as a mindless beast, believing he merely ate and slept, carelessly tossing food into the tank and waiting for him to consume it when hungry. Having narrowly escaped from his jaws twice, she could not guarantee that she would not fall victim to his act in the next feeding. Be obedient. Luan Jiang had only ever cared for the little white-eyed wolf, who had cunningly taken advantage of her, staring at the mermaid through the glass for what felt like an eternity. She finally managed to muster 3 words. The mermaid understood. Even without hearing her voice, he could read her lips. A mocking and disdainful expression swiftly adorned his face, as if he found it utterly ridiculous that she believed 3 words could compel him to submit. Noticing his apparent reluctance to cooperate, Luan Jiang pressed her lips together. She cast a glance at the bodyguards who had just finished sealing the passage. They promptly and discreetly withdrew once the basement door was shut. Luan Jiang crossed her arms, her glasses glinting in the light. I will count to 3, she declared, and if you do not comply, I shall summon others to deal with you. The merman narrowed his eyes. True to her word, Luan Jiang counted to 3, yet he remained motionless, his cold gaze mocking her presumption. Unfazed and composed, she nodded at the merman, maintaining a professional demeanor. This is your choice. With that, she turned to leave, not exiting the basement, but rather bending down to gather items floating on the water's surface that were still usable. Her actions were not born out of petulance. A petulant person would have stormed out without a second thought. Instead, she was earnestly and clearly conveying a reality to him. Once she finished collecting her belongings, the next time she entered the basement, it might very well not be her. The merman had faced threats from humans before, but this time felt distinctly different. He was unwilling to let this woman slip from his sight. He admired her physique and wished for her to nurture life within her, albeit not at this moment. Luan Jiang anticipated some reaction from behind her and patiently waited. However, no sound emerged, not even the imagined shattering of glass system. He remains utterly still. Could I have misunderstood previously? The merman simply did not comprehend what it meant to explore. Rather than having developed feelings for the host, system, before Luan Jiang could utter a word, the non-human system was already in a frenzy. System. Did you hear that? Did you hear that? Did you hear that? What is this? That voice questioned. Is it in your mind? Who is it? What is its relation to you? The latter questions were posed with a sense of urgency. As if interrogating her, the voice in her mind proclaimed, remove it from your body, or I shall sing and tear it apart. Luan Jiang confirmed it. It was indeed this troublesome entity that I in the previous dimension. Qizhu had effortlessly discerned the existence of the system. While in this dimension, the merman spoke directly within her mind. Was she to live in such a manner, devoid of any secrets? The previous line had been a jest. Luan Jiang always considered herself a paragon of resilience. System. Oh, what manner of monster is this? Host, you must think of a way. Luan Jiang remained silent, bending down to retrieve her belongings. Earlier, when the merman had been singing, the acoustics had not been particularly clear. The soundproofing here was excellent, somewhat hindering the merman's control. Engaging in such a complex interaction within her mind would surely face even more limitations. She dared to wager that as long as she distanced herself considerably from the basement, the merman would be thwarted. Chapter 78. The Merman Overlord's Little Wife. 6. It proved indeed to be the case. Luan Jiang stood at the basement door one last time, confirming with the merman whether he wished to swim to the medium-sized tank. The merman, infuriated to the point of nearly exploding, wore an ominous expression, his eyes glowing red and purple, a sight both terrifying and alluring. The caretaker in a white lab coat forced a smile, leaving without a hint of nostalgia. The merman's voice no longer echoed in her mind. System. Thank goodness, thank goodness. I thought he would always be there. That would be too frightening. Luan Jiang. Isn't it frightening now? He might still be eavesdropping on our conversation, merely hiding for the time being. System. Stop. Luan Jiang chuckled incessantly whenever a bodyguard encountered her in the corridor or headed specifically toward the basement. It was to seek her out that Mr. Chun requests your presence in his room, the bodyguard said, then lowered his voice to inquire. Is everything taken care of down there? He gazed at the slender woman with an involuntary sense of sympathy. How terrifying a creature the merman was, capable of singing and luring individuals to leap into the water. No wonder several previous caretakers had vanished. Something must have occurred, suppressed by Mr. Chun. Her delicate fingers curled slightly as she adjusted her glasses. She stood with impeccable posture, a small, round and white earlobe peeking through her scattered hair, unexpectedly adorable. Not YET, do not send anyone to the basement. The merman remains aggressive. Her cool, detached tone perfectly matched the bodyguard assumptions about her character. Indeed, anyone with a shred of sense would avoid such a place. The imposing figure of the bodyguard shuddered at the thought of the eerie basement. He regarded the woman, who was clutching documents as she made her way toward Mr. Chen's room, with newfound respect. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Mr. Chen summoned Miss Luan Jiang. It couldn't possibly be for that sort of activity, could it? One must remember that Mr. Chan was quite particular about cleanliness. Upon emerging from the basement, drenched in blood and water, his first order of business would surely be a shower. When the bodyguard reported, Mr. Chun was reclining on the sofa, freshly bathed, reading the newspaper, seemingly oblivious to the report's contents. Nevertheless, his first command was to summon Luan Jiang with a tone reminiscent of calling a beloved pet. Come in. From beyond the door, Mr. Chan's voice carried a languid quality. Luan Jiang. Has he just finished a shower? Is there a glass of red wine beside him as he reads the newspaper or a book? The system gasped in astonishment, comparing the internal state of Mr. Chen's room. What do you know this? Can you see? The host was still standing at the door. Luan Jiang. No need to see. I can easily guess he wishes to seduce me. System. I cannot comprehend, though Mr. Chun enjoys his escapades. His chosen companions are typically alluring, shall we say. Occasionally, he may entertain a few innocent students. In any case, he would never favor a host like you. Luan Jiang recognized that perhaps her connection with the merman played a role. She smiled but said nothing. Yes, she pushed the door open. A peculiar fragrance enveloped her, making her feel uncomfortable. Mr. Chan donned a loose bathrobe. It must be said that the male protagonist truly embodied his role. Despite being characterized as a scoundrel, his physique and visage were exceptional. He appeared to be between 25 and 30, exuding a blend of maturity and youthful vigor, his gaze capable of instilling a profound sense of intimidation. Having spent considerable time in a position of power, his every gesture radiated an air of haughty arrogance. Adoring fans, he was irresistibly handsome. To Luan Jiang, he resembled a peacock displaying its plumage. Mr. Chen. The woman who entered hesitated momentarily, seemingly unprepared for the scene before her. Mr. Chen regarded her with a smile, leisurely swirling his wine before taking a sip. The newspaper was folded on the sofa, and he sat with one leg crossed over the other, the bathrobe failing to conceal much. His legs were long and aesthetically pleasing, muscular yet not excessively so, suggesting great strength, propping his chin on one hand. He spoke with a teasing tone. Before you ventured to the basement, I assumed you were merely an enthusiastic admirer of mermaids. Yet, unexpectedly, you have captured the affection of the Merman King. Mr. Chun spread his hands. Chuckling softly, that fellow is quite difficult to deal with. Because of him, I have incurred losses exceeding 10 million today, that he referred to the fallen bodyguards, nonchalantly exchanging lives for money, a common practice among their kind. Luan Jiang listened quietly, aware that Mr. Chun had yet to reach the crux of his proposition. I can offer you an opportunity to bring her to her knees, provided you willingly sit upon my lap. Mr. Dachin's robe hung loosely below his chest, exposing a broad expanse of tan skin. He indeed possessed an impressive physique, comparable to that of a runway model. It was unlikely anyone would refuse to indulge in a fleeting romance with such a man at a bar. Luan Jiang's expression remained unchanged as her red lips parted slightly. I'm afraid that is not stipulated in my contract. I can amend that, Mr. Chen replied with an easy laugh. It is hardly a difficult request. For some, this condition would be an irresistible temptation, akin to a delectable cream cake, promising countless sweet dreams with a single bite. For others, such a condition would be a complete degradation of their dignity. Yet, which category did this individual belong to? She lowered her gaze, listening intently, projecting an appearance of utmost compliance, her tone imbued with respect. However, the response she provided was far from satisfactory. Mr. Chun straightened his posture. He had anticipated that the principal caretaker would refuse to debase herself for a mere sum of money, yet would willingly engage intimately with the merman. Feigning disappointment, Mr. Chun smacked his lips. I shan't force you. You may leave. Luan Jiang exited. This was a trivial matter from over a decade ago. Even the parties involved did not perceive any wrongdoing, making it rather challenging to uncover. Luan Jiang. Mr. Chun is a prominent figure. He would never allow any blemish on the identity of his paramours. Thus, everything must be thoroughly investigated. After all, dying on a lover's bed would be the utmost disgrace. After all, he was still the male protagonist. Wasn't he? Chapter 79. The little darling of the mermaid, Overlord 7. It has only been a day since Mr. Chun made his unreasonable demands. Luan Jiang successfully coaxed the mermaid into a medium-sized tank, managed to send out the pink shell, and ensured the mermaid was fed. Everything went smoothly and beautifully. She thought she could finally enjoy a good night's sleep. During her shower, she left her glasses out of the bathroom to avoid the steam fogging them up. Besides, wearing them for too long caused her delicate ears discomfort. Even the lightest of spectacles proved torturous for her dainty ears. Thus, as soon as she finished work, Luan Jiang eagerly stowed her glasses in their case, both to prevent smudging and to give her little ears a reprieve. After all, with the system guiding her, there was little to worry about. As usual, she wiped her hair dry while heading to bed. Accustomed to seeing only a blurry mosaic of the world, her focus solely on her hands drying her hair. Suddenly, the room plunged into darkness. She quickly ruled out a power outage. Luan Jiang remembered there was a switch on the bedside table. Just as she reached for it, she collided forcefully with a large hand. No matter how brave one might be, such an encounter could be quite alarming, especially knowing it wasn't a ghost, which made it even more frightening. Luan Jiang. When did an extra person appear in my room? System. Holy moly, I have no idea. I was focused on providing you hints over there and didn't pay attention here. Wait, he is Mr. Chun. In the dark, Luan Jiang could not see, but the system had a clear view. That uninvited rogue, not wearing a stitch of clothing, could only be the male lead. You, the man with great strength, swiftly covered her mouth to stifle her cries and pressed her down onto the bed, his other hand roaming and tugging at her clothes. Luan Jiang detected a strong scent of alcohol. The man's muscles were almost fully tensed, exuding an aura of aggression, as if he had been provoked. With her vision obscured, one of her hands was tightly bound to the headboard with his tie. In her attempts to kick him away, repeatedly missed that moment. All she could feel was the heat of his solid chest and the nauseating mix of alcohol and cologne that enveloped her, making her head spin. The system was still exclaiming, "His cologne is not ordinary. This male lead must be insane. You are merely cannon fodder. Ah, Mr. Chun, that once cold and distant tone had taken on a different flavor. Her annoyance mingled with a hint of fear, sounding particularly enchanting in the darkness. Please be rational. I am not Yin Xiao. Mr. Chun found her foolishness amusing. Yin Xiao doesn't wear glasses. Luan Jiang, I never realized how naive you were. Why, am I not attractive enough? You indeed do not meet my taste, and I would never force anyone. The woman beneath him must have been fluttering her eyelashes rapidly. Her once placid eyes now shimmering with unshed tears. Just the thought of witnessing her entangled with the mermaid in the tank filled Mr. Chun with an unprecedented thrill. No woman had ever stimulated him quite like Luan Jiang. His eyes seemed to pierce through the darkness, fixating on her entire being, his dark gaze almost incandescent. So be obedient. After tonight, your salary could surpass that of a typical assistant by tenfold. And Yin Xiao would no longer dare to bully you. That I also won act rashly towards you. Just for tonight, merely for tonight. What a worthwhile transaction this is. Just as Mr. Chen claimed, the women who climbed in his bed were always willing, often quite proactive. Rather than forcing those who stubbornly resisted, it was far easier to engage with these women. They were beautiful and understanding. Truly no one could be more considerate than them. Though Mr. Chun appeared resolute about making Luan Jiang his tonight, he secretly hoped she would take the initiative. Rather than fretting that she might suddenly wield some weapon and strike him down, she had suppressed the urge to spit in his face for far too long. What does transaction mean? Does it imply consent? Such a distasteful term. How could one so carelessly utter it? Are you mute? What is wrong with showing some reaction? Do you think I'm eager to sleep with you? It must have been the alcohol speaking. Under normal circumstances, the polished gentleman would never utter such words. Luan Jiang merely turned her face away, closed her eyes, and bit her lip in silence. Mr. Chun, infuriated, let out a mocking laughter. Repeating good 3 times, he had initially intended to be gentle, considering it was her first time, hoping to leave them both with a pleasant impression. Yet here she was, playing dead, offering no response, refusing to cooperate. Impervious to both soft and hard approaches, Mr. Chen slightly lifted himself, reaching to turn on the bedside lamp. You said you didn't want this? I insist you watch. Yin Xiao, having finished her shower, donned a thin gauzy nightgown and headed towards Mr. Chun's room. After waiting for about 10 minutes, long past Mr. Chun's usual bedtime, her patience wore thin. Could it be that Mr. Chun had gone to seek assistance Sue? The more Yin Xiao thought about it, the more convinced she became. Tonight was supposed to be the night she joined him after a shower. Feeling indignant, Yin Xiao believed her beauty surpassed that of assistant Sue, who exuded a certain sultry allure. Thus, she rummaged through Mr. Chun's wardrobe, slipped on a loose jacket, and boldly made her way out. That shameless vixen. She would catch her red-handed. How could she continue to entice him next time? The villa was brightly lit, and the sounds of bodyguards conversing echoed in the living room. Mr. Chun, Yin Xiao, and assistant Sue's rooms were all on the 3rd floor, while Luan Jiang occupied the 2nd. The staircase leading down was centrally located. To reach assistant Sue's room, Yin Xiao had to pass by the central staircase. Just as she marched forward, cursing assistant Sue in her mind, a shadow suddenly collided with her. The shadow moved too swiftly. Yin Xiao, caught off guard, crashed to the ground, her jacket slipping off her shoulders. Are you trying to kill me? It's late at night. And you, upon recognizing the person, her complaints lodged in her throat. The other person had also been jolted, their shoulder colliding with the wall, left standing there in a daze. Her eyes were red, but her expression was rather neutral. Upon closer inspection, one could discern traces of panic. Her clothes were in disarray, and her glasses had vanished without a trace. What happened to you? Sensing that Luan Jiang had encountered some unfortunate event, Yin Xiao forgot about her fallen jacket, neglected to brush off the dust from her knees, and hesitantly approached her. Are you okay? Should I call the police? The villa was frequented by many people, with numerous researchers coming to report to Mr. Chun, and those bodyguards had a penchant for harassing young women. Yin Xiao mentally considered several individuals, increasingly convinced that Luan Jiang was in a dire situation. How could she have run into such trouble? Luan Jiang remained silent, her lips pressed tightly together, seemingly tinged with a hint of blood. Chapter 80. The little darling of the mermaid, Overlord 8 Yin Xiu, grew anxious. Hey, please don't be silent. Let us not stand here and become a spectacle. How about this? I'll find your glasses. And you can come in my room. We can talk things over slowly, all right? Only then did Yin Xiu remember the jacket on the floor. She bent down to retrieve it, intending to drape it over Luan Jiang. However, Luan Jiang suddenly lashed out and sent the jacket flying, her previously stabilized breath now quickening. Yin Xiu was no fool. She quickly deduced the meaning of this reaction, suppressing her annoyance towards Mr. Chun. Yin Xiu paused before saying, "But Mr. Chun is quite a decent person. If you're unwilling, just communicate with him rather than being stubborn. Think about it. What is your status compared to his? Can you really outmaneuver him? Moreover, you are working under him. You rely on him for everything." After speaking, Yin Xiu noticed the disapproval in Luan Jiang's slowly rising gaze and flashed a smile. "You see, you're not even as attractive as I am, I'll put it bluntly. You're unlikely to find anyone better than Mr. Chun in the future, so why not view this as an opportunity in a wealthy household? Earn some money, gain some resources. Isn't that better than being stubborn?" Previously, she thought Luan Jiang being favored by Mr. Chun would make her another rival, but Luan Jiang was resolute. Yin Xiu figured that after a couple of encounters, Mr. Chun would tire of her, so she need not worry too much. Remembering their camaraderie from years past, she decided to impart some wisdom on navigating the world. "Is that how you perceive things?" Luan Jiang finally spoke. Her throat felt dry and hoarse, yet remnants of her original cool tone could still be detected. "I thought you two were in a relationship." "Huh. Dating someone like Mr. Chun? How absurd." Yin Xiu chuckled, concluding, "See, someone like you, always buried in textbooks, is ill-suited for the adult world." Luan Jiang. Yin Xiu continued, "Don't overthink it. You're not exceptionally attractive. Mr. Chun's interest will wane after a couple of encounters, and he won't pursue you further." She patted Luan Jiang on the shoulder and gestured towards her room. "Shall I help you find a pair of glasses? You can wash up in my room, sleep a bit, and greet Mr. Chun tomorrow morning. It's no big deal. That don't cling to this matter so stubbornly. That's rather petty." Luan Jiang. "You don't have hands. You can't hit him." System. "I do feel that impulse." The female protagonist willingly descends into depravity, squandering her youthful vitality by exchanging her body for resources, and yet she resorts to an avalanche of toxic platitudes to brainwash others. Fortunately, her host had the foresight to incapacitate Mr. Chun before departing. Otherwise, if he had succeeded in winning over the female lead, she would have had even more fabrications to spin. For the first time, the system genuinely feels disillusioned by the inadequacies of both the male and female leads. However, upon reflection, it is evident that there are no stipulations dictating that protagonists must embody nobility and positivity. Characters like the female lead have their admirers, and in certain realms, they may even thrive. Luan Jiang gazed through her water-soaked eyes, slightly clouded, at Yin Xiu, who mistakenly interpreted her look as agreement and eagerly grasped her hand, pulling her forward. The following day, had it not been for her companionship with Mr. Chun, Yin Xiu would have slept until midday every day. She mused to herself, "What a fool for not knowing how to enjoy life." Yawning, she rose from her slumber and made her way to the bathroom. Just as she placed her toothbrush in her mouth, she was startled by a commotion outside. Initially indifferent, she was taken aback when someone forcefully flung the door open with a loud bang. "Miss Yin Xiu! Miss Yin Xiu!" A panicked bodyguard scoured the room, quickly honing in on the bathroom. He pounded on the door frantically. "Please step out. Mr. Chun is in trouble. Miss Yin Xiu, can you hear me?" With Mr. Chen's well-being at stake, Yin Xiu found herself at a loss for words. Reluctantly, she opened the door, gesturing with her toothbrush for the bodyguard to wait outside. The bodyguard, in a frenzy, uttered several urgent prompts before hastily calling for others. What could possibly have happened so early in the day? Yin Xiu muttered to herself, wondering if it was yet another mermaid incident, in stark contrast to the chaotic scene unfolding in the villa. Luan Jiang, adorned with a pink shell, found tranquility as she made her way to the basement. Overnight, the large water tank had been replenished with fresh water. The mermaid within the mid-sized tank stared blankly at the door, and upon her entrance, crossed its arms, its tail slapping the water in irritation. Miss Luan Jiang stood before the tank, diligently recording her observations in a diary. Her gaze occasionally flitted toward the mermaid before returning to her notes. From a mermaid's perspective, the contents of her notebook remained a mystery, though her delicate grip on the pen was undeniably graceful. With her hair styled in a bun, strands fell to frame her face. And when she lowered her head, her eyes and lips remained pursed, as if she were perpetually ensnared in an endless cycle of dilemmas. She spoke little, whether to him or to other humans. He recalled the last time he had touched her. Her waist was remarkably slender, concealed beneath her white lab coat. Her hair cascading down was more aesthetically pleasing than when tied up, revealing a beautifully shaped neck. The mermaid's gaze, both greedy and obsessive, slowly traveled down her face before halting abruptly. His expression darkened, the intensity of his gaze sharpening. He was not mistaken. This woman bore a mark of a kiss upon her neck. Who had dared to lay hands on you? The voice of anger echoed in her mind. Luan Jiang paused her writing, her eyes fixed on her diary, seemingly unfazed by his words. After a few moments, she resumed her writing, utterly dismissive of his claims to the mermaid. This was the utmost display of guilt. With a resounding boom, the entire mid-sized tank reverberated, shaking the very floor of the basement. The mermaid pressed its palms against the glass, its strength palpable, as if attempting to shatter it. This was no idle threat. He possessed that power. The system contemplated intervening, but recognized that without a host capable of placating the mermaid, it would only exacerbate the situation. Retreating timidly into itself, Luan Jiang, with an air of nonchalance, completed her notes, slipping the diary into the expansive pocket of her coat. Her hand lingered within, while her other hand adjusted her glasses. Then, the mermaid noticed the marks on her wrist. Clearly, it was a result of something slender binding her tightly, implying someone had coerced her. You tell me who that person is, the mermaid demanded, repeating in its mind that she was the victim, unwilling to misplace its anger onto her. Luan Jiang stood silently for a moment before striding to the water tank, her intent unmistakable. The mermaid regarded her intently before slowly withdrawing its hands from the glass. Very well, Luan Jiang mused. Observing the cracks above, yet another tank lay in ruins. The mermaid glided through the passage into the large water tank, its swimming form a sight to behold. The dark liquid flowed gracefully across its scales, while its hair danced in the water. The muscles of its abdomen and back appeared to breathe with each movement, its body an enigmatic blend of beauty and cruelty that evoked an irresistible allure. Speak! The mermaid's temper had long since evaporated, its command nearly overwhelming Luan Jiang. She furrowed her brow slightly before finally responding. I am under no obligation to inform you. Fine. The mermaid's crimson lips curled into a sinister smile. Then I shall eliminate them all. After all, it is always the same few. Luan Jiang remained composed. The mermaid's laughter was tinged with madness, yet its tone remained eerily calm. Thanks to you treating my throat yesterday. Today I shall have them dive into the sea to feed the sharks. Luan Jiang contemplated correcting the mermaid, noting that due to Mr. Chen's influence, the nearby waters were devoid of sharks, save for the occasional mutated creature that had escaped capture. However, she deemed it unwise to provoke the mermaid further. It seemed eager to engage in such actions. After a moment's deliberation, she uttered a surname. Chun. She quickly added, I have taken my revenge. I incapacitated him. Well, you will never be able to do that again. The mermaid fell silent for a long while, finally exhaling those two words, still disgruntled. Why should one be forgiven for the wrongs they committed? It could not physically tear apart the one named Chun, and this resentment festered within. Luan Jiang nodded in agreement, acknowledging that some wounds could never be healed and certain shadows could never be dispelled. She considered her own resilience. What if she were faced with someone less robust? They might succumb to despair or lose interest in their once-beloved pursuits altogether. Hesitating, Luan Jiang withdrew the pink shell from her right pocket. The mermaid, keenly observant, had noted the object as presence upon her entry, recognizing its resemblance to the shell gifted to her previously. With a flick of its tail, it splashed the water in excitement, crossing its arms while its lips curled upward uncontrollably. Feigning impatience, it awaited her gesture to offer the shell. This is for you. The shell was placed upon the control panel in front of the small water tank. Did you place it directly into my hands? The mermaid grumbled. Luan Jiang moved like a marionette, only springing into action upon its command. This time, she wisely refrained from activating the feeding channel, leaving the mermaid to watch helplessly as she discarded the pink shell into the smaller tank. Accompanied by a few oblivious deep-sea fish, to be fair, the small fish she provided were tastier than those it had caught itself. The system remarked, "The mermaid is becoming increasingly amiable." Only after exiting the basement did it dare to speak. Luan Jiang replied, "Because he considers me a companion." Given the mermaid's demeanor toward others, it was clear that it was no easy creature to befriend, and being a mermaid's companion was a challenge in itself. Luan Jiang continued, "I must depart as soon as the task is completed. The technical department needs to verify that everything is functioning correctly. If the mermaid captured her, her days of freedom would be numbered." The system reassured her, "Rest assured, there will be no issues this time." This dimension was not as troublesome as the last. The main system had received a guarantee from the technical department that everything would proceed smoothly. At the very least, she needed to inform Mr. Chen that the mermaid was currently under her control. It would not be advantageous for him to dismiss her, with few belongings to her name. The most crucial items were her documents. Luan Jiang took only a bag with her, and upon turning a corner, she encountered Yin Xiao, whose face was streaked with tears. "Luan Jiang," she sobbed, calling her name. "You have gone too far. How could you?" Unmoved by Yin Xiao's emotional turmoil, Luan Jiang, clad in a lab coat, merely nodded in acknowledgement before brushing past without a glance. Even Yin Xiao, who prided herself on her worldly wisdom, was momentarily taken aback, her stomach churning with unvoiced grievances. Wait, Luan Jiang," she exclaimed, her anger unspent, her words trailing off. "How can you turn your back on someone who shared a bed with you last night?" In her haste down the stairs, Yin Xiao nearly stumbled, and upon misstepping the last step, she fell to the ground with a gasp, unable to rise for a while. Luan Jiang, the system, was engaged in a discussion regarding the beautiful model's bodyguards. Aware of Yin Xiao's identity, the bodyguards refrained from offering assistance. Fearful of Mr. Chen's wrath, it could lead to dire consequences. Even if nothing were amiss, anyone who came into contact with her would invariably suffer repercussions. Luan Jiang sighed. Placing her belongings on the ground, she approached, rising Yin Xiao to her feet amidst the grateful gazes of the onlookers. At that moment, she was uncertain how to address Yin Xiao. She was Mr. Chen's woman, and Mr. Chen's possessiveness was a form of twisted affection. No one dared to assist her when she felt, in enjoying her favored status. She had also incurred a degree of punishment. Yin Xiao firmly grasped her wrist, squeezing it tightly as she implored, "Please don't leave. I have questions for you." "Don't go." Luan Jiang helped her settle onto the sofa while two bodyguards went to fetch a medical kit, and the remaining guards dispersed to attend to their own duties. Yin Xiao fixed her gaze intently on Luan Jiang's face, sniffling as she asked, her voice still tinged with tears, "What did you find wrong with him? Why did you have to do this? Do you realize how many lives you've ruined?" Luan Jiang merely responded with silence. Yin Xiao's sorrow deepened with each word, and she could no longer contain her tears. Many of the women Mr. Chen supports are destitute and helpless. He cannot just abandon them. As for me, I have some savings and a job. But what about them? Luan Jiang remained silent. If Mr. Chen hadn't done such things to me, none of this would have happened. Luan Jiang finally spoke. Yin Xiao's other hand also seized Luan Jiang's wrist with a grip that seemed intent on breaking it. "Then accept your fate." Yin Xiao could not comprehend. Mr. Chen was handsome, wealthy, and the most tender lover one could wish for. Where could one find such a high-quality man? "Oh, so you prefer to live your meager life on this paltry salary, indifferent to others." Mr. Chen was the only son of a wealthy family. Did you ever consider how many people would go hungry because of his actions? Yin Xiao felt Luan Jiang was utterly clueless. It was pure misfortune for Mr. Chen to have fallen for such a woman. Lacking charm and beauty, what good was being tall and thin? There were countless others outside who were far superior. But what was the point of lamenting? What good would it do to speak endlessly? Mr. Chen was incapacitated, and so was she. Luan Jiang fell into silence, glancing down at her well-groomed hands, a faint, emotionless smile gracing her lips. It's not that I enjoy living on a meager salary. It is simply that my job only offers this much, and I cannot demand higher wages from my boss. Regarding the women you mentioned, Luan Jiang pressed her lips together, a trace of indifference crossing her gaze. Those who have not read much can go read. Those who lack money can seek to earn it. Those who do not know how to live can learn. If one is in a bad mood, they can exercise and vent. None of these paths must lead one to become a kept mistress. It is a choice of one's own making. For the first time, she spoke so extensively, her voice cool and unhurried, as if recounting a dull story devoid of emotional highs and lows. I do not wish to live the life you desire. That is my choice. You are like a complete, giant infant who knows nothing of the world. Yin Xiu felt a surge of indignation, unable to understand how someone could simplify life so drastically. Oh, if one wishes to do something, just do it. If one wishes to learn, just learn. Where does the money come from? Where does the time come from? Luan Jiang withdrew her hand from Yin Xiu's grasp and stood up. Adjusting her glasses, she picked up her bag and stated, "It is you who complicate life." Strange as it was, when faced with Luan Jiang, Yin Xiu could only think of rebuttals, yet she could not articulate a single word. The bodyguards hesitated to treat Yin Xiu's wounds and had to plead with the young assistant who was about to leave for lunch to help. The assistant was a young girl with 2 playful pigtails and bright, large eyes. "Really, I'm off duty now." The girl spoke in a sweet voice, and her sideways glance seemed to melt the bodyguard's resolve. The bodyguard forced a smile and said, "It's not like Miss Yin is unwell. If she is hurt, Mr. Chun will blame us." The girl, however, scoffed. "Who knows whether Mr. Chun can even keep her? What is there to blame?" "All right, I'll help you this time, but you owe me a milk tea next time." The bodyguard nodded vigorously. Unexpectedly, the moment the girl's hand touched Yin Xiu's foot, she was met with a sudden kick. "Ah!" The girl cried out as her chin was struck hard, tears welling up as she fell, unable to straighten herself. "Miss Yin!" The bodyguard rushed over to assist the assistant, feeling frustrated yet having to hold back. "What are you doing? If she has done something wrong, just say it. Why kick her in the face?" Yin Xiu leaned back against the sofa, one foot on the ground and the other propped on the table. She coldly glared at the assistant. "Don't think I didn't hear what you said. Is Mr. Chin's situation something you can casually question? Whether I keep you as an assistant or not, you are still just an assistant. Do you think you have what it takes to climb into Mr. Chin's bed? Are you insane?" The young girl, already aggrieved by Yin Xiu's disdain, could no longer contain herself after being hurt. "You should have mentioned that we shouldn't bring up your name. The name Yin Xiu is far too precious. Do you think I care to entertain you? I saw you bring Luan Jiang into your room last night, when Mr. Chin was injured. I have every reason to suspect that Luan Jiang dared to do this, because you allowed it." Noticing the bodyguard's strange gazes, Yin Xiu's complexion paled, but she refused to back down. "What nonsense are you spouting? What benefit would it bring me to harm him?" The girl shot back sarcastically. "Who knows if you have a man outside?" "You." Yin Xiu was so furious, she nearly rose to slap the girl, who, unafraid, pointed to her own face, challenging, "Come on then." Bodyguards swiftly intervened, separating the two as the living room erupted with the sounds of women screaming and bodyguards attempting to soothe them. Meanwhile, in a room on the 3rd floor, the man lying on the bed stirred slightly. He abruptly opened his eyes, his gaze flickering momentarily to a deep blue. Both Yin Xiu and the young assistant bore the marks of their encounter, and neither emerged unscathed. It was an hour later when the bodyguards escorted them into Mr. Chen's room. Throughout this time, he remained in a deep slumber, and despite consuming some nourishment, his complexion did not improve. Dressed in silk pajamas, he leaned against the headboard, his expression detached, his gaze barely skimming over Yin Xiu and the assistant before he turned the page of the book in his hands, saying, "If you enjoy fighting, just go outside and have at it." They had anticipated that Mr. Chun would come to mediate, but who would have thought his first words would be this? Yin Xiu's ankle was injured, making it difficult for her to stand, and she now felt pain even with each breath. She forced a smile. "Mr. Chun knows me well. I am never the one to instigate trouble." The man's patience wore thin. Yin Xiu could barely keep her balance. When had Mr. Chun ever treated her like this? Not even a glance. His words laced with impatience, as if he wished her to vanish. The bodyguards exchanged glances, assessing Mr. Chun and the despondent Yin Xiu before promptly ushering them out. The assistant, who had remained silent throughout, had no desire for such a relationship with Mr. Chan, and though she occasionally envied Yin Xiu's quality of life, she did not wish to look down on her. Luan Jiang felt a hint of confusion as she made her way to the basement. Logically, Mr. Chun, who had installed surveillance throughout the villa, should have been aware of everything happening. Moreover, the instigator was still unrestrained, which was truly unsettling. Was it a precursor to a greater conspiracy, or was her survival until nightfall in jeopardy? System. Is there not a third possibility? Perhaps Mr. Chin fell in love with you due to that kick? Luan Jiang, what novels have you been reading lately? Are the male leads so brazen? System. I merely wish to gather more information to assist you in your tasks in the future. Luan Jiang. Be good and send me a copy of that novel. System. I knew the host was not pure. What novel? A familiar voice echoed in Luan Jiang's mind. The system spoke as they approached the basement, yet the mermaid seemed to have heard everything. Luan Jiang paused, surprised. Did you just call it good? That voice carried a hint of irritation. Luan Jiang narrowed her eyes and hurriedly unlocked the basement door. Whether it was her imagination or not, she felt the salty, fishy scent in the basement had intensified, as if a large hole had been punctured in the water tank. Luan Jiang placed her belongings down and cautiously approached the large water tank. The mermaid was not behind the glass, having vanished, even though it had spoken to her moments ago. Luan Jiang drew closer to the glass, slowly spreading her fingers to press against it. The glass felt cool, but not as cold as the mermaid's body in her previous encounters. Memories were a blur of darkness and blue. The water within seemed deeper than ordinary, yet Luan Jiang recalled it not appearing this way when poured in. So, was it the mermaid's doing? Was it to obscure what he was doing inside? In a few days, Mr. Chan would release a device called the Taming Ring. Once distributed, it would signify that a buyer had been found, and they would merely wait for the Mermaid King to be tamed and successfully sold. The system, unable to tolerate the silence, cautiously inquired, "Is the mermaid still inside?" How could he suddenly hear from such a distance? Luan Jiang replied, "Perhaps he could always hear. He just didn't notice, system." Sigh. How terrifying it is to have the ability to invade a person's mind. The systems are not casually capable of binding to a host. It requires a considerable expenditure of energy. Luan Ying evidently contemplated this, her expression slightly grave. The mermaid was in close proximity to Luan Ying, right before her eyes. Yet, the dark waters seemed imbued with a certain enchantment, effortlessly obscuring him within, rendering him almost imperceptible. For the first time, gazing at her face from such a close distance, the mermaid's pupils involuntarily transformed into slits. To outsiders, she appeared so aloof and unapproachable. However, when conversing with the entity in her mind, she became remarkably vivacious and cheerful, even insisting on reading novels to entertain it. This was a side of Luan Ying that no one had witnessed before, one he nearly overlooked. The mermaid was far from being as tranquil as she seemed. From the very first day he embraced her in the water, she had been marked by his imprint. The mermaid's lips moved silently, her extraordinary eyes shining brightly. Unbeknownst to Luan Ying, a subtle blue light flickered in her gaze. In a daze, it felt as though she peered through the profound waters into the ocean's depths. As she descended, sunlight gradually became a distant memory above. Shadows flitted past her in the inky darkness, and the distant growls of beasts echoed in her ears. Immersed in the water, her breathing remained unhindered. She swam like a true fish, sending forth a flurry of tiny bubbles. When she ventured into a stone cave in the darkness, she could discern her surroundings through the ethereal blue murals on the walls. This was no ordinary cave. It resembled a home once inhabited by humans. The cave was roughly the size of a single room, with only one entrance, the very spot through which she had just swum. Behind the drifting seaweed lay a natural stone bed, its headboard carved with small horizontal ridges adorned with pearls of various hues, piled together and emitting a faint glow. Layers of sheer fabric covered the stone bed. The type of fabric indistinguishable to Luan Ying, shimmering with flowing light as it danced with the current, exquisite beyond measure. The murals on the stone walls were shrouded in mystery, beyond the comprehension of her original memories. It felt as if some force guided her through the cave before halting her before the stone bed. She found herself drawn to sit upon it. Suddenly, a tall, dark figure swam slowly into the cave. Luan Jiang instinctively retreated several steps, distancing herself from the water tank. She gasped for breath, still feeling the helplessness of being pinned against the stone bed by the mermaid's tail. System. What's wrong? Host. It was utterly perplexed. What had triggered this reaction? Why had she suddenly distanced herself so? Wasn't she trying to ascertain the mermaid's presence in the tank? Luan Jiang, can you not see? System. See what? Luan Jing's gaze sharpened instantly. The system almost shared thoughts with the host. This intrusive entity in her mind could not escape its scrutiny, yet remained utterly unaware. No need to inquire. The mermaid's voice resonated ominously. Only you can hear and see. This time, the communication utilized a special method, and the system exhibited no reaction whatsoever. The mermaid continued. Do you see it? Do you like that nest? During the early stages of reproduction, he would not allow a small mermaid to be born to compete for a mate. Only as the reproductive period neared its conclusion would he permit a couple of small mermaids to emerge. However, those young mermaids would not occupy much of his partner's time, for he would swiftly expel them. The cave would hold only the two of them, as the mermaid king. Bestowing the ability for his human partner to breathe underwater was a trivial task. Alternatively, he could simply assimilate her. Surely, once accomplished, she would be unable to ascend to the surface, bound to remain by his side for eternity. System. What? Hearing her words, the mermaid grew somewhat irate. How dare she push him towards another? You have no choice. And no sooner had he spoken than his figure gradually materialized within the water tank. He was enveloped in a soft purple light, his mismatched eyes fixated intently on Luan Jiang. Although she did not feel particularly frightened, her body was still coated in a sheen of perspiration to some extent. Was this not a sign that her body was no longer under her control? A sudden alarm surged within Luan Jiang. She found herself desiring to escape this basement swiftly. The mermaid was truly an extraordinarily enigmatic creature. Her understanding of mermaids was woefully limited, leaving her unaware of what other peculiar abilities this being might possess. This peculiar phenomenon persisted for a full 10 minutes before the light enveloping the mermaid began to dissipate. Until completion, you cannot leave this island. The merfolk's impending arrival. No one will survive. The mermaid seemed to chant these two lines within her mind, the ethereal melody nearly causing her to lose focus. I have no intention of leaving. Luan Jiang took a deep breath, feigning calmness as she began to unpack her belongings. My work is here. I cannot depart. The mermaid's gaze remained fixated upon her, yet he ceased to speak. Living under the watchful eye of such an uncanny and peculiar being was far from easy. She constantly felt that lingering gaze challenging her nerves, seeking to witness her unravel, to see her lose composure. Any emotion would suffice, as if it wished to strip away her indifferent facade. Following this, the mermaid was remarkably obedient during feeding times, even complying when asked to swim into the middle tank during water changes. However, each time Luan Jiang presented him with a pink shell, his hand would invariably glide over hers, a slippery, icy touch that was far from pleasant. Eventually, Luan Jiang could no longer contain herself, driven by an insatiable curiosity to compel the system to investigate the origin of the pink shell, as well as the connection between the mermaid and the shell. By this time, she had been offering shells for over half a month. To gather this information, the system vanished for 2 days, during which Luan Jiang continued her shell presentations. When the system reappeared, it seemed somewhat frayed. Luan Jiang? Chapter 84. The little darling of the mermaid's sovereign 12. The system cried out in distress, in the merfolk's language. Gifting shells is a declaration of love. The pink shell signifies I wish to spend the breeding period with you. Host, you present 1 pink shell daily. Luan Jiang, enough, cease your chatter, let it be annihilated. So that's why this unknown pink shell was so valuable. It concealed a profound secret. Yet this secret she found utterly delightful. The last time the mermaid obstructed the system to converse directly with her had led Luan Jiang to refrain from sharing every detail with the system. The tasks must be fulfilled, and she could not let him sleep with her. Both elements were indispensable. Beyond nurturing the mermaid, Luan Jiang had also acquired a plethora of books regarding mermaids from the nearby research institute. Tirelessly poring over them day and night, in the mermaid's eyes. It appeared as though his partner was actively seeking to understand his being, which only intensified the fervor in his gaze. Luan Jiang, learning how to slay a mermaid king. Thank you, Luan Jiang pondered. Why hasn't the taming ring been delivered yet? The system sighed. Indeed, the plot seems to have gone awry. The mermaid in the water tank flicked his tail, a flash of light igniting in his eyes. An hour later, Luan Jiang was summoned to the living room. Mr. Chun, with an expressionless face, instructed the bodyguards to present a box to Luan Jiang, insisting it be placed on the mermaid. Luan Jiang sensed something amiss. Upon opening the box, there it was, the taming ring. She accepted it, glancing at the drastically altered Mr. Chun, blinking in surprise. Undoubtedly, Mr. Chun had either been affected by her previous kick or was under someone else's control. Among the numerous individuals in the vast villa, the only candidate who emerged victorious was that singing, threatening creature in the basement, Mr. Chun. Luan Jiang stepped forward, seemingly attempting to exert some pressure as she inquired, "Has a buyer shown interest in the mermaid?" Upon hearing this, Mr. Chun disdainfully curled his lip, his dark eyes turned towards her, perceiving her question as thoughtless. What else could it be? Luan Jiang, unwavering, replied, "May I ask what kind of buyer would be interested in this mermaid?" Her tone suggested pity for the blind buyer. Mr. Chen's face twitched slightly. Clearly displeased with her remark, he straightened his posture, his gaze icy. "This mermaid is the finest of all, surpassing any I have ever encountered." System. How could the male lead utter such words? Luan Jiang. It's fortunate he didn't utter some flowery nonsense about beauty eclipsing the moon or fish sinking in the water. System. Question mark. Is that so? Luan Jiang mirrored his icy demeanor. Feeling unconvinced, Mr. Chun inhaled sharply, remaining silent for a prolonged moment. He scrutinized Luan Jiang with an expression devoid of any emotional fluctuation before rising to leave. Once Mr. Chen's figure had completely vanished, the bodyguards dared to stealthily approach Luan Jiang, poking her shoulder and whispering, "Mr. Chen has been acting strangely these past few days. You know Yin Xiao, your classmate, right? She was punished recently and broke a leg. She still can't get out of bed. The woman who broke her leg has left the island unscathed." Isn't that absurd? The bodyguard remarked that Mr. Chun used to retire for the night before 11 o'clock. And on occasions when he sought company, he would not linger past 2. Yet, my brothers often caught sight of Mr. Chun in his study during the wee hours. Goodness, the scene was truly terrifying. The towering bodyguard, standing at an impressive height of over 6 feet, shuddered in fear beside Luan Jiang. System. Could there be an otherworldly presence? I shall conduct a check. System. Indeed, it is certain. By the way, Xiao Jiang, the bodyguard nudged with a knowing glance. Brother Lu inquired if you had time after work today. System. Here it comes. Here it comes. Luan Jiang, what is coming? Luan Jiang huffed in displeasure. Isn't it good to love me? I am so deserving of love. System. Loving the host yields no results. Yes, thank you for relaying the message. The bodyguard waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. Now, you may return to your tasks. Brother Lu will come to pick you up after work. The taming ring is an extraordinary construct fashioned from a peculiar material, affixed around the neck of a certain species, and can only be opened by the master's command. Any force applied would be in vain. It serves a punitive function, either tightening to constrain the pet's neck or delivering a fierce electric shock to induce submission. In short, it is not intended for normal humans. She had just conferred with the system about the delayed arrival of the taming ring, and soon after, Mr. Chen voluntarily delivered it. Even the merfolk king had to exercise caution regarding this device. Thus, what exactly was the merfolk contemplating? Luan Jiang could not fathom. Upon entering the basement, she could see no trace of the merfolk in the large water tank. It was likely hiding once more. Luan Jiang approached the smaller tank, opening the passage to the upper level. She cast her gaze upon the taming ring quietly resting on the table, still puzzled as to how the merfolk king, given his nature, would ever consent to donning such a contraption around his neck. Was it truly for the sake of reproduction that one would resort to such means? No, that could not be the case. The merfolk were not a species that prioritized procreation, and the merfolk king did not pass down his lineage, but rather triumphed through strength. System. He has arrived. The scales on the merfolk appeared sharper than the previous day. Though it might merely be an illusion, his gaze, increasingly obsessive with each passing day, fixated solely on her. this a gift for me. The merfolk glided slowly into the smaller tank, tilting his head. Just observing his upper body, he was undeniably striking, more than capable of gracing the cover of a fashion magazine. However, his tail was both large and formidable, particularly with its ominous hints of purple, quickly evoking thoughts of terror and bloodshed. Luan Jiang adjusted her glasses, already accustomed to standing on the control platform to hand things over. Previously, the merfolk would obediently swim a little closer, allowing her to reach into his domain. But this time, he remained still. The merfolk hovered in place, a smirk gracing his lips, his mismatched eyes glinting with an unusual light. You need to come in to put it on me yourself. I will not go in. Luan Jiang pressed her lips together, insisting, you wear it, that's not up to you. The merfolk flicked his tail, displaying a refusal to cooperate. If you don't come in, I won't wear it. Luan Jiang's expression hardened. She decided to bend down. The merfolk's calm voice pursued her. If you wish to be held by me now, you may as well come down, observing her frozen posture in mid-air. The merfolk chuckled softly. Chapter 85. The little darling of the merfolk, Overlord 13. A few minutes later, having steeled herself mentally, Luan Jiang stood once more on the control platform, removing her glasses. She had specifically requested a small space be cleared on the platform for her to stand, in addition to a small adjustable square platform, lest she be unable to reach the top while standing. Luan Jiang hardly needed it. The newly replaced water tank was shorter than the previous one, and standing on it in high heels was entirely sufficient. The blurry vision prevented Luan Jiang from perceiving the merfolk's intensely oppressive gaze, which was perhaps a blessing in disguise. She leaned one hand against the side of the tank, pretending to tilt forward into it. Luan Jiang mentally counted down several numbers, yet the merfolk's hand that should have reached out to pull her down remained absent. Confused, she sat atop the tank's glass, the power signal of the taming ring flickering in her grasp. The merfolk had already silently glided to the glass's side, and with a mere lift of his hand, he could brush against her leg. Having long neglected physical activity, spending her days in research institutes or libraries, her legs were slender, with flesh accumulating only around her hips. Upon their first meeting, the merfolk had been quite taken with her figure. Her waistline was exquisite, her hips soft to the touch, and her legs exuded an air of allure. Under the guise of a white lab coat, those foolish humans believed she paled in comparison to others. A mere collection of women. When her hair was tied up, it obscured her facial contours, leading one to initially mistake her for a youthful student. Her demeanor radiated a serene composure, seemingly etched onto her visage and ingrained in her soul, rendering her impervious to any shock or astonishment. The merfolk yearned to witness her blushing face nestled in his embrace, perhaps even reduced to tears, her once proud demeanor crumbling into desperate pleas for him. Later, he discovered another facet of her, especially when conversing with that system, where she would adopt the most affectionate tones, whether teasing, joking, or setting traps for it to fall into. The merfolk found his interest only growing stronger. Before meeting her, he had never imagined the prospect of offspring, believing no one was as beautiful as he, nor deserving of touching his tail. Upon their first encounter, to put it simply, he wished for his future son to call her mother. "Are you there?" Luan Jiang, her vision obscured, found the system too timid to respond. Thus she sat in a daze atop the elevated water tank, awaiting the potential strike of the underwater beast. "Yes, how could I not be here? I am watching you, observing your legs, your waist, your lips." Her feet were partially submerged in the water, the chills swiftly creeping up to envelop her entire being. The merfolk, patient as ever, awaited his prey to approach, his tail silently propelling him through the water, swimming around her while his gaze roamed over her form. She did not relish this passive role. With a glimmer in her eyes, she relaxed her grip on the glass. Splash! In the blink of an eye, her slender form was submerged in the water. Her eyes widened in panic, yet one hand clung tightly to the taming ring, as if it were more precious than her own life. Her shoes gradually slipped off her feet, revealing neatly manicured, soft pink toes. The white lab coat billowed in the water like a flower unfurling, and her hairband had somehow come undone, her dark locks partially obscuring her face. The merfolk swam with remarkable speed, reaching Luan Jiang in an instant, wrapping his arm around her waist as he ascended. Cough, cough, cough. Luan Jiang instinctively clung to the merfolk's waist, inadvertently brushing against his firm abdomen, her fingers momentarily frozen. Yet the instinct for survival prevailed, and she buried her small frame into the embrace of the towering merfolk. You hold me so tightly, the merfolk, in a good mood, remarked. You must like me. This was not Luan Jiang's first experience being held by the merfolk in the water. Her legs occasionally grazed against the hard, sharp scales, and her body pressed closely against his muscular form. His tail was vast, powerful enough to match both her legs, and even a gentle sway would suffice to keep her securely cradled in his arms. Luan Jiang remained silent, raising one hand to explore upwards. The other hand gradually grasped the taming ring. Kiss me first. The merfolk leaned down, drawing closer, yet her attempt to place the taming ring around his neck went awry. Luan Jiang was acutely aware of his proximity, the cool breath brushing against her face, an intimacy she found impossible to ignore. Her eyelashes hung low, damp and fluttering, giving her a somewhat pitiable appearance. You caress my waist and my face. Don't you think you owe me something in return? You still plan to use this to control me. Since embracing her, the smirk at the corners of the merfolk's lips had not faded. Observing Luan Jiang feign disinterest once more, he swiftly pressed her against the glass. Luan Jiang's legs were split by his tail. You. So you can speak now? She felt something brush against the tip of her nose. Instantly disgusted, she turned her head away, her breath quickening for a moment. Don't be absurd. You. Kiss me, he insisted, leaving no room for refusal. That is my sole request. She expected her limbs would turn pale and wrinkled from prolonged immersion in water. Yet they did not. Luan Jiang. Feigning unwillingness is far more challenging than pretending to be eager. According to the host's level of human language proficiency, it took some time for the system to comprehend her words. It felt a pang of exasperation, as the pure thoughts were about to be thoroughly corrupted by the host. I had thought the host was genuinely unwilling, having traversed through the first realm. The host had not only made significant progress, but had also grown indifferent to nearly everything. The persona required in this realm necessitated the host to feign a certain demeanor, at least to not be so utterly enraptured when the merfolk engaged in such intimate actions. The host played her part with great dedication. Had it not been for the system's understanding of her, it might have even assisted her in acquiring protective artifacts during the first encounter. System. I absorbed some energy from the heroine's halo. The halo is fracturing, but the energy is scattered everywhere. It took some effort to gather this. Luan Jiang. That's wonderful. The reason is quite simple. The protagonist of this realm entirely relies on Mr. Chun for her existence. His indifference and lack of affection render her once glorious aura into mere fragments overnight, beneath the uncharted depths of the ocean. An eerie ritual is underway. Circles of mermaids with azure and emerald tails encircle a magical crystal orb, softly humming ethereal melodies. Within the orb appears a human woman clad in a white lab coat and spectacles, seemingly devoid of the beauty they had anticipated. The sea sorcerer nods. She appears to be relatively easy to manage. The king's judgment is never in error. A female mermaid inquires, when shall we ascend to the surface? The sorcerer replies, in 3 days, that a blue-purple serpent coils around his hand. His left hand is skeletal, while his right is cloaked in dark, glossy scales, with a significant portion of his face also covered in scales, contrasting starkly with the beautiful mermaids around him. Chapter 86. The little darling wife of the mermaid, overlord his entire being, exudes a chilling aura, his fishtail adorned with rows of hooks. Unlike any other merfolk present, the sorcerer's lips are obscured by his dark hair, rendering his expressions indecipherable, yet his tone drips with palpable hatred. I shall personally slay the man surnamed Chun and curse him for all eternity. Upon hearing this, the female mermaid instinctively distances herself. The sea sorcerer is a unique entity of the abyss, shunning contact with any kindred. Yet this pollution has ravaged his form, driving him to madness until the king intervened to restrain his self-destructive tendencies. Otherwise, the depths would have long been upturned by his rampant energy. A naturally gifted sorcerer. He harbors formidable, dark, magical energy within him. Inexhaustible and boundless, I end this vast expanse of sea. Only the king can challenge him. which is why the sorcerer willingly pledges his allegiance to the mermaid king. As the sun sets, the seaside sunset is breathtaking. However, Luan Jiang prefers the soft clouds that appear particularly plush against the deep blue backdrop. The sun's afterglow casts a bright golden hue upon the once pure white clouds, their bases darkened with shadow, creating a three-dimensional, endearing sight. The waters near the island often experience fierce winds, with tranquil days being a rare occurrence. Even when calm, the sight of the deep, dark sea evokes an unsettling feeling. Previously, Luan Jiang had inadvertently released a pigeon meant for Lu Cheng due to her entanglement with a mermaid, yet he displayed no anger, expressing understanding instead. Though their time together has been brief, Lu Cheng has nearly discerned all of her preferences, ordering dishes that suit her taste perfectly. Hesitating, she refrains from picking up her chopsticks, glancing at the man whose eyes brim with enthusiasm, and softly remarks, "You need not indulge me in your meals." That Lu Cheng chuckles. "Not at all. In fact, I quite admire some of your habits. Look at me, I usually have no particular preferences. I could eat instant noodles for half a year. It was only after meeting you that I realized life could be this exquisite. It turns out steak doesn't necessarily require sauce. The pricier the steak, the more it cherishes its original flavor. And this brand of wine can taste so delightful." Fearing she might not believe him, he lists numerous examples, all meticulously recalled from her previous conversations. Listening to the man's unending chatter, the woman, perpetually clad in a lab coat, appears more relaxed, her lips curling into a small smile, a blend of pride and contentment, inadvertently revealing a charming dimple. She replies, "I'm glad to be of help." Lu Cheng gazes upon her, entranced by the dimple. How lovely it is! She gently closes her eyes, her arms slightly outstretched, as if embracing some invisible deity. Her demeanor is so relaxed that one cannot bear to impose any pressure upon her. A breeze carrying an unpleasant scent wafts by, yet she feels no aversion, instead smiling as she states, "Only on this island can one encounter such a sea breeze. Every place has its own unique sea wind." Lu Cheng's gaze remains fixated on her. Initially, he could deceive himself into believing he was merely ensuring the safety of the little caretaker from falling off the edge, but eventually he succumbed to the truth. Yes, he simply enjoys staring at her face, so what? Indeed, Lu Cheng's handsome features soften as he reflects on how he previously found the place unpleasant and dreaded his patrols. But after being with her, everything has changed. System. Is he about to confess? Luan Jiang. I am uncertain. Suddenly, Lu Cheng halts. His fist clenches, pressed against his lips. He coughs awkwardly, Jiang, would you be willing to, before he can finish? His eyes suddenly catch sight of something, his pupils narrowing. Luan Jiang is swept into Lu Cheng's embrace. The man's strength is formidable. With one hand, he lifts her effortlessly before being suddenly engulfed by the rising sea. System. Whoa, detecting abnormal energy fluctuations. There is something inside. Host, do not approach. How could Luan Jiang possibly refrain from going over? A living person was swept away right before her eyes. Lu Cheng's sudden motion caused her to tumble, sustaining multiple abrasions, nearly preventing her from standing upright. The sea surface returns to tranquility. The likelihood of survival for those drawn into the ocean is negligible. This is a murder specifically targeting Lu Cheng. And an image of the mermaid's face from the basement flashes in Luan Jiang's mind. System. The mermaid's energy is still in the basement, although I cannot see what he is doing. I can confirm he has not departed. Luan Jiang. The mermaid does not need to leave to kill someone. His song, his spells, any of these could be lethal. Luan Jiang gazes at the ocean's surface for a moment, then suddenly sheds her white lab coat, removes her glasses, and slips off her shoes. System. Host, you cannot possibly be planning to jump in. Luan Jiang smiles faintly. She steps back 2 paces, gathering her strength to charge forward. System. That slender figure leaps from the rock without hesitation. Simultaneously, the pitch-black, unfathomable sea surface suddenly parts, revealing half a human form. It stretches its arms wide, effortlessly catching the falling figure. In this light, Luan Jiang's seemingly death-seeking act appears more like a leap into embrace. It is a mature male mermaid, evidently unmutated, his hair a beautiful azure. The cool, moist body presses closely against her, his strong arms securing her waist. Even catching her as she descends from such a height. Her hands rest on his shoulders. With her torso above the water's surface, she cannot discern his features, only a mosaic of white and blue. Goodness, is this how one seeks death? The figure surprisingly speaks in human tongue, system, detecting an otherworldly soul, also detecting another system's presence. Luan Jiang. Previously, it was just a ruse to toy with the system. But there truly exists another host? The mermaid's voice is melodious, though some pronunciation is slightly off. Are you searching for that person from earlier? Unfortunately, he must die. Chapter 87. The little darling wife of the mermaid, overlord, must he die? So he is not dead yet? The woman cradled in his embrace possesses a slim, delicate waist, her touch exquisite. The face drawn near to him feigns calmness, yet her eyes, slightly fogged with water, betray a sharp intensity. Gu Fan smiles radiantly, the deep-sea water gently rippling around their waists. Submerged in such cold water, her complexion gradually pales, rendering her more fragile and eliciting a protective instinct within him. Why? Her lips, tinged with the hue of the water, appear increasingly translucent and alluring, each movement tempting him toward transgression. She softly inquires, why? Why must he die? He has wronged you not, the clever little caretaker has discerned his identity. She even refers to you, indicating she is not entirely ignorant of Mr. Chen's actions. Gu Fan contemplates before responding. It is because he has touched someone he should not have, harboring thoughts he ought not to possess. Do you understand now? Though the notion of a mermaid and human entanglement sounds chilling, since it is the choice of that individual, none dare to speak against it. Conversely, the chosen human is one they, as mere folk, must ensure does not fall into the clutches of other men. Me. She reacts swiftly, her delicate brows furrowing. Is it the mermaids who wish for you to kill him? Just for inviting me to dinner? Gu Fan chuckles softly. You are an adult now. You must know he desires not just a meal, but also your company in bed. You came to him of your own volition. In other words, he is destined to die because of you. What nonsense are you spouting? She is evidently incensed by his words, her fair complexion blooming with a delicate flush, rendering her even more captivating. Gu Fan grins widely. I speak nothing but the truth. The truth can be rather unpalatable. She likely wishes to curse him, yet her refined upbringing restrains her from uttering such words. Thus, she closes her eyes, allowing her anger to subside before cautiously speaking. I did not share a bed with Chang'e. He would never do such a thing. Now, can you release him, system? Host, do you not intend to acknowledge this strategist? Luan Jiang. Who knows if he is bound to a high-level system? If my whereabouts are exposed, how distressing it would be. I cannot afford to be exposed, and I must leave this realm swiftly. No, you must speak with that individual personally. Otherwise, we cannot take the liberty to act on our own accord. Gu Fan shrugged. Do you wish for me to escort you ashore? She seemed to belatedly realize how close they were and immediately fidgeted uncomfortably. Thank you. No need for thanks. Gu Fan, maintaining this intimate posture, swam her over to the rocks, and as he set her down, he chuckled. However, do refrain from jumping into the sea for a man next time. He would truly be angry. The consequences of his anger are something neither of us could bear. With that, he plunged into the water, sending ripples across the surface, which soon settled in a calmness. System detected that Lu Cheng's life force has dropped to 40 and has ceased movement. It appears that the mermaid employed some method to temporarily preserve his life. Host, do you wish to locate the target? Luan Jiang. Yes, what else can I do? I am but a weak woman. System. Weak woman? The door to the basement creaked open, and a figure stumbled in from outside, immediately collapsing onto the large water tank. She pounded on the surface of the tank, her voice hoarse. Come out! You come out! There was no response from within the tank. Undeterred, she continued to strike, her delicate palms gradually turning red from the force. The mermaid concealed within the tank coldly observed her panicked and helpless expression, her heterochromatic eyes filled with murderous intent. All her expressions were not for him. Thus, they should not exist. System. Oh my goodness, host, it is conveying information. Had it not been for the mermaid's volatile emotions, it would not have perceived even the slightest energy fluctuation. It turned out that the Mermaid King had instructed the merfolk near the island to seize the opportunity to eliminate Luan. Her suspicion was correct. Luan Jiang took a deep breath, glanced around, and suddenly dashed toward the control panel. Grabbing a knife from the surface, she trembled as she pressed it against her own neck, causing the mermaid's pupils to narrow dangerously. "Release him. I have nothing to do with him. You are not permitted to kill him." The blade was exceedingly sharp, and due to her unsteady grip, it had inadvertently left a crimson mark on her neck. From within the tank, the tall mermaid slowly emerged. She fixed her icy gaze upon Luan Jiang's hand holding the dagger, the light in her heterochromatic eyes growing ever more intense upon seeing her. Luan Jiang discarded the dagger. This action momentarily startled the mermaid. Immediately afterward, she, clad in a white coat, hurried over, placing her hands on the tank, looking up at her. "I have no intention of being with him. Release him, or I shall be angry with you if he dies." The mermaid's deep, enchanting voice resonated. "He is unworthy to vie for you." "I did not mean it. I'll do it again." Luan Jiang bit her lip, quickly exchanging for numerous deep-sea fish, then rushed to the small tank to open the passage. She gazed at the mermaid, who refused to swim closer, and said, "I am truly sorry." The mermaid seemed to be swayed by her sincere gaze, slowly moving her tail and swimming over. She did not regard the group of small fish huddled in the corner, but extended her hand toward Luan Jiang. The meaning unmistakable. She wanted her to climb involuntarily. System. "Enough said, I understand. I shall activate the mosaic immediately. You proceed as you wish, Luan Jiang." "What else with your pressure?" System. "Whoa, someone like you would never understand." Luan Jiang. "All right then, Luan Jiang. Is that strategist you mentioned still in the nearby waters?" System. "Indeed, he appears to be undertaking some task, seeking an opportunity to come ashore. But Mr. Chan's island is heavily guarded, whether one more person or one less can be detected, so he has difficulty maintaining an identity." Luan Jiang. "Can we ascertain what system he belongs to?" System. "I speculate it should be the strategy for the female lead system, because his current mermaid identity is actually a secondary character. Subsequently, in the extras cough cough, it is that peculiar creature related to the female lead." "A strategic system?" Then, Luan Jiang stroked her chin. "Such strategists generally tend to be affluent." Chapter 88. The little darling wife of the merfolk sovereign 16 Luan Jiang did not mind having a connection with the mermaid. She was concerned about the omnipresent gaze that followed her. For instance, regarding Luan, that it loomed like a colossal shadow perched upon the island, constantly surveilling everything. Most importantly, after engaging in several intimate encounters with the mermaid, Luan Jiang discovered a slight alteration in the brightness of her soul. She had only noticed this in the past few days, as the change was so minuscule that she would have overlooked it had she not been vigilant. The mermaid was the legendary sovereign of the sea, governing the oceans, and it would not be an exaggeration to call her a goddess of the sea. The Mermaid King possessed divine attributes, which was both unexpected and expected. If she could directly slay the Mermaid King and seize the divine attributes within, it would surely alleviate many of her tasks. Unfortunately, the level of the in-game shop did not qualify her to possess god-slaying tools. That strategist had arrived just in time that he must have access to far more resources than the in-game system, and undoubtedly possessed numerous tools that goodness. The Jiu fan was abruptly hurled against the rocks, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He raised a hand to wipe away the viscous liquid at the corner of his mouth, managing to suppress the pain enough to avoid a grimace. The creature before him was ghastly white, its suckers grotesquely swollen, as if possessing a life of its own. Its size was immense. Even just the upper third of its body was already several times larger than Jiu fan was rather unfortunate. His task was indeed to strategize for the female lead, but due to his original form being an unmutated ordinary mermaid, had he succeeded in the side quest of leading his kin to a clean, suitable habitat, the rewards would far exceed those of the main quest. After much effort, the captured Mermaid King issued a directive to eliminate a certain bodyguard, and Gu Fan, acting before the others, dragged the bodyguard into the water, only to encounter a perilous little caretaker. He detected the king's aura on the little caretaker and immediately refrained from being reckless. Otherwise, upon seeing such a delightful creature, he would have inevitably played with her using his tail and frightened her at the bottom of the sea. To put it plainly, Gu Fan was reaching his limits. System. The level of this realm is quite high. The Mermaid King is infinitely close to divinity that if he were to survive for a few more centuries, he might even transcend this realm. Gu Fan. How absurd. How can such a powerful being exist? Is a main god not concerned about this? System. No comment. It had also heard this from other systems. The former main god had fallen, and the current one was indifferent, only preoccupied with pursuing women. It was only a matter of time before calamity befell this realm. Its companions had already prepared for the current main god's potential flight, and it urged its host to tirelessly undertake tasks, gather items, and be vigilant against unforeseen circumstances. Coughed that he gasped for breath, continuously coughing, his pale blue eyes reflecting the enormous creature gradually approaching him. Just then, the feeble Gu Fan was unexpectedly yanked from behind, being dragged toward the villa, as the towering wall of water surged toward them. Luan Jiang remained remarkably calm. Gu Fan coughed and chuckled. "Ah, are you planning to join me in death?" Luan Jiang said nothing. Exerting all her strength, her face turning crimson, Gu Fan sighed softly. Such a delightful little darling. Why could she not be strategized? A beautiful rescue of a hero. The Mermaid King in the basement gently opened his eyes. A fleeting glimmer passed through his heterochromatic pupils before quickly returning to normal that moment. Just as the wall of water was about to crash onto the shore, it dispersed with a resounding splash. Simultaneously, she found herself unceremoniously seated upon the beach, her chest heaving, beads of cold sweat trickling down her forehead. Gu Fan, on the other hand, felt considerably lighter. He even had the leisure to toss a flirtatious glance at Luan Jiang. "So, is this your first encounter with a mutated creature?" "Not quite." The little caretaker glanced at him indifferently, wiping the water from her face with her sleeve. "I previously worked at a peculiar research institute, where I encountered some smaller mutated creatures but I have never seen one this large." Gu Fan nodded. "If you accompany me to the depths of the sea, I assure you, in just a few steps, you will encounter one." The little caretaker was momentarily taken aback. Gu Fan chuckled. "What? Don't you believe me?" He propped himself up, producing some gauze and ointment before tending to the wounds on his tail in front of Luan Jiang. The merfolk are inherently rare, and due to pollution, many mermaids, unwilling to become unsightly, choose to self-immolate. You know the legend of mermaids' self-immolation. In the depths of the sea, where there is no fire, they transform into strings of white foam. In the end, nothing remains. Gu Fan's wounds were numerous, and after sitting on the beach for a short while, the sand had been stained a deep hue by his blood, yet his expression remained irreverently cheerful, as though he had become a wretched figure drenched in blood rather than himself. "If you can save me, I would be quite willing to express my gratitude. However, I am unable to come ashore, and I possess nothing of value to offer you, so I fear I may disappoint you." "You can come ashore?" The little caretaker adjusted her glasses after hearing the mermaid's tale. She gazed earnestly at the astonished Gu Fan and declared, "I will find a way to get you ashore. You must devise a means for the merfolk to vacate this ocean expeditiously. How can you be so certain that a way to reach the shore exists?" A glimmer of cold light flickered in the eyes of the young caretaker as she slowly replied, "The pollution at the seabed is wrought by those on land, even if you cannot eradicate them. Halting the pollution would suffice for your departure." It was then that Gu Fan truly regarded this unassuming yet formidable young caretaker. She continued, "I can temporarily accommodate you in the water tank in the basement and arrange for someone to assist you in acquiring an identity. To be with Wangguan, to play the third wheel there." A thought crossed Gu Fan's mind, and he chuckled softly. "Hey, you're not suggesting that last bodyguard help, are you?" Caught off guard by his accurate guess, the young caretaker turned her face away, her expression betraying her discomfort. "Oh, what if I am?" "He possesses such capabilities." Observing her fair earlobes flush with color, Gu Fan laughed heartily, pointing at the timid caretaker with admiration. "You truly are impressive, to dare provoke another man at this stage." The young caretaker retorted sharply, "Who told you not to sing and enchant others?" Gu Fan rolled his eyes. "What of it? I'm tone deaf." "Does that matter? Who said merfolk must sing? In truth, Such songs are beyond the reach of ordinary mortals, as they deplete one's soul energy. Gu Fan, in pursuit of treasures during his tasks, had no desire to jeopardize his most vital essence, and thus would never indulge in such nonsensical melodies. He possessed a potion that could transform his fishtail into legs, but he had refrained from using it previously due to the lack of an identity upon reaching the shore. He grinned, requesting Luan Jiang to procure a pair of trousers, and then discreetly changed behind a rock. Luan Jiang, witnessing the transformed young man before her, adjusted her glasses. Gu Fan attentively observed her expression, disappointed by the absence of the astonishment or cheers he had envisioned. "Why do you not compliment my handsomeness?" The young caretaker remained steadfast. "The mermaid in the basement is far more handsome than you." Gu Fan shot her a resentful glance for quite some time. "Why compare me to the mermaid king? We are not even of the same species." There were no issues on Lu Cheng's end. And fearing Luan Jiang's reaction, he dared not inquire about the origins of the young man. Luan Jiang, however, briefly explained that he was her distant cousin, prompting Lu Cheng to regard Gu Fan with newfound affection. Gu Fan, meow meow meow. Gu Fan had become Luan Jiang's assistant, who was well aware that this identity was not solely aided by Lu Cheng, but also by the Mermaid King, who remained in the water tank, capable of achieving anything. Thus, that night he was drawn into the water tank until dawn, while she refrained from indulging in the mermaid's essence. Approximately half a month later, Gu Fan had familiarized himself with the island. One day, while Luan Jiang passed by a small garden, she encountered Gu Fan, who was not alone. Yin Xiu, seated on a swing, was speaking to him, and Gu Fan, with his tall frame bent down, basked in the golden sunlight that illuminated his gentle profile, creating a beautiful scene. Yin Xiu had lost the use of one leg and could no longer participate in performances or auditions, marking the end of her career in the arts. Having lived over 20 years, she possessed no survival skills beyond her looks and needed to find a new job quickly to avoid starvation. In contrast, Gu Fan, a man working in the basement, boasted a handsome visage and kind-hearted nature, remaining untempted by Luan Jiang. Appearing as a radiant light in her life, he did not disdain her pretentiousness, nor did he care for her past, willing to love her wholeheartedly and provide her with a beautiful life. Yin Xiu soon succumbed to her feelings, promising to marry him when autumn leaves fell. System. His task is nearing completion. The system detected the green data above his head, signifying the impending completion of his mission. Luan Jiang paused momentarily, and the next second, she witnessed a dagger slowly materializing in the man's hand, which he had concealed behind his back. Luan Jiang's mind raced, recognizing instantly that this dagger was designed to extract a certain special aura. The victim would vanish in an instant, even from everyone's memory. Luan Jiang, exchanged for a defensive umbrella. The system promptly responded, successfully transferring the item to Luan Jiang's hands as she rushed forward. Upon hearing the footsteps, Gu Fan slightly raised his head, and in that fleeting moment, Luan Jiang acted swiftly. The beautiful flower umbrella shot from her hand, striking Gu Fan's hand with force. Ouch! The dagger clattered to the ground and vanished. While Gu Fan staggered back 2 steps, Luan Jiang positioned herself protectively in front of Yin Xiu, firmly catching the umbrella as it closed. Her gaze was icy, and without sparing a glance, she tapped Yin Xiu's back twice, causing her to promptly faint. Gu Fan's expression towards Luan Jiang shifted. He shed his nonchalant demeanor in exchange for a gleaming sword, crossing it over his chest. "So, you are also a strategist." Unfeeling in his white coat, he ignored Gu Fan's attempts at camaraderie and directly inquired, "Why kill her after acquiring her energy? If the heroine perished at the hands of the natives, it could be forgiven, but she must never die at the hands of task strategists." This was the first rule Luan Jiang had established. If everyone bound to the system could roam the world, killing indiscriminately, it would inevitably lead to mindless slaughter. This contradicted Luan Jiang's original intentions in creating the system. Gu Fan replied indifferently, "Just one heroine. The world will not collapse. Besides, with the disappearance of the male and female protagonist auras in this world, is there even a need for existence?" Luan Jiang. "The male protagonist's aura has vanished." System. "What the hell? I had no idea. Let me check." Moments later, the system screamed, "It has truly vanished." The mermaid directly seized Mr. Chen's spirit, extinguishing his soul and occupying his body. The male lead was no longer the male lead, merely a hollow shell. Upon the mermaid's departure, Mr. Chen would meet his demise. Which department are you from? A newcomer, unfamiliar with the rules. Seeing Luan Jiang pursing her lips in silence, Gu Fan raised an eyebrow and asked, "Hey, do you understand the consequences of offending me?" If she were merely an ignorant NPC, he might have been gentler. Since they were both strategists, he decided to drop the pretense. "I don't know." Luan Jiang smirked, placing the flower umbrella on Yin Xiu's to some extent. Gu Fan had crossed her boundaries. She resolved to show leniency while teaching this ungrateful deity a lesson. Casting her gaze over the umbrella, Gu Fan exclaimed, "Wait, this is a high-level item. Newcomers cannot exchange for it." Upon saying this, Gu Fan's lips curved into a smile that if she were not a newcomer, her system energy must be considerable. Gu Fan teased, and in his hand appeared a small weapon. "Could it be a senior I previously offended? My sincerest apologies." Luan Jiang regarded him coldly as he feigned prowess. His movements were excruciatingly slow before her eyes, resembling a slow-motion sequence. Yet he still believed himself impressive. 10 minutes later, Luan Jiang clapped her hands and casually tossed the now dismembered Gu Fan to the ground, her eyes gleaming with mischief as she chuckled at his freshly shorn leg hair. "You wish to devour me? Quite the ambitious thought. Oh dear, what a formidable individual." Gu Fan's hands were bound, turning red and purple, yet he still managed to blow a kiss, his enchanting eyes sparkling. "If it weren't for your relatively low system level, I might have thought you were the Arbiter." Chapter 90. The Mermaid Sovereign's delicate wife. 18. The Arbiter is the avatar of the main deity, occasionally roaming the realms to judge whether strategists' actions comply with the regulations. Luan Jiang stated, "I need your assistance with a particular task." "Huh. You, so powerful, still require my help." Gu Fan's eyes widened in disbelief. "Well then, what isn't it for me?" Luan Jiang crossed her arms. "You may avoid death." Gu Fan, he sighed, regarding her with that insufferable, "Oh, you little rascal" gaze for a long moment before nodding twice. "All right, partnering with a beauty is a delight." The system observed the ropes binding him. Truly, the deity is remarkable, able to adapt. Gu Fan possessed numerous items, chiefly the customized tools acquired from tasks in other worlds, which could not be purchased in the premium store. Coincidentally, his last identity was that of an exorcist, capable of driving away vampires and merfolk alike. Upon learning of the powerful Mermaid King's presence, he had tossed several shielding items onto himself to prevent manipulation. Therefore, his actions were entirely voluntary, devoid of enchantment. "I am safe within 5 meters." This moment, Luan Jiang untied Gu Fan, who donned a whimsically colored suit and sat in a garden chair, sipping a cappuccino, appearing vibrant as if on a date. He paid no heed to the matter of Luan Jiang shaving his leg hair, though he preferred not to glance at his own legs. Luan Jiang adjusted her glasses and directly extended a hand. Gu Fan, though prepared, still found it difficult to accept that such a formidable individual would so overtly request items from him. He discreetly took a sip of coffee and cleared his throat. "What's wrong?" Luan Jiang blinked playfully and smiled. "Could you kindly give me all the props on you?" Gu Fan replied, "Big shot, I'm rather poor." Just give them to me." Gu Fan retorted, "You truly are quite reasonable." He pouted slightly. Such a childish action looked surprisingly charming on his face. One could only say that having a good-looking face is indeed a blessing. After sitting next to him, Luan Jiang felt the constant sensation of being watched fade considerably. Yes, it felt as if a ghost had been clinging to her back before. Gu Fan genuinely handed all the props to Luan Jiang. He had completed his task and was free to leave. Yet this big shot seemed to be lingering for something. Gu Fan thought, having helped her today, perhaps she could assist him in the future. Who can guarantee that trouble won't arise? Moreover, they were merely a few gifted props, which truly cannot be considered precious items. However, Gu Fan added, the merfolk are quite peculiar. Although these props are the finest exorcism tools, their effectiveness cannot be assured when it comes to the entire merfolk clan. You understand what I mean, right? Big shot. It would be wise not to provoke the merfolk king. The merfolk are still beneath the sea, Luan Jiang stated. Gu Fan chuckled softly, his eyes darting around as he had already guessed. Yes, beneath the sea, but you must know the strength of the Merfolk King lies in his ability to summon them at any moment. Luan Jiang. System. Gu Fan smiled at the person in front of him, who was feigning calmness, and tapped his fingers on the table. This is on the island. The Merfolk can appear whenever they wish. The best course of action would be to flee to the desert, though that too is quite challenging, as one might easily be captured beforehand. Luan Jiang's delicate brows knitted together slightly. Gu Fan shifted his tone. However, big shot, as a qualified high-level exorcist, I do have my ways. So, Gu Fan grinned, just tell me your system number, and for future tasks, we can be companions that I can ask you what I don't understand, and you can inquire about what you don't know. Together, we shall be invincible. System. I don't want to be associated with the system of the female protagonist. They're all vixens. Luan Jiang. HHH12138. Let's add each other. System. Gu Fan happily exclaimed several times. And after confirming the successful addition, he eagerly said, there's a creature in the depths called the Sea Sorcerer, who appears only once every 100 years. Their dark magic is immensely powerful and could easily defeat the Merfolk King. I will summon the Sea Sorcerer, but the sorcerer is rather greedy and will require some price to be paid before they can be of service. The night of the full moon in 3 days is the perfect opportunity to summon the Sea Sorcerer. And I can assure you that it will be a success. Gu Fan rested his chin on his hand, leaning closer to the table. Big shot. Once you complete your task, I can take you away. Luan Jiang disdainfully swatted his face away and stood up, saying, it better succeed. After taking a few steps, she could hear Gu Fan calling behind her. Don't worry, big shot. I won't let you down. Once Luan Jiang could no longer see his shadow, Gu Fan's system asked, why are you being so attentive to her? If she really attracts the Merfolk King, we'll be in trouble too. Gu Fan snorted. That is where the difference between humans and systems lies. I can assure you, she is far more beautiful than her current shell. System. How did you deduce that? Gu Fan. Intuition. System. My intuition tells me you will encounter misfortune in this world. You carry the scent of others. More precisely, a man's scent. Luan Jiang placed today's pink shell on the operation table, intending to step on it and present it to the Merfolk once the data was verified. However, the Merfolk were not so patient today. The fishtail deliberately slapped against the glass, making a noise. As the Merfolk's cold gaze fixated on the busy figure at the operation table, a sense of urgency swelling within. Who did you go out with? Why can't I sense you? Why must you sense me? The thought of being able to slay the Merfolk left Luan Jiang feeling quite good. She planned to distribute the shells before the summoning ritual began. Acquiring divinity was the right path. The Merfolk's gaze fell upon the 10 pink shells at the operation table, their anger slightly subsiding. Considering she was still courting him, he could forgive her 1/10 or 1/12. The rest would be settled later in the evening. The Merfolk pressed their fingers against the glass, their tails' movements slowing, murmuring, you are not permitted to betray me. Luan Jiang adjusted her glasses without replying. She bent down to input data at the operation table. The Merfolk's towering shadow casting over her, effortlessly enveloping her entire form. Night fell. Luan Jiang inexplicably found herself restless in her sleep. Each night before bed, she would check the water tank and the secret room's entrance. And only after finding no abnormalities could she rest easy. Today, with Gu Fan's props enhancing her security, she should not have felt so anxious. The lights in the secret room were turned off, leaving it devoid of moonlight, a pitch-black void. Luan Jiang closed her eyes for a while before opening them again, seeing nothing before her. No, she wasn't mistaken. Chapter 91, The Little Darling of the Merfolk Sovereign 19, she truly heard the rustling sound. Sometimes she would light a calming fragrance candle, which had a gentle floral scent, but today it seemed infused with something else. The more Luan Jiang pondered, the more she felt something was amiss. She reached out on the bedside table. Trying to find her glasses to turn on the light, she felt around from left to right, then from right to left. A chill ran through her heart. The glasses were gone at the same time. Her fingers brushed against a puddle of water. Cold and damp, she was not mistaken. The Merfolk had emerged from the water tank. Even without water or a key, they had directly entered the secret room. Impossible. This was inconceivable. Merfolk cannot survive out of water. Had that been the case, they would have long since come ashore to settle scores. The only explanation is that the merfolk king in the water tank employed some form of magic, seeping water into the secret room, perhaps to intimidate her or, more accurately, to threaten her. Luan Jiang pinched the bridge of her nose. The original body had a high degree, if it weren't for the premium system. She feared she wouldn't even be able to afford her glasses. Calculating this in her mind, Luan Jiang lay back down, preparing to sleep. After a few seconds, she heard someone humming a tune in her ear. Luan Jiang silently raised her hand and swung it fiercely toward the source of the sound. She struck nothing. The humming gradually ceased. Yet, the moment Luan Jiang closed her eyes, the melody resumed, with a twitch of her lips. She decided to treat this song as a lullaby. What was there to be afraid of? She turned over, facing away from the door, her mind gradually emptying. Suddenly, something brushed against her waist. Luan Jiang did a mere illusion. A mere illusion. The most important thing now was to sleep. The inability to sleep was truly falling into the opponent's trap. The person on the bed remained motionless, their breathing gradually calming, as if they had fallen asleep. But the merfolk knew she was awake, waiting for her next move in the vast water tank. The tall and handsome merfolk floated in midair, his tail and hair emitting a dazzling blue light. Countless specks of light flew from his body, sinking into the basement, slowly coalescing into a large black shadow. The shadow crawled toward the bedside step by step, devoid of eyes, moving in a crooked manner. Luan Jiang was certain that she had been embraced by something. The entity's breath brushed against her ear, its unruly hands roaming her waist. A low female voice humming an unknown lullaby, persisting from the moment it arrived. Most alarmingly, Luan Jiang felt that its mouth was enormous, its breath spreading from her head down to her back. An elongated mouth. The merfolk's mouth is quite normal, so, as another creature slipped in, perhaps one of those peculiar beings from the Research Institute. Luan Jiang called out to the system several times, but received no response. She resolutely reached for the corner of the bed, gripping a piece of wood, and retrieved the small knife she had previously kept for emergencies. Luan Jiang did not foolishly count to 3 in her mind. She gripped the knife tightly and thrust it backward. Roar! The creature let out a loud roar. Luan Jiang braced herself against it. Quickly stepping out, her body leaping outward, she could have landed steadily on the ground, but found herself in complete darkness, nearly tripping over her own shoes. However, the large shadow could be vaguely seen. It was certainly not a merfolk. For merfolk were not this plump. The large shadow moved at an exceedingly slow pace. Despite Luan Jiang initially running in the wrong direction, it could not catch up that a few small lights remained lit in the basement. Luan Jiang, barefoot, dashed out, using the light to discern her own appearance. What a disaster! She looked as though she had been splashed with ink, the areas touched by the large shadow stained with black liquid. Unsure of any potential consequences, at least she felt nothing at the moment. The black liquid on the dagger was relatively thick, dripping down while forming strands. Luan Jiang felt a wave of nausea wash over her. Slightly queasy, she glanced toward the secret room, where the sound of the large shadow writhing toward the door was the very rustling noise, as if it slid for a while and then walked for a while. After some time, she finally discerned the large shadow's form. It resembled a blob devoid of facial features, akin to jelly. It was much taller than the door. As it emerged, its soft, squishy body was pressed, causing the door to groan under the strain. That it does not fear the light. In fact, upon realizing that there was illumination outside, it moved even more swiftly, squeezing itself out from the door. Then it glided rapidly towards Luan Jiang. The mermaid awaited quietly in the large tank. She was utterly powerless against the shadow, fully aware that it could never be vanquished, even if it were to be fragmented into countless pieces. It could swiftly reassemble itself. Fire could not incinerate it, water could not disperse it, and electricity could not sever it. The true essence of vitality lay within the mermaid's grasp. Unless she was slain, the shadow would resurrect in myriad forms. While she may not fear formidable foes, the idea of encountering something repulsive filled her with dread. Under its manipulation, the shadow would not harm her, but would smear her with a viscous, foul-smelling black liquid, leaving her utterly helpless. The mermaid had initially intended to toy with Luan Jiang, but upon witnessing the knife in her hand and her taut, Unseeing form, she entertained mischievous thoughts. Perhaps she could enhance the black liquid with a different concoction, forcing her to approach water to cool down. Luan Jiang indeed felt nauseated, and she sensed her body growing sluggish. Was it the black liquid's doing? Every inch of her was tainted, and she found herself infuriated yet powerless. The looming shadow showed no signs of retreat, charging towards her once more with a ghastly wail. Luan Jiang discarded the small knife and turned to face the indistinct tank, though her vision was obscured. She knew the mermaid was watching her. Perhaps the monster had been sent in by him. Perhaps he sought to witness her plead for help, thereby extracting some form of recompense. All of this was thanks to the treacherous little white-eyed wolf. Luan Jiang did not approach the tank. Instead, she closed her eyes, bracing herself for the dark, gelatinous entity to envelop her. How should she proceed with the tasks of the next world? It would be best to conceal her identity. Allowing the target to believe another was being kind to him, delivering gifts, she aimed to avoid direct contact to prevent rekindling any affections towards her. Being ensnared within the gelatinous mass was an unpleasant experience. Moreover, this enormous jelly exuded an odious scent, challenging Luan Jiang's senses at every moment. Her breath was gradually consumed, her limbs rendered immobile. Chapter 92. The Little Darling Wife of the Merfolk Overlord Splash. When Luan Jiang was suddenly cast from the soft, slippery jelly into the water, she surprisingly felt a wave of comfort wash over her. Why must you be so stubborn? Two strong arms instantly wrapped around her waist, drawing her into an embrace steeped in a chilling aura of death. The long hair of the individual cascaded beside her, playfully intertwining with her own locks. The mermaid's icy lips swiftly pursued her, and after the exhausting chase they had just endured, she found herself devoid of strength, entirely at his mercy. Her slender, pale fingers tugged at a strand of his hair, wrenching it downward. The mermaid felt no pain. Instead, he bit down harder on his own lip. Luan Jiang, I truly wish to make you bald. When Luan Jiang awoke once more, she found herself lying beside the tank. Beneath her was a thick layer of bedding, the very set from the secret chamber. Her waist ached dreadfully, and she vaguely remembered the mermaid's hands seemingly constricting her frail waist throughout the night. System. Good morning, host. Today is yet another joyous day. Struggling to prop herself up, Luan Jiang noted that her clothes had been changed into a clean set. The sticky remnants of some liquid completely vanished. Surveying the basement, all remnants of the gelatinous creature and the black liquid had disappeared. The space was immaculate, as if the little snail girl had tidied it repeatedly. While the little snail girl was absent, a rogue mermaid certainly lingered. Though her body bore various discomforts, her spirit felt remarkably buoyant, as if she had indulged in an exceedingly restful slumber. Approaching the control panel, her fingers delicately grazed its surface. Indeed, she felt her glasses. With a sigh of relief, she donned them. Then she froze. The pink shell from yesterday had been dispatched. Yet today's pink shell had not yet been redeemed. Why, then, was there a small mound of pink shells upon her control panel system? Oh, could it be that Gu Fan gifted them to you? Your imagination is truly boundless, Luan Jiang. The mermaid gave them to me. What was the mermaid's language for pink shells again? Ah, she recalled. She preferred not to mention it. System. Wow. By the way, host, I was just about to ask, why does your walking posture seem so peculiar? Why must you lean on your waist? Did the bed in the secret chamber become uncomfortable? It had heard that some individuals had delicate physiques. Even a slightly harder bed could lead to widespread discomfort. The host had awakened near the tank today. Could it be that she had conducted some research at the control panel before sleeping? Sleeping on the floor, no wonder her back ached. Luan Jiang. Researching the mermaid's XXX? She did not wish to corrupt the innocent system, nor did she want to disclose how the mermaid had frenziedly forced her into the tank the previous night. The tank was vast, yet she found no escape, her every attempt thwarted by his tail. Gradually, she recalled that while in the water, she had not been choked or felt as though she were suffocating. Like a mermaid born of the sea, entangled with a merman king, she somehow still had the strength to flee. Luan Jiang supported her forehead. Good morning, darling. The mermaid's magnetic voice echoed in her mind, prompting the system to gasp in astonishment. System. He called you darling. Luan Jiang raised her gaze, only to find a mermaid, who should have been in the large tank, had mysteriously appeared in the smaller one. The passage was clearly sealed, yet the mermaid swayed his tail within the confines of the smaller tank, intimidating the little deep-sea fish he bent down, still towering over Luan Jiang, his heterochromatic eyes reflecting her pale visage. The mermaid radiated an aura of satisfaction, causing Luan Jiang's fists to clench involuntarily. Was last night not enjoyable? We had ample time to engage in such activities. The corners of the mermaid's crimson lips curled upward, his tail joyfully splashing in the water. I adore your body. Do you feel the same? You touched my abdomen numerous times last night. What you humans refer to as abs. Do you believe me when I say it was accidental? Luan Jiang's clenched fists relaxed. To assert that last night had been entirely forced would be unfair to the mermaid. From the moment she laid eyes on him, she found his form exquisitely alluring, the kind that inspired a desire to embrace. Luan Jiang did not possess any particular fixation. She merely cared that his obsession rendered her unable to depart this realm. She feared that physical contact would deepen this fixation, complicating her escape. Thus, she was averse to such interactions. Yet when the moment arrived, she would not wholly reject it. After all, pleasure took precedence. It merely required greater effort to manage the ensuing chaos. Silence. The woman before him blushed. Her cheeks flushed as she glared at him with her shimmering eyes, devoid of any menace, which instead reminded the mermaid of her weeping form in his embrace the previous night. He extended a hand towards her, saying, "If you do not present me with today's pink shell, you cannot have me. Do not take me for granted." Luan Jiang, do you not think you are a scoundrel, the kind that sleeps with her and then demand a night fee? Gu Fan's 3-day deadline was somewhat torturous for Luan Jiang. It was not due to the workload nor the mermaid's lack of cooperation. Rather, it was that she had been disturbed by the mermaids singing each night, subsequently swallowed by the gelatinous creature, and then inexplicably tossed into the water. The mermaid would perfectly catch her, leading to a series of indescribable events until dawn. Strangely, she felt no fatigue at all. In fact, her body had improved significantly since the first day, and her back ached far less. She had anticipated her body would fall apart. Gu Fan sought her out in the basement, only to be met with Luan Jiang's unyielding refusal. What a joke. Why had that incident occurred on the first night? Was it not because she had interacted with Gu Fan, which had caught the mermaid's attention and incited his wrath, for a mermaid with a notoriously short temper? The presence of another gender was akin to a thunderous storm. The next time she encountered Gu Fan was on the final evening. Tomorrow, she could commence the summoning ritual for the Sea Witch. Luan Jiang had confirmed with the system that her tasks would be successfully completed after sending out the last 2 pink shells the following morning. The mermaid had made countless demands of her, yet he had discovered nothing. Gu Fan traversed the underbrush to sit beside Luan Jiang, who was perched on a swing, gazing at the moon, playfully presenting her with roses he had plucked from the garden. The esteemed figure cast a glance, revealing a hint of disdainful amusement before he declined. Gu Fan, undeterred, produced a small pair of scissors from his pocket, snipping the rose's stem and placing it into his pocket. Esteemed figure, where shall we venture next? Luan Jiang's lips curled slightly. Ancient times. Oh, Gu Fan shrugged. I thought you would prefer the modern world. Chapter 93. The little darling wife of the merfolk, Overlord Luan Jiang. I enjoy both. The two lingered outside for a time before parting ways. Unfortunately for Luan Jiang, as soon as she stepped into the basement, she was immediately dragged into the water, skipping the entire ordeal of being pursued by the black jelly. Upon encountering the eerie black-tailed mermaid, an ominous feeling intensified within Luan Jiang. The sea, which floated atop an inexplicable wave of water, his cold, inorganic gaze scrutinizing the two humans before ultimately settling on the woman clad in a white lab coat. This was the chosen companion of the Mermaid King, and she bore the essence of royalty. Although the sea which held great respect for the Mermaid King, he would not bow before a mere human woman. He held his head high, coiling a poisonous serpent in his hand, its tongue flickering menacingly. In Gu Fan's view, the image of the sea sorcerer perfectly aligns with that of a formidable figure. And it seems there may indeed be an opportunity to slay the Merfolk King. Under the heavy cloak of night, a blood moon hung high in the sky. The summoning ritual was conducted on the beach, and Gu Fan had memorized the incantation flawlessly over the past few days. as the crimson light dissipated, the sea sorcerer appeared before the two. Everything unfolded as smoothly as if they were in a dream. "See, I told you there would be no problem." Gu Fan, exhilarated, clasped Luan Jiang's shoulder and chuckled. "Such a spell is a mere trifle for me. Now, I have also prepared the items for the sea sorcerer. Let us commence the trade." The black-tailed mermaid fixed her gaze on the hand resting on the woman, a smirk slowly curling at the corners of her lips. Impatiently courting death, the humans Gu Fan exchanged a few vials of potions that could transform a fish tail into legs with his system. Knowing that the sea sorcerer had no interest in other items, but was fond of these peculiar concoctions, trading with these would surely be a wise choice. "Your wish." He sniffed the air, quickly discerning the materials used and their effects. To be frank, these potions were not difficult to concoct. The ingredients could be found in the surrounding waters. The reason for accompanying this human and wasting time was, of course, due to the king's command. Luan Jiang had been observing the sea sorcerer's facial expressions and caught a fleeting glimpse of disdain in his eyes. "It seems the merfolk really are about to emerge. This island is truly on the brink of sinking, and oh wonder the mermaid in the large water tank allowed her to venture out tonight. It turns out there was a conspiracy at play. System, what should we do now? Should we run? Or perhaps have Gu Fan take us away?" She was determined to seize the divine essence, even if it meant descending into hell with it. Gu Fan, brimming with excitement, asked, "Do you possess anything capable of slaying the merfolk king?" The sea sorcerer accepted the potions and, with a flourish, produced a dagger, handing it to Gu Fan. Yet before Gu Fan could grasp it, Luan Jiang had already pulled him 2 steps back. "Apologies, but we shall not take it." Luan Jiang decisively turned away, dragging a bewildered Gu Fan with her. The sea sorcerer remained motionless, a flicker of light passing through his eyes before he returned to his usual demeanor. He thought to himself that the woman favored by the king was not entirely foolish, but it was unfortunate that it was too late. Given the king's nature, he would either dismember the man or devour her piece by piece. This was not a mere metaphor. It was a literal consumption. This was also a means by which merfolk expressed affection, knowing their partner would never be with them. They would choose to kill each other before ending their own lives. Merfolk are creatures of enduring passion, a passion that borders on obsession, even to the point of pathology. Hey, why not take it? Luan Jiang sighed. "If we truly took it, the consequences would be unimaginable. At least now, we have room for explanations." She led him to a large tree and, biting her lip, inquired, "Did you not notice anything peculiar about him?" Gu Fan pondered for a moment and chuckled. "Well, he's a sorcerer. It's only natural he differs from ordinary merfolk. Having traversed numerous realms and encountered a plethora of bizarre and terrifying creatures, he found nothing particularly alarming. After all, what was it but a snake slithering about? And what if his voice was a tad hoarse? What if his eye color was unusual? Sorcerers are typically like this." Luan Jiang noticed his nonchalance and lit a candle for him. "He has undergone mutations." Gu Fan, who worked at a research institute, grasped her implication immediately. The sea sorcerer cannot assist humans unless he has ulterior motives. Gu Fan now also sensed that matters were more complex than they appeared. The sea sorcerer had indeed been affected by Mr. Chen's pollution scheme, which meant, Gu Fan scratched his head, "Are the merfolk unmanageable? It seems like you cannot leave unless you eliminate him. Have you attempted to forcibly log out of the realm?" Luan Jiang replied, "Other hosts might attempt to forcefully log out, but I cannot. My divine essence is shattered. Yet there still lingers the aura of the main deity on my soul. If that little white-eyed wolf were to seek me out, even a mere hint would be impossible to conceal." Luan Jiang remained silent, and Gu Fan inferred that she likely had unspoken burdens. "Tiske, this is quite troubling." Gu Fan paced in place, still unable to devise a viable solution. After all, he had wagered all his treasures on the sea sorcerer. To suddenly declare it impossible left him utterly bewildered. Previously, he had never found the merfolk to be so troublesome. This was hardly surprising, as he had never been targeted by the merfolk king. Naturally, he didn't perceive them as difficult, merely minor minions, lacking even a mere royal lineage. Now, the cool moonlight cascaded down, illuminating half of her profile. So pale, so radiant. Something significant is likely to unfold tonight. It would be wise for you to depart this place before waiting for me. Ah, how can that be? He had finally found someone more formidable than himself. They had even exchanged contact information. Goof Fan, with a face of disapproval, declared with righteous fervor, "Though we may not belong to the same department, we are both wanderers in this world. If I cannot resolve the merfolk issue, it will be far better for me to stay by your side than for you to face it alone." He understood all too well the terror of the merfolk's breeding season. Observing Luan Jiang's slender frame, he feared she might crumble after just a few encounters. Luan Jiang, exasperated, retorted, "Enough with the idle chatter. Let us go." She coldly took the lead, disregarding Goof Fan's calls from behind. Gazing at Luan Jiang's figure disappearing into the darkness, Goof Fan's expression shifted dramatically. He pouted, muttering to himself, "I hope to see the unscathed version of the formidable one next time. System, we can leave now." Upon returning to the basement, Luan Jiang once again heard the song. This time, it was markedly different from the previous instances, evidently more urgent and eerie, as if urging something to break free from the earth. The moment she stepped inside, she inadvertently stepped into the sound. The ground was covered with a considerable layer of water, and Luan Jiang instinctively glanced toward the water tank, yet found no cracks. The merfolk remained inside, unlit and silent. The melody emanated from the ceiling of the basement, reverberating throughout the room. Luan Jiang observed the accumulation of numerous pink shells in the large water tank. Quickening her pace to 8s, she accelerated. Her movements evolved into a sprint, her white coat flapping at her sides. Splash! In an instant, someone plunged from the edge of the water tank, swiftly ensnared by a pair of arms of contrasting colors. This was the first time a partner had disregarded all obstacles to leap directly into the water tank, akin to a dinner prepared in the kitchen leaping onto the dining table. A few droplets splashed onto her glasses, her hair dampened considerably, and her already pale visage grew even more ghostly. Half of their upper bodies remained above the water's surface, her legs entirely relaxed, buoyed upwards by the arms gripping her waist. The merfolk's towering form easily enveloped her, his strikingly deep eyes fixated upon her with a gaze both greedy and domineering, etching her into his memory inch by inch. "May I create a small wound upon you?" The merfolk's unique icy aura drew nearer, and as Luan Jiang tilted her head, his lips fell empty. She wrapped her arms around his slender waist and posed the question. Chapter 94. The Little Darling of the Merfolk's Sovereign. The merciless sovereign of the seas offered no response, his tail flicking to eye in the next moment. He enveloped her with a single arm while the other casually traced her shoulder. It is worth noting that merfolk possess relatively long nails, and the indifference on his face contrasted sharply with the blood that surged forth from her shoulder. Upon seeing the golden blood before her, Luan Jiang's mind momentarily blanked. System. Oh, what is this bright object that has flown into the host's body? So luminous. Initially, it had assumed it was some form of energy, but after waiting in vain for a change in experience points, it realized that this golden radiance had been directly absorbed by the host. The system hurriedly opened the host panel and discovered a vivid crimson 3 next to her divine essence progress. "You are..." Luan Jiang left the latter part of her sentence unspoken. The merfolk's eyes were deep and heavy, reminiscent of a pair she had known before, yet not entirely the same. Had he tracked her here? Or had he always known where she was, merely choosing to remain hidden? The idea of simmering her like a frog was not his style. Had he possessed such patience, she would not have been confined for so long. "Who are you looking at through me?" The merfolk's fingers caressed her face gently, his voice chilling. Luan Jiang suddenly smiled, her gaze fixed intently on the merfolk as she articulated each word deliberately. "I am looking at an even bigger fool than you." The merfolk paused, his heterochromatic gaze sharpening, a strange smile curling at his lips. "Let us pray that this fool has not done anything to you." Luan Jiang snorted, exhaling a sigh, and leaned her face against his other shoulder. In truth, there was no need for concern. His regenerative abilities were exceptional, and such superficial injuries would vanish in the blink of an eye. The merfolk's fingers wove through her hair, his cold lips occasionally pressing a kiss imbued with the essence of the deep sea upon her brow. I have heard that Luan Jiang removed her own glasses and discarded them casually. When a merfolk cannot obtain their beloved, they will drag their beloved into the depths of the sea to consume them. She found herself questioning whether the little white-eyed wolf had been raised by the merfolk before she found him, For how else could one explain his warped worldview? If one cannot have it, then destroy it. Such a trashy sentiment. The mermaid's eyes flickered slightly. That moment. A video from the system appeared, in the basement. The sounds of the raging storm outside were inaudible. The waters surrounding the island were tumultuous, with deep-colored waves crashing relentlessly against the shore, each spray rising higher than the last. Half of the lights in the villa had gone out, not extinguished by human hands, but inexplicably snuffed out for some unknown reason, including the floor where Mr. Chun and Yin Xiu resided. In the video, Yin Xiu, limping on one leg, bravely approached Mr. Chen's door to knock, but when the door opened, Mr. Chen's expression was emotionless, the window behind him wide open, rainwater pouring in incessantly. Suddenly, a flash of lightning illuminated the room. The abrupt brightness cast Mr. Chen's face, devoid of any emotion, into a ghastly pallor resembling that of a corpse. Yin Xiu screamed, tumbling down the stairs in a panic. The thunderous roar of the storm shook the entire villa, and Yin Xiu fell upon the staircase, trembling as she watched Mr. Chen approach, barefoot and deliberate. The bodyguards who had been patrolling both inside and outside the villa had vanished entirely. The garden in the front yard was increasingly submerged, with some plants ravaged by strange creatures lurking in the water. The research facility, amidst the heavy downpour, appeared as a small solitary vessel, the relentless rain drenching every patch of earth and structure. The system's video shifted to another location, where Luan Jiang instantly recognized the spot where the sea which had been summoned. There, not merely one black-tailed sorcerer, but a multitude of various mermaids swarmed. They wielded weapons resembling tridents, swimming toward the villa with the current. The system warned, a tsunami is imminent. If it had a throat, it would be gulping in panic by now. The basement was eerily quiet, so tranquil that the embrace of one human and one fish felt oddly harmonious. Outside, however, the winds howled fiercely, and torrential rain poured down, accompanied by repeated monstrous waves that threatened to engulf the entire island. The marine life beneath the waves, aside from the mermaids, exhibited bizarre transformations, while others, inherently strange, advanced menacingly toward the human presence. Just as Luan Jiang was about to inquire further, she felt a large hand at her waist descending downward. Luan Jiang? I misspoke. No one is more despicable than you, you bastard. The system's view was immediately obscured by a mosaic, leaving it to observe only the scenes within the villa. The host's waist truly was resilient. The system lamented, recalling how the mermaids had left her host bruised and battered each time, as though they were intent on causing her utmost suffering. Those marks were distressing even for a soulless machine like the system to witness. Yet, paradoxically, the mermaid's healing abilities could be applied to others, allowing the host to emerge unscathed and lively each subsequent day, regardless of the torment endured. This was the most exasperating aspect, for even as she sought excuses to evade such matters, she found none. However, the host had never shied away, even praising the mermaid's physique to the system, which only added to the futility. The male and female protagonists of the villa found themselves encircled by monsters. The missing bodyguards had been reduced to heaps of skeletal remains. The system recognized one of the bodyguards who had once aspired to pursue the host, having retained her contact information without ever seizing the opportunity to reach out. He had not perished. Rather, he had been lured by the siren's song, his vitality slowly draining away, leaving him a mere shell of a human. For humanity, this was more disgraceful and abhorrent than death itself. The sea which wielded his serpentine staff with abandon, summoning forth torrents of water. The island was submerged. That night, Luan Jiang's entire memory was filled with overwhelming force and an eternally blurred horizon. She recognized that the deep blue and pale black hues were those of the water, transitioning from the tank to the ocean floor. The mermaid's movements rendered her incapable of contemplating the various happenings beyond her. After a brief struggle against the suppression, she resigned to her fate. Upon awakening once more, she found herself in a stone cave so familiar that it felt like home. She had been here before. The system remarked, "We are beneath the sea, so this is what the ocean floor looks like, pitch black, devoid of any light. How do they survive?" Luan Jiang. Perhaps, to them, we, who are accustomed to sunlight above, are the true anomalies. The system continued. Host, I have detected that Gu Fan has just departed from this world. Luan Jiang. That's quite all right. The faint light within the cave emanated from pearls, while the murals on the stone walls lacked the brilliance of her memories, flickering dimly and barely noticeable. The mermaid was absent from the cave. The stone bed upon which Luan Jiang lay was vast. She had to crawl outward to reach its edge. Naturally, there were no shoes to be found on the ground, and as soon as she vacated the stone bed, she discovered herself not standing upon the rocky surface, but rather floating in mid-air. Luan Jiang. She moved her feet slightly and instantly lost her balance, nearly tumbling to the ground. The system commented, Host, you appear to be a mermaid who possesses legs. Luan Jiang pursed her lips. With painstakingly slow and cautious movements, she maneuvered her legs, her arms instinctively spreading to prevent a fall. After much effort, she learned to maintain her balance in the water, only for a sudden pain to strike her abdomen. The system conducted an examination, discovering with astonishment that a round, softly glowing blue object seemed to be rising from her body, as if it were about to emerge from her mouth. Luan Jiang suddenly recalled something, attempting to swallow it back down with all her might. But it was too late. The beautiful little blue orb bounced in her palm. The system exclaimed, This appears to be something that can give birth to little mermaids. Luan Jiang, be quiet. With a darkened expression, she couldn't help but curiously poke it with her finger. The exterior of the small orb was encased in a soft membrane, while the inside seemed filled with water, tender and gentle. Luan Jiang thought of a water ball that could be placed in milk tea. A gentle bite would release its sweet, tangy juice, a delightful taste. The system remained silent for a few minutes before excitedly proclaiming, The host has her own little baby. Luan Jiang, shut up. After toying with the small orb for a moment, she felt a sudden clarity wash over her. Hastily, she tossed the orb onto the bed and turned away, not wishing to look at it. She had anticipated the small orb would roll further into the bed, yet it inched its way closer to her, nuzzling against her as if seeking her warmth. The system interjected, It can see you. How fascinating. Luan Jiang. You should say it's quite eerie. The unborn mermaid could exhibit such behavior. It was no wonder they were so extraordinary once grown. The small orb continued to nuzzle against her, as if longing to remain cradled in her hands. Luan Jiang maintained a stern expression, ignoring it. Luan Jiang was uncertain whether she had merely paused or what transpired. But her first instinct was to safeguard the fragile, adorable mermaid egg, placing it into a small box at the head of the bed to prevent it from being crushed. The mermaid's heterochromatic eyes flickered with annoyance, his flowing purple hair cascading gracefully. When the next day came, as the system indicated, Luan Jiang awoke with aches in her waist and back, inadvertently glancing at the spot where she had placed the mermaid egg. There, only a torn membrane remained, devoid of water or blood, resembling a punctured ocean ball. The system cried out, Ah! Who killed it? The system's reaction was far more intense than Luan Jiang had anticipated. Though they had only coexisted with the egg for a few hours, both she and the system had seemingly accepted the fact that it would transform into a little mermaid. Now, it was broken. The cave was eerily silent, with not a sound to be heard outside. I in the lair of the mermaid king. Killing the offspring of the king was a privilege seemingly reserved for the king alone. Without uttering a word, Luan Jiang picked up the small, soft membrane, gently brushing it against her face. Luan Jiang. Mermaids will kill their first batch of offspring, unless they grow weary of their partners. She softly educated the system. Luan Jiang. Knowing that I was destined to leave this world, I still found myself longing to kill. Luan Jiang soon discovered the mermaid king not far from the cave. He stood out in the darkness, enveloped in a soft glow. After some thought, perhaps I am simply unfit for romance. Luan Jiang did not take his hand. Instead, she awkwardly yet resolutely swam beside him, casting a mocking glance in his direction. I thought this was not my body, that I could feign indifference. Yet when faced with reality, I realized it repulsed me to no end. Thank you for eliminating that little monster. The woman before him removed her glasses and decisively crushed the lenses with her fingers. She lifted her hazy gaze, discarding the frames as if shedding the burdensome trash that had long encumbered her. She said, Now, it is my turn to kill you. Consider it my way of expressing affection. Luan Jiang had to admit her own shamelessness. Were it not for her final words, the mermaid king might not have met his end. In a web of lies spun between the partners' love and indifference, the mermaid king chose to believe. Thus, he perished, and Luan Jiang successfully departed from that realm. The system first relayed the plot to her. This time, she found herself in the role of a minor character within a story centered around a beloved protagonist, where the lead, Luan Ruodong, was the younger sister of the original identity that in previous years. The matriarch had long sought to eliminate Su Shi, and on the day of her childbirth, had barred the midwife from entering while deliberately causing the death of her servants. Su Shi, defying the odds, had given birth to a child, a daughter. Not wanting her daughter to meet a tragic fate, she falsely claimed to have birthed a son and voluntarily retired to the family temple to recuperate. One was the result of Luan's father having long yearned for a son, thus placing great importance on this firstborn, while the temple housed the matriarch, rendering the elder lady's influence ineffective. This child was a daughter. And on the day of her birth, auspicious clouds enveloped the Luan residence. Within a month, Luan's father was promoted. Lord Luan dotes on his daughter, Ruodong, even more than he does on his son. Showering her with countless affections, the Su family ascends to new heights, no longer the bullied concubine of yore. With a newfound status in the household and a beloved daughter, Su no longer fears the revelation of a lie surrounding her eldest son's femininity. She engages in a fierce rivalry with the First Lady while diligently teaching her daughter the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, dreaming that Ruodong will one day marry into an esteemed family or a high-ranking official's lineage. Ensuring her own life is free of worries as for the original eldest daughter. Su often sees her and recalls her own years of suffering, treating the original daughter with cold indifference, neglecting her needs and education. Even when the original daughter attempts to win Su's favor through kindness towards her younger sister. After reviewing the narrative, Luan Jiang perceives the author as somewhat misanthropic towards women, although the story presents a scenario of collective affection. Every mention of love for the female lead, Ruodong, comes from men. Was the original daughter cherished? Indeed, but only in a bid to please Su, who prioritized her younger daughter above all else. Did Su show affection? Yes, yet solely for her own ambitions, sacrificing her dignity to secure a favorable match for her daughter. Ultimately, both women meet tragic fates, one dead, the other driven mad, while the female lead audaciously claims that their actions were entirely for her benefit. Other princesses and noble ladies who initially show kindness to the female lead end up in dismal circumstances, either reduced to mere pawns vying for a man's attention or succumbing to jealousy, committing grave mistakes. Throughout the tale, the female lead lacks a single intimate female friend, surrounded instead by men. Even her subordinates are male. Luan Jiang. Were she still the supreme deity, this script would undoubtedly be torn to shreds and cast into the flames. The most ironic aspect for the original daughter is not being exposed due to her false identity, but rather the downfall of the Luan household. The emperor, perceiving the female, leads defiance, turns against the Luan family, leading to the lord's misfortunes and culminating in a heinous crime that results in the execution of the entire family. But on the day of the impending execution, the female lead finally throws herself into the emperor's embrace, sparing the Luan family from death, though they are all exiled. The female lead requests that her once kind cousin and elder brother remain. Leaving no one else unscathed, Su is driven mad by her daughter's attitude, attempting to drown the original daughter. But fate intervenes as a powerful eunuch, smitten by the original daughter's beauty, deceives her into the palace, where she ultimately meets a tragic end within 3 months. This narrative features multiple male leads, implying that the female lead will end up with more than one suitor. Overall, the story contains numerous inappropriate elements, prompting Luan Jiang to skip through them with a frown. Now, any romantic subplot irritates her, but on a throne surrounded by the cosmos, a man with golden hair sits. A small orb of light gathers at his fingertips, and his silver eyes gaze tenderly at it. Occasionally, meteors streak by, yet his attention remains fixed on the orb, manifesting a devotion akin to that of a believer before a fragile relic, that he remains utterly still, controlling his breath so as not to disturb the person within the light. Chapter 96. 9,000-year system. The target is the head of the Dongchong, Hual Yin from a name. I initially thought it was a young lady, but it turns out to be a man. Oh no, a eunuch hardly qualifies as a man, right? Luan Jiang. Please provide me with his information. System. All right. What does the host plan to do in this realm? Luan Jiang. Do what needs to be done. Even if the target is a eunuch, vigilance is paramount. This time, she shall not reveal herself easily. Those system rewards should ideally be passed through another's hands. The original daughter's femininity remains undiscovered for now, as she is merely in her early teens. And the female lead is at her most charming and adored at the tender age of 5. The room is devoid of anyone, for Su has ordered that no maidservants are to attend her in close proximity, fearing they might develop inappropriate feelings. Lord Luan believes Su's teachings are prudent, not wanting his eldest son to be overly pampered in 2 years, when the original daughter reaches the age where she must navigate societal norms. The grand deception concealed for over a decade will finally be unveiled. Thus, the original daughter has no more than 5 maidservants, leading a life of plain meals and rigorous studies, with preparations for the imperial examination looming. Luan Jiang. It's one thing to manage one's own affairs, but what is this examination? I must take a test? System. Haha, no worries, host. In 2 years, when you become a woman, haha, you won't have to take any exams. Observing the original daughter's sleeping quarters filled with books, Luan Jiang takes a deep breath in the palace. No one is without their sorrows. Hual Yin was once the son of a wealthy merchant, but when his father was wrongfully accused, their fortune fell into the hands of others, leaving him to wander the streets as a beggar. Due to his striking appearance, he nearly fell prey to the brothel trade. But his childhood training in martial arts spared him from a life of despair. After making his way to the capital with hopes of clearing his father's name, he discovered that his family's adversaries had orchestrated everything to thwart him, leaving him with nowhere to voice his grievances and narrowly escaping death at the hands of pursuers. In a moment of resolve, he entered the palace as a eunuch. The other eunuchs, who were often cruel to newcomers, subjected him to the most degrading tasks upon his arrival, and for a time he had no moments of peace, with a full meal being a luxury. Only after he recognized the chief eunuch as a foster father did his circumstances begin to improve. Eventually, introduced to the Dongchong, he climbed the ranks from a lowly henchman to the head of the organization. His early life, a poignant tale of struggle, in the narrative. This enigmatic head has limited appearances, with his sole interaction with the female lead occurring when she offered him a small sum of money while he was still begging. That money bought him a bun, the best meal he had in a month. Later, he discreetly protects the female lead, stepping in where the male leads cannot, addressing matters they overlook, and offering silent support. In the end, he does not end up with the female lead, as he is a eunuch. At this juncture, Hual Yin arrives in the capital, intent on avenging his father. However, he is destined to fail and is nearly beaten to death. Those high officials, upon encountering a powerless beggar, would be insane to align themselves with him in such a thankless endeavor. The original daughter's father held a position that was neither high nor low, rendering him a mere shadow in the capital. Hual Yin sought help from various quarters for his father, including the original daughter's father. Naturally, Lord Luan would not concern himself with such trivial matters, preoccupied as he was with currying favor from the influential. Luan Jiang donned a silver-white long robe adorned with bamboo patterns. Her hair elegantly tied up, secured only by a jade hairpin. Su's ability to carve a niche for herself before Lord Luan surely attests to her beauty. The original daughter inherits her alluring eyes. Though her features are slightly more subdued, in the delicate phase of youth, the original daughter's face has yet to fully mature, but her rosy lips and white teeth already mark her as a stunning beauty. Disguised in male attire, she receives numerous sachets and purses, even catching the eye of a young gentleman known for his fondness for boys. In her youth, she sometimes felt joy upon encountering handsome young men. Yet they were enamored not of her, but of her male facade. As time passed, the original daughter grew disheartened and relinquished any notions of romance system. It seems that men's clothing can indeed be more perilous than women's attire. Luan Ying, but. After a simple wash and breakfast, Luan Jiang proceeded to the First Lady's quarters to pay her respects. The First Lady possessed a commanding presence, sitting regally with an air of authority. Su, seated beside her, appeared somewhat worn, dressed in lighter garments, cradling a small white bundle, eliciting her laughter. This was the maternal affection the original daughter could only yearn for. Luan Jiang lowered her gaze, lifted her robes, and knelt gracefully, her slender form standing tall and unmoving, committing no errors. Each time she paid her respects, the First Lady would deliberately keep her waiting, either making her drink tea before allowing her to rise, or engaging Su in conversation. Ignoring her entirely, Su never spoke a word in protest. She raised her cup of tea, smiling at the little bundle in Su's arms. Has Tong Tong had sweets today? Luan Rua Tong giggled, waving her tiny hands. Yes, especially the candies from Mother. They are so delicious. Oh, then let us send someone to buy more tomorrow. Yes, yes. Then I will come and play with Mother every day. What a good child. Truly understanding. Su laughed joyfully, not sparing a glance at the eldest son in the hall, playfully chiding, Sister, you are spoiling my Tong Tong. That will not do. I must keep this little glutton in my room. The First Lady silently loathed the pretense of this simpering woman, yet maintained a facade of cordiality. The three exchanged pleasantries as time passed quietly. The surrounding maidservants listened intently, while only the maid Guyu, hiding by the door, bit her lip, tears brimming in her eyes. Oh dear, I almost forgot Luan'er. The First Lady covered her mouth with a handkerchief, too lazy to concoct an excuse, and waved for Luan Jiang to leave. As Luan Jiang rose, she wobbled slightly, but managed to steady herself. She glanced fleetingly at Su, her lips pressed tightly together, before turning to exit the hall with measured steps. Tea that moment. Luan Rua Tong piped up, why can't brother walk straight? Still not as impressive as Tong Tong. Truly foolish. The innocent words of the child caused the adults in the room to burst into uncontrollable laughter, and the little round one grew even more delighted, uttering several more teasing remarks to her elder brother. She was already aware that by merely expressing a hint of disdain towards this brother, the matron would be exceedingly pleased. Look, the matron has rewarded her with a delicate bracelet. Young master. Guyu wiped the tears from her face. Her eyes red as she stepped forward, reaching out to support her. Luan Jiang raised her hand to refuse. Silently, she walked over to a stone bench in the garden, sitting down and absent-mindedly pinching her legs. This sight filled Guyu with profound sorrow. Their young master studied diligently, enduring untold hardships for the sake of Madame Su. The master had once taken great interest in the young master. But ever since the arrival of the little miss, Guyu knew she was merely a servant and could not speak ill of her master. But she could not help it. The biological mother, Su, did not even bother to inquire or care. Their young master was perpetually alone in his studies, dining by himself, silently admiring the flowers in the garden, with no one in the manor to exchange a single word with him. Unlike what Guyu imagined, Luan Jiang was not wallowing in sorrow on the stone bench. She was confirming the location of Hua Lianyu with the system. Disguised in male attire, it was far easier for her to navigate the estate than for the female protagonist. Chapter 97, 9,000 Years 2 System. The target has just been beaten and is gravely injured. After stating this, the system conveniently provided a detailed map, marking the target's location in red. Wishing to remain inconspicuous, Luan Jiang instructed Guyu to procure a carriage for their journey. The carriage was managed by a son of a wet nurse close to the matron, who delighted in bullying others. Before Guyu could utter a word, he interrupted her, nearly splattering her with horse manure. Upon seeing the dirt on the young girl, Luan Jiang immediately stood up from the pavilion, grasping Guyu's wrist and striding toward the stable. She failed to notice the small girl whose face had turned crimson, who had opened her mouth several times but uttered not a word. The eldest young master seemed to have changed. He had never moved this swiftly, this elegantly, and this handsomely. Guyu furtively glanced at the young master holding her hand, her face burning with embarrassment, too shy to touch him. The young master's hands were remarkably beautiful, pale and delicate, surpassing those of other men, perfectly suited for wielding a brush, and oh, the young master's waist. It was even slimmer than her own, making any garment look exquisite. Guyu boldly gazed at the young master, her eyes lingering on his waist and legs, unable to suppress a lip bite. The young master, who had never shown interest in women, had taken the initiative to hold her hand, and he had never expressed anger towards servants. Yet he was willing to confront a servant on her behalf. The more she thought, the more flustered she became, an indescribable sweetness silently permeating her heart. Gathering her courage, Guyu said, "Young master, actually, I'm fine. The horse manure didn't splatter on me." Thrilled by the young master's newfound closeness, Guyu did not forget who ruled the inner residence if she angered the matron for her sake. All the young master's hardships would be in vain. Luan Jiang patted Guyu's head, a coolness curling at the corner of her lips. "I will handle this." The simplicity yet underlying threat in her words was both suave and decisive. Causing Guyu's heart to race, Guyu let out a soft ah, her eyes brimming with tears that she had barely managed to suppress. The stable reeked strongly, hence it was situated at the far west of the estate. Luan Jiang released Guyu's hand and spotted a stable boy leaning against the railing, drinking. "You there, come here." Stopping a few meters from the stable, a coldness enveloped Luan Jiang's exquisite face. The stable boy, grinning and indifferent, clutched a wine jug, wiping his mouth as he said, "Young master, don't make it difficult for me. There are only a few carriages today, all of which are needed, and I simply cannot spare one for you. That if you have any questions, you may ask the matron. Who needs it?" Luan Jiang immediately discerned that the stable boy intended to leverage the matron to intimidate her. But she was not afraid. The original owner had obeyed the matron not because she was fearsome, but out of respect for her position. What was a mere stable boy worth fearing or respecting? Living off her family's provisions and dwelling in their home, her life was in their hands. Did he expect her to bow and scrape? Naturally, someone requires it. The stable boy scoffed. Luan Jiang coldly raised the corner of her lips. Her gaze sharp. "If you can't say who needs it, then it means no one does. You can't keep it for yourself, can you? Bring the horse out, and don't make me repeat myself." The stable boy stretched lazily, slinging the wine jug at his waist, shrugging in mockery. "Young master, don't take it out on us. There are no carriages today. Come back tomorrow," without bothering to exchange pleasantries. He turned to retreat into the adjacent room to continue drinking. Luan Jiang quickly stepped forward, yanking on his waistband and pulling him down sharply. She snatched the wine jug from his hand and nonchalantly tossed it into the horse manure. "You! Hey, that's my wine, worth several taels of silver." Luan Jiang held onto his waistband, one foot pressing down on his back, yanking his arms behind him, eliciting a scream from the unfortunate stable boy, followed by a torrent of filthy curses. Luan Jiang's expression grew colder as she tightly bound his hands together. Guyu watched in horror, wanting to help but fearing to add trouble for her young master. Stamping her feet in anxiety, her fists clenched, more nervous than if she had intervened herself. "You see that bucket of horse manure?" Luan Jiang bent down, speaking softly. "If you continue to speak filth, you shall wash your mouth out with it until it's clean." The stable boy, struggling and panting, rolled his eyes, his face smeared with dirt. The ground near the stable was slightly damp, and he had gotten a big patch of it on him. "I will ask you one last time. Is there a carriage?" Yes. The stable boy replied weakly. "Young master, please have mercy. I can't breathe. I'll go fetch the horse right away." Luan Jiang not only did not relent, but tightened her grip further. The stable boy had thought he could finally catch a break, but instead, he found it even more difficult. He internally lamented, wondering what had triggered the young master to treat him so harshly. After begging for several moments, Luan Jiang finally released him and stepped aside, crossing her arms as she observed him struggle to rise, blocking Guyu from approaching to assist him, her eyes casting a subtle glance. Guyu thought to herself, young master's gaze is truly captivating. Luan Jiang. Did I misjudge? Is her face flushed? System. Chapter 98. 9,000 years 3 the carriage arrived, but a driver was needed. Without Luan Jiang needing to say much, the stable boy, limping, went to arrange it, and soon a young lad appeared, cupping his fists in greeting to Luan Jiang, showing some decorum. He had heard from the stable boy that the young master had suddenly become quite formidable. Recalling that the master had mentioned earlier about the young master being punished by kneeling, Song Quan thought perhaps the young master could no longer endure it. This was his first genuine encounter with the young master. And indeed, he was as exquisite as the rumor suggested, refined and striking. Song Quan stole a glance, but quickly looked away, silently leading the horse for the young master. Yu was fiercely loyal to the original owner, ultimately facing humiliation for protecting her from the disdain of outsiders. Luan Jiang had made up her mind. She would delegate the task of delivering items to Guyu. This would not only transfer Hual Yinyu's affections for the female lead to Guyu, but also shatter the female lead's halo to some extent. Furthermore, fearing that Guyu would end up alone and unprotected, having the support of the East Factory's governor would at least ensure a safe ending. After all, once she completed her mission, she would have to leave and would not linger for a mere servant. Not long after setting out, the sky began to drizzle. Wealthy young masters and ladies enjoyed the rain, using it as inspiration for poetry and paintings. In contrast, the unfortunate beggars who could not afford umbrellas faced a miserable night, soaked to the skin and praying not to fall ill by morning. The target slowly sought refuge beneath the stone bridge. According to the system, he had already succumbed to a fever. System: the female lead will encounter him while outing here tomorrow. Luan Jiang. It seems I can only exchange for silver now. The currency in the virtual shop was not worth much. 10 points could buy an umbrella or 10 taels of silver, while in reality, 10 taels could purchase over 100 umbrellas. Luan Jiang's task points could buy several estates in the capital. Luan Jiang's carriage came to a halt before the stone bridge, and she instructed the driver to reserve a long-term room at the nearest decent inn. This would cost 50 taels of silver, ensuring it was the best and most expensive room, fully stocked with hot water and food. There was no need to inform the innkeeper of her identity. Simply stating that the guest should be comfortable would suffice. Pausing briefly, she added, "The remaining silver can be considered a reward for you." After roughly calculating, she estimated there would still be 5 or 6 taels left, which could be deemed quite profitable for a single trip. The driver hesitated to accept immediately, his gaze inadvertently falling on the delicate wrist of the young master, as he remarked, "Madame gives money to the young master in hopes he will study diligently." Madame Sue's funds were usually allocated for the little miss, and the young master had not even been gifted a quality jade pendant, while it was said that the focus should be on studying. It seemed rather harsh, yet the young master had just produced 50 taels. Surely, that was more than half a year's salary. "That is not what I meant." Song Quan immediately called out Guyu's name, saying anxiously, "I am merely concerned that you may need money in the future." The man, with a cold demeanor and thin lips, replied softly, "This is my concern. I shall manage it myself." The implication was that he was meddling too much. "Indeed, I have overstepped." Song Quan raised both hands, cradling the silver given by the gentleman, and swiftly dismounted from the carriage. Watching Song Quan walk away, Luan Jiang gestured towards the bridge and said to Guyu, "Go see if there is a boy down below. If there is, help him up. I will seek shelter from the rain at a nearby tea house. Here are some loose coins. Give them to the boy and advise him to use them sparingly. If he inquires who saved him, tell him it was you." The tea house mentioned by the young master was a rudimentary establishment, merely draped with a few curtains, offering little protection from the rain when the wind picked up. Just as Guyu was about to speak, the young master lifted the curtain and leaped out of the carriage. He held up an oil paper umbrella, his pale figure gradually receding into the veil of rain. Was this outing solely for the sake of that boy? How could the young master know he was here, and why did he treat him with such kindness? Guyu realized that ever since the young master had held her hand, her thoughts had been entirely consumed by him. His every action stirred all her emotions. Indeed, Guyu discovered a ragged, filthy child beneath the stone bridge, though she served as a maid in the Luan residence. Attending to the esteemed young master, she had never encountered such filth before. Were it not for the young master's explicit instructions, Guyu held her breath as she shed her outer garment to cover the stinking child. Hastening back to the carriage, truly, why did the young master feel compelled to save him? The carriage would be sullied. As Guyu pondered this, she carried the child onto the carriage. The boy was surprisingly light, delirious with fever and offering no resistance, though the odor emanating from him was unbearable. Upon setting him down, Guyu noticed blood on her outer garment. How did the young master know he was injured? Guyu's heart swelled with more questions at the young master's instructions. That it was undeniable. The young master possessed an extraordinary aura, and even in silence, he was the most striking figure in any crowd. Unable to resist, she took a few steps toward him. Upon seeing the coachman, The young master smiled and gestured for him to drive the carriage, instructing him not to concern himself with his well-being. Very well, young master. Hual Yin awoke with a struggle after a bowl of medicine was forced upon him. Sitting in the room was a girl of about 13 or 14, counting coins at the table, while a coarse-clad man sat across from her. Hual Yin held the blanket tightly, curling deeper into its folds. The room was blissfully warm, a stark contrast to the damp chill outside. His tattered clothing had been replaced with a snug, soft white inner garment, and neatly folded at the head of the bed was a fine silk robe, layered with 3 inner and 3 outer garments, complete with a hairband. Just looking at the clothes, one could envision how he would appear once dressed, reminiscent of the days when his father was still alive. Hual Yin's beautiful eyes dimmed instantly, and he curled into a tight ball in the corner of the bed. Motionless, he had awakened. Song Quan glanced at the bed and said coolly that you pushed all the coins toward Song Quan, but he only accepted half of them, when he refused to take more. Gu Yu grew anxious. Take it, please. I cannot accept it. The young master forbade me from doing so. Unable to withstand Gu Yu's pleading, Song Quan silently accepted all the coins. Only then did Gu Yu breathe a sigh of relief. Song Quan nodded slightly and stood up. I thought you would linger a while longer. Cleaning the child or changing his clothes, Gu Yu's complaint about the boy gradually transformed into sympathy. The child's injuries were severe, with intricate patterns of blood and dirt that had accumulated over the past few days. His feet were evidently worn and torn from excessive walking. Half the money had been spent on lodging and food, leaving the remainder for medicine. Internal and external injuries. The doctor lamented that had they come any later, he would have suffered lasting consequences. That I am doing this for the young master, Gu Yu murmured softly. Just as they prepared to leave, a hoarse voice emerged from the bed. Why did you save me? Gu Yu paused, turning to see the child's strikingly clear eyes, and her heart softened a little. Did you save me? Hual Yin's face was mostly buried in his arm, yet the glimpse of his eyes revealed a remarkably beautiful child. Such a lovely child was ill-suited for begging on the streets. He ought to be cherished in a wealthy household. Gu initially intended to deny it, but recalling the young master's instructions, which path should she choose? To speak against her conscience, or to obey the young master's words? Without a flicker of hesitation, Gu Yu replied, yes. Hual Yin narrowed his eyes slightly, his response indifferent as he nodded, choosing not to speak further. Meanwhile, Gu Yu felt a sense of disillusionment wash over her, as if she had anticipated weaving an emotional tale of rescuing someone in the rain, only for it to fizzle out. Hual Yin watched as the two figures departed the room. He could instantly tell that the girl wore the attire of a servant from a prominent household. Having lived among the affluent, he recognized it well, considering their mention of young master, despite his youth. Hual Yin had already tasted the bitterness of life, but he understood that no one would extend kindness without reason, unless they saw him as having some value. What value did he possess? Lacking money or power, should he perish in the streets, none would shed a tear for him. They might even find him a nuisance. Hual Yin's gaze shifted to the new garments, lost in thought. At the forefront stood an elderly matron, whom Luan Jiang recognized as a key figure beside the matriarch, accompanied by a young servant who had previously reprimanded her. Gu felt a surge of satisfaction, having accomplished a task for her young master. Upon encountering such an imposing presence, she instinctively positioned herself protectively in front of the young master, striving to project an air of ferocity. This group of matrons, usually amiable, could be unbearable when angry. Such a pristine young man as her master was ill-suited to engage in quarrels with them. Yet her own skills in verbal sparring were lacking. Had she known, she would have practiced more. Gu Yu chastised herself internally. Ah, that old matron truly comes with ill intent. She approached with a sarcastic tone, then placed her hands on her hips, pointing at her son. I have served the matriarch for decades, and my days in the Luan residence exceed your tenure. Young master, how dare you criticize my ability to discipline my son, as if you are entitled to intervene? If you find me incompetent, take it up with the matriarch. There is no need for you, a precious young master, to personally correct him. Perhaps you are upset with the young master today, seeking some form of revenge against me. The old matron, despite her age, possessed a sharp tongue that rattled on without pause, spewing vitriol and waving a handkerchief animatedly. The young servant stood silently to the side, his shoulders shaking, as though suppressing laughter. The other servants and maids trailing behind the matron were also longtime residents of the household, accustomed to relying on her. Now that the old matron faced a dilemma, they naturally came to bolster her. Moreover, the young master. If it were the young miss, they might have to think twice. The young master's own mother had long since neglected him. What could they expect from the busy patriarch, who had no time for trifles? "You speak nonsense," the young master replied, maintaining his respect for the matriarch. "How could I possibly?" The old matron, seeing the master remain silent, was further incensed by a younger maid speaking out of turn. "Who are you to converse with a young master?" She raised her hand, stepping forward to slap Guyu, just as her hand was about to connect with the girl's face. The young master grasped her wrist. He remained indifferent, neither regarding her previous insults nor the current aggression, merely pushing her back gently, enough to cause her to stumble a few steps without losing her balance. Achieving such a balance was no simple feat. The old matron, being stout, would either not budge with a gentle push or risk falling if one were too forceful, resulting in quite a mess. The young master, now in his teenage years, had grown significantly taller, thanks to his mother's advantageous traits. Even in casual attire, he was quite handsome. The old matron, increasingly sympathetic to her mistress, immediately began to shout, "Are you really going to lay hands on me? Young master, you are a scholar. You should know that education is for enlightenment, not to be bullied." Luan Jiang once again grasped Guyu's wrist. Her gaze clear. "Should you wish to bicker, you may certainly present your grievances before my father." The old matron scoffed immediately. "Young master, have you not seen your father in a while? You must not know how busy he is, do you? He has no time for this trivial matter." Luan Jiang replied with composure, "Allowing the household's rogue servants to bully their superiors. If my father does not intervene, the censors will take care of it." Even if the old matron lacked knowledge of official ranks, she understood the role of censors. If their master were truly entangled in this matter, raising it to higher authorities could prove troublesome. The old matron felt a tinge of defeat creeping in, yet maintained a facade of reason. "You speak with such arrogance. You threaten to report your father, after all these years of nurturing you. This is how you repay me." It is the old matron who lacks reason, deeming significant matters trivial. "I truly find myself in an impasse." Luan Jiang's expression suddenly relaxed, a feigned smile curving her lips. "The servant can brazenly deceive and mistreat me, and I should remain silent. If that is truly the case, I shall kneel before my father tonight and request to become a monk in the temple, lest I offend the eyes of people like you." With that, she grabbed Guyu and, disregarding everything, strode away. The old matron, witnessing her resolute demeanor, felt a wave of darkness wash over her. Trembling, she urged several young and strong attendants to intercept the young master. "No. Dante, let him leave. This is absurd. Matters from the inner chambers should not disturb the master. This is a well-understood and spoken rule after years of service beside the madam. Who have thought that the young master has grown more temperamental, even threatening to report to the master or to renounce the world? Oh dear, the old matriarch is still in the family temple. Hearing of this would surely enrage her. This cannot be allowed. She must not bring such chaos to Our Lady." Seeing that someone was pursuing from behind, Luan Jiang decisively pulled Guyu into a run. She had the system send her a map indicating the location of the old lady. Dante let the young master escape. "Hurry, stop him! Young master, please have mercy and do not run." Behind them, several people chased after, calling out, and a few more joined in the pursuit. Guyu, accustomed to labor, naturally had good stamina and was not easily fatigued by the distance. Her only concern was that the young master's health might not withstand it. As for Luan Jiang, she was fine. The original body had not been regularly exercised, but was not so fragile as to be overly precious. Soon, they spotted a temple with its door half open. "Marching you temple, a homophone for purity of reputation." "Young master, where are you?" At the entrance, an elderly nun was watering her vegetables. Upon seeing the pair, she froze, and then, noticing the large crowd of pursuing servants and maids behind them, was utterly perplexed. What is happening? Those people were utterly unreasonable. They insisted on forcing the young master to yield. Guyu's tears fell freely. She sniffled and pleaded, "Dear sister, please let us in quickly. If we don't get inside soon, the young master will be driven to death by them." Even Luan Jiang was momentarily taken aback. In her recollection, this little maid had always been honest and straightforward, blushing terribly even at the slightest lie. Chapter 99. 9,000 years for the old lady's temple had not been this lively in quite some time. After hearing Gu Yu's tearful accusation and seeing her greatly emaciated grandson, her dry lips trembled for a long moment. This is insurrection. What kind of household is this big madam running? Allowing wicked servants to bully their master. The old lady had been about to retire for the night, but, draping herself in a garment, she rose in fury after hearing this and commanded someone to fetch the big madam and concubine Su. Before long, the temple was packed to the brim with people, those who could not fit standing outside. "Look at the good matron you've raised." The old matriarch, robust and accustomed to a vegetarian lifestyle, possessed an ethereal aura. Even in her anger, she did not bear the ferocity typical of ordinary elderly women. The big madam, arriving in disheveled haste, had not even managed to swallow a mouthful of water before being drenched in it. Unable to maintain her composure, she stammered, "Mother, there's a reason for this. Is the household in such dire straits that my grandson cannot even afford a carriage?" The old lady, not allowing the big madam to finish her excuses or even take a seat, sternly questioned, "Is it still your usual arrogance, where even your household's matron is regarded as superior, and your son deemed more worthy of a carriage than Hung?" The big madam protested. "No, mother, rarely goes out. And today it rained. Your steward is truly excellent, splendid. Do you wish for to fall ill from the rain and miss his studies? I once praised your filial piety and your capability in managing the household. Yet now, it appears that while the facade of the family looks fine, who knows what lies beneath? Has suffered more than a day or two. I know his temperament. He is the kindest of souls." At this point, the old lady extended her hand towards Luan Jiang, gently grasping her delicate hand, her expression softening slightly, though her tone retained its authority. "I've said before, if you find displeasing, you may bring him to my temple. If he cannot be accommodated, just let me know. Engaging in such vile acts, are you not afraid of tarnishing your own reputation?" The big madam found herself at a loss for words. She undoubtedly understood this principle better than anyone. Even if she were to embarrass Luan Jiang, it would merely be a trifling matter, never daring to truly humiliate her in front of outsiders. The big madam shed tears, feeling utterly wronged. "I did not instruct the matron to act in such a manner. Truly, I did not." The old matron also knelt beside her son, earnestly stating, "Old lady, please do not wrong the madam. She genuinely was unaware of this. Why are you crying? What is there to cry about?" The old lady was resolute in making the big madam uncomfortable. She barked, "I'm not dead. Why act so pitifully? Even if this was not your directive, to raise such a matron speaks volumes about you. Do not say anything. You cannot manage the household. Whatever matters arise, let Su Yinyang discuss them with you. If worst comes to worst, bring them to me. I can no longer tolerate this. If this continues, the family will be ruined." The old lady spoke rapidly, leaving the big madam no opportunity to respond. Concubine Su, holding a small child, laughed heartily, thanking the old lady profusely, and led Ruodong to the old lady's side, encouraging her to greet her grandmother, the adorable Ruodong. With her lovely features and charmingly articulate mouth, could melt even the coldest of hearts. Concubine Su had expected the old lady to lift Ruodong, weighing her like the master, but to her surprise, the old lady did not even glance at Ruodong, instead relying on her eldest son's strength to rise. "You may stay here with me. It will be quieter for your studies." The old lady patted Luan Jiang's hand gently as she walked, chattering about her studies. "How is your reading going? Is there anything you do not understand? Though this old woman is not well-versed in court matters, I did read a few books in my youth. We can chat when we have time." The old lady was quite pleased with this grandson, knowing he was diligent and serious in his studies, predicting a bright future for him, perhaps even surpassing his father's fortune. The two supported each other as they left the main hall, leaving everyone else in stunned silence. One old maid, surnamed Yu, who always accompanied the old lady, smiled and instructed, The old lady has decreed that anyone daring to coerce the young master's servants today will be punished severely. If there are any objections, they shall be reported to the authorities, and some monthly wages will be withheld, with you, Big Madam, making the final decision. The Big Madam remained silent, wiping her tears as the matron helped her up and turned to leave. Concubine Sue, however, readily agreed. While in her arms, Ruodong pouted, her little mouth quivering as she looked up at Concubine Sue and asked, "Does grandmother not like me? Why is she ignoring me?" Concubine Sue quickly covered her mouth, smiling apologetically at the old maid. Ruodong is still young. The old lady will not show favoritism. She loves Hung-er as much as she loves Ruodong. I understand all of that. Old maid Yu smiled and bowed, departing. That day, Luan Jiang was playing chess with the old lady. The old lady was exceptionally skilled, a woman of great wisdom, and conversing with her was always enlightening. When Guyu hesitated on whether to speak, the old lady, seeing her plight, kindly placed a piece. "Speak your mind. We are all family here. What is there to hide? Is there something about Hung-er that I am unaware of?" "There is a matter, though it is not a significant one," Luan Jiang calmly explained. "Recently, a young man surnamed Hua came to the capital, accusing the county magistrate and his relatives, seeking justice but to no avail, and was beaten severely. Seeing him in such a pitiful state, I gave him some silver to settle him in an inn, and I am currently devising a way to assist him with this matter." The old lady pondered for a moment. "Is he attempting to file a petition to the emperor? That is a grave offense. Regardless of the outcome, this young man will ultimately meet a tragic end in prison. Moreover, there are other avenues to accuse the county magistrate, such as the inspector and governor of the region. Local officials accepting bribes and neglecting their duties is a serious crime, one that must be addressed by the courts. In such a vast area, is there truly no one to whom he can appeal, unless that place is utterly corrupt? Yes, but alas, he does not understand whom to approach for his petition. There's a method for filing a petition. To intercept the emperor is death, shouting at the city gate is death, and posting announcements in the capital is also death, unless one manages to find the right contact at the Tong Shengxi." The old lady, holding a chess piece, observed the young man's gentle demeanor, which seemed to indicate he was not overly concerned. Yet, with just a few words, how could he appear so unconcerned? Offering money and seeking solutions. While still being a mere youth himself, he wishes to meddle in matters known to be ignored. The old lady chuckled softly. "You do know that my maternal grandfather once served in the Tong Shengxi for several years, right?" The old lady cast a sidelong glance at Luan Jiang, chuckling as she placed her piece. You even think to calculate against this old woman. What a ruthless heart you possess." Luan Jiang remained noncommittal, quietly resuming the game, her demeanor calm and untroubled. The old lady gazed at her, momentarily reminded of the late Lord Luan, who had been similarly indifferent, yet had dedicated his life to noble deeds for the country and the people, leaving behind no stains on his character, departing this world with a smile. Outsiders often claimed that Lord Luan was a hard nut to crack, a stubborn mule, a headstrong youth, yet the old lady, born into a prominent family, took pride in having married him in contemporary times. Although the grandson is not the legitimate offspring of the main wife, he possesses a commendable character and integrity. She is resolute in ensuring that her beloved grandson is not mistreated in any manner. "I can assist you, of course," the elderly lady chuckled, "but you must engage in chess with me for the next fortnight." Luo Jiang nodded in agreement. "All right. Well then, I shall take my leave. Remember to eat well." At such moments, Guyu could hardly contain her eagerness to escape the romantic notions that Luo Jiang had of love blossoming over time and repaying a life-saving grace with tender affection. And Huo Yin was no fool. Upon seeing Guyu, he discerned her insincerity in visiting him, suspecting that it was likely an order from that gentleman behind the scenes. That Yu was not foolish. Yet she could not quite measure up to Huo Yin. He subtly prodded her, and over time, he had likely sketched a portrait of a modest gentleman in his heart, which Huo Yin eagerly anticipated encountering. According to Guyu, the gentleman was exceptionally handsome, the most attractive in the residence. He was also of good character, albeit somewhat taciturn, yet treated those around him well. Huo Yin, having been well cared for at the inn for several days, nourished with fine food and potent remedies, found his injuries healing remarkably quickly. That gentleman had thoughtfully provided him with numerous books from the court, fearing he might grow bored and worry about his father's affairs. Indeed, it would not be difficult for a high-ranking official to inquire into the life of a commoner. Many were eager to assist one another. Huan Yin chuckled in self-deprecation. Initially, he would respond to Guyu's chatter with a few words, such as or good, but soon he ceased to speak altogether. You remained oblivious to his change, arriving and departing punctually, lingering not a second longer, nor uttering an unnecessary word. After another fortnight, Huan Yin received a letter stating that someone had taken care of his father's matters, assuring him to remain at ease. Accompanying the letter were several gold ingots, far more valuable than 10 taels of silver, sufficient to purchase a residence in the capital. The reverse of the letter mentioned that he could buy a shop in the capital to conduct business, and should he require more funds, he was welcome to ask. Huan Yin stared blankly at the not overly lengthy letter in his hand, sitting quietly by the window for a long while. Chapter 100, 9,000 years 5 recently. The little girl Ruatong has felt somewhat neglected. First, she enjoyed teasing her esteemed lady, who repeatedly refused to see her, and then concubine Su became preoccupied with competing for favor with the lady, leaving little time for her. Even the maidservants assigned to her were unable to style her hair as she desired. Her elder brother was also exceedingly busy, and whenever she wished to see her father, numerous people obstructed her, insisting that she must not disturb him as he attended to important matters. Woe is me. The little girl broke away from her maidservants, hiding alone in a corner of the small garden and weeping. She curled up pitifully, her 2 little braids trembling in the air, surrounded by a myriad of colorful flowers, creating a most enchanting scene. All of this unfolded before the eyes of a noble young man perched atop the wall. He, feeling playful, casually picked up a small stone from the wall, weighed it in his palm, aimed at the little girl's head, and with a flick of his hand, released it. The stone flew silently through the air and landed gently in a fair palm, grasped lightly by its owner. The noble young man was momentarily taken aback. The little girl continued to cry, oblivious, until the person bent down to touch her braid, prompting her to lift her blurred eyes in realization. Be big, brother. Ruatong pouted. She was reluctant to grow close to her elder brother, for it was precisely because of him that everyone in the residence was so busy, ignoring her. T had not always been this way. Before her elder brother moved in with their grandmother, it had not been like this. She locked eyes with the noble young man, confirming that he was indeed one of the future protagonists. His Highness the Third Prince, and pursed her lips. System. I didn't expect to encounter you so soon. Alas. The little girl sniffled as she stood up, lightly kicking at Luan Jiang's garment with her muddy shoe before scampering away. System. Wow. Host, your clothes are dirty. How dreadful. She had just changed into new attire today. Poor Guyu would surely have her hands rubbed raw again. Luan Jiang watched the little girl run off, and the young man behind her leapt down directly. Hey, who are you? The noble young man crossed his arms, exhibiting none of the stealth of a secretive visitor, but rather resembling the master of the place. Oh, I don't know you. The third prince was rather annoyed by the fact that I recognized him. He wished to remain unrecognized, having intentionally shaken off his guards. That little brat was insufferable. Why did you just stop this, prince? You deserved it for being kicked. The third prince sneered. It would be unfortunate if your highness were to harm Ruatong. Luan Jiang lowered her hand, maintaining her posture as it would reflect poorly on his highness's reputation. The notorious little tyrant of the palace, the third prince. This prince is not afraid of trouble. Luan Jiang lightly acknowledged with an indicating her understanding. The third prince had never encountered anyone like her in the palace. Although she bore few adornments, there was an innate quality about her that compelled one to listen to her speak. In the palace, the more embellishments a lady had, the more favored she was, and the more people would heed her words. This person was quite peculiar, yet not entirely unpleasant. The third prince remained unaware of his own aesthetic inclinations, feeling an inexplicable sense of relief whenever he saw her face. Are you familiar with the outside? The third prince, having finally met someone he relatively liked, was unperturbed by awkwardness and stepped forward to grasp her wrist. Tiske, you look delicate. A mere squeeze could shatter you. Right? The third prince grimaced. Not too familiar, he assumed is merely being polite, as many were prone to do, and he was accustomed to it. Very well, you shall take this prince out for a stroll, and should I be pleased, I shall reward you, the ever-wealthy Luan Jiang. The third prince had not ventured beyond the palace much. This was his first successful escape, and surely there would be many more to come. This was an addictive thrill. Throughout their journey, he did not release Luan Jiang's hand, and his purse contained many gold leaves. Luan Jiang observed as he attempted to pay for a pastry with a gold leaf, unable to contain herself. She blocked the third prince's hand that reached for payment, sighing, "Your Highness, sir, a pastry does not require such a significant sum." The affluent third prince waved his hand dismissively. "The remainder shall be your reward." System. Huh, does that phrase sound familiar to you, host? Luan Jiang. Not familiar, smiles. Luan Jiang could tolerate her own extravagance, but could not abide someone else being so wasteful before her. She was indeed a double standard. With a righteous expression, Luan Jiang accepted the gold leaf from the third prince's hand, stowing it in her pocket before producing a few coins to hand to the vendor. The vendor. "Thank you." Luan Jiang smiled gently. "You're welcome." The third prince observed the vendor, who appeared to be smiling uncontrollably, and then glanced at the nonchalant Luan Jiang, his eyes widening as if he had grasped something. The seemingly harmless Luan Jiang of the Ruo family was far from as innocuous as she appeared. One ought not to assume that just because it was dressed in green, he lacked guile. Having earned a gold leaf, Luan Jiang's spirits soared, and she directed more smiles toward the third prince. She even eagerly dragged him to indulge in street snacks. Each time glancing at him and his purse when it came time to pay, the third prince felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine. System. "Host, you are truly dreadful. With so much money, you are exploiting the poor third prince. Luan Jiang, the Ruo family will surely be tormented by him. It's only fair to collect some compensation for emotional distress in advance." System. I cannot argue against this. It must be the host's corrupting influence. After a day of wild escapades, the third prince was finally captured by his guards. "Humph, you've swindled this prince out of so much money. Did you think I wouldn't notice?" The third prince no longer held disdain for the guards, his gaze fixed intently on the young man before him, declaring, "Debts must be repaid from now on, whenever I leave the palace. You shall accompany me." The guards behind him sighed. Alas, this life is unbearable. Though the third prince's words were harsh, he had somewhat come to regard this mischievous little boy as one of his few friends. He tilted his chin and added, "Little brat." Ew. Yet Luan Jiang stepped forward 2 paces, and the guards immediately reached for their swords in unison. Luan Jiang gestured to indicate their height difference, and under the third prince's scrutinizing gaze, she compared it to the length of her pinky finger. With a gentle smile, she remarked, "Your Highness, it seems I'm slightly taller than you." The third prince that he blushed and shouted, "This prince calls you a little brat. So you are a little brat." No rebuttals allowed. Very well, little prince. Since he called him small, he would also refer to him as small. How infuriating, the third prince fumed, yet he understood that time was of the essence. He sullenly declared to Luan Jiang, "Do not forget, this prince will seek you out the next time I leave the palace." "Very well, I bid farewell to the little prince." The third prince. Humph. Chapter 101. 9,000 years 6. Eldest young master. Eldest young master, something terrible has happened. Guyu was nearly breathless with urgency. "The boy we rescued, that boy, he took our silver and vanished." The innkeeper, too, was at a loss as to how he had disappeared. System. The target is en route to the palace. System. I didn't even notice. It's still not too late to go now, but you'll need to ride a horse. This is incorrect. The silver she provided is certainly sufficient for establishing a household in the capital. Why then does she aspire to enter the palace as a eunuch? Could it be that she harbors some peculiar inclination? Luan Jiang's mind was awash with bewilderment as she reassured, "Do not fret just yet. I shall venture out to investigate. Young master, it is entirely my fault. Had I been more vigilant, this calamity would never have occurred." She lamented, tears brimming in her eyes. Guyu was overwhelmed with dread at the thought of the child being harmed by nefarious individuals. After all, a life was at stake. She had tended to him for so long. And this was the first significant matter entrusted to her by the young master. If she failed, it would be an utter disaster. Why young master? Suddenly, the young master, drawing near, exuded a faint fragrance reminiscent of incense. That comforting scent often found in temples. Gu stood in a daze as the young master gently tapped her forehead, momentarily freezing her tears. Luan Jiang swiftly mounted her horse, Song Quan, who served not only as a stable hand but also managed various affairs within the estate, found himself unexpectedly confronted with the young master's desire to ride out today. Consequently, the young master chose to ride himself. Yes, she beheld his long, straight legs gracefully positioned upon the horse's belly. Song Quan found his gaze momentarily entranced. It took him a while to realize the young master was addressing him. Well, he managed to utter, but by then, the young master had already vanished from sight. For reasons unknown, Song Quan felt a twinge of melancholy. Today, the drunken immortal pavilion had been entirely reserved by the young master of the Grand Tutor's household. Young Master Feng lounged idly against the windowsill, flanked by two lovely maidens who fanned him while occasionally feeding him soft, glutinous pastries. Yet young Master Feng appeared lethargic, sometimes opening his mouth to receive a morsel, only to leave the maiden smiles frozen in place. Hey, who is that? Suddenly, the previously motionless young Master Feng sprang to his feet, almost causing the grapes poised at his lips to poke his nostrils. Irritated, he glared at the two maidens and waved them away. Go away. If you can't serve me properly, then don't bother. You're bringing me ill fortune. Spare us, young master. It was all Yulian's fault. Leave. Young Master Feng dismissed their pleas, grabbing a servant and pointing at the retreating figure. Who is that? Can you not tell? I cannot discern. The servant squinted, but alas, the figure had already receded too far. Even if he could see a person clad in white, recognizing their face was impossible. Useless! Young Master Feng kicked him aside, his eyes narrowing. With a scoff, he picked up a fan from the table and waved it dismissively, feeling irked that the figure riding the horse appeared more handsome than he. This simply would not do. There could be no one in the capital more dashing than him. The first young master. Let us see who that fellow is. Young Master Feng stormed down the stairs. While Luan Jiang searched her surroundings, she simultaneously studied the system's map. However, gaining entry to the palace was not as arduous as it seemed. After all, Hualien was now flush with funds and need not await the opportune moment. Luan Jiang was oblivious to the attention she garnered while galloping through the streets, her mind swirling with questions regarding Hualien. Having once held a position of privilege, begging was an unfortunate necessity. Yet she had provided so much money that she need not endure such a demeaning existence. Why then would she seek to enter the palace? The system interjected. I, too, find it perplexing. I had presumed he was purchasing a shop as you desired. Hence I paid little attention. Who would have thought he would dig such a substantial pitfall? Following the system's line of thought, Luan Jiang suddenly had an epiphany. She tightened the reins, realizing she had halted quite near the palace gates. Perhaps she had misjudged. She had an inkling that the indistinct figure ahead was none other than Hualien. The small silhouette remained stationary beneath a large tree, seemingly awaiting someone. Luan Jiang finally comprehended. It was not a matter of entering the palace or losing her mind. Hualien simply wished to see her. It appeared Guyu had already been exposed. Hualien had sensed that Guyu was not alone in her efforts to rescue him. Thus, today, he had orchestrated a little ruse to draw out her true intentions. The system remarked, But how did he know you would come here to search? Luan Jiang replied, After all, I did retrieve him from beneath the stone bridge. Sighing, she mused that this target was indeed cunning, nearly leading her astray. Fortunately, the road before the palace was wide enough for her to turn around. Who is that young master? He looks unfamiliar. I cannot quite tell. But his fabric is of excellent quality. It seems to be new satin from XX Manor. He is quite handsome, far surpassing young Master Feng. Do not let young Master Feng hear you. Your life may be trivial. But if you involve this young master, it could be quite serious. Luan Jiang heard the warning clearly. This young Master Feng, the son of Grand Tutor Feng, one of the male leads? The system confirmed. Indeed, he possesses a rather eccentric personality and will not allow any young master within the capital to outshine him. If one appears, he will eliminate them. Thus, regardless of how much others may boast outside, before young Master Feng, they must concede that none compare to him, lest they miss witnessing the moon tonight. The system exclaimed, "Oh no! Young Master Feng is approaching you." Luan Jiang, taken aback, asked, "What have I done?" The system hesitated. You are riding a horse," Luan Jiang replied. "Is it that I ride too splendidly? I truly did not expect this." The system echoed, "Neither did I." Both felt immensely awkward. Luan Jiang genuinely did not anticipate that within a single day she would encounter two male leads, both of whom had approached her. Had she unwittingly absorbed the protagonist's aura? This narrative seemed somewhat askew. Just as Luan Jiang wandered off in a daze, a figure clad in striking red appeared before her, mounted upon a fiery steed whose iron hooves seemed capable of shattering the ground. "Who rides such a magnificent horse in the streets?" His hair was still damp, clearly freshly bathed, the system remarked. "Ah, the inexplicable human desire for competition." "Halt!" Young Master Feng stood tall, halting his steed. The setting sun bathed the ground beneath his horse's hooves in an eerie glow, causing onlookers to hold their breath. Fearing that young Master Feng's whip might inadvertently strike the young master, or that the horse's hooves might accidentally tread upon him, resulting in a veritable river of blood. Luan Jiang, who had been standing still, noted that young Master Feng was quite handsome, with sharp brows and sparkling eyes, truly deserving of the title of the first young master. His demeanor was unabashedly audacious, living in a manner many dared not even contemplate. In the original narrative, he was the one least favored by the female lead, owing to his flamboyant nature and his relentless desire to outshine others. Young Master Feng leaped down from his horse and strode toward Luan Jiang, regarding her with the keen eye of one appraising merchandise. With one hand grasping the horsewhip and the other stroking his chin, he tilted his head slightly. Luan Jiang awaited his words, merely reaching back to soothe her horse, providing a calming gesture. "What is your name? Which family do you belong to? I have not seen you before." Young Master Feng's voice was not coarse, but rather possessed a refined charm, akin to the young master tone praised in the modern world. "I am Luan Heng." After speaking, Luan Jiang pressed her lips together, her gaze tranquil. "Luan Heng, which Heng?" "Luan." "Oh, you are Luan Heng." Young Master Feng had a good memory. Perhaps he indeed remembered every young master in the capital, as he swiftly connected the dots within mere seconds. Even if he had never laid eyes on her before, he flashed a youthful grin, a gesture that seemed quite natural on him. "You are quite adept at riding. Come, let us compete in the countryside." Luan Jiang. Rather than departing immediately, Luan Jiang intentionally paused, bending slightly in a gesture of farewell. She intended to lead her horse away. Yet, a hand reached across from her right side, and its owner, clearly displeased, declared, "Do you know what happens if you refuse me?" Luan Jiang. "I merely wish to have a meal." Young Master Feng scrutinized her for a moment, finding this fair-faced youth rather sincere. He scoffed, "Is it not just a meal? Come, accompany me to the drunken immortal pavilion. Eat until you are full." Luan Jiang. "If I am full, I will be unable to ride." Young Master Feng. "Then we shall ride tomorrow." Luan Jiang. "It may rain tomorrow." Young Master Feng. "Are you toying with me?" The most vexing part was that he blinked innocently. "I merely speculated. If you do not fancy me, I will not pursue it further." "My apologies." Why must he apologize so politely? It rendered his subsequent outbursts ineffectual. For the first time, young Master Feng tasted the frustration of being unable to unleash his temper. Typically, when he glowered, many would prostrate themselves before him, begging for mercy, or at the very least, tremble in fear. Yet this individual before him was either utterly ignorant of his identity or possessed an audacity beyond compare. "You are not afraid of me?" Young Master Feng inquired, his expression darkening. It seemed as though the moment Luan Jiang uttered a no, his whip would swiftly find its way to her face. Luan Jiang replied, "Why should I be afraid?" The system noted that their host had adopted the tone of a domineering protagonist, transforming a question into a statement. Upon hearing this, young Master Chen immediately pouted his lips, his fingers caressing the whip, poised to strike at any moment. Then, the fair-faced youth before him languidly remarked, "Young Master Feng is quite handsome and not at all fierce." Young Master Feng. This young man's words are rather sweet. However, do not presume that a few flattering words will sway me. Young Master Feng's expression twisted for a moment before he huffed, tilting his chin and declaring, "Come with me to dine. To the drunken immortal pavilion?" Luan Jiang inquired after consulting the system, learning that it was a well-known restaurant in the capital, renowned for its exquisite flavors but exorbitant prices. Since young Master Feng enjoyed treating others, she felt it would be prudent to acquiesce. Merely taking a moment to inform Gu Yu. "You will come, won't you?" Young Master Feng, upon asking, felt a wave of insecurity wash over him and swiftly amended his words. "If you do not come, I shall simply send someone to your home to drag you out. It would not be a pretty sight then." Luan Jiang smiled and, leading her horse, brushed past young Master Feng. The servant had indeed been trailing behind young Master Feng, but the latter's steed was swifter by far that he hurriedly dismounted, bowing and scraping. "Young Master, I finally caught up with you. Master Gu has been searching for you everywhere. He asks at the drunken immortal pavilion. Let us hurry." Having been in young Master Feng's company for a while, the servant had encountered many prominent figures, and thus he did not casually refer to anyone as master. Yet there were no high-ranking officials with the surname Gu in the capital. Upon reflection, however, there was indeed a royal merchant by that name. Luan Jiang, overhearing, thought, "Luan Jiang, is it Gu Wangshan, one of the male leads?" System. He is indeed the third son in his family. Only close friends refer to him as such. Luan Jiang. May I ask what summoning the main deity entails with the assembly of 7 male leads? Today seems to be exceptionally fortunate, does it not? Arriving at the drunken immortal pavilion, Luan Jiang noticed the servant, who had been waiting at the entrance for quite some time, sporting a look of deliverance. If this young master did not arrive soon, young Master Feng would surely create a scene at the Luan residence to retrieve him. Although Lord Luan held a modest position, he was nonetheless a servant of the court. Such an uproar would surely bring punishment upon his son, with repercussions for himself as well. Furthermore, the young master had been urging him incessantly, as if it were a matter of life and death, leaving the servant's back drenched in sweat. "Apologies, I walked here and was delayed." The servant smiled more earnestly, ushering her inside. "No worries, my master and Master Gu are seated upstairs. It will be beneficial for you to meet them, as it may aid your future career. Could a merchant truly assist in one's career?" Such words struck her as rather peculiar. Young Master Feng had reserved the entire drunken immortal pavilion, naturally avoiding any unsavory encounters. The usually bustling establishment was now eerily quiet, save for the hurried footsteps of the waitstaff. Though only 2 young masters occupied the upper floor, they were far more challenging to attend to than a crowd. The servant lifted the curtain and stood at the entrance, while Luan Jiang slowed her pace. Cautiously stepping inside, the 2 men engaged in conversation had keen ears, and despite Luan Jiang's light footfalls, they immediately ceased their discussion, turning in unison toward the entrance. Among them was one whose appearance diverged from those typical of this place. Exuding an exotic charm, he had a pronounced nose, deeply set eyes, and a complexion that bore the marks of relentless sun and storm, evoking images of the desert at first glance. His attire, however, was exquisitely elaborate, adorned with more embellishments than a woman's gown, and his wrists and ankles were encircled with gold rings. Is this the one you mentioned? Luan Heng. Gu Wangshan had casually selected that name. His original was far more complex and lengthy. The man was the eldest among the trio, his voice deep and magnetic, his physique broader and more alluring than young Master Feng's. Young Master Feng stood, striding forward, and seized Luan Jiang, guiding her toward the window, pressing her into a wooden chair, and grinning. "What fragrance have you applied today?" He was being deliberately provocative, having recognized the scent of sandalwood, eager to elicit a reaction from her. Luan Jiang exchanged nods with Gu Wangshan. Acknowledging his presence, she turned her gaze, earnest in her scrutiny of young Master Feng, her lips parting slightly. "Not at all. I reside with the elder lady, who is a devout Buddhist." Titich. Young Master Feng found himself unnaturally flustered beneath her excessively clear gaze. Chapter 103. 9,000 years 8. Luan Jiang felt quite awkward. Prior to her arrival, they had evidently been engrossed in conversation, likely discussing business or matters of the official realm. Yet young Master Feng insisted on bringing her along. Well then, with 3 of them seated here, there was little to converse about. Young Master Feng, however, did not share her sentiment. He relished this rare moment of peace. Ji Wangshan was not only his friend, but also his business partner. Their rapport transcended that of mere acquaintances, and young Master Feng would not utter any petty remarks in Gu Wangshen's presence. Gu Wangshen had risen from humble beginnings, amassing his impressive wealth through sheer effort, earning young Master Feng's genuine admiration and a desire for camaraderie. The lad beside him had heard tales of Gu Wangshen, yet those stories painted him as a pitiable figure, leading young Master Feng to associate the name with misfortune. However, upon meeting him, it was clear he was anything but. He was a true scion of a distinguished family, exuding an air of nobility strikingly similar to his own. Earlier, seeing him gallop away so swiftly, was he off to chase a maiden? When among his raucous friends, young Master Feng often adopted a carefree demeanor, and he was no different with Luan Jiang. Despite their unfamiliarity, Gu Wangshen, having observed his capricious nature for long enough, reclined his chair, a mischievous smile gracing his lips as he regarded Luan Jiang. And perhaps, Luan Jiang replied vaguely, "I did not catch up, and that is that." Huh. Young Master Feng chuckled briefly. What was amusing about failing to woo a maiden, especially doing so in her presence? Was it not a display of schadenfreude? Young Master Feng remarked, "You have yet to indulge in the pleasures of romance, have you? Those maidens are not won over so easily." "You, my friend, are rather foolish." Luan Jiang, having identified a topic of conversation, disregarded the implications of maidens and earnestly sought advice. "Then how should one pursue them? I say, those women. The young Master Luan is still quite young. Do refrain from corrupting him with such talk." Gu Wangshen chuckled. Young Master Feng rolled his eyes dramatically. "Ah, but you do not understand. When pursuing women, age is irrelevant. If he wishes to listen, that is all that matters." "Oh, right. Were you not saying you were hungry? Where is the food? Why has it not arrived yet?" Young Master Feng, disinterested in Gu Wangshen's interjection, waved his hand and dragged Luan Jiang to the dining table. Just when Luan Jiang thought the meal would proceed without incident, young Master Feng clapped his hands. An ominous feeling crept over her. Several slender, beautiful women entered, their faces lightly adorned with makeup, smiles blooming as they passed, leaving a trail of floral fragrance. Young Master Feng raised an eyebrow and grinned. "Did you not just say you did not catch the maiden? Fear not, brother. I shall gather a horde for you. Now tell me, do any of them catch your fancy?" Luan Jiang. Upon hearing this, young Master Feng poured himself a drink, raising it to his lips that a wicked grin curled at the corners of his mouth. "Who would have thought you had such tastes?" "Indeed, one must not judge by appearances." Gu Wangshen observed their banter with amusement, particularly the youth named Luan, who perhaps ought not to be referred to as merely a youth. Young Master Feng, after a few more teasing remarks, thumped the table, declaring, "Dining with me comes with rules. You must drink 3 cups of wine before touching your chopsticks." Luan Jiang. Surely this is a rule young Master Feng concocted on the spot? Young Master Feng scoffed. "I would never create any nonsensical rules for the sake of a single person." Gu Wangshen chuckled, but remained silent. Young Master Feng's fabrications flowed effortlessly, his eyes unwavering, his face devoid of any embarrassment. "System, should we adjust this body's tolerance for alcohol?" Luan Jiang. "Yes, please." The original owner was still underage. However, the alcoholic content of the beverages in this era was likely much lighter than that of modern times. So consuming a few cups should pose no issue. The women summoned would not be dismissed lightly. 2 began to play the pipa, 3 danced gracefully around the dining table, while 2 others sang by the window. The room was filled with the fragrant smoke of incense, sometimes subtle, at other times overpowering, mingling with the wine, rendering her head dizzy. Today, she would certainly become intoxicated. As for what transpired after, young Master Feng had not yet contemplated. That was of no concern to him. Leaving this fair-faced youth here would serve him well, allowing him to sample the delights of womanhood. That Gu Wangshen, having known young Master Feng for several years, recognized his intentions with ease. He would not intrude upon young Master Feng's revelry. Instead, he engaged in casual conversation, feigning ignorance regarding the youth's tender age, for the consequences of such encounters could be detrimental to his health. As long as no fatalities occurred, all would be well. Young Master Feng began to feel a sense of disquiet. Initially, he had been amused to see Luan Hung struggle to consume a cup of wine, his delicate neck elongating as he did so, causing young Master Feng's throat to dry. Realizing he too had unwittingly downed 2 cups, he noted that the fair-faced youth possessed little to no tolerance for alcohol. After finishing a cup, his face flushed crimson, and he frowned as if enduring great discomfort. By the time he reached the 2nd cup, Luan Hung had nibbled on a few pieces of vegetables and taken a couple of bites of rice. Then, gripping the wine cup tightly, he tilted it toward his lips with great difficulty. The crystalline liquid did not entirely find its way into that petite mouth. A considerable amount spilled over. Young Master Feng contemplated. Is this truly how one drinks? Is there anyone who drinks in such a manner? It is utterly disgraceful. He refrained from voicing his thoughts. Typically, his nature would compel him to mock the situation. Cough, cough, uncertain whether it was from choking or an inability to continue. Luan Hung, after swallowing the last mouthful, felt his body weaken and collapsed onto the table, rendered unconscious. Young Master Feng remained speechless for a moment, prodding the person's hairpin with his chopsticks. Hey, don't faint it. You still have a cup left? You know? No response. Feng pursed his lips and set down the chopsticks. Gu Wangchun then remarked, drinking on an empty stomach and consuming so much, upon waking, he will certainly feel unwell. This young master is not responsible for that. The fact that he didn't ruin my appetite is already commendable. Gu Wangchun chuckled. You were the one who dragged him here to dine with you. And now you say this after the meal. Young Master Feng refused to admit his lack of propriety. After all, he felt quite robust, and what harm was there in leaving him here? With so many beautiful maidens attending to him, was it not delightful? Gu Wangchun stated. Then it seems he is the one at a disadvantage. Young Master Feng scrutinized the situation and found this reasoning quite valid. This pretty boy was indeed handsome. If he were younger and had his hair in braids, one could easily mistake him for a girl. Spending money to hire a woman was truly a loss. Chapter 104. 9,000-Year System. Host, wake up quickly. You're about to be exposed. Luan Jiang. ? Luan Jiang did not expect to awaken to such a dramatic scene. Who could explain why this young lady was sprawled over her? Attempting to undress her? This scene was undeniably bizarre. No, don't come any closer. Pushing the young lady away and covering herself with a quilt, Luan Jiang resembled a bride on the verge of being violated. Oh dear, the young master is so bashful. That young lady was at least 16 or 17, more than 5 years older than the original body. Luan Jiang gripped her loosened neckline tightly, striving to maintain her composure. Leave at once. Although the system had enhanced the original body as alcohol tolerance, the headache and discomfort from drunkenness remained. Compared to this, the risk of exposing the original body as femininity due to this incident was clearly more frustrating for Luan Jiang. The young master had likely never experienced such things before, right? It feels wonderful. Once you try it, you will understand. The young woman, despite her youth, had mastered countless seductive techniques, immediately reclining on the bed and slowly tracing her fingers along the delicate fabric covering her. Luan Jiang quickly turned her head, her ears and neck flushed crimson. His previously cold voice now carried a hint of panic. Get out! Luan Jiang could no longer contain herself and raised her voice. The young lady, startled by her outburst, smirked. Do you find me unclean? Aside from young Master Feng's companion. Gu Sanyi, none dare to touch me. I only encountered Gu Sanyi, and he is far cleaner than the rest. Young Master, why not let me finish undressing you? Luan Jiang, where are they? System, they are downstairs drinking, but they heard your voice and both have come up. Just wait a moment longer. Seeing Luan Jiang's gaze drift, the young lady realized this young master was contemplating an escape. TSK, young Master Feng summoned her here, but did not allow her to attend to Gu Sanyi. She could hardly earn a few coins from just 2 cups of wine. Observing this innocent young master, who seemed inexperienced, she surmised he must belong to a wealthy family, albeit dressed modestly. She decided that she must at least spend the night with someone to recoup her losses. Dante, run away, young master. Ultimately, Luan Jiang reacted slightly quicker than her. Seizing the opportunity to leap from the bed, she dared not put on her shoes, aiming straight for the door. Logically speaking, Luan Jiang's tall stature and long legs should have prevented that young lady from capturing her. However, due to the effects of the alcohol, she felt quite unwell, her head heavy and legs weak. Just as her hand grazed the door, she was suddenly tackled by the young lady, who pinned her to the floor. Luan Jiang. System. What should we do? The young lady's eyes flickered as her fingers began to wander upwards. Wow. Did we arrive at a most inopportune moment? As young Master Feng pushed open the door, he was met with the sight of two entangled figures on the floor. Folding his arms, his smile abruptly turned icy. The woman was entirely atop the young master, one hand on his waist and the other tugging at his clothing. Young Master Feng had not anticipated witnessing such a scene. He had believed Luan Hung to be sound asleep, impervious to any disturbance. You cannot handle your liquor, and yet you pretend to shun women. When in reality, you are so impatient. Young Master Feng convinced himself he was angry with Luan Hung. What nonsense about yearning for unattainable women. Not a single truthful word escaped your lips. How foolish of him to worry about disturbing him when he had deliberately gone downstairs with Gu Wangchun to drink and dine. Truly, it infuriated him. Noticing young Master Feng's displeasure, the young woman hastily scrambled off Luan Jiang and, kneeling before young Master Feng, bowed her head. It was all Luan Gongzi's doing. I dared not refuse. Woe is me. Please have mercy on me. I swear I have not been touched by him. Young Master Feng's expression remained impassive, disregarding her pleas and not allowing her to rise. Gu Wangchun's expression darkened. Luan Jiang, clutching her head, sat up from the floor. Her first action was not to explain to young Master Feng, but to slowly pull her clothing back into place. There were no cameras, no phones, and this woman was someone who had been around for a while. Her trustworthiness was irrelevant. What mattered was that she lacked any utilitarian value. At least this woman could alleviate boredom. Perhaps sing a tune or two. Her voice was quite melodious. Luan Hung's silence only served to infuriate young Master Feng further. Wasn't he quite charming just a moment ago, now that he had been caught red-handed? Has he lost the courage to defend himself? Has he become mute? Young Master Feng pointed an accusatory finger at Luan Jiang. Do you have any idea what becomes of those who dare to sleep with my women? I don't know, because I've never done such a thing. The woman steadied herself against the wall as she rose from the ground, her eyes rimmed with red. Her voice, no longer the clear and ethereal tone it once was, now bore a hint of drunken sweetness as she lowered her lashes, obscuring her expression. System. I apologize, host. I did not anticipate the original body as alcohol tolerance to be so low. Truly a lightweight. Luan Jiang. It's all right. Doesn't their fondness for me seem quite high? Young Master Feng's reaction did not appear to be one of disdain. System. Indeed, it truly does. The room fell silent for a few seconds before young Master Feng suddenly erupted. He strode forward, seizing her wrist and pinning it against the wall, compelling her to meet his gaze. Speak. Do you wish to die? I don't. Luan Jiang could not utter another word. She clutched her chest and turned her face away, struggling to suppress the discomfort rising within her. Hey, don't act like that in front of me. That's enough. The Gu Wangchun could no longer bear to witness the scene that he intervened, blocking young Master Feng's hand that aimed to strike Luan Jiang and forcefully pried away his other hand. The tall man lifted Luan Jiang's head and gently bent down, sliding an arm beneath her knees and effortlessly lifting her. She seemed weightless in his embrace, without sparing a glance at the young woman clinging to his leg. He kicked her away with a swift, decisive motion that he strode to the bed, gently setting Luan Jiang down, that he did not leave, but instead took a seat beside her, channeling some inner strength to massage her abdomen gently. Gu Wangchun, did you not see she was unwell? In such a condition, how could you contemplate such actions? Furthermore, she is far too young to comprehend. You are the one overthinking it. What nonsense! I was far more knowledgeable at his age. Young Master Feng, upon seeing the pallid face of the person on the bed, began to realize he might have misunderstood the situation. Yet, he was not the type to utter the words, I'm sorry. After a moment of awkwardness, he spotted the young woman attempting to sneak away and, finally finding a target for his frustration, promptly seized her collar and dragged her out amidst her cries. Gu Wangchun. Young Master Feng was not one to adhere to the principle of never striking a woman. He acted recklessly. With matters having escalated to this point, Gu Wangchun no longer felt compelled to intervene. System. Host, are you pretending to be unconscious? Gu Wangchun and young Master Feng's fondness for you has increased significantly. Luan Jiang. I did indeed lose consciousness for a minute or two. It wasn't entirely an act. Upon waking up, Luan Jiang found herself alone in the room. She felt considerably better, with the system indicating that Gu Wangchun had helped her a bit, combined with some medication exchanged by the system for relief. On the table lay a bowl of porridge and a few small dishes. Luan Jiang leisurely descended from the bed, intending to request a bucket of water from the innkeeper, to her surprise. Upon opening the door, she found the innkeeper pacing back and forth, a look of distress on his face. Upon seeing someone emerge from the room, the innkeeper's expression transformed as if he had encountered a deity. Believing that all would be well now, "Young master, you are finally awake. Hot water is ready for you, and the food is in the room if it is cold or not to your liking. Please do let me know." The innkeeper had not straightened his back since entering. He remained hunched over, causing Luan Jiang's waist to ache. "Young Master Feng and Gu San, you have stepped out to attend to matters. Leaving word that you should leave a note." Luan Jiang took a few steps but soon felt discomfort. Huh. The innkeeper did not understand her meaning, but his body reacted faster than his mind. And he stood upright immediately. After standing upright, he instinctively offered a smile to Luan Jiang. Luan Jiang sighed. Well, never mind. She refrained from saying anything further. She had intended to assist the little servant in carrying the hot water inside. But to her surprise, the little servant was fiercely protective of the bucket, refusing to allow her to touch it even slightly. "Your clothes are on the chair over there. Do have a look and see if they fit." The little servant straightened his back with effort, his smile radiant. "Master Gu San has left me some silver. If you desire any particular style of clothing, just let me know." It seemed that Master Gu San had bequeathed a considerable sum. Otherwise, such casual remarks about purchasing would not have been made. How could there be such a domineering figure even in ancient times? Luan Jiang sighed. "Young master, did you not say we would only have a single meal? Why then, have you also changed into another garment?" Gu, you recall that the eldest young master had not worn this one yesterday. But does the eldest young master even have friends? Gu Yu muttered, only to immediately clamp her mouth shut. What was she saying? She chastised herself for being so foolish. How could the eldest young master not have friends? Moreover, if he did have friends, why should she, a mere servant, be privy to such information? Gu Yu pondered this, and, in doing so, made herself feel dismal. Indeed, someone of the eldest young master's caliber was far beyond the reach of a lowly servant like her. Even if the madam treated him poorly, he was still the eldest young master. She ought not to indulge in such fanciful thoughts. Observing the sparkle in Gu Yu's eyes fade, Luan Jiang surmised that she had likely fallen into another bout of melancholy. It was still early in the day. One must find a reason to smile. Luan Jiang, struck by inspiration, retrieved a box of rouge from her pocket.